Chapter 231. In the basement, several wizards clutched their staves, their gaze fixed on the suddenly appearing black crow. It wasn't that they didn't want to use their mental power to locate it, but their mental power scans revealed no trace of the crow. Neither their magic nor their sonic searches revealed any trace of the crow. If they hadn't been able to see the crow with their own eyes, and feel the pressure it brought upon them, they would have almost dismissed it as an illusion. "Ga. Why are they a group of wizards?" the black crow exclaimed in surprise, looking at the wizards in the basement. Hearing the black crow speak wizard language, several wizards were also baffled. Why was this crow speaking wizard language? Moreover, it didn't look like a species from the Red Sun world. Could this imposing black crow be a wizard's familiar? A startling speculation flashed through the wizards' minds. But all the third-level wizards from Luxor province and surrounding provinces were currently in this basement. Logically, no third-level wizard should have passed through this place. "Who the hell are you? Why are you underground?" The old wizard Theodore spoke first. "Gah, who are you calling a jerk?" "You old bastard," Black Crow said angrily. "Can't you tell I'm a crow?" Theodore was taken aback by Black Crow's tone. Who was this Black Crow? How could he be so arrogant in front of so many wizards? "Master, why waste time talking to this alien creature?" A wizard, radiating a lifelike glow like the sun, interrupted. The wizard stared at Black Crow, his mouth watering with greed. Wizards who specialized in physical evolution had an instinctive desire for the flesh and blood of higher-level creatures. Level 3 creatures were a rare delicacy for them. This was an instinctive reaction deep within their blood. Some wizards, like Richard, chose to overcome it, but others chose to indulge it. With this, the wizard extended his massive hand, attempting to capture Black Crow. Within his hand, numerous mystical runes emerged from his flesh and blood, forming a runic web that threatened to envelop Black Crow. "Gah! You're trying to eat me!" The Black Crow, seeing the wizard attacking and drooling at him, instantly bristled. "I'm truly honored by you." With that, the Black Crow didn't shy away. One of its claws rapidly expanded, clasping the wizard's massive hand. Then, the wizard screamed in agony, and a dark blue flame suddenly ignited from his palm. Under the flames, the palm of this third-ringed wizard, who had evolved on the path of physical evolution, was instantly reduced to a pool of rotting flesh. His recovery abilities were completely ineffective against the injury. The physical wizard tried to withdraw his hand, but the claws held it firmly in place. The other wizards remained silent upon witnessing this scene, and no one offered any assistance. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Black Crow wasn't going to kill the wizard. It was merely teaching him a lesson. Soon, the entire palm of the physical wizard's hand was reduced to nothing but bone. Seeing the lesson had been delivered, Theodore, who had been watching nearby, finally spoke up. "Crow, please bring your master out." The Black Crow glanced at Theodore, then released its claws and returned to the crevice. Soon, a black-robed wizard flew out from the crevice. The wizard's black robe had the power to obscure his aura, so the wizards couldn't discern his true identity, but his face was remarkably unfamiliar. Third-ring wizards were a small circle, and with the exception of a few, nearly all the third-ring wizards in a floating city knew each other. But one thing is certain, the Black Crow just now belonged to this wizard. Because the crow was currently perched on the black-robed wizard's left shoulder. 2 floating cities were deployed in this interdimensional war, and both sides had infiltrated the Linxar Empire. This wizard might be from the other floating city. Richard looked at the wizards in the basement, suppressing his panic. He spoke calmly. "Masters, I have come here by chance. I apologize for any offense. May I ask, where is this place?" The wizards present looked at each other, looking at the mysterious black-robed wizard. Finally, Theodore spoke. "My friend, this is Luxor City, Luxor Province, Linxar Empire. While this place isn't considered the core of Linxar Empire, it's unlikely that someone would have strayed here." Richard was shocked. He hadn't expected to stray into Linxar Empire territory. But after careful consideration, it seemed quite plausible. Red Earth Flats wasn't far from the Linxa Empire, and after diving in the magma sea for so long, it was only natural for him to get lost in Linxa territory. "So I got lost in Linxa. Thank you, Master, for your guidance." Richard politely gave Theodore a wizard salute. This old wizard was nearing the end of his life, and wizards below the rank of Grand Wizard generally treated him with respect. Theodore appreciated Richard's courtesy. Although he was somewhat unsure of the wizard's strength, judging by the powerful crow, he could tell that the black-robed wizard was quite powerful. After all, it was common in the wizarding world for familiars to be weaker than the wizards themselves. The respect of the powerful is always comforting. Theodore smiled and said humorously, "Friend, it seems you need a compass." The other wizards laughed along, and the atmosphere in the basement lightened considerably. A compass probably won't work for me, Richard shrugged helplessly. There's magnetic interference in the magma sea. Magazine? The wizard, whose body was mostly composed of fire, suddenly asked. Did you emerge from that underground magma sea? Richard nodded. Indeed. Seeing Richard's admission, the wizards in the basement looked perplexed. The black-robed wizard didn't look like a fire-related transmutation wizard, but who else would venture into a magma sea? And from what Richard said, he'd been in the magma sea for some time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost his bearings. That doesn't sound true. The same thought crossed the minds of several wizards. But they were all dark wizards, and they were all aware of their own secrets. Don't worry about why Richard had come to this basement. He was a wizard after all. They were now in another world, and even further behind the alien race. At this moment, any wizard was a friend, a comrade. A wizard who suddenly appeared could only benefit them. Since you're unwilling to speak, we won't investigate. But since you stumbled upon this basement, why not listen to our plan and see if you'd like to join us? Theodore said with a smile. Join the plan? Richard looked at the table in the center of the basement, where a very detailed map lay. It went without saying that these three-ring wizards were planning a major operation. But his current situation, it seemed impossible to refuse. Not to mention the physical wizard nearby who was eyeing him covetously. His current position alone made it difficult for him to stay out of the situation. He was currently in Luxor City, the center of Luxor province. He had heard from Yad that this province was a key province of the Lynxa Empire, where the Lynxa Empire's Dragon Beast Knights were stationed. Without the help of these three-ring wizards, it would be difficult for him to return to the wizard territory quietly in such a military-critical province. He was now behind enemy lines. If discovered, he would surely be hunted down by the Lynxa Empire's fire lizards. Although he had Elises as a helper, this helper, who needed to sleep all the time, was unreliable. After a moment's thought, Richard made a decision. What major event are you all planning? Could you please tell me? When Theodore saw that Richard didn't directly refuse, he knew the matter was settled. He smiled and said, We're planning to attack the Dragon Beast Knights' Dragon Beast breeding base. This base is of paramount importance to the Dragon Beast Knights. If we succeed, our future war against the Lynxa Empire will be much easier. We were just about to vote on this. As he spoke, Theodore scanned the entire basement. Everyone, vote by show of hands. The three-ring wizards pondered for a moment, and 4 raised their hands. Including Theodore, the vote was 5-3. The result is clear, Theodore smiled. He turned to Richard. Friend, do you want to join us? Ahem, I knew you were planning something big, but I didn't realize the potential benefits. Although Richard had already decided to participate in this operation, he had to go all out. A wizard wouldn't do anything where the risks and benefits didn't match. As for the benefits, I wonder if you've heard of the Lost Ones, Theodore said in a low voice, as if he were sharing some profound secret. The Lost Ones? Richard searched his memory, confirming he hadn't heard of the name. I'd love to hear more. A hint of confusion flashed in Theodore's eyes. A third-ring wizard should have at least some knowledge of the Lost Ones. How could this wizard not know about them? But Theodore didn't dwell on it, simply assuming that Richard had participated in the planar war right after being promoted to the third ring, or that after becoming a third-ring wizard, he hadn't found a nominal teaching position at an academy. Elises had left a profound impression on them. How could the owner of such a creature be a weakling? Theodore explained simply, the Lost Ones. Explaining them is quite complex. You can find an academy to learn more about them when you return. Let me briefly summarize. The Lost Ones are creatures that dominated this world community before our birth. This group vanished in the ancient past for unknown reasons, but their creations remained. The Dragon Beast breeding base we attacked this time may contain treasures left behind by the Lost Ones. These treasures would be of great benefit, whether for personal research or as gifts to the Great Wizard. After hearing Theodore's explanation, Richard immediately understood what these so-called Lost Ones were. They were the Forerunners, right? He was very familiar with them. I hadn't expected these salamanders to retain the Forerunners' instruments. This was a pleasant surprise. I see. I'm on board with this project. Chapter 232. In that case, let's sign the contract. Theodore pulled a black soul contract from his pocket and drafted out some terms. These primarily covered the rules for the operation and the distribution of profits after its conclusion. After all, they were all dark wizards, and all had reached the third ring. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say their hearts were as brittle as coal. Selling out teammates for personal gain was commonplace for them. Without a contract to guarantee their safety, holding back during the operation would only affect the overall profits. After the contract was signed, the wizards, each using their own abilities, left the basement, leaving behind only Taidu, Richard, and the alchemist who had transformed himself into an alchemical puppet. Theodore pointed at himself, then at the alchemist next to him, and introduced himself. I'm Theodore, the transmutation wizard, and he's Stavin, the alchemist wizard. Richard nodded slightly at the two wizards. I'm Richard, the alchemist wizard. Alchemist wizard? Stavin glanced at Richard and said in his strange voice, no wonder you joined so quickly. Are you from the flesh and blood sect? I dabble in both. I don't belong to either, Richard said vaguely. That's the pragmatic sect. Stavin looked at Elises, who was standing over Richard's shoulder. It seems you have great attainments in both areas. Your familiar looks quite impressive. The sight of Elises wrestling with the physical wizard with a single crow's claw shocked all the wizards present. While this was partly due to the physical wizard's reluctance to make a scene, Elises' immense strength also played a large role. Of course, if these wizards knew that if Elises got angry, he could slaughter every wizard present, they would probably be stunned. Richard said modestly, it's just luck. Enlisting Elises' help was pure luck. The severely injured world lord, the unique geographical environment, and a miraculous furnace of unknown origin all made it almost impossible for this first-ring wizard to enslave the world lord. Luck is also a part of strength, Theodore interrupted. Now that the action has been confirmed, it's time to make some arrangements. Richard, since you got lost and ended up here, I don't think there's anything else to arrange. If you have nothing else to do, you can stay in this basement for the time being. This basement is below the Eye of Linka office. There's no safer place in all of Luxor. Thank you very much, Master, Richard nodded. After leaving the basement, Theodore and Starlin walked confidently into the office on the second floor. Inside the office, several fire lizards were engaged in the crucial task of breeding their population. Squeak! Pushing the door open, the fire lizards were startled. Seeing Theodore and Starling, they instantly stood upright and gave a wizard salute, even though their bodies were still proudly erect. A flicker of disdain flashed in Theodore's eyes. Native aliens were native aliens, driven by primal desires all day long. Toyn, there's a guest staying in the basement. Don't let anyone down there during this time, Theodore said calmly. Although he loathed these fire lizards, they still had a use for them right now. He let them breed. The more he bred, the more magic stones he could earn. Yes, master. The most imposing of the fire lizards replied in broken wizard language. Have your men monitor the troop movements for the next few days. Report any unusual movements to me. Toyn hesitated for a moment, then asked hesitantly, Master, are you going to attack the base? Theodore frowned, and the next moment, Toyn collapsed to the ground in agony, convulsing. Toyn, I remember I told you not to ask questions. Theodore's face was expressionless, and his voice was like the cold wind of winter, sending shivers down the spines of the other fire lizards. Soon, Toyn's convulsions ceased, and he groveled to Theodore's feet, tears and saliva streaming down his face. I was wrong, Master. I will never do that again. Theodore looked at the humble Toyn, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. A native is a native. Compared to a wizard, their wills are as fragile as paper. Theodore said nothing more and left the room. Starling, meanwhile, pulled a vial of potion from his pocket and handed it to Toyn. This medicine will ease your pain. With that, Starling also left the room. Shortly after the two wizards left, Toyn chased the other salamanders out of the office, leaving only the female. He roughly pinned the female salamander beneath him, their tails entwined, alternately relaxing and contracting. The breeding operation lasted for an hour. With a shudder, Toyn collapsed to the floor, muttering, Billy, I regret this. These wizards are all bastards. A female fire lizard named Billy crouched against Toyn's chest, and said in a low voice, Toyn, the dice have been cast. We have no retreat. These two fire lizards, both with silver horns on their heads, should have been second to none among the fire lizards, but to the wizards, they were merely slaves, natives, expendable goods. Sometimes, their value was even less than a bottle of a wizard's reagent. A retreat? Toyn stared at the ceiling with a confused look. Suddenly, he stood up, walked to the table, and pulled out a nail covered in gold patterns from a drawer. He examined the nail for a long time. Billy stood up from the ground and looked at Toyn with some curiosity. Toyn, what is this? Toyn looked at the nail, his eyes shifting from confusion to determination. He whispered, This is a retreat, and also salvation. Days passed, and Richard was busy in the basement. Spell optimization is fundamental for any wizard, regardless of school. Spell optimization is essential, especially for evocation spells. Because of a major operation approaching, Richard had begun optimizing his spells for the first time in a long time. For wizards, spells are the most common means of attack, and a spell's casting time, energy consumption, and energy level are all crucial indicators of a spell. Richard's knowledge of evocation is not profound, so significantly increasing the energy level of his spells is obviously out of the question. However, his years of crafting magical armor and alchemical machinery have given him a deeper understanding of rune arrays. This understanding will allow him to reduce the number of runes in spell models, thereby reducing the mana consumption of spells. Richard also plans to incorporate the Forerunner number 1 rune into spell models, making drastic changes to the spell models. Richard spent a month optimizing spell costs. After a month, Richard surveyed the complex spell model in the crystal ball, a smug smile playing on his face. Just reducing the number of runes and adding the Forerunner rune 1 has managed to reduce the cost to half without reducing the power of Heart of Annihilation. Heart of Annihilation was Richard's first spell, and it hadn't been modified since its creation. So this modification essentially incorporated all the applicable knowledge Richard had acquired to date, representing the culmination of his knowledge. All that remains is to modify the spell signature. At the mention of modifying the spell signature, Richard's expression drooped. Modifying a spell signature is like performing surgery on the soul, and without anesthesia, it's a painful experience even for a wizard. That's why Richard had waited so long to consider optimizing the spell model for Heart of Annihilation. If modifying spell models could be less painful, Richard would definitely modify them, as soon as he saw a result. 3 days later, Theodore and Starlin arrived in the basement. Richard, the plan is complete. Here's the map and the instructions, take a look. As he spoke, Theodore handed Richard a large scroll. Opening the scroll, Richard quickly learned the wizard's plans for the operation. The most important thing for this operation was speed. They had to complete all strategic objectives and retreat before the Dragon Beast Knights could encircle them. This was also to minimize casualties and allow for greater flexibility. For this operation, the first and second ring wizards were conducting feints to draw fire. They would launch multiple harassment attacks on cities near Luxor, thereby disrupting Balashar's line of sight. These feints were carefully planned. If Balasar didn't come to the rescue, they would become real attacks. These 3-ring wizards would serve as the main force to infiltrate the Dragon Beast breeding base, completing their mission objectives as stealthily and quickly as possible. After reviewing the entire plan, Richard returned the scroll to Theodore. Tonight? Tonight? Okay. Richard immediately began to clean up the basement, using magic to eliminate any remaining traces. Watching Richard inspect the basement for any remaining traces, Starling couldn't help but say, "You don't have to be so thorough. This place is safe enough." Richard smiled. It's always better to be cautious. A few minutes later, the 3 wizards, each using their own abilities, left the basement and quickly arrived at the designated location. A few kilometers away was the volcano where the Dragon Beast breeding base was reportedly located. At the designated location, the other 3-ring wizards had already gathered. Theodore glanced at the number of people. Everyone's here. But before we act, I must reiterate, this operation must be swift. You are all 3rd-ring wizards. In previous wars, you've all seen wizards killed by greed. Don't make the same mistake before the lost ones. Haha, Master, you're still nagging. Greed kills. Who among us doesn't know that? Master, leave that to your students. Seeing the other wizards' indifference, Theodore couldn't help but sigh. Hopefully, these wizards will truly be as rational as they are now. Soon, darkness fell. Theodore pulled out a pocket watch and checked the time. Action. Chapter 233. Upon receiving the signal to proceed, several wizards began approaching the volcano. The Dragon Beast Knights had stationed numerous sentries near the volcano, but over the past few days, the wizards had identified them all, and now their movements were smooth and fluid. Richard, using his cloak of concealment and shadows to circumvent the sentries, cautiously approached the volcano. On his shoulder, Ulises kept a constant watch on the surroundings. Soon, several wizards gathered at the volcano's edge, as planned. Next, they would infiltrate the Dragon Beast breeding base within the volcano. However, this base had only one entrance, making it virtually impossible to enter through the passage. But among the wizards was a 3rd-ring wizard proficient in earth elemental magic, the same stone wizard who had discovered Richard that day. This wizard, named Malphite, specialized in earth and fire elemental magic. After surveying the volcano's environment, he offered a solution. Why not just dig a tunnel in? For Malphite, digging a tunnel directly under the volcano wasn't a difficult task. This plan garnered the approval of several wizards, and even Richard thought it was a good idea. Malphite patted the volcanic rock in front of him, and the next moment, a hole appeared in the rock. After the wizard entered, Malphite touched the wall, and the volcanic rock returned to its original shape. Richard observed the scene from the side with his energy vision. Malphite's methods were very clever. His use of energy and control of the elements impressed Richard, and he also learned a few tricks along the way. Malphite sensed someone was watching him, and looked into the cave with some confusion. Turning back, he saw the black crow on Richard's shoulder staring at him intently. Thinking of the physical wizard who had destroyed his hand that day, Malphite muttered to himself, "Could this crow still hold a grudge? But I didn't do much that day." Without giving it much thought, Malphite walked up to the group and began to clear the way down. As he did so, he constantly used the shockwaves transmitted through the rock to determine the location of the dragon breeding base. Richard wasn't idle either, relying on his energy vision to continuously learn some of Malphite's techniques for clearing the way. These battle-hardened third-ring wizards had the technique ingrained in them. They performed the same maneuvers faster, more effectively, and with less mana consumption. These little tricks might not seem like much to experienced wizards, who knew them all, just not as thoroughly. But for a young, inexperienced wizard like Richard, they were incredibly useful. The clearing process lasted nearly half an hour. With a shushing gesture from Malphite, the wizards perked up. They were about to enter the dragon breeding base. Malphite pulled a large sheaf of magic scrolls from his magic pouch and distributed them to several wizards. These scrolls were enchanted with Malphite's spells to clear the way, giving them an additional means of escape if they were discovered. The men took the scrolls, and then Malphite struck the rock wall, causing it to crack as if they had entered a volcano. However, what emerged before the wizards was not the base, but a sea of fiery red lava. Malphite reached into the lava, and a passage was formed through the thick lava layer, and beyond the passage was another rock wall. Malphite said in a low voice, "Everyone, get ready. Behind this rock face is the dragon beast breeding base." As Malphite opened a hole in the rock face, several wizards entered the dragon beast breeding base through the opening. The dragon beast breeding base was enormous. While Malphite was exploring the base, Ulysses had already used his own methods to determine its location and general topography. According to Ulysses' exploration, the area of the dragon beast breeding base was roughly the same size as the volcano above it. Hearing this news, Richard began to wonder if this small volcano was unique to the existing dragon beast breeding base. After all, for the Lord of the World, changing the terrain was not a difficult task. In addition to its large area, the structure of this base was also quite complex. Richard and his companions were currently on the outer layer, closest to the volcanic wall, which was why they encountered the magma layer. After all, the base was a volcano. It would be unrealistic to say that there was no magma. Starting from their level, the entire base was divided into 4 levels. Ulysses' exploration revealed that the outer 3 of these 4 levels were each guarded by the dragon beast knights. At this moment, several wizards stood at the end of a corridor. Above them, tens of millions of tons of crimson lava were blocked by an energy barrier. Seeing this scene, a flash of shock crossed the wizards' hearts. This level of energy dome was too advanced for fire lizards, so it must have been crafted by the Lost Ones. The wizards exchanged glances, each seeing greed in their eyes. A wizard's thirst for knowledge is like a drunkard's thirst for fine wine, or a prostitute's thirst for beauty. There's a problem. This base is heavily guarded, Theodore suddenly said. In front of the wizards, Theodore's gravitational barrier distorted the light around them, obscuring their forms. We can easily rip through those level 2 critters. The Constitution wizard grinned, his white teeth gleaming with bloodlust. The other wizards didn't object to this suggestion. It would be absurd if a group of level 3 wizards couldn't penetrate the defenses of a group of level 2 creatures. I don't recommend that. The Constitution wizard's face darkened at the objection. He looked at Richard and said in a somewhat hostile tone, "Friend, what are your thoughts?" He still harbored a grudge about Ulysses corrupting his hand that day. Being humiliated by a familiar in front of so many wizards made it difficult for him to be friendly with Richard. A familiar's actions reflect its master's will. While these level 2 fire lizards aren't a concern, I've detected 10 level 3 fire lizards in the core of the base. To be assigned to this location as a guard, these level 3 fire lizards must possess the Lynxa Empire's finest equipment and most sophisticated combat skills. These few, combined with so many level 2 fire lizards, might not be able to annihilate us, but they can easily hold us off until the main force arrives. Richard's words made sense, but there was a huge question that needed explanation. How did he gather this information? Everyone present were level 3 wizards, all quite capable. Even Theodore could only describe the security as tight. How did Richard know there were 10 level 3 fire lizards on the 3rd floor? But Richard didn't explain. His knowledge was limited, and explanations would likely reveal flaws. If he remained silent and pretended to be an expert, these third-ring wizards would figure things out on their own. After all, no one would poke fun at them at this moment. As expected, the other wizards didn't raise any questions after hearing Richard's news. Since Richard has discovered 10 level 3 fire lizards, a frontal assault is definitely not going to work. Let's just infiltrate quietly, Theodore said. But infiltration also presents a problem. Each of them has their own unique methods of infiltration, so they must split up. Form a team? The wizards glanced at each other. According to the terms of the contract, all proceeds from the operation, once observed by 2 or more wizards, would be distributed after the operation was complete. Now that they had to split up, these third-ring wizards naturally considered acting alone. Each of them was a seasoned warrior, confident in their abilities. They felt they could complete the operation even without forming a team. Divide up, each one acting on their own abilities, the fire wizard said. Okay. Each one acts on their own abilities. Theodore removed the gravitational barrier, and the wizards began to move freely. Murphy, a master of earth elemental magic, transformed himself into a puddle of sand, moving stealthily around the corners of the passage. The fire wizard wrapped himself in his wizard robes, his presence instantly diminishing. Even if Richard tried to stare at him, his gaze would unconsciously shift to the side. Theodore floated slightly in the air, enveloped by a gravitational barrier that distorted light and obscured auras. Starling's entire body instantly vanished, seemingly imbued with a highly sophisticated invisibility technique. The most miraculous of these wizards was undoubtedly the physical wizard. A subtle creaking sound echoed from within him, and he instantly shrank, his body sprouting crimson scales like a fire lizard. In just a few seconds, the physical wizard transformed into a flawless fire lizard. After completing their disguises, the wizards split up and moved on, leaving only Richard. Although he wanted to show off his skills, as a young second-level wizard, he had limited means. Ulysses, help me conceal my form, Richard said somewhat awkwardly. Ha, got it. As the master of the world, Ulysses possessed a wealth of tricks. As a subtle energy wave emanated from Ulysses, the surroundings before Richard suddenly shifted, their colors seemingly fading in an instant, leaving only black and white. Ha, kid, we're in the shadow crevices now. Feel free to walk boldly. Without the power of a world master, few can see through us, Ulysses said with a hint of pride. So there are still people who can see through it? Richard asked in reply. Ha, those who can see through it all have extremely special talents, Ulysses said, somewhat annoyed. Talents come in all shapes and sizes. If you see them often, you always find one that can counter your abilities. Walking through the shadow crevices felt magical. Every blade of grass and tree around Richard was a one-to-one replica of the physical world, even the living creatures. Richard came towards him, a black and white fire lizard, riding a ferocious dragon beast. He instinctively tried to dodge, but Ulysses said, Ha, no need to hide. It's just a shadow. With that, the fire lizard passed right through Richard's body, and Richard didn't even feel a whiff of it. Wonderful, amazing, Ulysses. When we get back, teach me how this thing works. It's so useful for infiltration, Richard said excitedly. Ha, this thing can't be taught. Huh? Why? Ha, it needs rules. That's alright, let's keep going. Chapter 234. The Dragon Beast breeding base is divided into 4 levels. The outermost level houses the majority of the Dragon Beast Knights, and serves as the base's warehouse. In each of the vast rooms lie the corpses of various fiery beasts. Within these rooms lie alchemical artifacts crafted using dragon alchemy. These artifacts create a field within the room, slowing the decay of the corpses and the loss of their essence. In the shadowy crevice, Richard emerged from a warehouse and marked a spot on the map in his hand. This map was a rough sketch based on Ulysses' explorations. Richard marked it so he could easily collect some loot during his retreat. In this shadowy crevice, while creatures from the physical world could not detect Richard, Richard could also not interact with physical objects. Only after he emerged from the crevice could he truly interact with these objects. The second level of the Dragon Beast breeding base is the Dragon Beast breeding farm. The bred dragon beasts are not yet adults, and must grow in the farm for a period of time before they can serve as mounts for the Dragon Beast Knights. Entering the 3rd floor, which seemed to be used as a laboratory, Richard saw several fire lizards tying a deformed-looking drake to a platform. They then took out several metal nails and expertly inserted them into the drake's body. As the nails entered its body, the drake ceased its struggles. Richard then watched as a fire lizard produced tools and expertly dissected the drake. The deformed parts were cut off and stored in golden jars. The remaining parts, after being examined and recorded by the fire lizards, were taken away by the drake knights and chopped up to serve as food for the young drakes. Is this anatomical research? The salamanders are quite advanced, Richard exclaimed in amazement. The salamander's entire operation was incredibly smooth and methodical, evidently a process that had taken a long time. But the more advanced they became, the more thoroughly the wizards would destroy them. After passing through the third floor, Richard quickly reached the fourth, where he finally saw the heart of the breeding base. Across a nearly 1 square kilometer of land before him, massive crystal culture chambers stood in rows, each housing a drake embryo. Sure enough, these salamanders hold so many Forerunner relics. Richard gazed at the chambers, his expression filled with excitement. Compared to this base, the Forerunner relics he had previously acquired were practically worthless. But just as Richard's excitement was building, Ulysses suddenly poured cold water on him. Hey, don't get too excited. Take a closer look at these things. Take a closer look? Richard arrived at the incubators and suddenly noticed that the control panels beneath them didn't seem to be made of crystal, but metal. In all the Forerunner relics Richard had previously encountered, the Forerunner items were all made of unique crystal. I never seen them use metal. Ulysses offered his guess. Hey, I guess these are equipment the Forerunners left for their vassal armies. Otherwise, after all these years, these instruments would have broken down long ago. I don't believe these lizards could repair Forerunner equipment. Look carefully. Even the things they can maintain are broken. Richard wandered around the incubators and discovered that, just as Ulysses had predicted, a significant portion of the equipment in the plaza was broken. Ulysses sighed. Time is the most terrible poison. It can cause gods to fall, machines to decay, and great Forerunners to degenerate into natives, leaving the brilliant starry sky silent. Can Forerunners degenerate into natives? Richard asked casually. Of course. A few ambitious individuals, and a civil war can tear a vast civilization apart. Ambitious individuals each seize a corner and fight one another. Craftsmanship begins to be lost, technology discontinued, until the last traces of civilization are exhausted, and the last tool that could allow mortals to leave this world is reduced to scrap metal. And so, the great Forerunners degenerate into natives. Ulysses' voice cadenced as he recounted this process, as if he were singing the end of a civilization. Did your civilization of gods arise from the corpse of this civilization? Richard asked curiously. No, that's what I heard from the troubadours in the tavern world. The tavern world is a fantasy world, inhabited by creatures called troubadours. These creatures gather interesting stories from various worlds, and sing them in the tavern, earning praise and admiration from the patrons. By the way, these creatures feed on this admiration and admiration. If you encounter one of these creatures, tell it a story. These little creatures will trade you for things they consider useless, like fragments of rules, for stories they deem good enough. Tavern world, troubadours who feed on admiration and admiration. Richard felt that this world was truly marvelous, filled with so many things he had never seen before. Richard wandered around the machine, but never touched it. He waited, waiting for the other wizards to take action and draw fire away from him. Although he had Ulysses as a helper, Richard was only a level 2 wizard after all. Being held back by such a burden, Ulysses felt a bit hesitant to act. Suddenly, Richard saw the fire lizards operating the machines in the square begin to move. A wizard had been discovered by the fire lizards. On the third floor of the base, near the fourth, Malphite transformed into a stone giant over 3 meters tall, destroying each level 2 fire lizard cake with one punch. The reason for his discovery was simple. Damn! You fire lizards are even taking dust control measures. With Malphite's discovery, the entire base's security was mobilized. Fire lizard knights on drakes charged along the wide corridor toward the inner circle, and the level 3 fire lizards guarding the inner ring also revealed their true forms. A suspicious target had been detected. A suspicious target had been detected. Several sealed rooms on the third floor suddenly shattered, and 10 massive creatures, nearly 4 meters tall, emerged. From their appearance, these creatures vaguely resembled salamanders, but their bodies were covered in a layer of armor resembling an exoskeleton. The salamander's ears were constantly filled with the announcements from the armor. In his sight, a symbol locked onto Malphite, who was punching salamanders one by one, with messages appearing beside him. Target, semi-elemental creature. Energy intensity level 37, constitution equivalent to 245 to 250, spiritual strength 299. Danger rating, dangerous. Kill strategy. recommended close combat with a high-frequency shock punch or the use of an elemental annihilation cannon. The salamander ignored the messages he couldn't understand. The sacred armor was written in dragon script, the script used by their former master, abolished when the first Salamander King slew the Dragon King. Although the first Salamander King had ordered his officials to pass down these texts, the uncertainties of the long years were enough to cause any precise procedure to have significant errors. By the time he received the sacred armor, only fragments of the dragon text remained. The salamander whispered to the armor in dragon tongue, "Ignore." The next moment, the information about Malphite vanished from his vision. He stretched his body and strode towards Malphite. Bang! Malphite was knocked back several meters by the punch, and the arm that had been used to block the blow also suffered a huge crack. The shockwaves from the collision instantly stunned the surrounding salamanders. This is a relic of the Lost Ones. Malphite looked at the metal monster before him, his heart fluttering with greed. If he could take this item and present it to the Tower of Truth, he would have enough merit to apply for the Grand Wizard trial. Native, you truly are my lucky star. Malphite looked at the size of the armored salamander. A shocking wave of energy suddenly erupted from his body, and runes appeared one after another. In seconds, Malphite transformed into a runestone giant. But the next moment, Malphite's body flew backwards. Armor, extreme combat mode. The salamander uttered 2 words in dragon script, the meaning of which he knew clearly. Then, the sacred potion infused his body. He felt his body suddenly lighten, and an inexhaustible energy surged through him. The salamander flicked his hand, and a chainsaw sword wrapped in arcs of energy emerged from his armor. Wizard, today is your death. While Malphite was engaged in a battle, the other wizards were naturally not idle either. They took advantage of the chaos to approach the central area, preparing to completely destroy the incubators. But before they could get close, several other fire lizards wearing sacred armor found them. In the eyes of the fire lizards, these hidden wizards were all marked. In the face of the Forerunners' creations, the wizards' methods were clearly not secretive enough. Information about the wizards quickly popped up, and the fire lizards ignored them just as quickly. And so the battle began. The fire lizards engaged in extreme combat mode, each one like a mad dog. The wizard tried to resist, but found that the fire lizard's armor had an absurdly high magic resistance. The fire wizard's fireball, with a power level exceeding 5,000, struck the armor, but the impact caused the fire lizards to retreat 2 steps, leaving not even a scratch. Stalin, do you have a plan for dealing with these salamanders' armor? While manipulating gravity to tangle with the armored salamanders, Theodore discussed countermeasures with Sterin, the wizard most familiar with alchemical machinery. But he didn't wait for a response. For Sterin had already been torn to pieces by the 2 armored salamanders, even his soul captured by the armor. The situation was turning unfavorable for the wizards. Outside the training base, in Luxor City, Balasar was in his office, watching the battle between the wizards and the armored salamanders on a screen. Beside him, Toyn trembled in fear, awaiting Balasar's verdict. A nail could still be faintly seen on his forehead. The Battle of the Holy Guard is truly something you never tire of watching, Balasar sighed, then glanced at Toyn. He wore a faint smile and spoke slowly. Toyn, this time it's all thanks to you. If you hadn't turned from evil to good, these holy guards would still be living in the king's palace. Chapter 235. Toyn looked at the smiling marauder and said with a somewhat stiff smile, serving the country. It's my duty, my duty. Theodore had ultimately underestimated this fire lizard slave he had so easily subjugated. His wizard's arrogance had caused him to overlook a crucial point. Toyn was a Silverhorn noble. Even though he had become a member of the Eye of Linka with the wizard's help, his past wealth and noble pride still bred resentment towards the wizard. Because these fire lizards had been implanted with soul seeds, they could only bury this resentment in their hearts, numbing their minds with all kinds of immoral behavior, never daring to express it. But Theodore dismissed their actions as the inherent bad qualities of the indigenous race. Arrogance is one of the qualities wizards most despise. Serving the country, haha, it's indeed serving the country. Belazer stood up and patted the little creature beside him. Don't worry. Your intelligence this time is crucial, so I won't be putting you on the rack. Toyn breathed a sigh of relief. But Balasar changed the subject, his tone suddenly becoming serious. Your betrayal has caused great damage to the Empire, and you must atone for it. There are many fire lizards like you in Linka's Eye, and I want you to find them all. Toyn swallowed, his voice trembling. Me? How could I possibly do that? Balasar smiled, and drew a black gold scimitar from his waist. The cold light on Toyn's face made him shudder. Trust me, you can do this. If you die, the Empire will award you a medal, just like the flame metal on the shield of Morik. Your name will be engraved on the monument, remembered for 10,000 years. Toyn's face was filled with sorrow. He didn't want to be remembered by future generations. He just wanted to live a life of wealth and glory. But did he have a choice? Balasar ignored Toyn and once again picked up the screen, intending to admire the wizard's deaths. But soon, he rushed from the room. Then, Toyn heard a melodious horn sound. Is this the call to assemble? Toyn couldn't believe his ears. Couldn't 10 holy guardsmen plus so many dragon beast knights completely wipe out this group of wizards? In the dragon beast base, Richard looked at the wizards being suppressed by the holy guards and felt a headache. He wanted these incubators, but right now, these holy guardsmen. The guards' force was truly excessive. Even with Elise's protection, Richard feared he'd be killed in a single blow by the holy guards. However, Richard's worries didn't last long, as a holy guardsman soon spotted him. Alert! Creature in the Shadow Rift. Alert! Creature in the Shadow Rift. Enable the jamming system? Looking at the icon marked in his field of vision, Salamander chose yes without hesitation, even though he didn't know what the armor indicated. Then, the space around Richard suddenly became chaotic. Black and white quickly faded, and the vibrant colors of the material world instantly entered Richard's field of vision. Fuck! This mech is going to be incredible. Richard cursed, instantly using Shadow Warp. Then, with a loud bang, Richard's position was shattered by a fist. I didn't expect there was a rat. The holy guardsman sneered. He spun around, quickly finding Richard after he had darted through the shadows, and then, in a flash, appeared before him. Such a massive creature, nearly 4 meters tall, possessed terrifying speed. The chained word swung, its humming sound like the ringing of a death knell, but the next moment, a crow's claw blocked the chain's word. Lowly mortal, kneel. Elise's words were like thunderous fury. At this critical moment, he once again used divine word. As soon as he finished speaking, the fire lizard heard the alarm of its armor repeating in its ears, informing it that it was under attack from the rules, and should evade immediately. His own legs gave way, and he fell heavily to the ground. Richard was delighted at this sight. While these holy guards were powerful, they were still not as powerful as Elise's. Elise said nothing more. Divine word required the consumption of faith power. Although their faith power had been accumulated through the holy tree spirits, it could not withstand his repeated squandering. He thrust his raven claw forward, and by the time he reached the fire lizard's head, it had enlarged to a size large enough to grab the entire head. Under the influence of divine word, the fire lizard knelt on the ground, stunned, watching the raven claw approach. Bang! Zzz easy. But the carrot pulling that Ulysses had anticipated didn't occur. The raven claw scratched against the armor with a series of sharp sounds, but the fire lizard's head remained in place. Ulysses retracted his raven claw and, clutching Richard, flew backwards at high speed. Gaw! These guys' armor is tougher than a tortoise's shell. Forget about that. Let's save our lives. The holy guard stared at Ulysses' flight in a daze, a flicker of relief at having survived. It seemed this crow was powerless against the sacred armor. Communication, prepare to intercept. The remaining royal guards chose not to surround and kill the other wizards. Instead, they activated their armor's communication function, calling on the outer dragon knights to delay Ulysses. Soon, Richard saw hundreds of dragon knights, javelins aimed at him. The next moment, the javelins rained down. After the rain of javelins, Richard's face paled. In that instant, his magic barrier had nearly drained all the magic power in his body. But before he could catch his breath, he saw hundreds more fire lizards aiming their javelins at him. Fuck, so cruel. Ulysses, save me. GA got it. An energy barrier instantly appeared beneath Richard, blocking the javelins. Seeing these dragon beast riders were useless, the holy guard suddenly raised his hand and chanted, Capture mode. Then, a chain of energy shot out from his chain's word, hurtling straight towards Richard below. He realized the key was the wizard below. As long as he could detain him, the crow above would not escape. Zzz easy. The energy chain made contact with Ulysses' energy barrier, producing a sizzling sound. Within his energy field of vision, the two were violently colliding. In other words, Ulysses' energy was rapidly being depleted. No, we have to deal with this thing. Richard examined the guard carefully. Ulysses' claw hadn't been ineffective. Richard saw 2 clear scratches on the guard's helmet. What a tortoise shell! Just one claw removed a bit of paint? The Forerunner's stuff is truly unrealistic. Richard examined the 2 scratches carefully, and discovered golden patterns emerging beneath them. Golden patterns? Richard instantly recalled the golden patterns on the products of dragon alchemy. Combining this with Ulysses's previous speculation, he suddenly communicated with Ulysses via telepathic communication. Ulysses, can you temporarily restrain this iron shell? I have a way that might kill it. Gaw. You still have that ability? Don't let yourself get killed. With that, Ulysses paused, released Richard with his claws, and with a flap of his wings, a ball of black-blue flame spread along the energy chain, spreading towards the guards. He himself dodged and engaged the holy guards. Instantly, Ulysses' body was engulfed in black-blue flames, attacking the holy guards with all sorts of bizarre tactics. The effectiveness of these tactics was evident in the continuous alarm sounds in the salamander's ears. Alert! Under strong radiation attack, please activate protective stance. Alert! Under shockwave attack, please activate protective stance. Alert! Under shadow penetration attack, please activate protective stance. The fire lizard in the armor didn't know what this so-called protective stance was. What exactly was it? In his inheritance, there was no spell for it. In ancient times, the Holy Guard deliberately avoided using protective stance to prevent their armor from depleting energy too quickly. In the Red Sun world, combat falls into two categories. One, where the basic armor protection is sufficient for a brutal fight, and the other, where even if you activate protective stance, your defense will still be breached, or the stance becomes completely useless in a desperate struggle. The latter, however, was rare over the long years. Over time, the command to activate the protective stance, the spell Salamander had learned, was lost. So now, he could only rely on the armor's excellent basic protection to withstand these attacks. Suddenly, Ulysses unleashed a chain, tightly binding the Holy Guard and casting a shadow around them. Gaw now. The next moment, Richard appeared beside the Holy Guard. You bastards, take my dragon alchemical palm. A light emanated from Richard's hand, and a mysterious force, carrying Richard's spirit, flowed through the gap created by Ulysses and into the armor shell. Critical alert! Encountering alchemical attack, activate protective stance. Critical alert! Encountering alchemical attack, activate protective stance. But Salamander didn't know how to activate it, and could only shout every spell he had learned in vain. Tactical stealth. Energy saving mode. Chainsaw sword level 3 speed. But these irrelevant spells were completely ineffective in solving the current problem. Sweat began to beat on Salamander's head, and for the first time, fear filled his heart. Is he going to lose? As the power of alchemy seeped deep into the armor, the complex internal components instantly entered Richard's mind. Under normal circumstances, Richard would have cherished these structures with great care, even recording them one-to-one. But in this critical moment, Richard ignored all considerations, and used alchemy to completely destroy them. Critical alert! Armor damage exceeds 80%, armor is disabled, and rescue has been automatically requested. Critical alert! Armor damage exceeds 80%, armor is disabled, and rescue has been automatically requested. At the same time, the other Holy Guards received a message. Battle Order EP231 armor is disabled. Please rescue immediately. Ignore. Looking at the immobilized Holy Guard, Richard was ecstatic. Haha, I've got something good. He grabbed the now immobilized Holy Guard and opened the secret rift, ready to throw it in. At this last moment, the fire lizard in the armor finally knew which spell to chant. Self-destruct. Please confirm the command. Yes. Command confirmed. Countdown begins. 3. The world mushroom sensed something was amiss with the object it had thrown in. 2. Mycelial tentacles tightly wrapped it together. 1. Mycelial tentacles penetrated the armor, finding the melted, impending reactor. And then, bang! The armor returned to calm. Chapter 236. Inside the base, Richard's resounding victory instantly caught the attention of several wizards. They didn't know what tactics Richard had employed, but the fact that the Holy Guard had been rendered motionless by a single blow of his palm, allowing him to be flung into the secret realm, was a reality. Theodore, upon witnessing this scene, was suddenly startled. Every wizard present knew how formidable the Holy Guard was. Even an old wizard like him, nearing death, could only rely on gravity spells to remain undefeated for now, yet Richard had so effortlessly dispatched a Holy Guard. This level of strength was truly terrifying. Theodore was horrified, and the other wizards were naturally even more horrified. The 4-meter-tall, chin-in-a-shelled wizard was horrified upon witnessing this scene. He hadn't expected Richard to be so formidable, capable of dispatching even the Holy Guard with such ease. This gave him a tinge of regret. He and Richard were already at odds, and acquiring the knowledge to defeat the Holy Guard would likely cost him dearly. And yet, his momentary distraction allowed the Holy Guard to exploit his weakness. With a flash of a buzzing sound, a charred wound, deep enough to reveal the bone, pierced the physical wizard's chest. Even his heart was clearly visible through the wound. The other wizards witnessed this scene, some shocked, some delighted. Malphite, who was closest to Richard, strode directly towards him, transmitting a mental message. Richard, I offer you 1,000,000 magic essences and the blueprints for the Tesla Enneagram Shield alchemical puppet in exchange for the knowledge to defeat this armored fire lizard. The fleeing Richard suddenly turned around. A third-ring wizard was a third-ring wizard. His lavish spending was terrifying. But Richard's victory over the Holy Guards was achieved through dragon alchemy, a technique he had also refined from his scimitar. He himself had never learned it. At this point, it was undoubtedly a pipe dream for him to abstract these techniques into understandable text. This is a special ability, currently untradeable. However, I can help you resolve this problem. The price is the blueprints for the Tesla 9-type Shield Guard alchemy puppet. Richard immediately sent a message. Special ability? Morphite's heart sank, but when he heard that Richard could help him deal with the armored lizard, he felt a sudden sense of relief. Any help would be fine. Deal done. Seeing the deal was sealed, Richard immediately called Ulysses over and repeated his old trick. Ulysses temporarily trapped the Holy Guard while Richard used alchemy to penetrate its interior and destroy its structure. With Richard having destroyed most of the armor's internal structure, the armor instantly stopped moving. It's done! Richard shouted excitedly, and was about to open the rift in the secret realm and throw the Holy Guard back into the secret realm. But before he could do so, Ulysses cried out in fear, "Gah! Let go! This thing's going to explode." With that, Ulysses grabbed Richard and flew backwards at high speed. Malphite, who had also noticed something was wrong with the Holy Guard, instantly shrank into a ball, layers of magical barriers enveloping him like an onion. Buzz, Richard, fleeing, suddenly felt a tinnitus. Looking back, he saw rays of dazzling light emanating from the Holy Guard's armor. The light was like the first ray of sunlight piercing the darkness, causing Richard to squint. Then, boom, a thunderous roar, accompanied by a gust of wind powerful enough to blow people away, swept across the base. Large buildings were blown down, and debris flew through the air like bullets. Malphite, closest to the explosion, had his magic barrier completely shattered, and his rune-encrusted elemental body was largely melted. But fortunately he survived. The aftermath of the explosion caused both the wizards and the Holy Guard to pause. The wizards were shocked by the power of the armor's explosion and the tragic loss of the Lost One's relics, but the Holy Guards were filled with only one emotion: anger. Revenge. One guard shouted. The others followed suit. Revenge. 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 The Holy Guard hadn't suffered a loss in years, but today they had lost too. This was a profound humiliation. This shame must be washed away with blood. Bleeding streamed from Richard's ears, and silence filled his ears. He was deaf. Ulysses used this. Richard tossed the Malphite scroll to Ulysses. This item temporarily grants creatures the ability to burrow through the earth. Ulysses took the scroll. "Gah, what's your plan?" "Let's not go outside. Let's continue through the lava sea. You go and lure the target, and then we meet up in the secret realm." Gah got it. Then the scroll ripped open, and they both entered the stone wall at the edge of the base. Richard separated from Ulysses at the lava layer, intending to follow the lava back to the lava sea. He had memorized the map by now, and by going through the lava sea, he could return to the wizard's controlled area. In the magma sea, Richard swam rapidly downwards, his magical armor discarded into the secret realm. It felt as if he had returned to the days of research and training within the magma sea. After 3 days of diving, Richard finally emerged from the complex lava network into the magma sea. Here, Richard opened the magical barrier and entered the secret realm. In the secret realm, Ulysses was already leisurely enjoying the services of the sacred tree spirits in his bird's nest. "What's the situation out there?" Richard asked curiously while taking a shower. "Huh, you guys are in dire straits." "Huh? What do you mean?" "Huh, 5 wizards died on your side, and not even their souls escaped. Only the stone you saved, the fireman, and that old man escaped." "So dire?" Richard explained in astonishment. "Tell me more about it." That day, after Richard escaped through the lava network, Ulysses, relying on the magic scroll's effects, scurried through the mountain, attracting the attention of the fire lizards. As expected, it wasn't long before the Holy Guard, having dug a tunnel, found Ulysses within the rock face. Ulysses fled outside, only to see tens of thousands of dragon knights already deployed outside the volcano, awaiting the wizard's breakout. Seeing this, Ulysses suddenly understood. Goodness! It looks like the wizard has been tricked this time. They've mobilized so many Dragon Knights in such a short time. Why is the wizard's information always flawed? Mobilizing an army of tens of thousands is no easy task. From the moment Malphite was discovered to the moment Elises rushed out of the volcano, it took less than 15 minutes. In such a short time, the Dragon Knights had already formed up outside the volcano, clearly pre-planned. Balasar's heart sank when he saw the Holy Guards emerge. As expected, the Holy Guards couldn't completely wipe out these wizards. "Prepare your spears," Balasar ordered. Ulises, seeing the vast army outside, naturally wouldn't foolishly charge in. Without Richard, he had plenty of ways to escape the Holy Guards. Suddenly, his figure dimmed, and he vanished into thin air. He slipped through the gaps in the shadows, and entered the shadow plane. This way, even the Holy Guard's armor couldn't find Ulises. "He's disappeared," exclaimed the fire lizard operating the armor in astonishment. This was the first time he encountered such a thing. Ulises, entering the shadow plane, observed the unfolding events through projection. Malphite, the fire wizard, and the physical wizard didn't leave, instead attempting to escape through the lava network. The remaining Theodore, the necromancer, the ghost wizard, and another emissary wizard escaped outside. Faced with a massive army, the wizards, who had escaped by ground level, had no choice but to charge headfirst. Their plan was an overt conspiracy. The number of troops Balasar could muster was already the limit, and the remaining troops were deployed in nearby provinces as fire brigades. So, if they could break free from this encirclement, the three-ring wizards would be free to leap freely in the vast seas and soar in the sky, unfettered. The wizards, who had taken the lava network, were pursued by several Holy Guards. The Holy Guards seemed to be able to protect them from the lava. The wizards who escaped along the lava were pursued and beaten by the Holy Guards for 2 days. The physical wizard was hacked to death and taken back by the Holy Guards, while the remaining 2 emissary wizards managed to escape. By the way, when those armored fire lizards were chasing those wizards, they were less than 5 meters away from you. I was so scared that I almost came out of the shadow plane to save you, Ulises said with a sigh. Luckily you were smart. You were clinging to a giant fire beast at the time, so the armored fire lizard ignored you. Richard was stunned by this, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. He had been hoping to catch a ride back to the magma sea as quickly as possible, but unexpectedly, he had escaped disaster. "Phew, it seems I was lucky," Richard said with some relief. "What happened next?" Richard asked immediately. What else do I need to say?" Ulises tilted his head. "I've already told you about the wizards who survived. Besides the stone man and the fire man, and the 4 on the ground, it's obvious that only the old man managed to break through." Richard was stunned. He hadn't expected to lose 5 third-level wizards in this operation. The last time they operated in the Motherworm Palace, they only lost 1 third-level wizard. After this operation, there will likely be a brief lull in dark wizard operations across Luxor province and several surrounding provinces. I think you better not participate in these large-scale events in the future," Ulises complained. "You've only participated in 2 wars, and both times you were ripped off in these large-scale missions behind enemy lines. For your safety, and for the safety of your fellow wizards, I suggest you avoid these large-scale events in the future." Richard was stunned, then said casually, "It was just a coincidence." With that, he left the shower mushroom and approached the sacred armor that the world mushroom had placed in a corner of the secret realm. The planners of this operation suffered a great loss, while I, a latecomer, have reaped a huge advantage. Although he had damaged many parts of the sacred armor before him, he hadn't destroyed the power reactor and the master control chip. These things are truly precious. Richard couldn't help but smile at the thought. But then, the world mushroom's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Master, something went wrong with this armor after you threw it in. It seems it exploded." Richard's smile froze. Chapter 237. You. What did you say? Richard could feel his voice trembling. This wasn't just some fragment of a Forerunner device. It was a genuine, individual combat armor used by the Forerunners for their vassal armies. In the hands of other wizards, this thing could even be passed down through generations, perhaps even dozens of wizards. But in Richard's hands, he could use the miracle furnace to extract all the technology from it. While he might not understand these technologies, it was nice to have gold that couldn't be spent as a decoration. But now, it's all gone. Richard took a deep breath and began to inquire about the world mushroom. Upon learning that the armor was about to self-destruct the moment it was thrown in, Richard froze for a moment and sighed deeply. Forerunners' things weren't so easy to capture. Even after his alchemy had nearly destroyed the armor's various mechanisms, it still managed to withstand the detonation. After calming down, Richard began to examine the individual armor with a heavy heart. Although the world mushroom's mycelial tentacles absorbed a large portion of the armor's self-detonation, the remaining force still shattered the armor's operator into a mixture of flesh and bone, further damaging the armor's internal structure, which had already been shattered by Richard. Richard used dragon alchemy to dismantle the armor, separating the components that could trigger the miraculous furnace from the waste components. During the dismantling process, a mixture of salamander flesh and bone flowed from the armor's cracks, causing Richard to lament the loss of a good specimen. Salamanders are a species destined for extinction. A level 3 salamander specimen would never be found again. The mycelial tentacles absorbed the bone and flesh mixture as nutrients. The world mushroom readily absorbed any nutrients it came from. It took Richard a month to reassemble the armor. During the process, he unexpectedly discovered that the damage he had inflicted on the armor structure to capture the Holy Guard had actually reduced the power of the explosion during its self-destruction. Some parts of the armor were surprisingly intact, even remaining structurally intact. This result delighted Richard. After disassembling the armor, Richard successfully unearthed a pile of scrap metal. While the material was excellent, the tree pattern on it had been completely destroyed. But even if it was scrap, Richard planned to use it to make something like an alchemical golem shell. Forerunner waste was also valuable to Richard. Besides the scrap, the rest involved items related to Forerunner technology. Two components of the armor possess refining capabilities, one being the arc chainsaw sword removed from the left arm. Ingredients: arc chain's word. Refinable information: chain's word blueprint. Refining cost: 70 spirit points. This item has excellent armor-piercing capabilities against both physical and energy defenses. Even a third-level wizard's magic barrier can't withstand its sustained attack. But the price is its extremely high energy consumption. Richard tried to activate the chain's word with his magic power, but even his full second-level magic power could only sustain it for 30 seconds. This energy consumption is truly appalling. Besides the chain's word, the only remaining usable component is the shield generator. It seems to have originally been located next to the power reactor, but due to Richard's damage, the shield generator was blocked by many twisted components, leaving some remaining functionality. Raw materials: destroyed shield generator. Refinable information: shield generator blueprint, moderately incomplete. Refining cost: 200 spiritual power. This component, however, is a significant energy consumer. Richard's overdrawn mana only lasts 2 seconds. In addition to these two components, Richard also found a piece of armor plating on the outer armor plating, clearly repaired by later generations. On this armor plating, Richard discovered the manufacturing process for the armor plating material. Raw materials: armor plate from an unknown armor. Refinable information: made of special steel. Refining cost: 50 spiritual power. Refinable information: dragon alchemy tree pattern. Refining cost: 20 spiritual power. Refinable skill: dragon alchemy, incomplete. Refining cost: 20 spiritual power. Looking at the benefits this armor brought him, Richard suppressed the pain of his armor being destroyed. Although the power reactor and central control chip he desired weren't available, the information on these components was quite good. Judging by the cost of refining the shield generator, even if he were given a power reactor, he might not be able to afford it. Richard handed the shield generator to the world mushroom for safekeeping, then began extracting the information that could be extracted. Richard picked up the arc chain's word and silently chanted refine. Then, the familiar feeling of a heavy hammer hitting Richard's head from his daze, as a wizard apprentice returned. As his mental energy drained away, Richard obtained a very detailed blueprint. This blueprint covered a wide range of topics, such as the materials manufacturing process, various data standards, and the construction of the tree grain pattern on the material, among other crucial information. Based on this information, given enough materials, Richard could craft a chainsaw sword using dragon alchemy. After meditating for a while, Richard began refining again. This time, he was crafting specialized steel. Refine. The weight of the hammer had been significantly reduced, and Richard even had the energy to refine the dragon alchemy technique and the dragon alchemy tree pattern. The tree pattern's effects were simple, similar to a wizard's defensive enchantment. However, combined with the strong metal produced by dragon alchemy, the tree pattern's ability to withstand damage dramatically increased. The fire wizard's 5,000 level fireball struck the armor plating, leaving no trace. While this wasn't entirely due to the armor plating, it still accounted for 60% of the effect. After the tree pattern, the dragon alchemy technique came next. The alchemy skills of the tinkerer from who knows how many years ago were truly miraculous. Even his incomplete skills left Richard in awe. With the integration of his skills, Richard's dragon alchemy instantly reached new heights. In terms of proficiency and mastery, Richard's dragon alchemy even surpassed that of wizards. As his dragon alchemy skills were refined, Richard lay on the ground, quietly gazing at the sky above the secret realm. In his mind, the information extracted from the armor components swirled continuously, the knowledge of the Forerunners and the knowledge of the wizards constantly colliding. A sense of satisfaction washed over him. Soon, Richard stood up and approached the pile of scrap. The materials in this pile were excellent, but the tree pattern on them was damaged. Now that Richard had obtained the tree pattern, he could use these scraps to practice. Richard picked up a piece of scrap metal, and the power of alchemy enveloped his mind and entered it. Under Richard's skillful technique, the scrap metal began to rapidly transform, and golden lines began to grow across it. Soon, the scrap metal transformed into a neatly arranged piece of armor. The intricate tree patterns appeared densely packed, gleaming golden under the light. To an unfamiliar eye, these patterns might have mistaken them for some extravagant decorative pattern. Tossing the armor plate aside, Richard sat down on the ground. The engraving of the tree patterns was even more demanding than Richard had imagined. A palm-sized piece of armor plate nearly drained Richard of his remaining mental energy. Furthermore, unlike wizard alchemy, dragon alchemy could not be stopped once the tree patterns began, much like the process of crafting magical armor. After meditating for a while to regain some mental strength, Richard picked up the armor plate. Using his magical hand to levitate the armor plate, Richard casually summoned 2 annihilation hearts and threw them over. Buzz, the spherical black hole created by the annihilation hearts, instantly engulfed the armor plate. The black hole vanished, and the armor plate fell to the ground. Richard approached to inspect it, finding it intact. However, upon touching it, he discovered it was scorching hot. He then conducted several tests, testing the armor plate's resistance to blunt force, shockwaves, and low-temperature environments. Thanks to the tree pattern, the armor plate's resistance to elemental attacks was astonishing. A 2000-level annihilation heart had no effect on it. However, against physical attacks like blunt force, the armor plate's effectiveness was less than ideal. The armor plates lacked energy absorption capabilities, and weren't particularly strong. Blunt damage exceeding 1,000 energy levels could cause them to deform, thus affecting the effectiveness of the tree pattern. Richard speculated that the original armor plates must have possessed some form of enchantment, capable of reducing the impact force on the plates. Of course, it's also possible that the tree pattern on the original armor wasn't the one Richard had obtained. After all, Richard had obtained the pattern from a plate repaired later. Judging by the salamander's current craftsmanship, their technology must have deteriorated over the course of time. Using a lesser quality pattern for repairs was also reasonable. After all, these salamanders couldn't even activate their shields by now. After testing the armor plates, Richard engaged in deep meditation to fully restore his mental strength. He then left the secret realm and headed from the lava sea towards the wizard-controlled area. Master, Balasar is becoming increasingly suspicious of me. In the basement of the Eye of Linka office, Toyn stood submissively before a much smaller wizard. The wizard's body continuously emanated chaotic magical fluctuations, a feat that would be practically impossible for a third-ring wizard to withstand, unless he was seriously injured. Theodore looked at the lowly fire lizard before him and said irritably, "I understand. Go apply for a transfer order, and let's get out of this hellhole." Toyn was about to leave when Theodore suddenly stopped him. "What's wrong with your head?" A small, new scale had sprouted on Toyn's forehead. Toyn paused, turned around, and said apprehensively, "Master, I bumped into something while I was working. How could a level 2 salamander scales be knocked off so easily?" "I bumped into my scimitar. We were playing with uniforms, and Billy was pretending to be a palace guard." "Okay, you can get out now." Leaving the basement, Toyn touched the new scale on his forehead. Under that scale, there once was a nail that could temporarily block the soul seed's control. "Finally, I can leave here." Chapter 238. With a map to guide you, traveling through the magma sea is actually a very safe route. On the upper reaches of the magma sea, Richard, holding up his magic barrier, compared his position to the map he had drawn from memory. Below his feet, a giant fire beast resembling a catfish swam slowly through the magma sea. Elises grasped the catfish's 2 dragon whiskers, acting like reins. The upper reaches of the magma sea are home to numerous giant fire beasts. These beasts are mostly level 1 creatures and pose no threat to Richard. Due to their long-term presence in the magma sea, these creatures are naturally extremely agile. So, to save effort, Richard captured one as a means of transportation. Under Richard's training, the fire catfish quickly understood its situation and began to obediently follow Richard's instructions. As for Elises, Now clutching two dragon whiskers, he had a sudden urge to try his hand at racing cars in this lava sea. No, it should be said that he was racing fish. Are you sure? If you're sure, speed up. Ulysses, tugging at the two dragon whiskers, looked excitedly at the sea ahead. He perceived that the lava sea ahead was filled with many fire beasts. Their strength was nothing to Ulysses, but at this moment, they became tools to test his driving skills. Richard put the map away, casually opened a spatial rift, and threw it in. Confirmed, this is the direction. Another 50 kilometers, and we reach the wizard-controlled area. 50 kilometers? That's not enough. Let's run a little longer, Ulysses said excitedly. Racing a tamed half-elemental creature through this magma sea was something completely new to him, a world-wise master. Whatever, just don't run into the magma sea at the edge of the world. GGA, got it. Ulysses shouted, gently tugging at the two dragon whiskers in his hands. The catfish beneath him let out a deep roar, receiving the signal. Move out, crow flock, we still have a long way to go. On the magma sea, Ulysses piloted the crow flock with complete concentration, nimbly weaving through the swirling magma. All around him, massive fire beasts roared low, their bodies ablaze with flames, warily watching their somewhat frantic kin. Fire is the most violent element, and fire creatures with fire flowing in their veins are all powder kegs ready to explode. At the slightest provocation, they attack. To provoke them, Ulysses constantly used his energy and his raspy voice to provoke the fire beasts. Quack, quack, you idiot. Come after me. That one over there, I'm talking to you. What are you looking at? Come over and bite me if you dare. Quack, crows, bite him, yes, bite his tail. Ulysses provoked them, while gracefully dodging and evading the fire beasts like a dancer. His skill was so great that he always narrowly avoided any beast that stood in his way. The fire beasts always narrowly missed him, the tiny distance seeming like an insurmountable chasm. Ulysses sometimes accelerated, sprinting like a flash of lightning across a sea of magma, and sometimes slowed down and zigzagged, as if playing a clever game of hide-and-seek with the beasts. The magma sea, a hellish spectacle for many creatures, was like a playground to Ulysses. Ulysses was having a blast, while Richard pondered how to simplify the Forerunner technology. The Forerunner technology was indeed excellent, but its energy consumption was a bit too high. Perhaps the Forerunner civilization had already achieved energy freedom, but Richard didn't have that level of technology yet. Thus, reducing energy consumption was Richard's top priority. While unspent gold could be used for decoration, silver that could be spent was clearly better. After pondering for a long time, Richard sighed, alas, it's a pity that dragon alchemy and wizard alchemy are incompatible. If they were, this modification would be much easier. Richard pondered for a long time, and the only solution he could come up with was to rely on alchemical machinery as the power source, and then use a purely mechanical structure to equip the chainsaw sword's teeth to reduce energy consumption. But doing so would require Richard's profound knowledge of alchemical machinery. Making alchemical machinery is difficult when it's large, and even more so when it's small. Especially small alchemical machinery like this, operating under extremely harsh conditions, is no less difficult to create than asking a wizard with no prior experience in alchemical machinery to create a humanoid alchemical puppet from scratch. Alas! If this keeps up, I become a mechanical alchemical wizard. After a full day of racing, and having covered 400 kilometers, Ulysses finally had enough and decided to return to the surface. Looking at the thick rock wall above him, Richard sighed again. Hopefully, I won't encounter anything strange this time I dig out. The blazing sun bathed the earth. For the wizards living in the rear, today was another peaceful day. Kane, a white wizard on rotation. As long as wizard numbers aren't critically low, white wizards on the front lines can apply for a 3-month rotation to the rear every year. During this time, wizards can stay away from the front lines and conduct non-threatening patrols in the rear. For a wizard, this is essentially like a vacation. However, as the war progressed, Kane could clearly sense that the number of wizards was insufficient. At the beginning of the war, if a wizard requested a rotation, he simply submitted a report. No review was needed. He could return directly to the rear. However, this time, not only did he wait nearly 2 weeks for review, but he was also scrutinized for his recent combat experience. According to his direct superior, if his squad hadn't recently suffered a significant loss of personnel, his rotation request would definitely have been rejected. These salamanders are truly tenacious, Kane remarked casually. That's right, replied a first-ring white wizard beside Kane, also on his shift. I heard from the black wizard who just returned that we lost 6 third-ring masters in a recent operation behind the fire lizards. Shoo, so many! Kane gasped. 6 third-ring masters? Were they ambushed by the fire lizards? Who knows, the white wizard who had spoken shook his head. I heard the fire lizards deployed an elite force they'd never deployed before. Individually, they're even more formidable than the third-ring masters. Kane was shocked. In his mind, wizards dealing with these natives should be a crushing defeat, or at least a draw. How could a native be stronger than a wizard? Then the white wizard who had spoken added mysteriously, and I heard that if it weren't for the incredible strength of a 3-ring master participating in the operation, who single-handedly eliminated 2 of those elite troops, no one would have escaped. And you know what's even stranger? That powerful 3-ring master actually joined the operation unexpectedly. That master wasn't among the 3-ring masters originally participating in the operation. He suddenly emerged from the ground while the other masters were discussing their plans. Huh? How could someone emerge from the ground while a 3-ring master was discussing their plans? Kane exclaimed in astonishment. That rumor is so lame. The wizard who had spoken shrugged. That's what the rumor says, but none of us know the details. Kane was about to ask more when he suddenly felt a surge of magical energy beneath his feet. Reflexively, he instantly hovered in the air, and a jet of flame reaching a power level of 500 erupted from his staff. The wizards patrolling alongside also reacted, and casually threw 2 fireballs. Boom! The fireballs exploded in a cloud of dust, and as the smoke cleared, a dusty-faced wizard stood where their spells had struck. This welcome ceremony is a bit unusual, Richard said, wiping the dust from his face and giving the 2 wizards, who had attacked him, an awkward smile. Richard wasn't sure if he was lucky or unlucky to encounter patrolling wizards right after he emerged. Thankfully, the wizard's spells weren't high level, and Richard's physical strength was enough to withstand them. He took no damage from the sudden attack, just a bit of sand in his mouth. Watching the black-robed wizard emerge from underground, the 2 patrolling wizards gripped their staffs warily. What kind of wizard are you, and why did you emerge from underground? The fire lizards have never ceased their infiltration of wizard-controlled areas. Some of these infiltrators even possess the ability to create illusions, making themselves appear like wizards. Well, that's a long story. In short, I'm a dark wizard returning from the rear. As for my identity, Richard smiled, you wouldn't believe me even if I told you. Ignoring the 2 patrolling wizards, Richard pulled out a map from his magic pocket and intuitively determined his position. Having dug his way from the lava sea to the surface, Richard certainly hadn't walked in a straight line. Once he reached the surface, he needed to confirm his position. Excuse me, is the floating city this way? Richard, holding the map, dove in front of the 2 patrolling wizards and pointed in the direction. The 2 patrolling wizards froze slightly. Richard's speed was so fast that they couldn't even react. Kane glanced at the detailed map in Richard's hand, swallowed, and nodded. Yes, that's the direction. Richard smiled, casually pulled something out of his pocket, and handed it to Kane. Thank you. This is a thank you gift. With that, Richard sped off towards the floating city. Kane paused, then glanced down at the gift given to him by this master of mysterious origins. A superb fire elemental gem. A nearby wizard, upon seeing the gem in Kane's hand, exclaimed in amazement, such a pure fire elemental gem. Gems of this quality can only be found in underground magma. You might not even find them in the lava of an active volcano. It's worth at least dozens of magic essences. Kane, you've made a killing this time. Kane stared blankly at the gem in his hand, his mind racing back to the rumors they just discussed. A powerful wizard emerging from the ground. Could he have encountered the legendary 3-ring master? Chapter 239. The floating city fortress remained as magnificent as ever, but unfortunately, this floating city was not the one belonging to Great Wizard Qingxuang. The academy that fought alongside Great Wizard Qingxuang was called the Hellfire Wizard Academy, and its dean was Great Wizard Hellfire, a 5-ring great wizard who had long explored the path of becoming a great wizard. In the fortress, Richard revealed his identity and obtained a map of the wizard-controlled area from the logistics wizard. He then instructed the logistics wizard to send him a message upon Malphite's return. Following the map, Richard returned to Great Wizard Qingxuang's floating city after a week. 10 years had passed since Richard's mission. Back in the floating city, Richard drafted a weapons test report and submitted it. As a military technical advisor, this was his job. But when he found the logistics wizard and prepared to submit his report, he saw him looking at him with surprise. Is this Richard, the technical advisor? He compared the image in the crystal ball in his hand, carefully examining Richard. After confirming it was indeed Richard, he said with admiration, Master, I didn't expect you to escape. I submit your report right away. Also, if you have nothing else to do, you can go see Chief Engineer Vladimir. He's been asking us repeatedly if we've heard from you. Richard was stunned, surprised by the old wizard's confidence. Master Vladimir? I will. The logistics wizard nodded. Master Vladimir has always refused to believe you were killed in action. He'd be checking with us as soon as he returns to the rear. The logistics wizard said with a hint of emotion. We originally thought it was just the master's unwillingness to face reality, but now it seems we were too short-sighted. Richard smiled, inquired about the outcome of the previous mission, and turned to leave. On that mission, Alchemist Demir, Captain Iad, and Evocationist Savo all survived, but only thanks to the soul box. But surviving was undoubtedly a good thing. The effectiveness of the spell support vehicle was witnessed, which was far more valuable than a mere report from him. Returning from the logistics wizard, Richard stopped by to see the Attached Military Merchant Association. These attached military merchant associations must have been raking in the dough over the years. Richard wanted to see if he could get his hands on anything that could be refined. Richard also lacked some knowledge of alchemical machinery, and the Wizards' Chamber of Commerce could sometimes act as a broker, facilitating transactions between wizards. With the current fierce war, there were undoubtedly wizards suffering from spiritual injuries. Richard's modified sacrificial fungi would undoubtedly be a useful trading tool. Arriving in the commercial district, Richard headed straight for the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce. Currently, most wizards were still on the front lines, and due to the shortage of wizards, the number of white wizards returning for their rest shifts had become scarce, leading to a slowdown in business at these chambers. Entering the shop, the mechanic immediately recognized Richard. Richard, welcome. Richard waved. I'm looking for Bob. The clerk turned and went back into the shop. A moment later, Bob, wearing a gold-rimmed monocle, emerged. Richard, long time no see. Bob gave Richard a hug, then invited him to sit down, and had the mechanic brew him a pot of fine magic tea. Brother Richard, you're quite capable. You managed to return unscathed from such a situation. Richard chuckled. You're flattered, brother. It's just that some of my techniques are perfectly suited to the environment of the Red Sun world. Soon, the magic tea was brewed. Bob poured Richard a cup of magic tea, and the faint aroma of tea instantly filled the shop. Brother, you must have just returned. And why did you come to my shop so soon? Could it be that you found some treasures over the years that you want to show me? Richard shook his head. What treasures could I have? I've been on the run from the salamanders for 10 years, and aside from some decent quality flame gems, I've found nothing. You, on the other hand, must have collected quite a few treasures over the years. Bob's eyes gleamed at this. While Richard's words sounded like an excuse, Bob discerned something different. Richard had been trapped behind the salamanders for 10 years. That didn't seem normal at all. Richard's mission took place in the Red Earth Plains, a place Bob had personally explored and found no hiding place. The Red Earth Plains salamander patrols were renowned for their speed and exceptional marksmanship. Surviving them simply by running was clearly impossible. Before this, Bob had been speculating on how Richard had escaped the salamanders, but after hearing Richard mention that he possessed a fine-quality fire elemental gem, a theory suddenly struck him. Richard must have escaped the pursuit by using the lava tunnels beneath the Red Earth Plains, and he likely encountered some opportunity there. Otherwise, Richard wouldn't have delayed for 10 years. As his thoughts raced, Bob smiled at Richard and said, A fine-quality fire elemental gem? A gem that appeals to you, brother, must be more than just fine. Brother, take out 2, and show me your worth. Richard had no idea Bob had somehow guessed his opportunity from his casual excuse. But when he heard Bob wanted to see the gem, a question suddenly arose in his mind. In the Red Sun world, Bob might have collected less of anything, but he would never have collected less of these fire elemental gems. Bob must have been tired of seeing fire elemental gems, otherwise he wouldn't have used them as an excuse. Instantly, Richard's thoughts raced. Considering the circumstances of his mission, he quickly came to a conclusion. This Bob probably guessed that he had escaped pursuit by traversing the lava sea, and also guessed that he had some opportunities within it. And by asking for the gem, he was trying to confirm his suspicions. Having come to this conclusion, Richard naturally had a plan. While he certainly couldn't consume the entire ecosystem of the flame beast himself, he could trade this information for some magic essence. So, Richard pulled out a flame gem from his pocket. While it looked good, it wasn't great enough. Here, this is it. Bob frowned slightly at the sight of the gem. This wasn't what he imagined. If Richard had entered the lava network, the gem should have been pure. How could it be this mediocre? Could he have guessed wrong? Bob glanced at Richard from the corner of his eye, only to see him sigh, pick up the magic tea on the table, and begin to sip it. Unable to guess Richard's thoughts, Bob could only suppress his doubts for the time being and tentatively said, Brother, You must have picked up the wrong one. This gem is incredibly mediocre. Oh, come on, brother. It's good to have something, Richard said with a look of regret. If it weren't for... Oh, come on, come on. If you were to ask what behavior in the world is most likely to attract a beating, leaving things unsaid would definitely be on the list. Richard's words piqued Bob's interest, and he couldn't help but ask, brother, you're so tempting with your half-sentences. What exactly happened back then? But Richard waved his hands repeatedly. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Seeing Richard's expression, and remembering that Richard had come straight to him upon his return, Bob speculated, Richard is always cautious. Could it be that he didn't just say it carelessly, but was deliberately luring me in? Perhaps he encountered some opportunity on the Red Plains, one he couldn't handle alone, so he came to me to trade some magic essence or perhaps to collaborate. Richard didn't know what Bob was thinking, but he did have an opportunity for him. He had plenty of the flesh and blood of the mutated fire beast, and its potential would definitely attract the attention of the Wizarding Guild. Bob felt he had guessed Richard's intentions, so he spoke bluntly, brother, let's get this straight. You came straight to me this time, so you must have something to ask me. What did you find on the Red Earth Plains? Seeing Bob speak, Richard said nothing more. He then fished a ball of green ice from his pocket. Inside the ice was the flesh and blood of a mutated fire lizard. The deathly silence iceberg sealing technique of the Great Wizard Ching Shuang. Bob had clearly seen the Great Wizard Ching Shuang sealing technique before, and he exclaimed in surprise at the sight of the green ice in Richard's hand. But he quickly realized it was just an imitation. Bob wiped the sweat from his forehead. Brother, your sealing technique is terrifying. I almost thought you were the Great Wizard's student. It was a rather daunting feeling to have someone close to you, someone you knew as your brother, suddenly become your boss's student. Ha, you're too kind, brother. It's just a facade, Richard laughed. Richard unleashed the seal, and a powerful life force instantly filled the entire shop. Though this mass of flesh was only the size of a fist, it held a vitality comparable to that of a first-level wizard. Bob's eyes widened, and he quickly adjusted his monocle. Data streamed across his monocle. The vitality of this mass of flesh surpassed that of a third-level creature. What kind of flesh is this? How could its vitality be so strong? Bob muttered. Richard didn't answer the question, but simply knocked on the table beside him. Brother, my sincerity is clear. Where's yours? Bob, waking from a dream, hurried into the inner room and tossed a magic pouch to Richard. The pouch contained all the exquisite items Bob had received over the years. Brother, name your price. Where did you get this? Richard took the bag, scanned its contents with his mental power, and shook his head. What? This isn't enough? Bob's previous composure had vanished. The value of this piece of flesh had clouded his mind. No, it's just that I don't know where I got it. I was able to escape because the owner of this piece of flesh suddenly appeared and wiped out all the fire lizards. I was caught in the crossfire and fell into a state of suspended animation, losing track of it. I've searched the magma network for years, but aside from this piece of flesh, I found nothing. Richard's explanation instantly cooled Bob's excitement. Yes, if this creature had been confined to one place, it would have been captured by the Fire Lizard King long ago, and there would have been no chance for the wizard to discover it. Having calmed down, Bob adjusted his monocle, exhaled, and said slowly, Brother, name your price for this piece of meat. Richard nodded in satisfaction, and then pulled items from his pocket. Among these fine items were top-grade fire gems, exquisitely crafted alchemical swords, and some flaming wonders, like a golden flame sealed in a crystal ball, and a sealed eternal fire tree. Each of these items was extremely valuable. Unfortunately, Richard found no Forerunner relics among them, not even a fragment. Since you're so straightforward, I won't hold back. Chapter 240. After leaving Bob, Richard successfully traded the flesh for a number of desirable items. These included, but were not limited to, limited research rights to all alchemical swords until the end of the war, a fist-sized flame gem of exceptional quality, the heart of a third-level salamander, and the body of a second-level dragon sorcerer. The reason for these acquisitions was not only the exceptional quality of the flesh in Richard's possession, but also its rarity. Scarcity makes things valuable. As long as something is rare and useful enough, the Wizards Guild could make up for any losses on Richard's behalf by earning them back from other wizards. Of course, that assumes Richard doesn't ship large quantities. Richard currently has plenty of magic essence on hand, so he wasn't planning on engaging in such a self-defeating venture. Leaving the commercial district, Richard asked around and finally found Vladimir's position. Since Vladimir cared so much about him, it was only natural that he would visit upon his return. The war has raged for 20 years. In the Hive world, the decisive battles have already been fought, and what remains is a battle of the Great Wizards and their band of white wizards bullying the weaker enemies. In the Red Sun world, the war has only just begun its quiet phase. The relative scarcity of wizards relative to the fire lizards has severely limited the area they can control. Although the wizards have built numerous fortresses and defensive lines along the borders of their controlled areas, it's clear to anyone with a discerning eye that they are now outnumbered. On the borders, hundreds of thousands of fire lizards enter the wizard-controlled areas daily from remote corners. Some of these fire lizards are elite squads of the Fire Lizard Empire, entering wizard-controlled areas to gather intelligence or imitate dark wizards, to conduct sabotage operations behind enemy lines. But the vast majority of fire lizards are ordinary fire lizards. War costs money. 20 years of war forced the Salamander Empire to exploit its people to fund its massive military spending. Coupled with the Dark Wizard's deliberate attempts to install unskilled individuals within the Salamander Empire, riots of varying degrees broke out across the empire. Harsh taxes and corrupt officials led some salamanders to risk their lives in wizard-controlled areas rather than live within the empire. And wizards simply didn't bother to clean out these less-than-level salamanders. So, a comical scene unfolded. Salamanders thrived under the very hands of wizards intent on exterminating them. Richard observed a salamander village not far from him. Salamander children were playing, and in the fields near the village, many adult salamanders were cultivating the land. In this land unilluminated by the Salamander King, the fire dragon grass grew more abundantly. As Richard observed this scene carefully, a vague idea began to take shape. Why didn't the wizard try to support a salamander kingdom as a puppet? The wizard didn't need these low-level salamanders for anything, but the Salamander Empire did. If these low-level salamanders could be brought under wizard control, the Salamander Empire's combat effectiveness would undoubtedly be reduced. The wizard could even cultivate his own salamander army and pit salamanders against each other. This would certainly reduce the wizard's losses and increase the speed of the war. The nobles were bastards, who didn't discriminate based on race, and the wizard could exploit this fact. The tactic of supporting puppet states was a tactic the great powers of his previous life had mastered extensively. Leaving the village, Richard quickly arrived at Vladimir's position. In this fortress of war fortresses and alchemical machinery lies a small salamander city, now transformed by the White Wizard Legion into a complex of fortresses. It's rife with alchemical weapons, magic arrays, and traps, making it an absolute formidable fortress. In the great wizard Qingxuang's army, Richard's face still proves quite useful. The final battle on the Hive world had made Richard known to many wizards, so his identification proved a breeze. Entering the fortress city, Richard, guided by the White Wizard, found Vladimir tinkering with the magic stone cannon. "Master Machinery Master, Master Richard is here to see you." "Don't bother me." "Who's here for me?" Vladimir looked up suddenly to see Richard, clad in a black robe, beaming at him. "Master, long time no see." Vladimir stood up, approached Richard, and glanced left and right. "Good boy, you managed to make it back unscathed after being chased by a patrol." "Even I couldn't do that." Richard smiled. "Master, you're too kind. It was just the right environment." Vladimir's eyes narrowed. "It seems you've consumed a lot of magic essence on this order. I bet you've made some serious progress with your adaptive body." Richard instantly understood why Vladimir was so sure he could return. The adaptive body's elemental adaptation allowed Richard to escape via the lava network. Vladimir and Chorod were old acquaintances, so he was well aware of the effects of the adaptive body. Combined with the lava pools on the red earth plains, his escape was a natural outcome. Quite a bit indeed. After a few pleasantries, Richard began to tell Vladimir about an idea he come up with on the road. If this idea could be implemented, it would definitely improve the efficiency of warfare. But Vladimir frowned and took a deep drag on his pipe. "It's a good idea. No wonder Chorod says you're full of ideas." "But," Vladimir changed the subject, "your idea has been proposed before, but after a few battles, it was abandoned by the great wizards." "Huh?" Richard was stunned. Was there some flaw in this plan that he hadn't discovered? Vladimir tapped his pipe. "It's simple. While this method can end the war quickly, does speed really matter to the great wizards?" Richard surveyed the surrounding bunkers and the magical traps. "That's all money. End the war quickly, and all this money won't have to be spent." How much does it cost to set up a battleground?" Vladimir, seeing Richard's thoughts, sneered. "That's far less than what a great wizard would pay to hire wizards. For a great wizard, the speed of war is of no importance. Wars are already very fast these days. A small world can be conquered in just over 100 years. For a great wizard, that's barely enough time to even take a nap. Furthermore, this plan would inevitably leave behind a relatively intact society after the war. For wizards, this is a ticking time bomb. You have to understand that we are invaders, after all. Under this premise, the natives' actions against us are inherently justified. Even if you think you've treated these natives well enough. As he spoke, Vladimir pinched a pinch of tobacco into his pipe and lit it with a spell. Besides, we can't be kind to these natives. We're wizards, not saviors. We embarked on the planar expedition for resources and slaves. Instead of going to all the trouble preparing a time bomb, we might as well just crush these natives. After that, we can do whatever we want with them. Vladimir, a veteran wizard, was a true veteran. With just one word, he pointed out a host of problems with Richard's idea. After hearing what he said, Richard felt his plan was completely useless to the great wizard. But this plan does have some uses. Vladimir, feeling his words were a bit too hurtful, added, if it's a newly promoted Grand Wizard, this approach would be quite useful. Newly promoted Grand Wizards are usually poor, and this method would allow them to hire fewer wizards, thus easing their financial pressure. Richard sighed somewhat dejectedly. Master, don't comfort me. I was just being too complacent. Vladimir raised an eyebrow and turned the conversation to the spell support vehicle. Now that Richard has returned, it's time to design an optimization plan based on the spell support vehicle's battlefield performance. Vladimir hadn't forgotten his promise. He clearly remembered helping Richard improve some minor issues. The spell support vehicle performed well on the battlefield. Our 4 vehicles, in a single maximum fire attack, killed about dozens of salamanders, and 1 level 2 salamander was also seriously injured. If we could increase the number of spell support vehicles, their effectiveness would naturally increase. The main problem with the spell support vehicle lies in its mobility. Richard pulled a stack of draft papers from his pocket. Over the years, in his spare time, he'd been pondering optimizations for the spell support vehicle, and these draft papers were the results of his work. Vladimir took the papers and began flipping through them, nodding slightly with each page. After reading through the entire stack, Vladimir pulled a quill from his pocket and made some corrections on a few sheets. Vladimir returned the papers to Richard. The optimization is good, but some areas could be better. Richard glanced at Vladimir's revisions and couldn't help but marvel. The experienced wizard was truly remarkable. He spent so much time developing an optimization plan, and in a moment, he'd come up with a better solution. Thank you, Master, Richard said respectfully. Vladimir waved his hand nonchalantly. I definitely keep my promise. After returning from the front lines, Richard began upgrading the already delivered magic support vehicles. Richard only provided technical support, with a legion covering the material costs. The magic support vehicles had completed testing, and Richard's life had become peaceful. After upgrading over 400 magic support vehicles, Richard plunged into the lab. He had much to work on. He could replace the one-heads with the top-grade flame gems he had obtained from Bob, and refine the tree patterns and techniques on the alchemical swords. He still needed to modify the Forerunner technology, and he also needed to study the blue flames he had obtained from the magma sea and the flesh of the mutated flame beast. Summarizing his gains, Richard couldn't help but sigh, playing wars is a great place to make money. Chapter 241. Papa, hold my hand. At the border between the wizard-controlled area and the Moric Empire, a female fire lizard called out to her child, urging him to hold her hand. Below the child, a male fire lizard raised his hands, lifting his child as high as he could. Around the female, a group of fire lizards, their strongest being no more than high-ranking knights, awaited the final family of the group. Although this family slowed the group down, they remained committed. Moving faster wouldn't help them avoid the patrols, but the somewhat daft little creature named Papa emboldened the group. They were at the edge of the ash mountains of the Moric Empire. This mountain range, stretching for thousands of kilometers, served as a natural dividing line for both fire lizards and wizards. And what these fire lizards were doing was the legendary smuggling. Wizards and fire lizards had been at war for 35 years, and taxes within the fire lizard empire had been steadily increasing. In some regions, under the demands of corrupt officials, 70% of annual revenue was required to be remitted to the empire. Few fire lizards could withstand such heavy taxes. Riots and civil unrest broke out across the 3 empires. The unrest in the Lynxa Empire even spread across half the empire, requiring Balashar, the commander of the Dragon Beast Knights, to personally dispatch troops to suppress it. The radiance of the Fire Lizard King dimmed under the harsh taxation, and among the fire lizards, a rumor spread that wizards had no interest in ordinary fire lizards like them. In the dark lands devoid of the Fire Lizard King's radiance, The fire dragon grass even flourished. The female fire lizard exerted force, pulling the child into her arms. The male fire lizard below, seeing his child already on board, quickly climbed up as well. The group gazed at the great hall not far away. Once they crossed it, they would enter the wizard-controlled area. Then, they would be free to swim in the vast seas and soar in the sky, with vast expanses of land waiting for them. "Let's go," said the leading fire lizard. "Hurry and get out of this call before sunset." The group remained silent, clenching their climbing sticks. It was finally over. The leader led the way, the others following. The ash mountains were rich in obsidian, which, when broken, was as sharp as a steel knife. If they rolled down the mountain, they would die mid-flight if they were lucky, but if they were unlucky, it would be like rolling on a mountain of knives, their bodies covered in blood, as if they had been tortured to death. Suddenly, a fire lizard slipped and tumbled down the hillside. Scratched by the obsidian, it was soon covered in blood. "Save me! Save me!" But all the fire lizards silently averted their gazes. This fire lizard was beyond saving. Soon, the fire lizard collided with a massive obsidian block, leaving a bloody hole in its head. One of the fire lizards sighed. They had seen this happen so many times, their hearts numb. After walking for a long time, the group finally reached the bottom of the mountain. Beyond the call, they would be free from taxation and embrace a new life. "Stop, you traitors!" A voice rang from the top of the mountain. The fire lizards turned to see a fire lizard in a red robe, with a golden dragon claw shield on its chest staring back at them. "Stop immediately, or I will treat you like traitors." The salamander leader's face paled, as he gazed at the mark on the red-robed salamander's chest. "It's the Shield of Morik." The Shield of Morik, an organization that rose rapidly during the war against wizards. Under the leadership of Azuhin and Akira, the Shield of Morik has become the Morik Empire's Imperial Guard, integrating investigation, arrest, trial, and imprisonment. It is completely independent of the judiciary, and reports directly to the Salamander King. In the fight against the Dark Wizards in Morik, the Shield of Morik has demonstrated remarkable effectiveness. Of the three great empires, the Morik Empire was the least affected by the Dark Wizards, followed by the Amiz Empire, which had the shortest ties with the wizards. As for the Linxar Empire, the Dark Wizards even manipulated the selection of Linxar's eye. If it weren't for the heavy losses inflicted by the Dark Wizards during the Dragon Beast base operation, the Linxar Empire would have become a haven for them. To reduce the effectiveness of the Shield of Morik, Dark Wizards began spreading rumors among the people, portraying it as a dark organization that disregarded human life and killed at will. In the current Morik Empire, even children were threatened with threats like "if you don't obey, the Shield of Morik will capture you." The team looked at the fire lizards on the mountaintop when someone suddenly shouted, "Run! Better to die here than be captured by them." Instantly, the entire team scattered, the fire lizards desperately sprinting towards the dark land at the end of the valley, where the fire lizard king's light lay unseen. The fire lizards on the mountaintop, watching this scene, couldn't help but smile bitterly. "If you stay, we can pretend this never happened. But if you run, he just have to do his duty." He drew a black gold scimitar from his belt, and leaped from the mountaintop. Before the elite fire lizards of Morik's shield, these fire lizard civilians were destined for slaughter. Soon, the fire lizard reached the last of the group. The little creature stared blankly around, seemingly still uncomprehending. Beside him, a female fire lizard lay on the ground, her neck half severed by a sharp piece of obsidian. "Child, what's your name?" "Papa." "Papa? That's a great name. My son's named Papa, too." "Uncle, what happened to my mother? She's bleeding so much." The fire lizard didn't answer. He didn't know how to explain death to the little creature before him. He walked over to Papa and lifted him from the ground. He had no hesitation in killing these traitors. Treason was treason, no matter the reason. But the child should be innocent. "Uncle, where are you taking me? My mother won't let me go with strangers." Papa didn't struggle when he was suddenly lifted up. He still had that dazed expression, staring blankly at the fire lizard who had lifted him up. The fire lizard didn't answer. With a flick of his finger, he knocked Papa unconscious. He had no experience in parenting. He better leave Papa's problems to the professional fire lizards back home. The capital of the Morik Empire, a magnificent-looking pyramid-shaped building. Azuhin, there have been an increasing number of smuggling cases lately. Akira slumped over the table, speaking weakly to the male fire lizard across from her. This was the headquarters of Morik's shield, and also Akira's former chambers. Azuhin, across from him, was flipping through documents. Hearing Akira's words, he sighed helplessly. "It's quite normal. The Empire's tax revenue has reached its limit, and those dark wizards continue to wreak havoc within the Empire. These cases of smuggling will only increase in the future. Is there any solution, Azuhin? Akira turned over like a salted fish. My subordinates have been constantly complaining to me lately. They rather disguise themselves as slaves and infiltrate the dark wizards than investigate the stowaways. Is investigating the stowaways really that difficult? Azuhin glanced up at Akira. It can't be helped. Killing the weak is a burden for most people. Only scum would slaughter defenseless civilians without a second thought. With this, Azuhin sighed again. I never thought strict recruitment requirements would become a burden one day. If it were the Eye of Lynxa next door, they'd probably be vying for this job. So, are we going to recruit a bunch of scumbags to conduct border patrols? Azuhin shook his head. No need. If we really recruit scumbags, those rumors about dark wizards will be confirmed. Besides, cracking down on illegal immigrants is only a temporary solution. As long as domestic taxes don't decrease, the number of illegal immigrants will only increase. As he spoke, Azuhin pulled a document from a drawer and tossed it to Akira. What is this? Akira took the document, bewildered, and flipped through it. Akira's expression quickly shifted from lazy to serious. Are you closing the net? Akira put the document down, his gaze sharp as a knife. Azuhin nodded. It will be too late if we don't close the net now. My father and Marshal Donnell's plan is complete. What remains is the mobilization of resources and the allocation of troops. During this period, we must ensure the security of intelligence within the Empire. What about the other two empires? The Minar Empire is still hesitant. Marshal Balashar of the Lynxa Empire has already responded, promising full cooperation with our operation. Akira frowned. Minar still hesitant? Indeed, Azuhin said calmly. Those bastards are still trying to get the wizards to bleed us more, so they can reap the benefits later. Akira couldn't help but shake her head. They're still calculating at this moment. Could their counterattack really have the desired effect? I handle the closing of the net. These dark wizards are a bit tricky. Ordinary silver horns probably can't handle them. Oh, is our princess going to the battlefield herself? Azuhin, address your position when you're working. Haha, I wish you a triumphant return, my vice minister. 9-star Chamber of Commerce shop. Have our dark wizards in the Moric Empire suffered a significant blow? Richard looked at Bob in astonishment. It's not just Moric, Bob said mysteriously. Our forces in Lynxar have also suffered a significant blow. I heard several third ring masters have died. Richard gasped. What on earth has happened to this world? Are these salamanders planning to defy fate? No, this is terribly wrong. Why would the salamanders suddenly launch such a large-scale attack on dark wizards? Could it be? Richard didn't finish his sentence because Bob across from him had already expressed his suspicions. Yes, the salamanders' counterattack is about to begin. In the 35th year of the war, the salamanders' first wave of counterattacks was finally approaching. Chapter 242. Technical Advisor Richard, due to the critical battlefield situation, you have been issued an emergency warning by headquarters. The position coordinates have been sent to your crystal ball. Please be in position within 3 days. Specific details will be handed over at the position. The cold female voice of headquarters issued the notice from the crystal ball. Richard glanced up at the crystal ball, then stood up and stretched his muscles. Has it been half a year? Has the counterattack finally begun? 6 months ago, Richard received word from Bob that the salamanders were about to launch a counterattack. The dark wizards had suffered heavy losses behind the salamanders' lines. The salamanders' frequent movements and the terrifying aura that occasionally emanated from the salamanders' capital had made it clear to both sides that a major war was imminent. But this is also a good opportunity to test the effectiveness of this thing. Richard looked towards the test bench. A strange, pitch-black, serrated blade lay quietly on the test bench. With Bob's help, Richard used a modified version of the sacrificial fungus to exchange with 3 first-level alchemists, acquiring extensive knowledge of alchemical machinery. He then spent 10 years of his spare time studying this knowledge, and another 5 years designing and perfecting the chainsaw sword before him, minimizing its components to prevent malfunctions in intense combat. Now, it was finally time to test his achievements. After preparing his magical armor, Richard emerged from the laboratory. In the floating city fortress, streaks of light flashed across the sky. These streaks represented wizards. The start of war had even put these logistics wizards, who had been idle for over a decade, back to work. Richard pulled out a map and matched the coordinates of the position given to him by command. Strange, how could these coordinates be so close to the Necropolis fortress? The battle shouldn't have gotten this far. The coordinates given to Richard by headquarters were only 30 kilometers from the necropolis. If the salamanders had advanced to this point, they should be fighting to defend it. Confused, Richard quickly arrived at his position. Upon arrival, Richard instantly understood what was happening. In front of him, over 400 magic support vehicles were neatly arranged in a large parking lot. Master Richard, long time no see. A wizard got out of a vehicle and greeted Richard warmly. Richard took a closer look and saw it was none other than Demir, the man who had carried out the reconnaissance mission with him that year. Demir, long time no see, Richard replied. And here's me, Master Richard. A wizard jumped out of the car next to Demir. Richard looked again and saw it was the team leader Iad. Is this a mission? You've made the team full-time? Captain Iad, what's going on? Have you transformed your white wizard team into a dedicated battlefield firefighting team? Richard asked, somewhat surprised. Iad smiled. Pretty much. The team has been shortchanged, making it difficult to fill in. And we didn't want to join a new team, so we applied to headquarters to join the support convoy. Recalling the events of that year, Iad's face darkened noticeably. A hail of arrows from the salamanders wiped out half the team, and the subsequent pursuit resulted in the entire team being killed. Only 3 were revived by the soul box. Richard saw his expression and sighed slightly. Forget it, let's not talk about the past. Iad waved his hand, changing the subject. Master, I believe you've come here this time, because you received an urgent warning from headquarters. Let me explain our mission, and yours too. Iad led Richard to an empty magical support vehicle. Master, our mission is just as you described. We're the fire brigade on the battlefield. If there's a problem, we go and provide support. Once we're done, we can retreat to a safe location, perform maintenance on the magical support vehicle, and await new orders from headquarters. Your mission, Master, will accompany us on our missions and repair any damage to the magical support vehicle. We only have so many vehicles, and losing one is a loss. Right now, the portal isn't open, and supplies from the wizarding world can't be transported in. We must cherish these war machines. Richard nodded. Sounds easy, doesn't it? Easy, indeed, Iad smiled. But our easy days depend on how the battle on the front lines unfolds. Master, you're an advisor to the Wizarding Chamber of Commerce. You should know how many spell components the Legion purchased. Melted spell components aren't as easy to repair as channeling components. Once we run out of them, we still have to fight those fire lizards on the front lines. The trade between Richard Jorrod's Chamber of Commerce and the White Wizarding Legion didn't cease with the start of the war. Before the war began, Richard moved all the materials for the spell support vehicles into the secret realm. 10 years before the war began, Richard delivered the remaining vehicles. After Richard's return from his disappearance, the Legion purchased another 3,000 spell components from him. These were quoted at 5 magic spirits each, but after a spell component melted, the Wizarding Chamber of Commerce had to recycle it at a price of 2 magic spirits, so the purchase price for the spell components was only 3 magic spirits. The price was low, and the profit wasn't high either. The main goal was high volume, and a constant supply. I hope these fire lizards are a bit less timid, Richard said with a smile. The fire lizards' counterattack was fierce. From the Lynxa Empire in the east to the Minar Empire in the west, every front of the wizards was under attack. A sea of fire lizard warriors continuously assaulted the fortresses. These fortresses were originally fire lizard cities, but after being transformed by the white wizards, the cities had become fortresses. Alchemical weapons poured out deadly fire from the fortress's firing ports. However, after long battles with wizards, the fire lizards had already developed methods to counter wizards and alchemical wizards. They spread out their ranks, keeping a certain distance between the warriors, a distance that was exactly the limit of the wizards' alchemical magic stone cannon's power. Spurred by the wizards, the fire lizards even created a kind of skirmish line. Even so, the assault on the fortresses still inflicted heavy casualties on the fire lizards. The spells fired by alchemical weapons are still spells, and if hidden, they can also create a concentrated spell effect. The massive concentration of fire elementals caused by these spells caused the entire battlefield temperature to rise continuously, even creating something as bizarre as a fire elemental storm. Elemental storms are troublesome for both sides, inflicting heavy casualties on the salamanders, constantly wearing down the enchantments of the fortresses, and triggering magic array traps. Behind the salamanders, giant dragon turtles carrying dragon breath cannons slowly approached the battlefield. To avoid revealing their primary attack direction, the deployment of these strategic weapons was delayed until the eve of the battle. Report to headquarters. At least 30 strategic weapons have been observed at position 23. Yes. With the appearance of the Dragon Breath Cannon, the wizard's fortresses naturally raised a series of magical barriers. These barriers were meticulously designed, more than enough to withstand the power of the Dragon Breath Cannon. Woo! A melodious horn blared from the fire lizard's rear position, and the fire lizard operating the Dragon Breath Cannon began to operate it according to the horn's rhythm. 3 rounds of bombardment, free fire. It's hard to imagine that only one fire lizard was needed to operate such a massive Dragon Breath Cannon. The fire lizard operating the Dragon Breath Cannon pressed its head against a black crystal on the back of the dragon turtle's neck. Instantly, a massive amount of information was transmitted through the black crystal into the fire lizard's brain. At this point, his mind was connected to the dragon turtle's. The dragon turtle's feelings were his own, but he didn't have the dragon turtle's massive brain to process this information. Therefore, after the connection, he felt his entire brain boiling. Focus, focus. The fire lizard, having trained countless times, was no stranger to this situation. He concentrated hard, then controlled the volcano behind the dragon turtle to fire. In reality, the so-called Dragon Breath Cannon was merely a natural ability possessed by a gigantic dragon beast. A golden fireball erupted from the volcano on the dragon turtle's back, slamming fiercely into the fortress's magical barrier, sending ripples through the air. The wizard had conquered so many worlds, and any magical barrier he crafted, claiming it could block Dragon Breath Cannons, surely did. But as the Dragon Breath Cannons continued to bombard him, the wizard gradually realized something was amiss. The fire lizard's attacks seemed to be deliberately enticing the fortresses to launch their magical attacks. The concentration of fire elementalism on the battlefield continued to soar, and even some of the wizard's elemental slaves felt as if they had returned home. Such a high concentration of fire naturally brought with it an even more intense firestorm. Boom! The fire hurricane continuously attacked the magic barrier. Under the bombardment of the Dragon's Breath Cannon, the firestorm even showed signs of intensifying. At this moment, the wizard finally understood what these fire lizards were planning. In the fortress complex, an old wizard in white looked at the rippling magic barrier and said calmly, "They actually thought of using elemental storms to destroy the magic barrier. These fire lizards are quite clever." Behind him, several wizards of distinguished auras sat in a room, receiving intelligence from various locations. A young wizard approached the old wizard, looking a little nervous. "Teacher, what should we do in this situation? The magic barrier consumes too much mana. If this continues, our mana reserves will be depleted in just a few days." The old wizard glanced at his student and said sternly, "Why panic? In the world conquered by wizards, there are countless races smarter than these fire lizards. This method is just a trick." After saying this, he produced a crystal ball and issued several commands. "Prepare the elemental puppet. I want to see it on the battlefield in half an hour." A young wizard nearby asked curiously, "Teacher, what is an elemental puppet? I haven't heard of it before." "Nothing," the old wizard said calmly. "Just a small trick to deal with elemental storms." Chapter 243. 20 minutes later, a group of alchemists arrived at the edge of the magic barrier, carrying a massive metal skeleton. The metal skeleton was enormous, a full 4 meters long, its center covered in densely packed metal structures that perfectly resembled human bones. The wizard set the skeleton down, and the leading wizard pulled a fiery elemental core from his pocket and placed it in the center of the skeleton. The elemental core is the heart of an elemental creature. With the addition of the elemental core, mysterious runes began to illuminate the metal skeleton. 30 seconds later, all the runes on the skeleton activated. At the moment of full activation, the wizard could clearly feel a wave of heat rushing towards him. The fire elementals around the skeleton were gathering towards it. The leading wizard gestured, and the remaining alchemists retreated deeper into the camp, leaving him alone. Leaning on his staff, he quietly watched the skeleton engulfed in fire. 5 minutes later, the rich fire element finally formed a layer of crimson flames over the skeleton. The remaining wizard waved his staff, and the skeleton rose from the ground. No, it could no longer be called a skeleton. The fire element gave the skeleton its power, acting as its muscles and ligaments, and it also had a heart. The skeleton had now become an artificial fire giant. The wizard pointed his staff forward, and the fire giant stepped out of the magic barrier. Outside the magic barrier, an elemental storm raged through the sky and earth. The fierce elemental storm struck the fire giant's newly formed flesh, like a steel knife scraping bone. The fire giant let out a silent roar, and then took a breath. Inhale. The next moment, the fire giant's flaming flesh and blood suddenly expanded. Faced with the earth-shattering elemental storm, the fire giant was like Don Quixote charging against a windmill. The battlefield's dense fire elements were continuously absorbed by the fire giant, filling its body, transforming the fire giant from a skinny figure into an immensely powerful one. But even so, the fire giant remained Don Quixote. The elemental storm was so powerful that even the combined magical barriers of the battlefield could barely contain it. The elements absorbed by a single fire giant were but a drop in the bucket against the storm. The battlefield command provided their answer to this question. Release all the elemental puppets in stock. The white-bearded wizard calmly gave the order, then jokingly chuckled to his colleagues. See, I told you these things would work. Let's see who's still accusing me of carrying things recklessly. If 1 isn't enough, then send in 10. If 10 aren't enough, then send in 100. One by one, the concentration of fire elements on the battlefield began to steadily decrease. As long as the concentration decreases, the elemental storm will cease on its own. These wizards are no ordinary men. At Salamander headquarters, the commander stood at the observation post, quietly watching as the wizards used elemental puppets to break their carefully prepared elemental storm. Sir, what should we do next? A Salamander staff officer stepped forward and asked. Without the elemental storm to break through that barrier, our attack will take a long time. The commander glanced at his subordinate, a young salamander from the rear, who had only recently fought a few battles with wizards. Why do you think we can quickly capture this fortress city without that barrier? The salamander staff officer was speechless. Boy, you haven't had much experience with these wizards, so I forgive your foolish words, the salamander commander said flatly. My father fought these wizards for 20 years, and I was his deputy back then. After his death, I took over and fought them for another 15 years. Do you know what conclusion these 35 years of war have led me to? The salamander staff officer shook his head. The salamander commander grinned, revealing his sharp fangs. If you want to reduce casualties in a war with wizards, use your ingenuity. But if you want to win a war with wizards, don't worry about casualties. Our greatest advantage over wizards is our numbers. The salamander commander's eyes were as fierce as a demon's. Decades of war had transformed him into a monster in salamander skin. He summoned the messenger and passed on his orders. Pass the order down. Continue assaulting the defenses as planned. The elemental storm is merely auxiliary. The true force that can tear through the defenses is the flesh and blood of the warriors. The salamander's counterattack stretched a long line, stretching from the Lynxa Empire in the east to the Minar Empire in the west. But across this vast front, battlefield commanders from diverse nations, backgrounds, and positions made the same decision. The salamander's blood was so abundant, it could fill the capitals of the 3 empires, and their corpses piled higher than a mountain. Even so, the counterattack continued. The magic barrier gradually dimmed under the bombardment of the dragon breath cannon, eventually vanishing completely. Then, the dragon turtles began to move toward the battlefield. These dragon turtles were more than just mobile artillery emplacements. They were also behemoths of war for sieges. Boom! 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 The mountain-like dragon turtles advanced closer and closer to the battlefield, and the wizards within the fortress could even feel the fortress tremble. The alchemical weapons roared silently, but it wasn't just the dragon turtles advancing. A group of shield warriors, each armed with a specially crafted metal shield, advanced alongside the dragon turtles. Behind them, tens of thousands of fire lizard warriors stood ready to charge the fortress. The shield warriors, like living shields, continuously shielded the dragon turtles from the most powerful spells. As for less powerful spells, they merely broke a few scales, causing minimal damage. Spells struck, shields shattered, warriors perished, and new warriors joined the ranks. The wizard's magic power dwindled with each passing second, while the fire lizard warriors were inexhaustible. Boom! 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 The dragon turtles drew closer, and the wizards within the fortress could already see the ferocious expressions of the fire lizards atop them. The fire lizards gnashed their teeth, sucking blood, and gazing at the wizard with fierce, frenzied eyes. The wizard was certain that if these fire lizards could trade 1 for 1, or even 2 for 1, with him, they would die without hesitation. Edge squad, retreat. Edge squad, prepare to retreat. The crystal ball transmitted an order from battlefield command. Upon receiving it, the white wizard team immediately began dismantling their alchemical weapons and preparing to enter the rear fortress. The entire city had been transformed into a fortress by the white wizards. If the frontline fortress was lost, it was lost. But before the white wizards could complete their retreat, these war beasts revealed their fangs. The dragon turtles opened their maws, and streams of terrifying dragon breath gushed out. After all, the dragon turtle has the word dragon in its name, and what dragon can't breathe? But the battlefield command center, located in the center of the battlefield, suddenly fell silent. It seems these natives have made considerable progress, the white-bearded old wizard said calmly. These dragon turtles have been transformed. I suspect this transformation is the result of the hidden Lost One's legacy of the Moric Empire. The other wizards in the command center remained silent. The Moric Empire was the most powerful of the three great empires. This was due not only to the fact that its Fire Lizard King was slightly more powerful than the other two, but also to the fact that the Moric Empire preserved more Lost One's legacy than the other empires. According to intelligence from the Dark Wizard, the Moric Empire's Lost One's legacy includes not only the transformation of dragon sorcerers, but also another hidden legacy. Now it seems that this hidden legacy is the transformation of the dragon turtle before us. Master, the assessment report of the frontline wizards is in. A wizard suddenly stood up, a crystal ball in his hand glimmering. Read. These dragon turtles' defenses have increased by 100 energy levels compared to before. Their physiques have reached the limit of a level 3 creature, and their breath strength is between 1,200 and 1,800 energy levels. The white-bearded old wizard frowned slightly, watching the dragon turtles steadily approaching from a distance. He gave an order, bring out the small disintegration cannons. If we don't deal with these things, our fortresses will be a joke. Yes. After giving the order, the white-bearded old wizard returned his gaze to the battlefield. Behind the dragon turtles, a dense swarm of fire lizards, like a tidal wave, were entering the city through the breach. This battle is going to be difficult. The war on the front lines raged, while the battlefield firefighters in the rear had much less to do. After all, wizards had fought for 35 years. Their defenses weren't impenetrable, but breaking through them in a short period of time was impossible. So the support convoy had nothing to do for the time being. Richard paced the magical support vehicle, occasionally using alchemy to check if there were any abnormalities. This was the 10th time he had done this in 7 days. And behind him, Demir followed him like a shadow. Richard turned with a hint of helplessness at the somewhat overzealous alchemist. After learning that Richard had designed the magical support vehicle, Demir, like a fan meeting a celebrity, pulled him aside and asked him all sorts of questions. Some of his questions were quite bizarre, like whether Richard preferred gears or levers, while others were a bit outlandish, even involving certain aspects of the magical support vehicle's technology. Thankfully, Iad was also with the team. When Richard found him, he immediately reprimanded Demir. With his former superior's restraint, Demir had somewhat subdued himself, but for some reason today, Demir had begun to pester him again. Demir, what on earth do you want to do? Richard asked with a sullen expression. If it weren't for the sole contract all wizards signed before the battle, prohibiting intentional harm, Richard would have slashed the unruly alchemist to death with a single swing of his staff. No dark wizard likes to have another wizard behind them. It's nothing, Master Richard. Go about your business. Demir shrugged, his head drooping, a bit embarrassed. Richard took out his staff, radiating the aura of a second-level wizard. You better state your purpose clearly. I don't like anyone following me. While wizards may not intentionally harm each other, sealing techniques aren't a given. I have an idea I'd like to discuss with you, Master. Demir hadn't finished his words, when a command from headquarters echoed through the crystal ball. Position 43 has been breached. Support convoys number 1 and 2 are dispatched. Chapter 244. The crystal ball's command interrupted Demir's words. During wartime, the mission was paramount, so Richard didn't bother with Demir any further. He quickly returned to his magic support vehicle, preparing to join teams 1 and 2 in providing support for position 43. According to the command center's plan, the over 400 magic support vehicles were divided into 9 teams of 50 each. The extra vehicles served as backup, to maintain the team count in the event of irreparable failure. Soon, with the roar of engines, teams 1 and 2 began to move. Richard followed behind the 2 teams, pulling Ulysses out of the secret realm. Ulysses shuddered upon entering the Red Sun world. He glanced at his surroundings and asked, Huh? Has the war started again? Richard nodded. It started again. The salamanders have launched a major counterattack. This battle is probably the most difficult of this expedition. Win, and the road ahead will be smooth. Lose, and you just have to go home. Humph, that's a good offer. Ulysses flew onto Richard's shoulder. When I conquered the world back there, if I failed, I could leave, and all my crows would have to stay in the other world. You still have a floating city here to take you out. Although entering the world through the floating city would take a considerable amount of time, it was the safest and most reliable method. But escaping wouldn't require such elaborate procedures. Forcibly tearing through the world's walls and forcing your way out is possible, but the price might be that the entire floating city would be ripped apart by the world's original power. Don't you have fortresses like floating cities when you invade worlds? Richard asked curiously. No. We always place our soldiers in the kingdom of God, and then the Lord of the world enters the world alone. Then didn't you bring your raven-born children with you when you escaped? Eliseus looked at Richard as if he were an idiot. Ha, you're still distracted while escaping. Don't you think you're dying fast enough? Position 43 was about 300 kilometers from Richard's departure point. At full speed, the magic support vehicle could reach the location in less than 3 hours. On the way there, Richard unexpectedly saw wizards and synthetic beasts moving in the wilderness, seemingly searching for something. Eliseus, go see what these wizards are doing. Eliseus flew out of the cockpit upon hearing this, and quickly returned. Ha, nothing much. Just clearing out the fire lizards living in your controlled area. Clearing out the fire lizards? Richard suddenly remembered the fire lizard village he had happened to pass by over a decade ago. Clear those ordinary fire lizards. I guess. I didn't see any level 1 creatures among the fire lizards. Richard didn't ask any more questions. He knew that before the war, Command could tolerate the existence of these ordinary fire lizards, but now that the war had begun, Command had to ensure the absolute safety of its controlled areas. Although most of the fire lizards living in the wizard-controlled areas were ordinary fire lizards that couldn't survive within the fire lizard empire, if there was even the slightest possibility that they were fire lizards infiltrating the troops, Command would never let them go. What a pity, Richard sighed suddenly. Ha, what's wrong? You're not feeling any sympathy for those salamanders, are you? Richard glanced at him. If my puppet state plan had worked, these salamander civilians wouldn't have drained our forces. They would have actually increased our combat effectiveness. But unfortunately, no matter how good my plan was, it would be useless if the Grand Wizard didn't need it. Eliseus asked doubtfully, if you think your plan is good, why not use it yourself when you become a Grand Wizard? Good things are best kept to yourself, not shared with others. That's why I sigh, Richard said helplessly. Since this plan is useless to the Grand Wizard, will it be useful once I become one? The bud determines the head. Once I become a Grand Wizard, I won't use this plan either. This plan will probably remain just a plan forever. Position 43. A gigantic dragon turtle rampaged through the fortresses. Under the immense power of the war beast, the wizards' fortresses were unable to withstand it, and they collapsed one after another. Beside the dragon turtle, shield-wielding wizards continuously blocked wizards attempting to attack the dragon turtle, while fire lizard warriors engaged the wizards in a bloody street battle within the ruins of the collapsed fortress. Although the wizards could still annihilate the fire lizards without the support of the bunker, their numbers were too great. Even the wizards, no matter how formidable their individual combat capabilities, could only be humiliated when the fire lizards sacrificed their lives. The commander of the position had already ordered a retreat, hoping to ensure the survival of the wizards as much as possible. For the wizards, these fortresses and cities were merely tools to bleed the fire lizards. If these tools failed to serve their intended purpose, abandonment would naturally follow. How many have been evacuated? Outside the city, the White Wizard commander watched the rampaging giant dragon turtle, his heart bleeding. Although Position 43 was only a small city, it had been his for over a decade. Every bunker and every magic trap within was designed by him. Now, simply because his small position lacked the small disintegration cannon, his position had become the dragon turtle's toy. Although the dragon turtle was still inside the city, the commander knew that once the fire lizards realized there were no wizards left, they would immediately turn their backs on it. Sir, 300 have been evacuated. 300. The commander's face darkened at the number. His position had a total of 600 men, and nearly an hour had passed since he requested reinforcements, yet only 300 had been evacuated. Could the remaining men have died in battle? The commander didn't dare to think any further. Headquarters had issued a policy for each commander to protect their positions. The position could be surrendered when necessary, but the number of wizards must be maintained. For most wizards, injuries were no more than a matter of 2 healing spells from the necromancers. More serious injuries could be dealt with by simply replacing 2 organs or even a new body. As long as they were still alive, they would soon be fully active again. The command center had set a minimum of half the number for these commanders. If they fell below that, they would be held accountable. The commander consoled himself, thinking, perhaps the wizards are just temporarily trapped. They'd be free soon. Time ticked by, and in the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. The number of wizards who had evacuated had reached 350. It wasn't a large number, but it was still on the brink of extinction. The commander glanced at his pocket watch and waved his hand. No more waiting. Everyone, prepare to retreat to the second line of defense. The evacuated wizards immediately formed a formation and began to retreat. But less than 20 minutes after he left, a group of wizards withdrew from the city. This group was in dire condition. Most of the wizards were missing limbs, and the remaining group consisted of severely injured wizards, only parts of their bodies remaining, in a state of suspended animation. The leading wizard looked at the empty assembly point, and immediately produced a crystal ball with a map. After double-checking that he hadn't strayed, his face paled, and he almost dropped the crystal ball. Some wizards noticed the leader's expression, and felt a pang of fear in their hearts. "Captain, are we too late?" The leading wizard closed his eyes, and nodded gently. They had arrived too late. The main force had already retreated to the second line of defense. However, good fortune never comes alone, and misfortune never comes alone. Just as they confirmed the main force's withdrawal, a group of fire lizards followed them on their way back. The fire lizards, upon seeing the wizards, instantly became excited. The leading fire lizard raised the horn at his waist to call his companions. The wizard tried to stop him, but before he could cast a spell, a shield-wielding wizard blocked the fire lizard's path. "Damn it! We've been discovered." A wizard laughed bitterly. The leading wizard felt a momentary dizziness when he saw the fire lizards had spotted their tracks. But as captain, his duty prevented him from giving up immediately. "Retreat! Ignore these fire lizards," the captain commanded calmly. Upon hearing the order, the wizards all turned to their leader. His command became their anchor, giving them a sense of hope for survival. They couldn't see the leader's despair, or perhaps they did but chose to ignore it. When faced with despair, people will cling to even the smallest straw. The wizards silently formed a formation, with the most capable wizard serving as the tail, to deal with any approaching fire lizards. Just as their formation formed, they saw a group of fire lizards riding drakes appear at the end of the road. "Move!" The captain gritted his teeth and gave the order, as if he hadn't noticed the fire lizards. He didn't want to die, he wanted to live. The formation activated, and the gathered wind element made all the wizards feel lighter. A thrust emerged from the formation, making the wizards' flight even faster. But the wizards were fast, but the fire lizards were even faster. The fire lizards riding their drakes brandished their scimitars, and roared excitedly at the fleeing wizards. The wizards had escaped. The wizards, who had killed countless fire lizards, had escaped. They excitedly whipped their whips to make the drakes run faster. They would cut off the heads of these wizards as a symbol of honor. And behind them, more and more fire lizards began to appear. "It's over." The captain closed his eyes in despair. Hey, can you hear me?" "Huh?" The captain suddenly opened his eyes, and raised his crystal ball to his ear. Hey, can you hear me?" "I can hear you, I can hear you," the captain shouted excitedly. "It's good that you can hear me. Maintain your current speed. Don't slow down. I see you're not in good shape, but remember, don't slow down." "Okay, we absolutely won't slow down." The captain's hands trembled with excitement as he asked in a trembling voice, "Excuse me, are you guys here for support?" There was no response from the other side of the crystal ball, only a faint murmur. "Yes, this is the angle. Don't touch him. I designed this thing. I know more about it than you do." "Hey, what did you say?" "I said you guys are here for support?" "Yes, we are. The fire support you requested is in place. Please sign for it." Chapter 245. A sky full of fireballs streaked in from the distant horizon, like meteors, tracing fiery trails across the sky, flashing a terrifying red light. Like a devastating rain of fire, they plummeted down upon the closely pursued fire lizards below, carrying a suffocating heat wave. The fire lizards, already somewhat disorganized from the pursuit, were shattered by the sudden onslaught of fireballs. The immense impact and raging turbulence of fire elements devoured them mercilessly. The fire lizards fled in terror, but the continuous barrage of fireballs left them with nowhere to hide. The air was filled with the smell of burning and the shrill howls of the fire lizards, the entire scene akin to a living hell. The captain watched this in a daze, suddenly understanding why Crystal Ball Zero had been insisting not to slow down. If they had slowed even a bit, the rain of fire would have engulfed more than just the fire lizards. Did Command send an entire legion to support them? At the source of the fireballs, Richard, wearing eagle vision glasses, quietly observed the effects of the spell support vehicle. In 30 seconds, the two teams had launched a total of 36,000 fireballs, almost equivalent to the concentrated spell fire of an entire legion of white wizards. And its cost was only 300 magic essences. The other alchemists watching this scene were filled with disbelief. They had only learned how to operate and maintain the spell support vehicle. This was their first real combat. Before the actual combat, they had anticipated the effects of this new weapon, but none of them could have imagined the terrifying effects of the spell support vehicle's concentrated fire. Everyone, Come back to your senses. Richard's slightly complacent voice shook the alchemists from their shock. They looked at Richard with a mixture of disbelief and respect. This respect wasn't due to Richard's strength. Many of these alchemists were second-level alchemists. They respected Richard's wisdom, and the firepower of the magic support vehicle deeply impressed them. In this era, when wizard academies were all military academies, the pursuit of weaponry was ingrained in every alchemist. Master Richard. Master Richard. Master Richard. The alchemists present gave Richard a wizard salute. The Master Richard was no longer a courtesy, but a heartfelt respect. But Richard felt a little embarrassed. In his opinion, he was just lucky. In terms of true skill, the alchemists present were probably better than him. After all, he was only about 300 years old. Master Richard, what should we do next? A wizard asked. Ahem, there's no need for that, Richard said, slightly embarrassed. I'm just a technical advisor, responsible for handling those difficult-to-repair faults. Just do what you did in training. You're making me feel a little embarrassed. The wizards burst into laughter, and began to follow their training procedures. The spell support convoy's first mission was successfully completed. The war situation was constantly changing. In the early stages, the salamanders' attacks on the dark wizards caused them to lose their intelligence advantage, which was somewhat unaccustomed to the wizards, who were accustomed to this intelligence advantage. This inability to adapt resulted in the salamanders breaching the weak points in their defenses. But every wizard at the command center was battle-hardened. After the initial setbacks, they immediately began remediating the situation. According to the salamanders' plan, these breaches should have led to the collapse of their entire defenses. But the wizards, having clearly anticipated this possibility, quickly deployed a second line of defense behind the first, significantly slowing the salamanders' advance. While the salamanders' plan to breach their defenses was indeed successful, it seemed to have failed in its intended purpose. Though they had recaptured considerable lost territory, the wizards' defenses remained intact. And the fortress cities, heavily armed and heavily manned by the wizards, acted like thorns, constantly draining the already fragile salamander empire. For a time, the war descended into a strange stalemate. The salamanders began to replan their offensive, while the wizards consolidated the second line of defense and began constructing a third. No one knew how long this stalemate would last. It could be tomorrow, a week from now, or even the next moment before they received notice, and a new round of fighting began. This stalemate was a rare moment of leisure for Richard's Battlefield Fire Brigade. The Battlefield Fire Brigade's performance spread like wildfire among the wizards they supported, praising it as a brilliant weapon and the Legion's superiors for their discerning eye. Naturally, this performance reached headquarters through various channels. Thus, the Battlefield Fire Brigade's missions had become increasingly critical. After all, the Legion had only a limited supply of spellcasting components, and it was unrealistic to expect Richard to produce a large number of them on short notice. Therefore, Command adhered to the principle of using the best steel where it counts, assigning the battlefield firefighting team increasingly dangerous missions. Before the stalemate reached, the battlefield firefighting team had already deployed 12 times, and the remaining spellcasting components were enough for 3 teams to deploy once more. Thus, most of the team members had rejoined the White Wizard team. At this critical juncture, every wizard was crucial. In the parking lot, Richard lay in the cockpit of the spell support vehicle, leisurely basking in the sun. It was December in the Red Sun world, a month with only one sun in the sky, and the sunlight intensity was perfect for sunbathing. Huh, that kid's looking at you again. Elises lay beside Richard, on a mycelium-woven lounge chair. Who, Demir? Huh, that kid? Since their last conversation was interrupted by the mission, Demir hadn't approached Richard again, and Richard was content to be at his ease. Richard frowned slightly. What's this guy up to? Ugh, God knows. Why don't you go ask? Never mind. Not far from Richard, Demir was sorting through his thoughts, trying to explain his purpose to Richard in a few words. He pulled a potion from his pocket, downed it in one gulp, and strode toward Richard. But before he'd taken a few steps, Richard suddenly appeared in the shadows before him. Demir, what do you want from me? Demir was stunned. Why did Master Richard come here on his own? Could it be that Master Richard had been keeping an eye on him? Master Richard, do you remember last time I wanted to tell you about an idea? Richard waved his hand, interrupting brusquely. Let's cut to the chase, and get straight to the point. What's your purpose? To put it simply, I'd like to ask you for academic funding. Academic funding? Richard was stunned. Academic funding is an investment from the wizarding community. Many wizards, despite having great ideas, are afraid to enter the plain battlefield to earn big bucks due to their limited capabilities. Naturally, their research stagnates due to a lack of funding. At this point, if a wizard still wants to continue their research, they need to find an academic sponsor, a financial backer. They then present their ideas and the potential results to the academic sponsor, painting a rosy picture to attract investment. Academic sponsors often sign a contract with the wizard, paying the wizard a large amount of magic essence in one lump sum or in installments. The wizard then shares the results with the academic sponsor upon completion of the research. The reason for Richard's hesitation was simple. This type of funding is typically reserved for large wizarding guilds. His, a newly established small guild with meager profits, wouldn't have the spare cash to fund others. Besides, Demir himself has already gone to the battlefield. How much money would his research cost to warrant another academic sponsor? Demir, I think you're our Chamber of Commerce. Master, don't be so quick to reject me. Take a look at my work first, Demir said, as he pulled a metal sphere shaped like a human head from his pocket. The surface of the metal sphere was densely engraved with runes, and at either end, 2 magic spirits powered the sphere. Master, take a look at this. Richard took the sphere and used his mental power to examine its contents. This investigation frightened Richard so much that his hands trembled, and he almost dropped the object. Inside the metal sphere were 2 highly concentrated clusters of water and fire elements. These 2 elements were isolated by a thick magical barrier, preventing an annihilation reaction. However, given the concentration of these 2 elements, if a reaction occurred, both he and Demir beside him would be instantly vaporized. Richard carefully returned the metal sphere to Demir, having him put it in his pocket. Is this what you wanted to show me? A massive bomb that utilizes the annihilation reaction of water and fire? Richard wiped the sweat from his forehead, and immediately summoned Ulises to his side via telepathic message. Although Demir's protection was adequate, Richard remained terrified. Yes, Master, this thing is beautiful, isn't it? Demir said excitedly. Master, I've found a fantastic method for concentrating these 2 elements to an astonishing concentration. All we need now is a rune array to isolate them. Stop. Richard raised his hand, interrupting Demir's unrestrained chatter, and pulled an annihilation bomb from his pocket. Take a look at this first. Demir took the annihilation bomb with confusion, then a look of astonishment crossed his face. This. Demir pointed at the annihilation bomb, unable to form a complete sentence for a long time. This is a little gadget I made when I was an apprentice, Richard said casually. Back then, my rune proficiency wasn't quite up to par, so I used physical materials to confine it. The results are pretty good, but the damage range is a bit limited. Demir felt like his brain was spinning. Abandoning the rune array and using physical materials for confinement, this simple solution he hadn't considered in the past few hundred years. But that wasn't his problem. Most wizards were path-dependent with runes. Richard retrieved the obliteration bomb and, in the process, woke Demir from his daze. But your method of concentrating elements is quite interesting. How about we discuss it in detail after the war? Richard had been unable to get the obliteration bomb to a reasonable price, but Demir's appearance gave him a new idea. Since the price couldn't be lowered, why not try to increase the obliteration bomb's power? Chapter 246. Talk to you after the war? No problem, Master. Leave me your address, and I come find you. Demir was delighted with Richard's suggestion and immediately agreed. In his mind, Richard was the very image of a master alchemist, and Richard's initiative to discuss research with him was simply what he wanted. Richard gave him his address and returned to the car, basking in the sun. Richard had gradually adapted to life as an immortal. The stalemate in the war was brief, so he might as well bask in the sun instead of doing research. He didn't mind a few days of leisure. But good times are destined to be short-lived. Shortly after Richard returned to the car, an order from headquarters came through the crystal ball. Team 7, 8, and 9, command requires you to proceed to position 19 and stand by. Specific orders will be issued by the battlefield commander of position 19. Position 19? And the battlefield commander will need to issue the order. Richard frowned slightly. It seemed the stalemate on the battlefield was about to end. Returning to the cockpit, Richard started the magic support vehicle and began following the convoy toward position 19. On the way, the scene surrounding the magic support vehicle gradually took on a gloomy hue. The sky gradually darkened, and thick clouds gathered in the sky. Like silent giants, they slowly moved, obscuring the single sun in the sky. The sunlight was gradually swallowed by the clouds, leaving only a desolate grayness. The wind suddenly picked up, sweeping up gravel and dust from the roadside and pounding against the cockpit window, making a crackling sound. The road was dotted with long-abandoned salamander villages. The desolate landscape seemed even more desolate in the gloom and oppression, as if the entire world was shrouded in a haze. This is a good omen. Richard couldn't help but smile as he gazed at the apocalyptic scene. Huh? Did I hear wrong? This atmosphere doesn't seem like a good omen at all, Ulysses said, somewhat surprised. If his aesthetic sense wasn't flawed, this scene would certainly be a good omen. In his impression, only those abyssal scum would find this atmosphere auspicious. Ulysses, you need to understand our position, Richard said with a smile. We are outsiders, and the salamanders are the natives. In salamander mythology, the three suns in the sky represent the three salamander kings. Now that the sun is obscured by clouds, it's a bad omen for the salamanders, but a very good omen for us. Ha, you know what? Your explanation does make sense, Ulysses said, somewhat surprised. But unfortunately, this situation is man-made. Man-made? Richard was slightly startled. Could this be a salamander weather weapon? But then he thought of another possibility. Are you talking about the Salamander King, or the Great Wizard? Ha, both! Ulysses looked up at the horizon, his gaze seemingly piercing through space to the capital of the Mauric Empire. Gaw! The ruler of this world is about to step down, and your Great Wizard will emerge from the Iron City. The war is about to begin in earnest. Position 19. The battlefield commander listened to the report transmitted through the crystal ball. Commander, the support convoy has arrived 3 kilometers behind position 19, and the magical support range now covers the entire position. After hearing this, the commander said in a steady voice, "All right, you will await my orders there." Putting the crystal ball down, the commander picked up his specially crafted Eagle Vision telescope and observed the intelligence from the salamander's position across the way through the window. Although the Shield of Mauric had dealt a heavy blow to the Dark Wizard network within the Mauric Empire, some Dark Wizards still remained. These Dark Wizards, located in the rear or in certain special locations, were unable to retreat to the wizard-occupied areas, so Command ordered them to remain dormant for the time being. But now that the battle was at a stalemate, Command had no choice but to activate some of these Dark Wizards to gather intelligence on the salamanders. Not long ago, the activated Dark Wizards relayed news that the salamanders' main attack had been set on position 19, and that an attack would be launched soon. Through the telescope, position 19 remained unchanged, as usual. The fire lizards were on patrol and training as usual. The giant dragon turtles, carrying dragon breath cannons, lay lazily on the ground, their mouths wide open, consuming cartloads of fire dragon grass with their tongues. If the commander hadn't been privy to the intelligence, the deceptive appearance the fire lizards presented would have fooled him. The commander picked up the communication crystal ball, manipulated it a few times, and casually shouted, "Attention all wizards! Attention all wizards! Heighten vigilance these days. Be vigilant to the fire lizards' movements. Report any unusual developments to Battlefield Command immediately." The sky darkened, and the temperature in the Red Sun world began to drop rapidly. Although fire lizards aren't cold-blooded, they still instinctively become lazy when the temperature drops suddenly. So fire lizards rarely launch attacks day and night. The wizards are aware of this, and the consequences of believing it too firmly, so their reconnaissance is always continuous day and night. 3 kilometers behind the position, the support convoy. Richard lay in the cockpit, staring out the window at the night sky, lost in thought. Suddenly, a black crow flew into the cockpit through the window. So, are there any signs of the fire lizards planning an attack tonight? Huh, it doesn't seem like it. I don't see any troops gathering, but your intelligence is correct. Many troops are converging from other areas, and they're expected to arrive by early this morning. Well, alright, Richard replied lazily. Looks like the battle won't start until tomorrow. Time ticked by, and a ray of dawn pierced the darkness, bringing a hint of warmth to the land of the Red Sun world. Looking at the rising sun, Richard suddenly recalled the legend of the fire lizards. In salamander mythology, the 3 salamander kings are all incarnations of the sun. Suddenly, Richard sat up, a sense of foreboding flashing through his mind. Ulysses, you said before that the salamander king would step down from the throne, right? Ha, so what did you think? Then tell me, how do our positions compare to the salamander king? Ha, probably no different from papier-mâché. Ulysses nodded. I think I understand what you mean. Don't overthink it. If the salamander king takes action, your great wizard will too. The planar war is king versus king, general versus general. Unless the king is dead, you guys can't possibly touch him. But Ulysses, have you ever considered that there are 3 salamander kings, but only 2 grand wizards? Richard said quietly. Unless the grand wizard can quickly kill one salamander king, a single salamander king would be enough to slay all of us wizards. As soon as Richard finished speaking, a terrifying aura descended from the horizon. The owner of that aura was unknowingly thousands of miles away, yet its presence was as striking as the sun. Richard quickly donned his eagle vision glasses and looked in the direction of the aura. A faint shadow appeared on the horizon, reaching from the sky to the earth. It resembled a fusion of a giant dragon and a salamander. This strange creature was crimson, with 5 dragon heads neatly arranged on its shoulders. As its maw opened and closed, a long, drawn-out roar echoed throughout the red sun world. Following the roar, another enormous shadow appeared on the other side of the battle line. This one, reaching from the sky to the earth, also bore 5 dragon heads. Dragon blood flows through the fire lizard's veins, and every time a dragon grows a new head, its life level leaps. 5 heads mean that the 2 phantoms before them are both level 5 creatures. The Fire Lizard King stepping down from his throne is an unprecedented event in the entire Red Sun world. In the distant past, there were indeed instances of Fire Lizard Kings stepping down from their thrones and personally engaging in battle. However, those events were so long ago that the Fire Lizards considered them almost ancient legends. The Fire Lizards roared with excitement as they gazed at the 2 massive figures. The Fire Lizard King is the embodiment of the sun, and the sun is the Fire Lizard's deity. Now the Fire Lizard King had stepped down from his throne and personally entered the battlefield. This was the gods' presence with them. With the gods fighting alongside them, what else did they have to fear? The Fire Lizard King's appearance made the wizards nervous. With the Fire Lizard King now in place, the Great Wizard should also appear. While the established White Wizard Corps did have a plan to deal with the World Master, no one was willing to use their mortal bodies to fight against the gods unless absolutely necessary. Soon, under the wizard's expectant gaze, 2 figures appeared on the battlefield. One was the familiar Great Wizard Qingxuang. A cyan ice figure draped in white wizard robes, he stood in the air. Just one glance at him sent a chill through the bones. In his hand, he held an ice crystal staff, upon which countless mysterious runes flowed endlessly. On the other side of the battle line, Richard finally saw the Great Wizard known as Hellfire. Richard had only seen information about the Infernal Master, Richard, in archives. According to these records, this Master Wizard had already become a wizard during the Wizarding War. After the Wizarding War ended, he took advantage of the pioneering period to rapidly accumulate resources, becoming one of the first great wizards of the pioneering era. Legend has it that this Master Wizard began as a necromancer, later moving through the School of Soul, the School of Evocation, and even the School of Curse. He fused the knowledge of these schools together to create a sorcery known as Infernal. This is also the origin of his name. Richard initially disbelieved this rumor. After all, in the early pioneering period, the various schools of thought were rife with blood feuds. How could an ordinary wizard possibly have moved through so many schools? But after seeing the Master Wizard's face, Richard realized that the rumor seemed to be true. The skeleton before him, ablaze with fell green flames, perfectly fit the rumor. "Ha, I think we should hide for a while," Ulysses suddenly said. After returning to level 3 strength, his concealment abilities greatly improved. He could now move within the sight of even a World Master level powerhouse, provided he stayed within reach. Hide? Richard was stunned. The next moment, a gigantic divine figure appeared in front of position 19. Chapter 247. Things unfolded just as Richard had predicted. The Salamander Kings of the Lynxar Empire and the Minar Empire attracted the 2 great wizards, respectively, leaving the remaining Salamander King of the Moric Empire to become a formidable force without checks and balances. Moric, the Salamander King, was the most powerful of the 3 Salamander Kings. In the distant past, he was the first salamander to become Salamander King. Back then, salamanders were servants of the dragons, building palaces for them, providing them with tame beasts, and occasionally offering them as snacks. Those were dark times, and so Moric was born. How Moric became Salamander King is unknown, but what is certain is that Moric was the first salamander to rebel against the dragons, the first Salamander King. Also in that era, the other 2 Salamander Kings emerged one after another, after Moric raised the banner of rebellion. Unbeknownst to the salamanders of today, in the distant past, the 3 Salamander Kings were truly like brothers. The 3 Salamander Kings could stand by each other in the battle against the dragons. But after the dragon's reign ended, everything changed. Power is the most terrible evil, capable of transforming comrades into bitter enemies. The reasons for the 3 Kings schism remain unknown, but in the 2nd millennium after the dragon's reign ended, 3 great empires emerged, ushering in a war that lasted for several epochs. Moric stood in front of position 19, somewhat dazed. How long had it been since he had stepped down from his throne to fight? 1,000 years? 2,000 years? He couldn't remember. He glanced around. The faces of Linksa and Minar looked unfamiliar. Not since their brothers overthrew the dragon's rule had they fought side by side like this again. Overthrowing the dragon. What a distant memory. Awakening from his memories, Morik glanced at position 19, a faint, bloodthirsty smile playing on his lips. He took a deep breath, and the massive phantom that marked his presence vanished. With him as the center, the magical energy within a radius of dozens of kilometers flowed into his body, as if it had encountered a black hole. Morik's physical form beneath the phantom was a full 10 meters tall. After a deep breath, his body expanded again, reaching 20 meters in the blink of an eye. As he finished inhaling, the creatures present, wizards and salamanders alike, felt a deep sense of discomfort. Morik's deep breath created a virtual energy vacuum, depriving their cells of any energy from the air, and even causing them to recycle it. It's been ages since I fought. My body's a bit out of tune. Morik stretched his body, the life force radiating from him as dazzling as the sun. His dragon might cause many fire lizard warriors to faint. Even wizards paled and trembled uncontrollably under the dragon's might. As the king of the fire lizards, Morik disdained to use his dragon might, but as a level 5 dragon blood, the dragon might he naturally emanated could bring pure-blooded dragons to their knees. Is this the fire lizard king of the Morik Empire, the lord of the Scarlet Sun world, the level 5 being of the Endless Star realm? Richard gazed at the terrifying figure before the battle line and swallowed stiffly. The terrifying power of this fire lizard king surpassed even the motherworm gods Richard had ever encountered, completely shattering Richard's understanding of world masters. This was just a level 5 creature. How terrifying would a level 6 or 7 creature be? Hey, don't just stand there. Enter the secret realm and escape, Ulysses urged. Ulysses' words shook Richard from the shock of his first encounter with the Salamander King. He hurriedly opened the rift in the secret realm and was about to enter to avoid the spotlight. But before he could enter, an incredibly terrifying aura descended upon him, or rather, upon all the wizards present. This aura gripped Richard's mind, like a powerful human intimidation spell, paralyzing him. Morik pulled his arm back, as if to gather strength, his target, all the wizards in front of him. Suddenly, a warm current emerged from Richard's soul, freeing him from the intimidation. The badge of courage Richard had earned in the nightmare world was now effective. Freed from the threat, Richard leaped forward with all his might, hoping to gain entry into the secret realm. But the next moment, Morik's fist swung. Buzz, for a moment, all was silent, a sharp humming ringing in the ears of the wizards. A pitch-black rift suddenly appeared in the previously empty sky. A vast torrent of energy suddenly appeared, seemingly imbued with the power to annihilate the heavens and earth. Even space itself seemed unable to withstand it, and began to distort. Like a flood that had broken through a dam, it rushed towards Morik with unstoppable force. Faced with this sudden torrent of energy, Morik was forced to redirect his fist and counter the onslaught. Richard swallowed. He recognized the sudden energy torrent. It was the energy torrent unleashed by the floating city's main cannon. The great wizard indeed had a strategy for dealing with this extra-world lord. The torrent dissipated, and Morik stood motionless, his body unscathed, only the luster of his scales dimmed slightly. The creatures present were all shocked by this scene. The wizard was astonished by the might of this 5th-level world lord, while the fire lizards were even more shocked by the strength of their emperor. Is this the power of the fire lizard king? The last time the fire lizard king stepped down from the throne was so long ago that it was impossible to trace. To ordinary fire lizards, the fire lizard king was nothing more than a myth. There were even rumors among the fire lizards that the fire lizard king didn't exist at all, that it was a deception used by the silver-horned fire lizards. And now, the mythical deity had entered reality. Morik gazed into the distance. Behind the wizard, the Steel City rose into the sky again, and the energy torrent just now was the masterpiece of the Steel City. Weapons of the gods? No, weapons of the gods wouldn't be this weak. If they were, I'd be dead by now. Morik stared at the floating city, ancient memories flooding back. In the days before the salamanders became the masters of the Red Sun world, the god's legacy wasn't as cherished as it is now. He clearly remembered how the dragon, relying on the terrifying weapons left behind by the gods, burned the king of the fire beasts that emerged from the earth to ash. And the first thing he did before launching his rebellion was to throw the dragon's arsenal of divine weapons into the void. Now, the floating city's main gun reminded him of those divine weapons again. Are wizards trying to become the next gods? Morik sneered as he gazed at the floating city. How could a mere mortal like them ever dream of achieving the greatness of the gods? He gathered his strength once more, still targeting the wizards in the formation. He wanted to see how many times that iron lump could unleash the same torrent of energy. In the sky, two colossal minds were silently communicating. Teacher, this indigenous world master probably doesn't understand the laws of space. Our plan one should work. The great wizard Qingxuang and the fire lizard king Minar faced off. Although the great wizard Qingxuang hadn't yet reached the rank of 5th ring great wizard, as a wizard, he could easily hold Minar back. Okay, get ready. The great wizard Hellfire looked at Linksa before him, a hint of disdain etched on his skeletal face. If it weren't for the blessing of world power, this 5th level creature wouldn't even be worthy of standing before him. Sensing the great wizard Hellfire's attitude, the fire lizard king Linksa flew into a rage. He, the mighty fire lizard king, ruler of 1/3 of the Red Sun world, was being looked down upon. The green fire skeleton looked at him as if he were a pig, ready to be slaughtered and eaten with minimal effort. Linksa took a deep breath, just like Morik, and magic energy from dozens of kilometers in a radius suddenly surged toward him. The Hellfire Archmage showed no sign of resistance. He slowly opened a rift in space and pulled out a bone staff with a goat's head. The staff looked crude, the bones seemingly slapped together, devoid of any aesthetic appeal. Any wizard apprentice with a modicum of alchemy could craft a staff more refined than this. But this staff suddenly extinguished Linksa's rage. The staff was made entirely of level 5 creatures, the same level as himself, and the goat's head at the top exuded an aura even more terrifying than that of a level 5 creature. Monster! Linksa said, a little terrified. The Hellfire wizard grasped his staff and slowly swung it. Runes emerged from it and vanished into the void. Then, another spatial rift appeared before Morik, and once again, Morik redirected his punches to counter the floating city's main cannon. Linksa stood motionless before him. He didn't even have the courage to throw a punch. Salamander, be thankful, the Hellfire wizard suddenly said. If the floating city weren't so expensive, and if ordinary wizards weren't suffering such heavy losses, I'd be held accountable by the Council of Truth. You'd definitely be on my dissection table today. The next moment, a spatial tremor instantly spread outward from the Hellfire wizard. On the other side of the battle line, the same spatial vibration emanated from the Clear Frost wizard. Minar took a step forward, suddenly appearing before the Clear Frost wizard. He swung a fist, his dragon-scaled fist gleaming with brilliant light. Each ray of light was a manifestation of the Red Sun law of the Red Sun world, each carrying a terrifying temperature that distorted space. Grand Wizard Qingxuang saw the fist, his expression unfazed. He chuckled strangely, "Don't worry, we have a fight later." A cyan figure suddenly appeared before the fist, then exploded, a frost storm and near absolute zero instantly engulfing Minar's form. Grand Wizard Qingxuang had even sacrificed a clone to slow Minar's attack. Then, the spell took shape. A pitch-black spatial rift suddenly appeared beneath Morik's feet. Chains blazing with green fire extended from it, wrapping around Morik's legs like tentacles, and instantly spreading along his legs to encompass his entire body. Morik's body shook, and the green chains exploded into balls of green fire. He felt a surge of disdain, wanting to pull him in, but this little bit wasn't enough. But the next moment, he appeared before a skeleton, its body ablaze with green flames. The skeleton taunted him, "Fool! Who says chains are meant to pull people in?" Chapter 248. Richard stared blankly at Morik's location. At the moment the chains collapsed, the spatial rift beneath Morik's feet suddenly rose, swallowing him like a bag. "Is that it solved?" Richard said in disbelief. Teleporting Morik, the Fire Lizard King, so easily seemed rather hasty. "Ha, don't underestimate this method. Your Hellfire Great Wizard has a profound grasp of the laws of space. Many of our fellows, with the title God of Space, don't possess his superior skills. As the former Lord of the World, a deity from the world of the gods, Ulysses understood the methods of the Great Wizards more deeply than Richard did." Richard casually closed the Secret Realm Rift. Without the Fire Lizard King, this location was still quite safe. Furthermore, the battlefield between the two Great Wizards was far away, allowing Ulysses to take action. Perhaps, he could even salvage some specimens when the fight started. A considerable number of fire lizards gathered across from Position 19, including elite troops such as the Royal Dragon Guards and Dragon Sorcerers. These elite fire lizards would undoubtedly become rare specimens, ideal for both collectors and researchers. In the Fire Lizard camp, the Fire Lizard commander's expression darkened as he watched the suddenly vanishing Fire Lizard King. According to their plan, the Fire Lizard King was to destroy the impenetrable fortress city before them, and then their army would march straight in and strike at the enemy. Although they had anticipated many scenarios, the fact that the Fire Lizard King was teleported away by the wizard without even firing a single blow was truly unexpected. "Sir, good news." A fire lizard in golden armor entered the command room. The commander turned to look at the newcomer, his neck trembling. "What good news? How can there be good news at this hour?" The golden-armored fire lizard nodded. "Sir, your majesty's attack just now was not entirely ineffective. According to the fire lizards on the front lines, although your majesty didn't unleash all his punches, some wizards were still killed by the force of your fists. Some fire lizards saw many wizards explode and die." The fire lizard commander was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed. "Immediately notify the soldiers and attack according to the backup plan." The fire lizard commander walked to the observation post, a cold glint in his eyes. 35 years of war, it's time to put an end to it. The appearance of the Fire Lizard King marked the climax of this major counterattack. After the first round of the counterattack, the Fire Lizards had recaptured a large amount of territory, but correspondingly, the front line the wizards had to deal with was also greatly shortened. The average wizard density of the second line of defense was much higher than that of the first, which meant that the difficulty for the Fire Lizards to break through it had skyrocketed. The Salamander King's plan to break through the defenses was shattered, and the Salamanders were forced to continue their meat grinder-like battle. "Support convoy, I need your firepower to cover position A. All support vehicles, fire." The battlefield commander's order came through the crystal ball, and the wizards operating the magic support vehicles began skillfully adjusting the angles of their turrets. Adjusting the angle served two purposes. First, ensuring the fireballs landed precisely where they were needed, and second, ensuring a more even distribution of the fireballs, so they wouldn't all land on a palm-sized area. As the support convoys formed their formations and adjusted their angles, the captains of the three convoys gave the order to fire. Target position A, angle 32, range 52. 3, 2, 1, fire. Boom! 3 teams of magic support vehicles, totaling 54,000 fireballs, rained down upon the vanguard of the Salamander's siege within 30 seconds. The shield-bearing warriors raised their shields, forming a shield wall to try to withstand the terrifying rain of fire, but 54,000 fireballs was a bit too much for them. After the war shifted to a sit-and engagement, the wizards never again used the White Wizard Legion in an organized manner. The Salamanders had almost forgotten how the wizards had taken their land piece by piece, how they had used magic to harvest their lives piece by piece. Boom! The field commander was stunned for a moment as he watched the magic support vehicles from the support vehicles. This was his first time using a support vehicle. Before this, he had heard from many wizards how useful these magic support vehicles were. Now, it seemed, those wizards were right. "No, we have to report this to our superiors when we get back. We need to procure more of these excellent weapons. They're incredibly effective." The fireball rain from the support convoy lasted only 30 seconds. 30 seconds later, the commander's endless army of fire lizards reappeared in his field of vision. Behind them, a massive dragon turtle slowly approached their position. The commander produced a crystal ball and commanded the wizard on the other side, take out the small disintegration cannons and aim them at those giants. The battle among the mortals was in full swing, and the battle among the gods was naturally no easier. In the sky, the great infernal wizard, wielding a bone staff, fought 1 against 2, yet held his own. As a veteran wizard born during the Enlightenment period, he had witnessed wizards rise from the cradle to compete for supremacy in the stars. During this time, he had met countless powerful natives. Some of those natives were born world masters, their application of the rules as simple as eating and drinking. Others mastered weapons left behind by the Lost Ones, terrifying weapons capable of easily killing even a great wizard. Some were simply biological weapons of the Lost Ones. Compared to these powerful natives, the 2 level 5 world masters before him were truly unremarkable. He already had specimens of level 5 pure-blooded dragons, but he looked down upon the 2 dragon blood stained with dragon blood. Watching Morik's fist swinging toward him, the Hellfire Grand Wizard gently waved his staff, creating a magical shield that just blocked it. Elsewhere, the 5 dragons on Lynx's shoulders simultaneously aimed at the Hellfire Grand Wizard, their 5 golden dragon breaths instantly engulfing him. But before he could rejoice, a skeletal staff emerged from the dragon's breath, sending Lynx's head flying sideways. After the dragon's breath dissipated, the Hellfire Wizard gazed at the crystal ball containing the golden flames in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. Merging the Red Sun world's Red Sun laws into dragon flames is quite a useful thing. Lynx's face darkened. Even the other 2 fire lizard kings had never seen such dragon breath. But the wizard before him, seeing it for the first time, had so effortlessly blocked it. He was certain that if it hadn't been a 2-on-1 battle, he would have perished here today. Are you still not serious? The Hellfire Wizard said indifferently. I know your past relationship. I've seen the memories of the dragons that escaped the Red Sun world. If those dragons didn't suffer from Alzheimer's, you should have had a combo move back then. After all these years, are you no longer skilled? Or do you think I'm unworthy of your services? If it's the former, then I won't be polite. With that, the Hellfire Great Wizard suddenly grew larger, his elemental form over 100 meters long, his every move unleashing a faint elemental storm. The two Salamander Kings felt a sinking feeling in their hearts upon seeing this. The Hellfire Great Wizard's power far exceeded their imaginations. Linksa looked at Morik and uttered an old name. Brother, it's up to you now. Morik was stunned at the words, then burst into laughter, his momentum rising steadily with them. He looked at Linksa, his eyes determined, and said, Third brother, leave it to me now. With that, he lunged at Linksa, and upon their collision, their bodies unexpectedly merged. Dense, intricate golden lines spread from Morik's heart, instantly dyeing his entire body golden. Oh! This is dragon alchemy? The Hellfire Great Wizard finally became interested as he watched this incredible scene. He immediately recognized the fusion. Essentially, it was a fusion of flesh and blood, a unification of spirits, a complete surrender of one's all to another. This fusion could instantly soar a creature's power, potentially even transcending the realm of life itself. After the fusion, Morik reached the pinnacle of both strength and aura. At this moment, Morik possessed the power to slay the Infernal Master Sorcerer. Morik looked at the Infernal Master Sorcerer, his voice a blend of two voices. Sorcerer, I will place your head at the pinnacle of my pyramid as my most glorious and precious trophy. Is that so? The Hellfire Wizard said calmly. So, should I place Linksa's pyramid or Morik's? Morik was silent for a moment, then suddenly appeared in front of the Hellfire Wizard's true form. His golden fist, with its sheer force, could create tiny cracks in space. We build another pyramid. Across the battle line, the Qingshuang Wizard and Minar were engaging in a trust exchange. The two, one attacking, the other defending, clashed with a shower of snow across the Red Sun world. The fire lizards below had never seen such a scene in their lifetimes. The Qingshuang Wizard raised his staff high, and a massive magic circle instantly appeared at his feet. He waved it, and with a rumbling sound, a towering iceberg instantly formed, towering over him. However, just as the iceberg formed, an even more powerful force suddenly descended. Minar's fist, with devastating force, slammed into the iceberg's side. In a fraction of a millisecond, the entire iceberg crumbled like glass struck by a sledgehammer. But Great Wizard Qingshuang had already seized the opportunity to escape several kilometers away. Minar regarded him coldly. He could clearly sense that the wizard before him was not as powerful as himself. If he could land a solid blow, he could kill him with a single blow. But the wizard was like a loach. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't land a single punch. The more he fought, the more frustrated he became. Great Wizard Qingshuang said slowly, Minar, do you still want to continue? This fight is meaningless. You can't kill me quickly, but if you can't kill me quickly, you won't have any impact on the situation. The true battle that will decide victory lies on the other side. Facing a level 5 world master, Great Wizard Qingshuang appeared relaxed, but his nerves were intense. To him, Minar was a one-punch man. With one blow, even the Great Wizard of Hellfire wouldn't be able to save him. Minar remained silent, his right fist blazing brightly once more. He said resolutely, Then I kill you as quickly as possible, and then go help my brother. Chapter 249. The battle between the great men had little impact on the war on the ground. The Salamander's army poured into the wizard's fortress city, constantly depleting the wizard's numbers with a 5-for-1 or even 10-for-1 casualty ratio. This trade was a win for the Salamanders. There were only so many wizards in the Red Sun world. Every death was one less. If enough died, the wizard's front would collapse. Wizards were not robots. A high casualty ratio would also crumble their morale. Boom! The fireball exploded, and black flames incinerated the last Salamander warrior in the alley to ash. After dispatching this last enemy, Richard leaned against the wall, somewhat exhausted. A black crow flew in from outside the alley, clutching a still steaming heart in its claws. Gaw! The heart of a dragon sorcerer, nearly level 3. Richard casually took it, pulled a bottle of preservative from his pocket, and tossed the heart into it. Don't the big guys have any intention of ending the battle? Richard asked casually. It was the 14th day of the war, and Richard had been temporarily transferred from the support vehicle's technical advisor to the White Wizard Corps' equipment wizard. His primary responsibility was to repair alchemical weapons for teams, whose alchemists had died between positions. This was a very dangerous position, requiring him to move between the various teams' defense zones and engage in constant combat with fire lizards. As the designer of the magic support vehicle, Richard had originally requested a change of position, but they offered him an offer he couldn't refuse. A piece of land with permanent ownership. Land was a crucial source of wealth for wizards. Its value lay not only in its output but also in the resources beneath it, which were secondary to wizards' interests. Because this type of permanent land is inherently small, even if it has resources, it won't fetch much. The true value of land lies in the fact that owning permanent land is like owning a ticket to another world. After the Great Wizard conquered the world, many worlds became closed to the public. To enter these worlds, one must either join the Great Wizard's Academy or join a wizarding guild that collaborates with the Great Wizard. But once a wizard possesses a piece of permanent land, the portal to that world remains permanently open. And this rule comes from the Council of Truth, and every great wizard must abide by it. The Red Sun world isn't particularly special, but it contains many areas worth studying, especially the Forerunner's underground testing ground. Richard has only explored a portion of it in 10 years, and there's still a considerable area waiting to be explored. Almost there. Elises observed the ever-shifting celestial phenomena in the distance. Every move of a Worldlord-level powerhouse could cause a shift in the celestial phenomena. That old fellow, covered in green flames, has already gained the upper hand. Once he figures out the details of that Fire Lizard King, that Fire Lizard will be finished. Phew, that's good. Richard straightened himself, leaning on his staff. When I saw him fighting two at once, I was worried for that Hellfire Master. Elises said calmly, Worldlord-level powerhouses produced by civilizations below level 6 are far more powerful than ordinary Worldlords. If it weren't for the power of the world, even if these three fire lizards attacked together, they would have been ripped to pieces by that green flame skeleton. Below level 6? Richard noticed the qualifier. Is there anything special about level 6? Elises was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. Level 6 is often the final level of a path to power. Those who reach this level are either those who have reached the end of a certain path. Such creatures, if they take one more step, will become the progenitors of a civilization. Or they are those gifted children of the world, creatures often born to rule the world, for whom manipulating the rules is as easy as breathing. The end of the road? Level 6 creatures is the end of the road? Richard was puzzled. Above level 6, there are level 7, 8, and even the legendary 9th. How could this be the end? Reaching level 6, in theory, doesn't require any special talent. It just requires sufficient resources and enough experience, Elises said with a hint of emotion. And every powerful being above level 6 possesses extraordinary talent, hard work, and even luck. Their experiences are not replicable, and are not worth learning from. Richard was stunned. Elises' words completely overturned his understanding. Reaching level 6 doesn't require any talent at all? Richard couldn't help but ask, where did you hear that? I don't recall it being level 6. Elises glanced at him and replied flatly, the Eternal God King. That's fine then. I can only say the God King has high standards. Leaving the alley, Richard ran head-on into two Royal Dragon Guards. Seeing Richard, the two fire lizards immediately attacked from both sides. Two black scimitars slashed through the air, one aimed at Richard's neck, the other at his heart. Clang! Ziz! Ziz! Richard's staff blocked the scimitar aimed at the neck, while the black scimitar aimed at the heart sparked a series of dazzling sparks on the armor. The Royal Dragon Guards were about to strike again, but in a flash of black light, they saw two very familiar headless corpses. Elises held the two heads by his side, thrust his beak upward, and with a slurp, he sucked the brains from the skulls clean, like drinking milk tea. Gah, why don't you try some? These salamander brains are really stimulating. Richard waved his hand. Never mind. I don't like them raw. Taking out the map, Richard prepared to move on to the next small position. Suddenly, a loud sound entered Richard's perception, causing him to cover his ears in pain. But the sound was merely an illusion. Even with his ears covered, the sound still lingered. That was crying. Richard wasn't the only one who heard the cries. Creatures throughout the Red Sun world heard them. The fighting fire lizards suddenly stopped, their faces almost simultaneously fixed in the same direction, a wave of inexplicable sorrow welling up from their hearts. Like Richard, most wizards covered their ears in agony. Minar, the Fire Lizard King, gazed in shock at the battlefield on the other side of the war elephants. A few kilometers ahead, the beleaguered Great Wizard Qingxuan laughed. Beside Richard, Elises, gazing at the distant battlefield, said calmly, Richard, This is the weeping of the sky. A world leader is dead. In the sky, the great wizard Hellfire plucked his bone staff from one of Morik's heads. Salamander, if you can tell me how you pulled off that combined skill, I make your death a quicker one. The Hellfire Great Wizard's voice was calm. After more than 10 days of intense combat, his wizard robes were only slightly tattered, and the green hue on his body had dimmed. He didn't even appear to be injured. Morik, however, who had fought him, was now nearly dead. Only one of Morik's 5 heads remained intact. The others were either crushed or torn off. His golden scales were dull, large shards shattered, and golden blood continuously seeped from them. Green hellfire burned silently on his wounds, completely negating Morik's healing abilities. Although the head wasn't considered a vital part for the World Master, it was a crucial point through which the soul controlled the body. If it were shattered, Morik's body would inevitably lose control for a moment. Although this time was brief, it was enough for the Hellfire Great Wizard to destroy Morik's heart. Without his heart, Morik would no longer be able to resist. Morik stared at the Hellfire Archmage, his eyes no longer as resolute as before. Too strong. This wizard's strength completely exceeded his imagination. An endless stream of methods, a body as strong as the ultimate level 5 creature's physique, and an incomparable wealth of combat experience. Compared to this wizard, he was like a child who had just learned to fight. He was going to lose. "Brother, are you giving up?" A voice appeared in Morik's mind. It was Lynx's voice. Their combined skills were essentially a fusion of flesh and blood, a unification of spirits. Lynx's consciousness never faded, his will constantly aiding Morik in his battle. "My brother, I am defeated." Morik's voice was filled with bitterness. The infernal sorcerer was even more powerful than the dragon he had once overthrown. He was now defeated, both physically and mentally. "Brother, is this your choice?" Lynx's voice was devoid of anger. Both had experienced this battle, and both knew the formidable nature of the wizard facing them. They were now in sync. "I am defeated," Morik responded, and Lynxa responded as well. Morik's body began to glow golden, and the two figures slowly separated in the golden light. The infernal sorcerer watched the scene with interest, constantly analyzing the mysteries within. At this point, his victory was assured. Morik had no chance of a comeback. The golden light dissipated, and Lynxa and Morik reappeared on the battlefield. Morik remained as he had been before the fusion, while Lynxa bore all the injuries sustained since the fusion. "Wizard, you win," Lynxa said slowly. "Yes, that's obvious. So what's your decision?" The infernal wizard grasped his staff. At the top, infernal chains coiled into a ball, seemingly swirling with countless runes. If Lynx's answer didn't meet his expectations, he would be sealed. "But you're too arrogant, wizard." Lynxa suddenly laughed, and the infernal wizard's expression suddenly changed. The sealing spell on the staff instantly transformed into a barrier of green fire. Lynxa looked at Morik and laughed. "Brother, I actually secretly kept one of the divine weapons. Unfortunately, the conditions for activating it are so poor, so I've never used it." A ray of light appeared from the void, and Lynx's figure gradually disappeared in the light. The only sun in the red sun world in winter also slid below the horizon. The sun had set. Chapter 250. The Hellfire Wizard continuously increased his barriers. The space around him was now locked by the weapon in that position. Unable to move, unable to escape, he could only be a target, subjected to the weapon's attacks. But at this moment, the Hellfire Wizard felt no fear. His gaze pierced through the veil of space, and directly saw the weapon hidden in the cracks of space. It was a golden crystal creation, resembling a spire. If he could survive, this weapon would be his. This weapon was worth more than the entire Red Sun world. The crystal tower had fully charged. A golden light shot from its spire into the void, enveloping the Hellfire Wizard like holy light. Under the golden light, the Hellfire Wizard's barriers melted like ice and snow. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. The golden light shattered 36 barriers in a row, illuminating the Hellfire Wizard's body. In an instant, a shrill, inhuman roar erupted from the Hellfire Archmage, but amidst the screams, someone could faintly hear laughter. Morik stared at the scene in a daze, memories of the past, wiped from the dust, resurfacing in his mind. Lynxar, Lord of the Fire Lizards of the Lynxar Empire, his former brother, his closest comrade in arms. They had once rebelled against the dragons, and then clashed over power. Now, he had renounced his empire, his life, choosing to perish alongside the wizard. He had imagined countless scenarios for the deaths of his 2 brothers, but this one was something he had never imagined in a million years. A tear fell from the corner of Morik's eye. The game of world domination is over. He. Just as Morik realized this, A strange laugh instantly made him stand on his head. That wizard isn't dead yet. The golden light dissipated, and the Hellfire Great Wizard, with only a head remaining, laughed loudly as he looked towards the source of the golden light. His wizard robes had vanished, and the skeletal staff, made from the bones of many world masters, had mostly melted. Only his head remained, and he looked infinitely weaker than before. But he was still laughing. Morik flashed to the Hellfire Great Wizard's side, his whole body radiating a fiery glow. Since he's not dead yet, let's give him a finishing blow. But a spatial rift suddenly appeared before him, and countless tentacles stretched out from it, swallowing him in. Beside the Hellfire Great Wizard, an open leather scroll had appeared at some point, the aura emanating from it even causing the very air to tremble. You're such a fool. You're wasting my scroll of truth. The Hellfire Wizard condensed an arm, creating a spatial rift and reaching the gap where the golden crystal tower lay. He tried to retract it, but discovered the tower seemed to be connected to the gap. For a moment, he couldn't remove the object. Forget it. I come back when my injuries heal. The Hellfire Wizard dispersed his arm, and a spatial rift instantly appeared before him. On the other side of the rift stood the Great Wizard Qingxuang. Minar, sensing something was amiss, instantly sprouted a pair of dragon wings from his back. The Hellfire Wizard leaped across space, his remaining skull ablaze with demonic flames, descending upon the Great Wizard Qingxuang like a demon from hell. Without further ado, the Great Wizard Qingxuang waved his ice crystal staff, and several magic circles appeared in the space around Minar. Cyan ice crystal chains emerged from the magic circles, threatening to bind Minar in place. The Great Wizard Hellfire recondensed his body. Countless mysterious runes flowed on his half-melted bone staff, as if brewing some powerful spell. Minar was unsure of the strength of the two men before him, and he hesitated whether to continue the battle. The next moment, two spatial rifts opened in front of him, and a massive torrent of energy instantly surged out. The floating city's main cannon was already ready. The main cannon's bombardment was the final straw that broke Minar's back. He shattered the ice crystal chains on his body, and with a spread of his dragon wings, he escaped the floating city's main cannon's range. Minar watched the Great Wizard Hellfire brewing his spell, and with a dragon's roar, he retreated to the capital of the Minar Empire. The Hellfire Wizard breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. If he continued fighting, he might not be able to defeat the Fire Lizard. Qingxuang, I need to rest for a while. I've trapped the Fire Lizard named Morik in a spatial fragment for 30 years with the Scroll of Truth. During these 30 years, you will conquer the entire Linksa Empire. Also, during this time, open the portal to the floating city and replenish the wizards. Don't be afraid to spend money. The price in this world is sufficient. The Hellfire Wizard's voice was a little weak. The Forerunner's weapons had severely damaged him, and he probably wouldn't be able to recover to his full strength for thousands of years. But the value of the Crystal Tower was more than enough to compensate for his losses. Okay, should I ask for help from other masters? Your injuries? Great Wizard Qingxuang asked with some concern. It's nothing serious. It's just a broken body. It takes some time to rebuild. This injury isn't enough to put me into a deep sleep, Great Wizard Hellfire said casually. You need to prepare during this time. Wake me up when you're ready. Great Wizard Qingxuang was taken aback for a moment, then instantly understood his teacher's intention. Even he would have thought the Hellfire Wizard's injuries would put him into a deep sleep, let alone a native like Minar. This was something he could definitely exploit. Great Wizard Qingxuang sighed inwardly and agreed repeatedly. Great Wizard Hellfire nodded, then opened a spatial rift and disappeared from the battlefield. He felt relatively confident in his student. The great battle ended thus. Linksar, the Fire Lizard King, fell. Morik, the Fire Lizard King, vanished, and the wizards suffered heavy losses. The great infernal wizard's severe injury immediately deprived the wizards of their ability to conquer the world. The war seemed poised for another stalemate. But contrary to most expectations, the anticipated stalemate did not materialize. Shortly after the war, all the wizards within the Morik Empire retreated into the floating city, and with it, the city reached the Linksar Empire. The Minar Empire offered no reaction. Minar, the Fire Lizard King, stood atop the pyramid, gazing at the floating city where the great infernal wizard resided. He waited. The great infernal wizard's aura grew weaker by the day. The moment it vanished, it would be time to sound the horn of the counterattack. During this time, he needed to stabilize the interior of the salamanders. With a thought, a level 3 salamander arrived at his side. Your Majesty, what are your orders? Minar glanced at the newcomer and spoke slowly. Maihan, take your men and take over the Morik Empire. Morik is currently trapped by that wizard, and there's no telling when he'd be released. His empire will naturally be of use to me. Yes, your majesty. By the way, bring me that salamander named Harash, his son Azuin, and my niece Akira. They are all talented individuals of our clan. Yes, your majesty. Linkser Empire. With the landing of the second floating city, a steady stream of synthetic beast armies emerged from it. Synthetic beast armies are offensive cannon fodder. In defensive battles, these synthetic beasts are of little use. And the wizard, who has been engaged in defensive battles for years, has accumulated countless synthetic beasts. Now that the attack was about to begin, these synthetic beasts poured out of the floating city like an endless ocean. The warships were reactivated, and the White Wizard Legion regrouped. The Linksa Empire's Fire Lizard King had fallen, and at the moment of his death, a considerable number of his Fire Lizard generals followed him. But the vast majority of the remaining Fire Lizards were clearly aware of one thing. The Red Sun world was about to change. Without the Fire Lizard King, ordinary Fire Lizards, like them, could not support the Fire Lizard Empire alone. They had to find a way out quickly. As a result, a large number of Linksa Empire nobles fled to the Minar Empire, including many generals and ministers. Meanwhile, those ordinary Fire Lizards, who were unable to reach the Minar Empire, completely fell into depravity. Without a leader, vast numbers of Fire Lizard troops were transformed into bandits and roving bandits. The combat effectiveness of these Fire Lizard warriors was a dwarfing blow to ordinary civilians. Even if ordinary civilians wanted to resist, their resistance was child's play in the face of sheer power. There were also many people in the Linksa Empire's army who maintained order, such as Balashar, the commander of the Dragon Beast Knights. But the empire was so vast, and with wizards attacking from outside, Balashar's best efforts could only ensure law and order in Luxor and several surrounding provinces. He was powerless to control any larger area. The empire's fall was inevitable. You want to sleep? Richard frowned as he looked at Ulises. Ulises had always said he was going to sleep for a while, but this time, he was telling him to sleep. This was very unusual. It won't be long, maybe 10 years at most, Ulises replied somewhat listlessly. He was forcing himself to speak to Richard. 10 years. Richard couldn't help but rub his brow. Now was the perfect time to make money in the Linksa Empire. Without Ulises by his side, his plans would be severely hampered. Just be careful. You've already won this war. That green fire skeleton is trying to trick that fire lizard. Ulises' eyes gradually closed as he spoke. With his eyelids still a little open, Ulises offered his final advice. Save me some fire lizard heads for the time being. They taste really good. Richard's face darkened at this. Even in deep sleep, he still didn't forget to eat. He placed Ulises back in his usual nest, and instructed the nearby sacred tree spirit to serve him as usual. Leaving the secret realm, the White Wizard Legion in the distance was continuously casting spells. The roar of their spells, and the screams of the fire lizards carried on the breeze and reached Richard's ears. He took a deep breath and slowly flew towards the battlefield. Chapter 251. Even before this major counterattack, 1/5 of the Linksa Empire's territory had fallen to wizards, a loss second only to that of the Moric Empire. The long-term rampage of the dark wizards within the empire had instilled distrust among the Salamander's civilians toward the imperial bureaucracy, and the corrupt bandits had exacerbated this distrust. After the loss of the Salamander King, their near-divine leader, the wizards only slightly fanned the flames, and conflicts between the Salamander civilians, bureaucrats, and military erupted instantly. This completely devastated those Salamanders within the Linksa Empire, who had harbored the desire to organize a military rebellion. But the wizards soon realized that this situation was not a good thing for them. Boom! A black fireball exploded, instantly incinerating a Salamander warrior to ash. A wizard in a black robe strolled leisurely through the Salamander's camp, the half-gold, half-black metal staff in his hand, looking particularly strange. This was a camp of Salamander bandits, home to hundreds of corrupted Salamander warriors, who lived a carefree life by plundering nearby towns. In the tents, many female Salamanders lay covered in wounds and filth. Behind the camp, a mountain of dead or still-breathing female Salamanders formed. To these Salamander warriors, ordinary female Salamanders were practically expendable. The black-robed wizard's mental power captured the surroundings. He frowned slightly, and the frequency of his fireballs increased. A wizard! A wizard! The terrified cries echoed through the camp, drawing the Salamanders still aggroing the women back from their assaults. The fallen Salamander warriors frantically seized their weapons, their armor distorted and twisted. To their credit, while these Salamander warriors bullied ordinary Salamanders, they showed no fear when facing wizards. 7 or 8 salamander warriors attacked Richard from all sides, their eyes wide open, their voices hoarse, their black gold scimitars swift as lightning. Die! But the next moment, a magical barrier blocked all their scimitars. You're not enough to kill me! The black-robed wizard spoke lazily. After blocking the salamander's attack, he swung his staff, and several black fireballs emerged from the air, smashing down on the salamanders like meteors. Boom! The roar of the spell drowned out the salamander's screams. The wizard circled the camp, using his magic to wipe out all the salamander warriors. Some salamander warriors, sensing something was amiss, immediately fled into the dense forest outside the camp. The black-robed wizard didn't pursue them, merely a hint of a mocking smile. A moment later, a scream was heard, and several armored hounds, their bodies covered in gold-patterned computer boards, emerged from the woods with blood in their mouths. The hounds approached the wizard, lying on the ground, wagging their tails, and occasionally barking ingratiatingly. The wizard patted their heads, and casually pulled a few mushrooms from his pocket to feed them. Then, the wizard produced a crystal ball, and muttered into it, "The bandits in Flag Town have been cleared. 109 have been eliminated. Cleaner, Richard." After reporting on his mission, Richard returned to the camp and began inspecting each tent. These bandits were once regular troops of the Lynxa Empire, so their camp was still worth plundering. Entering the large tent in the center of the camp, several female fire lizards lay on the bed. None of them appeared to have been injured, as if they had been newly captured. Richard glanced at them, then wandered around the tent as if he hadn't noticed. These ordinary fire lizards were beyond the scope of the sweep, and Richard didn't bother wasting his magic. The female fire lizards, upon seeing the wizard, immediately hid in the corners of the tent in fear. Some of the braver ones even shakily picked up a scimitar from the ground, only to point the blade at their own necks. While the bandits were villains, the wizards were no good either. They could understand the bandits' evil, but many of the legends about the wizards were more terrifying than the demons of hell. The fire lizards captured by the wizards were like completely different people. They had once been resentful of the wizards, but after being captured, they became his lapdogs. This method was chilling. The tent was in a dreadful state, with much of the looted items piled up by the salamanders. Among these items were numerous gold coins and exquisitely crafted fire gems, valuable currency in salamander society. But to Richard, they were worthless. After rummaging through the items for a while, Richard finally found something of some value, a wizard's magic pouch. He used his mental power to examine the contents. The owner of the pouch was dead, and now it was ownerless, accessible to any wizard. The pouch contained little. Besides a few dozen pieces of magic essence, there were also some salamander specimens and a few notebooks. "That's a bit of a catch," Richard muttered, then began searching the other tents. His gaze never lingered on the fire lizards for more than a second. "Why didn't this wizard kill us?" a female fire lizard whispered. The fire lizard shook her head. "I don't know, but I don't sense any ill will from him. He looks at us like stone." "Stone? That's perfect. I want to see my parents." A female fire lizard's voice trailed off, and she finally began to cry. She suddenly remembered that her parents had been killed by those fire lizard warriors. The surrounding fire lizards quickly covered her mouth, fearing her sobs would attract the wizard again. After a long moment, a female fire lizard poked her head out of the tent. The entire camp was silent. The wizard who had destroyed an entire group of bandits seemed long gone. In the night sky, Richard flew at a leisurely pace. In the sky, massive warships glided through the sky like giant whales. 10 years had passed since the Great Counteroffensive, and the wizards had conquered most of the Lynxa Empire's territory, with only Luxor and a few surrounding provinces still under the control of the salamanders. The wizards' offensive was swift in the early stages of the war, reaching their current territorial size in less than 2 years. The wizards encountered little resistance during this process. The large number of corrupted bandits caused the salamanders' combat effectiveness to plummet, and the lack of strategically savvy generals meant that the remaining salamanders were gradually defeated by the wizards. But the wizards soon discovered that these corrupted bandits were even more destructive than the regular army. The portal had been assembled, but igniting it required a vast amount of energy, far more than the power reactors of the 2 floating cities could provide. Therefore, the wizards began mining large quantities of energy, or in the Lynxa Empire, to aid in igniting the portal. The wizards couldn't mine the ore themselves, and the synthetic beasts' brains wouldn't support them, so the task naturally fell to the fire lizards in the wizard-controlled areas. To maintain the massive mining slavery, the wizards needed to provide basic food and shelter. These required a constant supply of resources. The wizards didn't farm, much less serve as mules and horses to transport supplies for these slaves. The presence of bandits severely hampered the supply of supplies to the mining area. To address this issue and stabilize their controlled areas, the command halted its offensive and instead deployed a large number of wizards to suppress the bandits. This was the reason these fire lizard resistance zones in Luxor province still existed. Soon, Richard flew to the wizard city closest to the camp. Streams of light streaked across the sky above. Whoosh! A wizard flew past Richard at high speed, the blast of air he created forcing him to activate his magic barrier. These Meteor Gang, command hasn't even issued a ban on them, Richard grumbled, frowning. Meteor Gang is the name given to the incredibly fast wizards just now. Because they fly so fast, they look like shooting stars from the ground, hence the name. These people are the speedsters of the wizarding world. In the highly flexible missions of bandit suppression, these people have taken to racing as a form of entertainment after their duties. Richard had heard that these wizards held flying competitions in the wizarding world. These competitions were quite large, with hundreds of thousands of wizards participating, and the prize was only the honorary title of Flying Master. After descending from the sky, Richard arrived at the commercial street with ease. On both sides of the street, wizards of varying abilities stood harmoniously together, selling their spoils. Finding bargains was a hobby of Richard's. Finding something worth less than its value amidst the trash always brought him joy. Wizards have such long lifespans, and everyone has some hobbies. The commercial street was short, and Richard quickly scanned it. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything that suited his taste. At the end of the street, Richard, having found nothing, was about to leave the commercial street and look for a place to look at the unfortunate wizard's notes. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. "Master Richard." Richard turned around and saw a white-robed wizard looking at him. "Yad? Long time no see." Richard greeted the wizard with surprise. He and Yad hadn't seen each other since they parted ways with the support team. "It's been a while indeed," Yad sighed. "It's been 10 years since we parted ways with the support team." After that, Yad changed the subject. "There's a good restaurant in town. Master, would you mind going there?" "Restaurant?" Richard laughed. "Then be prepared to bleed. My constitution is quite strong." Yad's face turned red. Oh no, he'd forgotten Richard's constitution evolved. I should have said tavern. But the words were out, and he couldn't take them back. He could only smile wryly and say to Richard, "Master, take it easy. All my magic essence from this trip is stuck in this body." After walking about 3 or 4 kilometers along the commercial street, the two arrived at an unmarked restaurant. The restaurant's patrons were all wizards, and the dishes were made from powerful beasts. Even after they were cooked, Richard could sense their majesty in life. After finding a table and sitting down, an owl familiar approached them, clutching a menu. He had glanced at the menu and ordered 2 generous steaks. After the owl left, Richard telepathically communicated with the ad. "What do you want?" "Nothing serious. I just heard rumors that headquarters is planning an attack on Luxor province soon. So, I'm looking for a chance to collaborate with the master and reap some benefits." Chapter 252. Ask me to cooperate? Richard didn't quite understand what Iad meant by this. Iad was a white wizard, fighting in a regiment. How could he cooperate with a dark wizard like him? Ah! Yes, cooperation. Iad sighed, and began to explain the reasoning to Richard. After years of war, the number of white wizards had dropped dramatically, down to half of its pre-war level. The remaining white wizards were reorganized by the command, and reorganized into several complete battle formations. The remaining white wizards were temporarily assigned to the Dark Wizard formation. Temporarily assigned to the Dark Wizards? Richard explained in astonishment. Can you even do that? The difference between dark and white wizards is enormous. That's right, Iad complained. But that's the command's order. During this reorganization, the guys from my original team were all assigned to the White Wizard Corps, but I, a captain, was assigned to the Dark Wizards. Isn't that infuriating? Richard was speechless. After a moment's silence, he smiled and consoled. Perhaps it's because you're so powerful individually that command felt it would be a waste to have you in the White Wizard Corps, so they assigned you to the Dark Wizards. The difference between black and white wizards is greatest at the first level, and as a wizard's strength increases and age increases, the gap between the two gradually decreases. Even white wizards need to pursue individual strength. Well, perhaps. Iad's tone was filled with resignation. He was only a second-level wizard, and he had no room to resist the command's orders. He said with some self-mockery, "When I was in the Legion, I always envied you dark wizards for your high incomes. Now that I'm a dark wizard myself, I can say that I got what I wanted." Soon, the steak arrived. The basin-sized brown steak, fried to a slightly charred finish, had a rich meaty aroma complemented by the aroma of spices, making the very scent of it all the more appetizing. Slicing it open, the interior remained tender and juicy. Richard placed the steak in his mouth, and instantly, a surge of fire elemental energy erupted from it, violently impacting his mouth and tongue. A strange sensation coursed through his nerves and entered his brain. Spicy. So spicy. Richard chewed the steak continuously, wisps of flame emanating from between his teeth. Soon, he swallowed the minced meat and let out a long sigh. Wow! A stream of flame burst from his mouth. Richard exclaimed with some surprise, "This is truly delicious." Across from him, Iad, flushed and sweating, gasped at Richard's praise and also gave a thumbs up. Sizzle. Really good. Sizzle. He fetched the owl, and the restaurant's recommended chilled wine. When it arrived, he uncapped the bottle and guzzled it. The steak tasted quite pungent. Richard laughed heartily at Iad's utter discomfiture, then cut off another piece and ate it. Sizzle. Really satisfying. The meal was a feast for both parties. Of course, the price was also quite high, with each of the two steaks worth 5 magic spirits. After the meal, the two sides finalized the details of their cooperation. Since Iad was a first-time dark wizard, he would follow Richard's instructions during the operation. The spoils would be split 40/60ths, Richard 60/40ths. In fact, Richard's proposal for a 50-50 split of the spoils was a 50-50 split. But Iad insisted on taking the 10% as Richard's reward for bringing him along, so Richard reluctantly accepted it. One wonders what Iad would think if he knew that Master Richard was a newly recruited wizard who had just fought in a dimensional war. Separated from Iad, Richard found a house to review the wizard's notebooks he had seized. This city was originally the city of salamanders. After the war began, the city's wealthy fled to other empires or to Luxor, while the remaining commoners were forced by wizards to work mining. The city thus became deserted, later used as a gathering place for wizards. Finding an empty house, Richard retrieved the notebooks. The first page of each notebook bore a name, Victor Russ, presumably the name of the owner of the magic pocket. Richard flipped through the notebooks and discovered that while most were written in wizard script, one contained a significant portion in cipher. Richard couldn't help but smile as he read the cipher text. A wizard wouldn't be so idle as to write notes in cipher text, especially when the majority of the notebook is written in wizard script. Richard tore off the cipher text notes, and soon a message arrived from the Miracle Forge. Ingredients: Victor Russ's cipher text notes. Refined information: experimental dragon transformation potion recipe. Refining cost: 2 mental power. Dragon transformation potion? Richard was somewhat puzzled as he read the message from the Miracle Forge. The connection between dragon transformation and potion left him somewhat baffled. Dragon transformation is a powerful and irreversible bloodline transformation that requires no assistance, only a drop of dragon blood. Richard chose to refine. Soon, a ball of white light appeared above the miracle crucible. After fusion, information about the dragon transformation potion instantly entered Richard's mind. Huh? This wizard actually found a substance that salamanders use to suppress the expression of dragon blood. Richard exclaimed in astonishment upon receiving the potion's formula. The dragon transformation potion's effect was simple. Upon taking it, the wizard would temporarily transform into a dragon, gaining the speed and strength of a dragon blood, as well as the abilities of some dragon-like organs. The potion lasted for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the effect wore off, and the wizard would return to his original state and become weakened. Furthermore, wizards with a physical fitness score below 100 could not take it again within a month, and those above 100 could not take it again within 3 days. The most important aspect of this potion's effect was the return to original state. The most terrifying thing about dragon transformation was its irreversibility, yet this potion could reverse it. This contradicted most wizards' understanding of dragon blood. After receiving the formula, Richard immediately took the notebooks and began to carefully read through them. The more Richard read, the more he admired the wisdom of the wizard named Victor Russ. Richard had no idea of Victor Russ's true abilities. But judging by his notes, he must have been a master of synthetic beasts and potions. Some of his experiments on salamanders, while somewhat inhumane, had remarkable results. He discovered a special substance in the cells of a gland within the salamanders. This substance could inhibit the expression of dragon blood, and could even cause cells expressing dragon blood to undergo apoptosis. After the gland was removed, an ordinary fire lizard quickly developed dragon-like traits. However, after developing these traits, the fire lizard quickly experienced cell collapse. This phenomenon wasn't limited to ordinary fire lizards. Fire lizard warriors and royal dragon guards also experienced it. And most amazingly, The stronger the fire lizard, the more powerful the gland became, and the more of this substance that inhibited the expression of dragon blood was present in its body. This was in stark contrast to the phenomenon that the stronger the fire lizard, the more its dragon blood awakened. This made one marvel at the wonders of living things. After reading Victor Russ's research notes, Richard was filled with admiration. He was a master with an extremely profound knowledge base and a very active mind. If he had survived this interdimensional war, he might have become a great wizard. Alas, he died. The notes that recorded his profound knowledge fell into the hands of the fire lizards. If Richard hadn't found this magic pocket among the garbage, his research would have remained unknown, and it would have made no difference to the wizarding world. Alas, life is so unpredictable. Richard put away several notebooks. He didn't have the ingredients for the dragon potion, so testing the potion would have to wait until the portal opened. But judging by these notes, the potion's effectiveness would likely be fine. At most, the contraindications would require more testing. Richard's clone was perfect for testing this aspect. After putting away the notebooks, Richard opened the rift in the secret realm and entered it. In the secret realm, Ulises remained asleep, but as he slept, Richard could clearly sense a significant increase in the energy fluctuations within his body, and a noticeable rise in his vital energy radiance. Ulises' strength gradually increased as his soul wounds healed. Even without Richard's help, within a few thousand years, Ulises would regain the strength of a world master. In the secret realm, several armored hounds played with the sacred tree spirits. These armored hounds were synthetic beasts distributed by the floating city to all wizards participating in bandit suppression missions. Of course, Richard had replaced the armor plating. The original synthetic beasts had no metal armor, only bone plates connected to their muscles. Over the years, Richard had refined numerous dragon alchemical artifacts through the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce. These artifacts ranged from armor to scimitars, some modern and some ancient. In short, none of them were ordinary. Through the refinement of these items, Richard's dragon alchemy skills had greatly improved. His current mastery of dragon alchemy was enough to kill even a master alchemist of a fire lizard. After all, those alchemical artifacts were the work of salamander masters, incorporating the skills of so many masters. Even if Richard were a pig, dragon alchemy would be second nature. The armored hounds were connected by several strands of mycelium. The lifespan of the synthetic beasts was extremely short, and Richard was too lazy to create new ones, so he asked the world mushroom to use mycelium to transfer life energy to the armored hounds, extending their lifespans as much as possible. Richard walked over to the world mushroom, and the mycelium on the stem contracted, revealing a passage. Richard followed the passage to the window of a room filled with blue fluorescence. Inside, a blue flame burned continuously, and on the wall, a clone of Richard continuously disintegrated and regenerated under the flame's radiation. Still no resistance? Richard said, looking at the clone with some disappointment. After using the blue flame obtained from the lava sea, Ulises offered Richard a suggestion. Use a first-level clone to withstand the blue flame's radiation. He said this blue flame possessed a very strange property. It naturally suppressed flesh and blood creatures, but had very little effect on creatures without flesh and blood, such as elementals, undead, and mechanical creatures. Furthermore, the higher the physical fitness of a creature, the greater its resistance to the flame's radiation. Ulises therefore deduced that if a creature could develop resistance to the radiation of this flame, its physical fitness would improve. This was the origin of this experiment. But now, decades have passed, and this experiment has made no progress. World Mushroom, adjust the radiation level again, making it even lower. Yes, Master. Chapter 253. After changing the experimental conditions, Richard observed for a while. Unfortunately, no miracle occurred. His clone's disintegration was merely slower than before. Gazing at the blue flame, an idea suddenly occurred to Richard. I think this thing would be more suitable as a weapon. If I could contain the radiation and focus it, even the body of a level 3 creature would disintegrate instantly. For most indigenous creatures, losing their body is the same as death. Richard casually pulled out a notebook and wrote down his thoughts. A mature wizard has a tool for recording inspiration, whether it's a notebook, a magic book, a crystal ball, or something else that can record information. A wizard has ample time and the ability to realize these inspirations. For the immortal race, fixed ideas are inevitable. At this time, any inspiration is invaluable. After leaving the laboratory, Richard entered a deep meditation in the secret realm before returning to the Red Sun world. According to Yad, the salamanders in the wizard-controlled area should have been mostly wiped out by now. Otherwise, the command would never have rashly attacked Luxor. If this were confirmed, Then his immediate priority was to reach the border as quickly as possible, lest he be left without a single drop of water after the White Wizard's advance. Luxor's salamanders were no major threat to the wizards. The reorganized White Wizards were more than capable of wiping them out. This process did not require the assistance of the Dark Wizards, nor did the White Wizards want their involvement. A sure-win battle is like a cake. The White Wizard Legion naturally hopes that as few people as possible will eat it. Following the map's instructions, Richard began approaching Luxor. During this time, Richard encountered a number of equally well-informed Dark Wizards. For some unknown reason, after entering the Linxar Empire, Command hadn't assigned the Dark Wizards any infiltration missions. Instead, a large number of Dark Wizards were deployed to suppress bandits within Linxar's borders, a sheer waste of talent. A month later, Richard's crystal ball suddenly transmitted a message. A war in Luxor and its surrounding provinces would begin in a day, and wizards were free to choose whether to participate. Hearing this news, Richard chuckled with a hint of sarcasm. Free choice, that's a nice idea. But why isn't there free choice when it comes to tackling tough problems? Putting the crystal ball away, Richard saw that not far from him, 10,000-man combat groups had assembled. According to the White Wizard Legion's battle sequence, a 10,000-man regiment was the largest combat unit. 10,000-man regiments, coupled with accompanying war airships and a corps of synthetic beasts, were sufficient to crush the Salamander rebels in Luxor. But the wizards deployed more than just 10,000-man regiments this time. Rumor has it that there's another White Wizard Legion of approximately 100,000 soldiers southwest of Luxor. If the rumors are true, this war has mobilized nearly half of the White Wizards in the wizard-controlled area. Well-informed Black Wizards had already formed a small town outside the White Wizard Legion. Among these Black Wizards, Richard easily spotted the white-robed Iad. He was huddled with several other White Wizards, gazing glumly at the White Wizard Legion not far away. Seeing Richard, Iad came forward with some joy. "Master Richard, I've finally seen you. I thought you were lost." "Lost? What made you think that?" Richard asked curiously. "Nothing. I was chatting with these friends and heard a rumor. There's a master named Richard in their floating city. This Master Richard is quite remarkable. As a Dark Wizard, he actually got lost inside the Linxa Empire while hiding." Iad couldn't help but laugh as he spoke. "I wonder how long this rumor has gone on to become so ridiculous. A Dark Wizard who can get lost behind enemy lines. How could he possibly reach the third ring?" Richard laughed too, though his smile was tinged with embarrassment. "Ha, indeed, that idiotic wizard is only at the second ring right now, far from the third." With Iad's introduction, Richard and the other White Wizards became familiar with each other. These were Iad's friends within the Legion, all of whom had been reclassified as Dark Wizards during this reorganization. After communicating with these wizards, Richard discovered that these White Wizards were no weaklings. Furthermore, according to them, many powerful White Wizards had been reclassified as Dark Wizards. Even stranger still was the White Wizards, who had kept the news of this attack strictly confidential. Even Iad's information came from White Wizards recruited by the Hellfire Grand Wizard. That's a bit strange. Richard felt a flicker of uncertainty in his mind. The command's actions were truly bizarre. Using so many White Wizards to suppress the bandits, maintaining such strict confidentiality, and reclassifying these elite White Wizards as Dark Wizards. These three things combined made it seem strange no matter how you looked at them. Suddenly, Richard's mind flashed back to the words Elises had spoken to him before he fell asleep. "You've already won this war. That green fire skeleton is setting that fire lizard up for a fight." Why did Elises say the wizards had already won? Although Morik, the fire lizard king, was temporarily missing, the remaining fire lizard king, Minar, was also a level 5 creature. The Infernal Master was seriously injured, and the Clear Frost Master was a 4th ring master. The wizard army's numbers had been reduced to half of what they were before the war began. No matter how you looked at it, the wizards were at a disadvantage. But Elises told him the wizards had already won. If Elises was correct, then there was only one possibility. The Infernal Master and the Clear Frost Master possessed the power to kill Minar. With this thought in mind, Richard suddenly asked Iad, "Do you, the White Wizard Corps, have any means of resisting the World Master?" Iad was stunned. "Huh? Why are you asking that?" Richard's face was serious. "Just tell me if you do. Does this method require a 10,000-person unit to use?" Iad and the other White Wizards around him changed their expressions. Clearly, Richard was right. "Master, what have you thought of?" Iad asked sternly. At this moment, he had a vague suspicion that he had made a mistake. In the capital of the Minar Empire, Minar, who had stood atop the pyramid for 10 years, suddenly opened his eyes. He could sense that the aura of the terrifying wizard known as the Infernal Master had suddenly weakened to the point of almost disappearing. Is he finally giving up? Minar's gaze drifted toward the floating city, as if he could see through the barriers of space, glimpsing the Hellfire Wizard at its core. To survive 10 years despite such severe injuries, truly a terrifying creature. A pair of dragon wings sprouted from Minar's back again. He had waited 10 years for the Hellfire Wizard to fall asleep. Now, he could finally expel these wizards. Miha and Harash. Two figures flew out of the royal capital and swiftly arrived at Minar's side. Mobilize your troops immediately. The wizard's chief wizard has fallen into a deep sleep. Today is the day of our counterattack. After hearing this, Mihan immediately declared his agreement, but Harash hesitated for a moment before adding, Your Majesty, the wizards are not reckless creatures. They are always careful and cautious. If their situation were so dire, they would have left the Red Sun world long ago. Your Majesty, I suspect a conspiracy. Minar turned his gaze toward Harash, his immense dragon might bearing down on him like a mountain. But Harash remained silent, his stance unchanged. Mian, standing by, felt a wave of fear. Wasn't Harash's advice a stark accusation of Minar's stupidity? Minar remained unmoved. Even he had heard of Harash's character. Harash, your words are indeed valid, but your strength is too limited, and there is much you cannot see. Go and carry out your orders. With these words, Minar spread his dragon wings, and his figure suddenly vanished from the top of the pyramid. Mihan stood up straight, his face filled with relief at having survived. My Marshal Harash, you truly are not afraid of death. Harash stood straight, his expression unchanged. This is our duty, Mihan. Seeing Harash's calm expression, Mihan almost thought he was a former minister of the Moric Empire, and that this Harash before him was the Grand Marshal of the Minar Empire. All right, you're ruthless. Which plan should we follow? Mihan asked casually. Harash was silent for a moment, then said, Use the backup plan. His Majesty Minar's actions this time must be a trap. After so many years of dealing with wizards, they love nothing more than exploiting our cognitive gaps to scheme against us. Mihan's pupils shrank upon hearing this. Are you mad? You're disobeying His Majesty's orders. If your guess is wrong, we all die. Harash's gaze shifted towards the Linksa Empire, his eyes deep as he spoke. Don't worry. I knock you out later. If anything goes wrong, it's my responsibility. This concerns the future of the salamanders. I don't dare gamble. Huh? This operation is probably just a play by the Grand Wizard. Richard smiled bitterly. This operation is likely extremely dangerous, even risking annihilation of the Legion. That's why Grand Wizard Qingxuang has temporarily assigned you to the Dark Wizard rank. If the Legion is wiped out, you should be the spark of its reconstruction. Richard had just finished speaking when a terrifying pressure suddenly emanated from the depths of the Salamander Empire. The Dark Wizards present, sensing this, fled in terror. Although they hadn't guessed the Grand Wizard's plan, they were certain of one thing. The smaller the target, the better. Several white wizards, classified as Dark Wizards, quickly formed a formation, preparing to flee. But just as he had invited Richard to join them, Richard casually tore open a dimensional rift and pulled out a hopping armored hound. A fragment of a mysterious realm, and one of high quality. Richard smiled, a smile as bright as a dog owner's. Don't worry about me, everyone. I have a fragment of a mysterious realm where I can take refuge. Chapter 254. Watching Richard open the spatial rift, Yad was stunned. Although secret realm fragments could be purchased at some established wizard guilds, few wizards would buy them. Besides their high price, the most important thing was their low cost-performance ratio. Most of the secret realm fragments sold by the guilds had internal energy levels almost lower than those in the wizarding world, and their area was tiny, often serving only as storage space. But wizards could easily handle storage space with a couple of extra magic pockets. Wizards weren't going on vacation, so they didn't need to carry a lot of stuff. Secret realm fragments with slightly better energy levels would cost several times more than fragments of the same size, making even third-ring wizards rarely purchase them. And Richard actually had a good quality secret realm fragment. He was definitely a wealthy individual. You're really rich, Master Richard, he had exclaimed sourly, then turned and fled with the other white wizards. Richard placed the armored hound on the ground and immediately entered the secret realm, closing the rift. Why did Richard leave an armored hound outside? The answer soon became apparent. With the appearance of Minar, the Fire Lizard King, the armored hound instinctively crouched to the ground in fear, whimpering non-stop. Inside the secret realm, Richard immediately took over the armored hound's senses through his soul seed and began to observe the battle from its perspective. Richard was certain that the victor of this battle would be the great wizard Qingxuang. The armored hound's role was to observe the battle, allowing Richard to immediately reclaim the spoils after the battle. The flesh and blood of this world lord might be of little use to ordinary wizards, but to Richard, these things were truly precious treasures. Minar's aura was undisguised as he attacked. He was clearly telling Great Wizard Qingxuang, "I want to fight." While Great Wizard Qingxuang could fight him, without the Green Fire Wizard's help, he would ultimately be dead. As soon as Minar entered the Lingxi Empire, Great Wizard Qingxuang appeared before him. The two World Lord level beings faced off in midair, their overwhelming pressure silencing the surrounding area for several kilometers. Creatures within this range either instinctively remained motionless, or fainted, or died of fright. "How dare you stop me?" Minar's entire body radiated a fiery glow, like a blazing red sun. Opposite him, the icy Great Wizard Qingxuang wore a heavy expression. Both his aura and strength were now completely suppressed. With Linka dead and Morik missing, the power of the Red Sun world, after a decade of transference, was now bestowed upon Minar. Minar's power now surpassed Morik, becoming the most powerful of the three Fire Lizard Kings. Seeing the Great Wizard Qingxuang remain silent, Minar looked past him and toward Luxor Province. At that moment, the White Wizard Legion gathered in Luxor Province was rapidly retreating toward the floating city. Evacuate now? Too late. A mocking smile graced Minar's ferocious dragon head. The Great Wizard Qingxuang's expression darkened, and he was about to swing his ice crystal staff. But Minar wouldn't engage him. With a swift swoop of his dragon wings, he vanished from the Great Wizard Qingxuang's sight. He wasn't in a hurry to kill Great Wizard Qingxuang at this moment. He wanted to slay all the wizards wreaking havoc in the Red Sun world before Great Wizard Qingxuang's eyes. But he didn't notice that the moment he disappeared, a barely perceptible smile suddenly crossed Great Wizard Qingxuang's face. At the White Wizard Corps Central Command Center, a dozen or so third-ring wizards sat in a room awaiting Great Wizard Qingxuang's orders. Suddenly, the crystal balls before them lit up, and Great Wizard Qingxuang's voice emanated from them. Action! The third-ring wizards exchanged a glance, and immediately sprang into action. Instantly, the mental network of 100,000 white wizards, centered around the command center, and with the war airships as nodes, instantly connected. The Legion's mental network activated. The next moment, Minar appeared before the Legion, his terrifying pressure, mingled with dragon might, instantly impacting the minds of a large number of wizards. However, this mental impact was immediately dispersed through the mental network to all the wizards. "Oh, you still can resist?" Minar was only a native, but as the Lord of the World, his power was high enough to allow him to see through many things. At that moment, he could sense the souls of all the wizards before him connecting together. But what good will that do? Minar's face shone with a hint of sarcasm, and the light around him grew even brighter. The alliance of the weak only makes things easier for the strong. The command center ignored Minar's sarcasm and calmly issued orders. Activate Magic Shield. The next moment, a magical barrier encompassing all white wizards appeared around them. Legion Magic Shield, activated. Minar swung his fist fiercely. The instant his fist struck, a dazzling light, as blazing as the sun, erupted from the tip of his fist. The light was so intense, it was impossible to look directly at it, like a miniature sun. This sun slammed heavily into the Legion's shield. Buzz! The magic barrier erupted in a raging storm, nearly crumbling the massive Legion shield beneath the radiant light. The entire Legion's wizards paled. They had expended a vast amount of magic power to resist this blow. It actually blocked it. Minar was shocked. He had used only 70% of his strength in this punch. Previously, it would have been equivalent to his full strength. But it didn't break the shield. A sudden sense of foreboding crossed his mind. This is the first time I've heard someone call a wizard weak. The Great Wizard Qingxuang appeared in the center of the Legion. He pulled out a scroll and tore it open. A massive magic circle rapidly spread from his feet across the Legion, merging the wizards within it almost into one. If Richard were present at the scene with his energy vision, he would have surely seen the entire Legion's 100,000 wizards standing on energy nodes. Legion Magic Circle, activate. With the Legion's blessing, the Great Wizard Qingxuang's aura instantly surged, rapidly increased, and skyrocketed. He was already not far from a fifth-ring wizard, but with the blessing of the Legion's magic circle, his strength instantly broke through the fourth ring, reaching the pseudo-fifth ring. The pseudo-fifth ring was because the Great Wizard Qingxuang was merely a fifth-level creature with energy strength, but he lacked the special abilities possessed by fifth-ring creatures. But as a wizard, even if Great Wizard Qingxuang was only a pseudo-fifth-ring wizard, he was more than capable of dealing with the Minar before him. What's more, Great Wizard Qingxuang had made more than just these preparations. He tore open a rift in space, and pulled out a spear burning with azure ice and fire. The flames of ice and fire shattered, transforming into pure magic that emanated into space. Countless mysterious runes flowed within the spear, seemingly forming an extremely complex spell pattern. Hee, you idiot. You actually thought I couldn't deal with you? How come your brain isn't as good as your men? Great Wizard Qingxuang's face was filled with scorn. From his perception, the Salamander Empire's army was retreating, not attacking. This was clearly not the plan of this fool before him. There were still some clever people among the Salamanders. Relying on external objects to force your way to a new level? Is this how you're going to deal with me? Minar was shocked and furious. He hadn't expected this to be, as Harash had said, a trap set by the wizard. But there's more. A faint voice rang out from behind Minar. A spatial rift had suddenly opened behind him, and within it, a skull ablaze with green flames leaped across the space and arrived behind him. Minar's pupils shrank. This infernal master wizard, who should have been wounded and asleep, wasn't actually asleep. Judging from his steady aura, there was no sign of his injuries flaring up at all. This attack had been completely calculated by the wizards. A fake, enhanced by counterfeit artifacts, a severely injured skeleton. Is this how you plan to plot against me? Minar's body suddenly grew larger, his aura growing stronger, nearly breaking through the realm of a level 5 creature and reaching the level 6 realm. At this moment, Minar was devouring the world's power, using it to enhance his own strength. This action deeply harmed the world's essence. If the essence of life were a living being, then Minar was constantly absorbing its blood. This desperate bastard, Qingxuang, finish him off. The Hellfire Wizard roared, the second strongest emotion he had expressed in this interplanar war. The Red Sun world was already his prey, and Minar was destroying it. A raging inferno erupted from the Hellfire Wizard, instantly transforming into a domain that trapped Minar. But Minar's strength was now nearly that of a level 6 creature. With a wave of his arms, a strong glow from his body carved out a pure land within the domain. Wizard, try this. A spear of light appeared in Minar's hand, its shaft radiating a fiery glow, as if capturing a ray of the sun's essence, making it impossible to look directly at it. With a powerful swing, the spear pierced the sky, heading straight for the Hellfire Wizard. Behind him, the great wizard Qingxuang hurled his icy spear at him. Minar was actually determined to perish alongside the Hellfire Wizard. The spear of light was so terrifying that even the slightest fluctuation could create a rift in space. If struck by this spear, the Hellfire Wizard would have no chance of survival. Hee, I say you're an idiot, and you still don't believe me. You can't even tell the difference between real and fake. The Hellfire Wizard in the domain laughed eerily before suddenly transforming into a ball of green flame and vanishing into the domain. When the false becomes real, the real becomes fake. Minar was once again a level 5 creature. Empowered by the power of the world, even a Hellfire Wizard in his prime wouldn't underestimate him. Moreover, the great wizard of Hellfire was gravely injured. How could he possibly be there in person, even so close to him? But by then, Minar realized it too late. The spear of light streaked across the sky, plummeting like a meteor into the sea of magma at the edge of the world, sending up a mountain-like wave of lava. The ice and fire spear struck him squarely from behind, its terrifying sealing power instantly unleashing, freezing him within an iceberg. No matter how he struggled, the iceberg remained unmoved. The great wizard Qingxuang had spent 10 years crafting this ice and fire spear. The deathly silence iceberg sealing technique contained within it was powerful enough to seal a level 5 creature for 50 years. 50 years was but a fleeting moment for the world master, but it was enough time for the wizard to conquer the entire Red Sun world. Even if Morik returned during this period, the moment he returned to the Red Sun world, he would undoubtedly be met with a carefully prepared trap by the two great wizards. The fate of the Red Sun world sealed the moment Minar decided to attack. Chapter 255. Amidst the towering cyan iceberg, the massive fire lizard king struggled relentlessly. Each of his struggles caused a resounding rumble within the iceberg, and white cracks continuously appeared within. But between his struggles, the iceberg seemed to possess life, constantly mending these cracks. Although the healing process was slower than the cracks, Great Wizard Qingxuang showed no dissatisfaction. For a 4th ring wizard like him to be able to seal a 5th level creature was already a sign of bullying an indigenous creature. To permanently seal it, he would have to wait until he became a 5th ring wizard. After dealing with Minar, Great Wizard Qingxuang waved his staff, and the White Wizard army instantly turned around, heading towards Luxor province. Now that there was no life in the entire Red Sun world capable of opposing wizards, it was time to deal with these fire lizards. A 100,000-man White Wizard army was already enough to annihilate Luxor, and now with the addition of Great Wizard Qingxuang, the annihilation would be even faster. With a wave of his staff, the great wizard Qing Shuang cast a spell powerful enough to encompass an entire city. A biting cold wind from the water elemental realm gushed out from the magically created outlet, instantly transforming the city into an ice sculpture. All creatures within, regardless of rank, perished instantly. Faced with this near-miraculous power, the morale of the salamanders collapsed instantly. Even the dragon beast knights were unable to maintain their spirit and began to flee en masse. In just one day, the White Wizard Legion advanced from the edge of Luxor province to the outskirts of Luxor city. As the commander-in-chief of the Dragon Beast Knights and the last general of the Linxar Empire, Balashar stood atop the pyramid in the city center, silently observing the Wizard Legion as it steadily approached Luxor. A leader of the Dragon Beast Knights approached Balashar, his voice filled with grief and solemnity. "Sir, what should we do?" Balashar glanced at him and said calmly, "What should we do? I've already ordered the knights to disband. If you want to resist, play hide-and-seek with the wizards. If not, find a deep forest. The wizards have already won. If you hide well enough, you should survive." The leader looked up at Balashar, his golden eyes gleaming bloodshot. "Sir, we haven't lost yet. Lord Morik is still alive. He will surely lead us to drive these wizards out." Balashar sighed and shook his head slightly. "All right, step back. I've already told you what to do." "Sir," the commander growled. "We need a leader." "No, you don't need a leader." Balasar's words suddenly sharpened. "The Dragon Beast Knights will only cause trouble to these wizards if they disband. If you gather together, you'd be easily dealt with by a single spell from the wizard's Grand Master. Although I despise those corrupted bandits, I have to admit that they cause more trouble to the wizards than we do." As he spoke, a bitter, mocking smile suddenly crossed Balasar's face. "Boy, you know what? If you want to inflict enough damage on these wizards, all you have to do now is kill people." "Kill wizards? We definitely." "No, kill fire lizards." Balasar drew his scimitar from his waist. The blade was as smooth as a mirror, and the reflection of a withered fire lizard's face was reflected on the blade. For the past 10 years, Balasar had lived in constant fear, constantly wondering what he would do if a wizard attacked him. Now, he finally didn't have to think about it. Balasar continued, "To wizards, fire lizards are treasure. If you want to inflict heavy losses on them, kill the fire lizards, and then commit suicide when they catch you." The commander's face was horrified, frightened by Balasar's words. Balasar saw his expression and smiled, shaking his head. "Don't stand there in awe. Do whatever you want. I have fulfilled my duty, and it is time for me to follow your majesty." With that, Balasar swung his scimitar across his neck. In the 45th year of the war, Balasar, the last general of the Linxa Empire, died. With that, the Linxa Empire, one of the 3 great empires of the Red Sun world, was completely destroyed. The countdown to the destruction of the fire lizards began. Outside Luxor, Richard quietly arrived at the volcano, where the Dragon Beast breeding base was located. The Linxa Empire was originally under the jurisdiction of the Hellfire Grand Wizard's floating city, and the infiltrating Black Wizards were all recruited by the Grand Wizard. But now, it was the Grand Wizard Qing Shuang's White Wizard army attacking Luxor, and they weren't approaching the base. Richard speculated that the information about the Dragon Beast breeding base likely hadn't been shared with the Grand Wizard's headquarters. Even the few third-ring wizards who had taken action might not have reported it. Richard hadn't fled during the battle between the Grand Wizard and the Fire Lizard King. Now that the Grand Wizard was attacking, Richard had the advantage of being close to the action, becoming one of the first wizards to enter Luxor. For a moment, Richard was the only one who knew about this dragon breeding base. Haha, even though I didn't get the flesh of the Salamander King, gaining access to the Forerunner's technology is still good. Richard searched the volcano's periphery for a while, and soon found a hidden entrance. At the entrance, 2 dragon knights had committed suicide by poisoning, their bodies already rotting from the toxins. Suicide? Sigh. Richard entered the passage, and soon arrived at the outskirts of the dragon breeding base. This place, once the most important of the Linxa Empire, was now utterly silent. Suicided salamanders could be seen everywhere in the base, all using the same poison as the dragon knights at the entrance. To be honest, Richard was stunned for a moment by the sight. This scene was more impactful than the broken limbs and debris on the battlefield. Soon, Richard regained his composure and began to fly towards the core of the base. The road was littered with dead dragons and suicidal salamanders, leaving Richard distraught. He hated this scene. If these salamanders had fought him, Richard wouldn't have felt the slightest bit of pain, even if they had died. But their suicides, however, left Richard with an inexplicable sense of guilt. Richard felt incredibly hypocritical. Who was he shedding these crocodile tears for? Richard flew silently, when suddenly, a living creature appeared in his perception. It was a salamander. Richard gripped his staff tightly, his face alight with relief, his heart as if lifted from a burden. He stepped past the corpses and found the still living salamander, an old one, its dull scales and eyes, gleaming like gold, a stark reminder of its age. The fire lizard hadn't committed suicide. He was currently sorting through a batch of documents. Seeing Richard arrive, he was stunned for a moment. Are we in Luxor so soon? Richard's mental power swept over the old fire lizard. He was only a level 1 creature, and one that was nearing death from old age. There was no resistance. After a moment's silence, Richard asked, "What are you doing?" "Organizing documents." "Didn't your superiors tell you to destroy them?" "Indeed they did, but he's dead." The fire lizard pointed to a decaying fire lizard beside him. "This is him. He's been dead for quite some time." The fire lizard's calmness left Richard somewhat bewildered. It seemed as if they weren't one invader against another, but just two passers-by chatting on the street. "Can you show me the documents?" Richard asked. The fire lizard pointed to a neatly arranged stack of documents on the other side of his body. "These are organized. Take a look at them if you want." The fire lizard's attitude stirred a simmering anger in Richard. The fire lizard shouldn't have been so calm. Why didn't he resist? Shouldn't he have been rummaging through the blood-stained documents over his body? "You're furious," the old fire lizard suddenly said. "Indeed," Richard said coldly. "Why didn't you resist? The wizard slaughtered your people, destroyed your city, and annihilated your country. Aren't you angry?" "What good is anger?" the old fire lizard retorted. "Will anger make me kill you? With my old arms and legs?" Richard was speechless. "Look, you know I can't kill you. So why should I be angry? If I get too angry, I might die of it. Who will organize the information then? Why are you organizing it?" Richard couldn't help but ask. "What are these things that require you to organize them even now?" Richard stepped forward, took the documents in his hands, and began to flip through them. What he found startled him. "This is about the breeding process for drakes." The fire lizard pulled a stack of documents from a nearby cabinet and casually replied, "Good taste. Are all you wizards so knowledgeable?" Richard looked at the old fire lizard in shock. "This stuff is very useful to wizards. You should destroy it." "Destroy? Ha." The old fire lizard suddenly laughed. "I know it should be destroyed, but I've spent 300 years studying these drakes, and I've spent most of my life in this base. These things are like my children. How could I bear to destroy them?" The old fire lizard's voice grew increasingly angry, but then suddenly softened at the end. "Besides, these things are quite useful to you, aren't they?" The old salamander set aside a stack of organized documents. "I've heard that you wizards don't care much for gold and gems, but you deeply value knowledge. These things, left in your hands, will likely be treated well. By the time the salamanders are exterminated by you, they will have been exterminated. These materials can also prove to future generations that a race called salamanders once existed among the stars." "How did you know we were going to exterminate the salamanders?" The old salamander smiled sarcastically. "Salamanders who become slaves are no longer salamanders. Ever since the Salamander King took up the banner of rebellion against the dragons, salamanders have ceased to be slaves. Even the name salamanders came into being after the dragons were overthrown. Before that, the Red Sun world was filled with only dragons and slaves." Richard remained silent. Salamander was the name the wizard had given him. If translated into salamander language, salamanders refer to themselves as the Free Ones. Chapter 256. The old fire lizard spent some more time sorting, finally completing all the information. Afterward, he picked up a black gold scimitar from the ground and looked at Richard calmly. "Wizard, I don't care about other people's research, but everything I've been working on over the years is here." Richard tucked the information into his magic pocket and silently gave the old fire lizard a wizard salute. The inheritance of knowledge always deserves respect. Then, Richard spoke with some hesitation. "Fire lizard, don't rush yourself. I think you're very valuable. Are you interested in working for me for a while? We can sign a fair employment agreement." "Wizard, are you humiliating me?" The old fire lizard interrupted loudly. "You destroyed my country and enslaved my people. I'm a bastard, but not to this extent." With that, the old fire lizard swung his scimitar, and the Dragon Knight's sharp scimitar effortlessly cut his neck. Richard watched the scene, a breath stagnating in his chest for a long time before he finally exhaled. Richard then arrived at the core area of the breeding base, but upon seeing it, he was stunned. The entire core area was occupied by several massive pits, and almost all of the dragon beast breeding equipment had been destroyed. Boom! Richard suddenly looked up at the sky and discovered that the vast energy dome above the base had become much weaker than when he last arrived. The sound he had just heard was the rumbling of the upper magma. If more time passes, this energy dome will likely disappear. At that point, tens of millions of tons of magma will engulf the entire dragon beast breeding base, wiping out any remaining value. Richard shook his head. Those salamanders are truly ruthless. Richard then quickened his search. Within minutes, he had combed the entire core area, including the third floor. Finally, on the third floor, Richard discovered half of a cultivation machine, blown away by the aftermath of the explosion. Most of the machine's components were damaged, but Richard still found a few usable items within. Raw materials, dragon alchemy chip. Refined information, semi-elemental flesh transformation technology. Refining cost, 20 spiritual power. Glancing at the palm-sized, gold-patterned metal plate in his hand, Richard's eyes flashed with surprise. To his surprise, such a crucial component remained intact. Without hesitation, Richard chose to refine it, and soon, he had acquired this technology left behind by the Forerunners. The function of this technology was simple: to transform the flesh of semi-elemental creatures, like the flame behemoth, into a special kind of semi-elemental Martian flesh. Wizards have the technology to transform the flesh of semi-elemental creatures into living flesh, but Richard had never heard of this kind of semi-elemental living flesh. Technically, a kilogram of first-level semi-elemental flesh could yield up to 10 grams of semi-elemental living flesh. While the vitality of this semi-elemental living flesh is unknown, even the lowest level, first-level living flesh is far superior to Jorad's technology. In Richard's opinion, the flesh of semi-elemental creatures is one of the worst materials for making living flesh. The elemental blood it contains contaminates it. To create living flesh, meticulous removal of the elemental blood is essential. Jorad's technology can only produce 1 gram of normal, active flesh per kilogram of semi-elemental creature blood. Putting away the dragon alchemy chip, Richard immediately flew out of the base. On the way, he took a number of the flame beast carcasses from the base's outer ring warehouse. As for the energy dome in the sky, Richard had no intention of exploring it. The fire lizards hadn't been able to destroy it, so it was likely a relic of the Forerunners, and he couldn't take it away. Moreover, this energy dome technology looked very complex. If he went up and found that he couldn't refine it, he would be extremely depressed. Soon, Richard walked out of the entrance to the base. As soon as he left, he heard a thunderous sound coming from the passage. The energy dome disappeared, and tens of millions of tons of magma crashed into the dragon beast breeding base, completely burying this once treasure of the Lynxa Empire. Richard looked back at the faint glow of fire deep within the entrance, and said with a hint of relief, "It's a good thing I didn't go research the energy dome. If I had, I probably wouldn't have come back." No one below the Lord of the World could withstand the impact of tens of millions of tons of magma, not even wizards. Luxor, in the distance, had already fallen, and the White Wizard Legion began skillfully plundering the city for spoils. Alchemical artifacts? Take them. Fire elemental gems? Take them. Flame artifacts? This one must be taken. The wizards laughed as they searched the rooms for loot, branding the slave seals on the common fire lizards with slavery marks. As Balashar had said, fire lizards were indeed a treasure to wizards. Every fire lizard slave could be exchanged for varying amounts of magic stones from the great wizards. Killing the fire lizards was destroying wealth. Alas, Balasar's idea was a bit too extreme, even if it were just talk. The Dragon Knights he once commanded wouldn't act that way. These once elite troops of the Lynxa Empire, now under their leader's leadership, had split up into small groups and taken refuge in the mountains and forests. They still believed that with the return of Morik, the Fire Lizard King, everything would be fine. Gazing at Luxor City in the distance, Richard chose not to go in and plunder the spoils. He had already reaped a huge harvest. It wasn't worth it to pursue petty gains. Besides, the tragic state of the dragon beast breeding base had indeed had a profound impact on him, and he needed a place to calm down. Opening the secret realm rift, Richard entered, ready to study the information compiled by the old fire lizard. Shortly after entering the secret realm, 2 figures arrived at the breeding base. 2 figures emerged, one imposing, like a stone giant, the other shrouded in flames, like a fire spirit. These were the 2 third-ring wizards, who had escaped the attack on the dragon beast breeding base. Noticing the magma rising from the tunnel, Malphite said with regret, "We're still too late." The dragon beast breeding base had now been completely destroyed by the massive magma. In contrast to his calm demeanor, the fire wizard beside him was furious. "Those damn natives, do they know what they've destroyed? The knowledge of the lost ones. The fire wizard roared furiously, his flames dancing with his fury. It's already destroyed. No amount of rage can bring it back. Malphite glanced at the volcano, then turned and flew towards Luxor. Ever since he was nearly killed by the holy guards, Malphite realized something was wrong with his mentality. As his strength grew, so did his arrogance, which was not good for a wizard. For this reason, he had been cultivating his character for a while. If it had been before, he might have been furious at the destruction of the dragon beast breeding base, but now, he could only lament his bad luck and even feel a sense of relief. If the base hadn't been destroyed, he would definitely have gone in to take a look. What if he ran into the holy guards again? The dark wizard must control his greed. The fire wizard watched Malphite's retreating figure and, somewhat angrily, threw a few fireballs at the mountain wall. But then, he turned around and flew towards Luxor. The dragon beast breeding base was already destroyed, so there was no point in venting his anger. It would be better to enter Luxor and plunder the spoils. But the two third-ring wizards never imagined that a second-ring wizard had already toured the dragon beast breeding base before them. In the secret realm, Richard pulled out the information, which was more than 2 men tall, from his pocket and began to understand what dragon beasts were. According to the information, dragon beasts are actually a type of synthetic beast, but this type of synthetic beast is more stable than most wizard-made synthetic beasts. Aside from being unable to reproduce, they are almost indistinguishable from normal creatures. A typical dragon beast has a lifespan of between 100 and 200 years, and a physical fitness between 150 and 200. Occasionally, a dragon beast with a physical fitness in the range of a third-level creature can be cultivated. According to records left by the old salamander, in ancient times, they were able to mass-produce even third-level drakes. However, these techniques were later lost for various reasons. The ancient documents, heavily inscribed in dragon language, remain incomprehensible to this day. So the salamanders burned them. Li Chao was furious at this. What a waste of resources. Knowledge of dragon language is not difficult for wizards to acquire. Even if there are differences between languages, he has the miracle forge to directly extract information. Reading further, salamanders use many different techniques for breeding drakes, each formula yielding distinct characteristics. For example, the drakes of the current dragon knights utilize a well-balanced drake. Speed, strength, stamina, and even intelligence are not exceptional, but above average. The old salamander, on the other hand, was researching a new drake technique. His drakes possess exceptional speed and stamina, with above-average strength. However, their intelligence is somewhat lacking, requiring a long period of training before they can be used as mounts. Furthermore, this type of dragon beast has relatively low defense, easily piercing even ordinary fire lizard warriors. The advantages and disadvantages are quite obvious. Richard glanced at the document in his hand, his gaze inevitably drifting to the armored hound playing with the sacred tree spirit in the secret realm. Intelligence isn't a problem. It just takes a little time. Worse still, soul magic can help. As for defense, a secondary modification of the dragon beast, and the addition of these armor plates should be feasible. But the choice of person to use them is a bit problematic. Richard stroked his chin and focused on the last paragraph of the document. According to the document, the creation of a dragon beast requires the blood of a fire lizard, and a dragon beast naturally gravitates towards the fire lizard that provides its blood. When fighting side by side, the two can even experience a spiritual fusion, achieving a state of unity between man and horse. Reading this, Richard suddenly remembered the dragon transformation potion he had obtained earlier. One of the ingredients in this potion is fire lizard blood. Richard muttered to himself, "It seems that fate will not end you fire lizards." Chapter 257. Over 200 years have passed since the world mushroom officially took root in Richard's secret realm fragment. During these 200 years, the world mushroom has continued to grow, and at the same time, it has continuously expanded the space of the secret realm. The larger the world mushroom grows, the faster it expands. After 200 years of growth, the world mushroom has reached a height of nearly 200 meters. And through its expansion, the area of Richard's secret realm fragment has reached approximately 1 square kilometer. This area is still within the scope of a secret realm fragment for a great wizard, but for Richard, it seems a bit empty. Although there are holy tree elves in the secret realm, these tiny creatures can almost be considered insects and are very inconspicuous. According to Richard's original plan, the secret realm was originally intended to be a medicinal field. However, the appearance of the world mushroom made this medicinal field plan unnecessary. The few magical plants Richard planted were not as profitable as a couple of aldo fungi that the world mushroom could produce. And now, an idea came to Richard's mind. He wanted to raise a group of fire lizards in the secret realm as slaves, or rather, helpers. Dragon Knights were a valuable unit. A standard squad of trained Dragon Knights could easily destroy a single second-level wizard. While their strength wasn't as great as that of the Royal Dragon Warriors, their numbers far outnumbered them. Furthermore, if Richard wanted to sell his Dragon Transmutation Potion, raising fire lizards was essential. Richard couldn't artificially synthesize the substance in the fire lizards' bodies. To make the potion, he needed their blood. Gathering the scattered documents, Richard stood up and prepared to leave the secret realm. His mood cleared after reading the information. Opening the secret rift, Richard returned to the Red Sun world. In the hours he spent reading the information, the White Wizard Legion, along with the Black Wizards, who arrived behind them, had already plundered Luxor. Great Wizard Qingxuang had already returned to the floating city. After the collapse of the Dragon Beast Knights, the entire Lingxa Empire no longer had an army capable of resisting the White Wizard Legion. Great Wizard Qingxuang was too lazy to expend any more energy. While the World Lords were powerful, their every move consumed a vast amount of energy, and energy was represented by magic stones. Planar expeditions were already expensive, so the Great Wizard naturally sought to save as much as possible. Entering Luxor, the streets were littered with injured fire lizards. Most of these fire lizards had superficial wounds, but some also had elemental scars inflicted by spells. These fire lizards had been branded with the slave mark. Upon seeing Richard, they bowed their heads in respect, some even prostrating themselves on the ground. They were no longer free. The moment the slave mark was placed on them, they went from free to salamanders. As Richard hurried through the streets, he saw that most of the salamanders he encountered were marked with slaves. Those without slave marks bore magical marks left by wizards. This served as proof, proving that the slaves were his. Now wizards were following the White Wizards to other provinces to make money, leaving these ordinary slaves here in their haste. This reminded Richard of a classic taunt from the German Blitzkrieg against France during World War II. "I don't have time to capture you. Lay down your weapons, get off the road, and don't block our progress." As they walked along, Richard couldn't help but shake his head and say, "It seems Luxor doesn't have many more magic stones to salvage." However, the wizards currently hold a significant advantage. Once the Lingxa Empire is dealt with, the wizards will immediately turn their attention to the other two empires. This war has now entered a more relaxed phase. 14 days after Minar was sealed, the wizards, having already occupied all resisting provinces within the Lingxa Empire, finally turned their attention to the Moric Empire. No, it should now be called the Minar-Moric United Empire. The two Salamander empires had already achieved military integration when the wizards conquered the Lingxa Empire. The officers who once faced off against each other now sat in a conference room to discuss the Salamander's future. In the conference room, Harash occupied the main seat. Seated beside him were Maihan, the former Grand Marshal of the Minar Empire, and his son, Azuin, the leader of the Moric Shield. "Everyone, the situation is dire for us now." Halash's face was stern, his majestic dragon eyes gleaming with a terrifying threat. "The wizards have purged their ranks and are targeting us. But we lack the upper-level power to resist. His Majesty Lingxa has passed away, His Majesty Moric's whereabouts are unknown, and His Majesty Minar has been trapped by the wizards. I have run out of ideas. Do you have any suggestions?" All those who could attend this meeting were among the elite of the Salamanders, possessing incredible strength and exceptional intelligence. Yet, faced with this question, they remained silent. In the face of absolute strength, no strategy is effective. A deathly silence fell in the conference room. After a long moment, a young voice broke the stillness. "Everyone, I have an idea." Everyone in the conference room looked at Harash and his surroundings. The one who had broken the silence was his son, Azuin. "Everyone, since we can't defeat them head-on, let's change our strategy." After decades of growth, Azuin had shed his youthful immaturity and become more mature. He dressed almost identically to his father, and his speech was also very calm and composed. For the past 10 years, wizards have been locked in a prolonged security war within the Lingxa Empire. Disbanded bandits from the Lingxa Empire have continuously harassed their transport lines, causing unrest in their mining areas. To this end, the wizards have even mobilized most of their forces to suppress the bandits. Since we can't resist head-on, why not consider dividing our army into smaller units and dispersing them to various corners of the empire? If we gather as a large force, the wizards can easily defeat them with their vast army and their master wizards. But if we disperse them into smaller units, their greatest advantage disappears. His Majesty Moric is merely missing, and His Majesty Minar is merely trapped. If we buy time, victory will surely be ours. After hearing Azuin's suggestion, The fire lizards in the conference room fell into deep thought. What Azuin suggested was indeed a solution. They didn't need to expel the wizards. They simply needed to buy time. But how do we solve the problem of military discipline? A fire lizard general asked. Once the army is broken up into smaller units, the phenomenon of them degenerating into banditry will undoubtedly become widespread. Azuin looked at the general, who had spoken, and delivered a cold response. If we don't resolve this, we fall. Our primary mission is to conserve our strength and hold the wizard back. To achieve this goal, we pay any price. Halash heard this, and turned his head to look at his son. Azuin's face remained expressionless as he spoke, as if he were discussing what to eat this afternoon. The salamander general fell silent, and soon, Harash spoke. Everyone, vote by show of hands. The generals remained silent, but their arms silently rose. 1, 2, 3, from the conference room entrance to Harash's side, every salamander general raised their arms, even Mahan. Only Harash remained silent. Azuin looked at his father. Harash's face remained calm, his thoughts unsettled. Since you all agree, let's prepare the plan. Halash didn't raise his hand, but he had approved the plan. As the marshal, the plan could only be implemented with his approval. The meeting concluded, and the salamander generals departed, leaving only Harash and Azuin in the room. Father, do you disagree with me? Harash didn't respond immediately, but turned to look at the map hanging on the wall. On the map, the area that had once been the Linksa Empire had changed color. After studying it for a long time, Harash finally spoke. Azuin, your plan is excellent, and it's the only one we have available right now. So I agree with it. But that doesn't mean it's not shameful. Our army can't defend our territory. We can't protect our people. In the face of a powerful enemy, we can only reduce them to dust. This is a great shame. A rare trace of pain crossed Harash's face. His golden pupils shone bloodshot, and a constant grinding sound echoed between his fangs. Blood dripped from the corners of his mouth. Azuin had only seen this expression on Harash's face during the fall of Linksa, the Fire Lizard King. This most outstanding commander among the fire lizards was now in immense pain. In the face of absolute strength, his tricks were completely useless. Without sufficient high-level support, no matter how many fire lizards there were, they were mere cannon fodder. This fire lizard, who had defeated countless enemies throughout his life, was now at the end of his rope. Father, this is not your fault, Azuin whispered. Go and make your plans, Azuin. Harash regained his composure, transforming himself back into the marshal of the Minar-Morik United Empire. Yes, Marshal. Azuin left the room, but just before he did, Harash suddenly asked. I heard the princess is pregnant. Azuin stiffened, turning around and saying stiffly, indeed. Harash's face flickered with a smile. Then don't just focus on work for a while. Spend more time with her. Children are our future. Yes. Azuin's residence in the Minar capital was a newly built pyramid next to the palace. To be more precise, this pyramid was Akra's residence. Minar treated his niece well, even personally shaping the pyramid's prototype. Through a long corridor, Azuin entered a chamber deep within the pyramid. The room was spacious, with a large obsidian bed in the center, embroidered with gold. Atop this bed was a rich satin woven with gold threads, and a female fire lizard, its scales as shimmering as rubies, lay quietly. You're back, Azuin. Akra sat up, a look of laziness and boredom on her face. Well, I'm back. How was the meeting? Our proposal was approved. Azuin walked over to Akra and gently stroked her slightly swollen belly. How are you feeling today? Akra leaned against Azuin's shoulder, eyes half-lidded, as if about to fall asleep. As usual, I'm getting lazier. Is this what pregnancy is like? It's quite strange. It's always like this with a first pregnancy. Well, then I sleep a little longer. Oh, by the way, Akra, who was about to fall asleep, suddenly remembered something, opened her eyes abruptly, and said to Azuin, those teens you sent out are back. They're waiting for you in the living room. Chapter 258. They're back. Azuin exclaimed in surprise. Yes, they're back today. Go check them out. Akra yawned, a stream of golden flames emanating from her mouth. I sleep a little longer. Azuin nodded, then quickly left the room and entered the reception room. In the reception room, several fire lizards of distinguished appearance sat silently in chairs, exuding an aura of indifference. The maids from the pyramid trembled with fear, just standing beside them. Azuin walked into the reception room. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Several fire lizards, upon seeing Azuin enter, immediately stood from their chairs and saluted him. Azuin gestured, and the maids in the reception room left the room. With a loud bang, the heavy, metal-clad obsidian door of the reception room closed. A unique aura instantly enveloped the entire room. "Sir, we have fulfilled your mission. During this overseas expedition, we have found what you sought." The most imposing of the fire lizards untied a metal cylinder from his belt. Its surface was covered in golden patterns, a product of dragon alchemy. The fire lizard opened it and unearthed a leather scroll. The scroll contained a map, which depicted several routes and islands dotting the ocean. Azuhin took the map and stared at it again and again. After a long moment, he closed the scroll and solemnly addressed the fire lizards. "Everyone, you are great contributors to the fire lizard clan. Your contributions will be forever recorded in history books, passed down for millennia." Azuhin spoke earnestly, declaring the map's significance immense. On the outskirts of the Red Sun world's main continent lay a boundless sea of lava. Normally, even the most ferocious fire lizards confined themselves to hunting giant fire beasts in the shallows. No fire lizard had ever ventured into the depths of the lava sea. But after the War of the Three Kings began, Azuhin had to face the reality that they were likely to be defeated. By then, the entire Red Sun world would be the wizards' backyard, and the fire lizards would be their slaves. Thus, Azuhin began to ponder how to preserve the fire of the fire lizards after their defeat. And so began the plan to explore the lava sea. In ancient fire lizard legends, the lava sea was more than just lava. Legends say that within it lay numerous islands. These islands were home to peculiar dragons, secluded and unconcerned with worldly affairs. There were even rumors that dragons inhabited these islands. To carry out this plan, Morik's shield expended vast resources to construct golden ships capable of traversing the lava sea, and dispatched Morik's most loyal and reliable operatives to explore. The lava sea was as ferocious as a wizard's, inhabited by a vast number of fiery beasts and fire elementals, which posed a significant challenge to the fleet. On any given expedition, returning 5 ships out of 10 was a rare feat. Thankfully, after the merger of the two empires, Morik's shield had greatly expanded its available personnel and resources. With the tacit approval of Harash and Maihan, this costly exploration plan was carried out time and again. The fire lizards had already returned as part of the 10th expedition. This time, their exploration had taken the longest, and they had finally found the legendary island. Furthermore, on the island, they had discovered the skeleton of a giant dragon. This further confirmed the legend's credibility. The Lava Sea Fire Project, after paying a huge price, had finally succeeded. Hearing Azuhin's praise, several fire lizards couldn't help but burst into tears. They had lost too many companions in the course of their exploration. Devoured by giant fire beasts, blasted to charcoal by fire elementals, and blown to ash by the lava sea's fang winds. Every time they ventured out to sea, they faced a near-death experience. The unknown of the road ahead transformed into a constant fear that enveloped every fire lizard who set out to sea. They would even fight wizards rather than explore the uncharted waters of the lava sea. Now, it was finally over. "Everyone, due to the nature of the mission, I cannot award you medals or hold a celebration banquet." Azuhin's expression was complicated. He pushed open the door to the reception room and instructed the maid outside. Soon, maids arrived bearing heavy bags. "No spiritual honors, I can only reward you with material goods. This is a small amount of money, take it and go back to rest." A lot has happened in the Empire lately. The fire lizards exchanged glances. They took the bags, their mouths filled with glittering gold coins. Even for a Silverhorn noble, this amount of gold was a huge sum. None of them were Silverhorn nobles, so faced with such material rewards, they accepted them without hesitation. Azu, rarely seeing them accept, nodded with satisfaction. He smiled and said to the fire lizards, "Excuse me, everyone. I have something to do, so I can't entertain you. Akra is pregnant, and my work schedule is a bit tight." The fire lizards were stunned upon hearing this. Princess Akra is pregnant. It seems a lot has happened in the Empire during their time exploring the lava sea. After congratulating them, the fire lizards left the palace. Watching the fire lizards plying the streets, the fire lizards, who were exploring the sea, felt as if they were in another world. Soon, the leading fire lizard asked the team members around him, "Lord Azuhin has given us so much money. What are you going to do with it?" A knowing smile crossed his face. "I have a lot of connections. If the price is right, I can even get a date with a daughter of the Silverhorn noble family." Several team members smiled in unison, but one shook his head. "I can't. My son is studying alchemy with Master Hay. There are plenty of places to spend money." The fire lizard sighed, his demeanor like a middle-aged office worker with elderly parents and young children, a son in a private school, and a wife who's still unemployed. The other fire lizards cast sympathetic glances. Alchemy is a costly craft. While this was a large sum, it wasn't enough for the long-term study of alchemy. Logar, your boy looks dull. Is he going to learn alchemy? The fire lizard didn't finish his words, but everyone understood his meaning. Logar waved his hand. I know my limits. Master Hay is very pleased with his talent, otherwise I wouldn't have kept him in school. The fire lizards fell silent after hearing this. They parted ways along the way. Logar returned to his residence, while the others, arm in arm, headed for the tavern, ready to spend the night drinking. Logar's residence was on the outskirts of the capital. As he opened the door, he saw a young fire lizard fiddling with a ball of metal that was constantly shifting shapes. The fire lizard turned toward the door and said, somewhat dazedly, Logar, you're back. He then stood up, walked over to Logar, and hugged him. Logar smiled, hugged the fire lizard, and then entered the house. The house was empty, but it was spotlessly clean. A portrait of a family of four hung on the wall, its frame spotlessly polished. Logar handed the bag of gold coins to the young fire lizard and whispered, Papa, take these coins to see Master Hay later. Logar, Master Hay said I don't need to go to him. He said he has nothing to teach me. Logar was stunned. While Master Hay wasn't the most powerful alchemist in Morik's Shield, he was still considered one of the top 10. Papa had just started studying alchemy with him before he went to sea. It had only been a little over 2 years. How could there be nothing left to teach him? Logar pondered for a long time, and 2 possibilities popped into his mind. Did you anger Master Hay? I don't know, but Master Hay always looks at me strangely. He keeps saying impossible, impossible, and I have no idea what he's talking about. I've clearly done everything he taught me. Logar was speechless. Now he might be the only one left. This son of his was an alchemical genius. Okay, I go find him tomorrow to find out what's going on. You go have fun. With that, Logar dragged his tired body upstairs. Entering the bedroom, Logar lay down on the bed and picked up the portrait above the bed. The portrait showed a happy family of 4, but if you look closely, you notice a small fire lizard at the edge of the painting, a stark mismatch. They look like replacements. Logar stared at the portrait, tears welling in his eyes. He murmured, 10 years, Ms. Han. Are you and Papa doing well in the underworld? Azuhin's idea quickly became a concrete plan. Following a single order, the entire United Empire Salamander army was divided into numerous teams of 20 men. These teams were ordered to lie in wait, and then spontaneously attack the wizards. Thanks to the previous reduction in forces, this order quickly spread to the various Salamander legions, and within a month, the Salamander warriors were divided into countless teams. The wizards then encountered a strange scene. Their forces were invincible, but they could not find the main Salamander force. Only through interrogation by the Soul Wizard did they learn of the Salamander's plan. All divided into teams of 20 men, Richard was taken aback by Vladimir's news. These Salamanders were incredibly intelligent and courageous. As long as the army is dispersed, the wizard's greatest advantage. The Grand Wizards will disappear. What does headquarters say, Master? Vladimir puffed on his pipe and spoke slowly. What else can I say? Split up and suppress the bandits. These Salamanders are quite clever. This strategy is truly brilliant. By splitting up the army, the Grand Wizard's influence is minimized, and they won't be completely wiped out. But this isn't bad for us either. These Salamander squads won't be difficult to hunt, and they'd be great for specimens or slavery. Richard, upon hearing this, recognized the truth. That's a good idea. I just need to capture a few Salamander slaves. This Salamander plan is a win-win for both sides. Chapter 259. You want Salamander slaves? Vladimir raised an eyebrow. Ordinary ones, or Salamander warriors? Ordinary ones. I have a few here. If you want them, I give them to you. Oh! Richard smiled. Master, are you going to free up your pockets to capture those Salamander warriors? Not everyone has portable storage like Secret Realm fragments. Most wizards place captured slaves into slave pockets. These pockets are modified synthetic beast pockets capable of storing living creatures. The purpose of freeing up the pockets is to remove low-value slaves and make room for higher-level slaves. Vladimir sighed. I'm not a wealthy man like you. I still have to earn the money from slaves. I'm not a wealthy man, Richard waved his hand. I'm just living off the Legion. Vladimir glanced at Richard and struck him on the head with his pipe. Boy, you're a representative of the Wizarding Chamber of Commerce. Just find any mine in this Red Sun world and get the development rights, and magic will flow into your pocket like water. Vladimir's words reminded Richard that he wasn't a hired mercenary. He was the Wizarding Chamber of Commerce's technical advisor, having been drafted in on short notice. Haha, Master, I have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Richard smiled awkwardly, and then turned the conversation to the Red Sun World's specialties. Richard asked with a somewhat flattering expression, Master, I'm inexperienced, but which mineral in this Red Sun World is the most marketable? Resource development is no simple matter. Resources are categorized by rarity, efficacy, and scope of application. If any one of these three qualities is excellent, the resource is worth developing. If it possesses two, then it's a resource that even established chambers of commerce would be eager to acquire. As for those that possess three of these, they are both rare and widely applicable, with extremely significant effects. Such resources would definitely not be available to the Wizarding Guild. They would surely be devoured by the Grand Wizard alone. Vladimir puffed on his pipe, a playful smile playing on his lips. Boy, the answer to your question is all black magic stones. Richard's expression remained unchanged as he pulled a bag of magic essence from his pocket. It's an equivalent exchange. Master, please see if it's enough. Vladimir smiled and waved his hand, not accepting the bag of magic stones Richard offered. Forget the money, lest that old man Jorod accuse me of ripping off a kid. If you're asking about resources, you need to ask carefully. If it were anyone else, asking like that would be like giving the money for nothing. There are many things that sell well, but just because an established Wizarding Guild sells well doesn't mean a new one like yours will. Richard understood the logic after a moment's thought. Established chambers of commerce, due to their long history, enjoy a strong reputation, a stable customer base, and ample distribution channels. They maintain stores in the Wizard Academy, the Tower of Truth, and several wizard gatherings scattered across the wilderness. As long as a resource isn't completely useless, an established chamber of commerce will undoubtedly sell it. But new chambers of commerce struggle. Without a strong reputation and a stable customer base, distribution channels are limited. If the chosen resources aren't widely in demand, backlogs are inevitable. If handled improperly, resource development, a business that once reaped huge profits, could even lead to losses. Richard asked with a smile, Well, Master, you know the situation of our Chamber of Commerce. Are there any minerals in this Red Sun world suitable for a new Chamber of Commerce, like ours? Vladimir took a puff from his pipe and slowly said, Yes, but you probably have to pay some blood to get it. Richard's heart trembled at this. Vladimir continued, In the Red Sun world, there's a mineral called Red Sun Gold Vein Stone. This mineral, after processing, can be used as the main ingredient for high-grade alchemical ink. The enchanting effect is excellent, comparable to any high-grade alchemical ink on the market. Alchemical ink is something every alchemist needs. Whether crafting magical equipment, writing magic scrolls and spellbooks, or drawing more detailed magic circles, alchemical ink is essential. A good bottle of alchemical ink can even directly affect the final product. But several guilds have their eyes on this mineral. While it's not particularly rare, it's still too small compared to their appetites. Furthermore, your guild is too weak, and its methods are opportunistic, making it uncompetitive. If we compete normally, you won't even get a scrap of the ore. Richard sighed helplessly and asked, somewhat painfully, Master, how much blood will be lost? I don't have much magic essence on me. Don't worry about that, Vladimir said with a smile. During wartime, the Wizard Guild's funds are tight, so no one will ask you for money right now. According to convention, if the matter is settled, you need to hire them as consultants to your guild, paying them a sum of magic essence every 5 or 10 years. How long this will last depends on the price negotiated. Hearing this, Richard was slightly surprised. Master, it sounds like this is a common occurrence, almost a standard practice. Doesn't the Grand Wizard care? Vladimir's eyes narrowed, and his smile faded into a mysterious hue. The Grand Wizard is well aware of the twists and turns of us lesser wizards. But you must understand that anyone involved in resource development reviews is a trusted aid to the Grand Wizard. As long as it doesn't violate principles, the Grand Wizard will turn a blind eye to such matters. These people sit in command, unable to profit from the battlefield, so a little extra income is understandable. Furthermore, they act with discretion. As long as the war is victorious, the Grand Wizard will not let any investor lose money. This is a principle. If anyone violates this principle, even if he is, honestly, I've never met such an idiot. After hearing this, Richard could only sigh inwardly. Wizards are human too, and human flaws exist in wizards as well. Then please, Master, introduce me. I reward you handsomely when I return to the wizarding world. Vladimir waved his hand. No need for a reward. When I die, just look after my foolish student. Richard was stunned by this. He had only just noticed that the aura of decay emanating from Vladimir was growing stronger. After this war, Vladimir's life would likely be over. Richard said solemnly, Master, rest assured. If you need my help in the future, I will do my best to assist you. Vladimir smiled, said nothing more, and turned to greet Richard back to the floating city. The floating city was bustling with people. Richard followed Vladimir through the twists and turns of the city, eventually arriving at a bar-like place beneath the city. In the bar, several octopus-like creatures were mixing drinks. In front of them, several white-robed wizards were chatting. Villefort, have you seen the Joyu Chamber of Commerce's resource request? It was hilarious. The white-robed wizard in question downed his drink and casually replied, I saw it. They're really bold. They want the entire Red Sun crystal iron mine. If they gave it all to the Chilak Volga Chamber of Commerce, they'd be in an uproar. That's right. That's why I rejected it. Their leader really needs to sober up before writing this application. Huh? The white wizard squinted at the two wizards approaching him, and said uncertainly, Master Vladimir? Am I drunk? Then a surge of magical energy emanated from the wizard, and a strong scent of alcohol emanated from him. Gano, it's me. No need to sober up. Huh, Master, you're too late. I'm already sober. After sobering up, the white wizard's demeanor changed instantly, from a drunk chatting with colleagues about work to a serious professional. Garno glanced at Vladimir's side, quickly examining Richard. Isn't this Gregory? Master, have you accepted a new student? Vladimir sat down next to Garno and replied, No, this is a student of a friend of mine. I've come to discuss some serious matters with you. Garno understood immediately upon hearing Vladimir wanted to discuss matters of concern. He stood up and extended his right hand to Richard. My friend looks a little unfamiliar. I presume it's Consultant Richard. Richard took his hand and nodded. It's indeed me. Master, you are truly astonishingly talented. Garno smiled. It's not that I'm not astonishingly talented. It's simply that my position allows me to frequently interact with the Chamber of Commerce. And you, my friend, look unfamiliar, yet you're here to discuss serious matters with me. In this entire floating city, only Consultant Richard, whom I haven't met, meets the criteria. As they spoke, the two men released their hands. Vladimir introduced, This is Master Ganuo, the Dean's youngest student. Though he's only over 2,000 years old, he's already reached the level of a third-ring wizard. Well, Master, such a thing isn't worth mentioning. We're not natives, and advancing too early isn't a good idea. Despite his words, everyone could see a hint of pride on Ganuo's face. Advancing as a wizard requires a vast amount of resources and sufficient spiritual practice, neither of which is easy to come by. Although Ganuo was a student of the Great Wizard Qingxuang, the Great Wizard would only guarantee them opportunities to obtain resources, but whether they could achieve them depended on their ability. In today's wizarding world, no wizard cultivates flowers in a hothouse. After a few small talks, Vladimir got down to business. Gano, the shares of the Red Sun Gold Stone haven't been fully distributed yet, have they? Gano pulled a magic book from his pocket, flipped through it, and then looked up. No, there's still some. Consultant Richard wants a share too? Richard's face was filled with resignation. Master, having dealt with the Chamber of Commerce, you must understand the predicament of new chambers like us. If we develop something that doesn't have a wide audience, we lose money. Gano nodded, agreeing. Indeed, new chambers of commerce do face many inconveniences. But, Ganner changed the subject. Although there are shares of Red Sun Gold Stone, these mines are located very deep, requiring a large number of slaves and alchemical machinery. With all due respect, these conditions are a bit too difficult for a new chamber of commerce. Richard looked at Vladimir. Vladimir frowned slightly, then nodded gently. Gano wasn't being difficult. The facts were true. The remaining Red Sun Gold Stone veins were indeed difficult for a new chamber of commerce to mine. Chapter 260. Things had reached a stalemate. While resource development could bring in a fortune, it wasn't something that could be done with a simple lip service. Slave labor was essential for resource development, but besides slave labor, mining these mineral resources also required the assistance of alchemical machinery. For a deep-seated or vein like this, the rental of the alchemical machinery alone would be a significant expense. And the most ridiculous thing was, he wasn't sure he could even rent one. This massive machine couldn't be rented just like that. The leasing chamber of commerce must possess sufficient financial resources to qualify for such large-scale alchemical machinery. This was back to square one. Richard asked tentatively, Master, have the other or veins been approved? Not really. Their applications are still with me. After all, the portal isn't open yet, and I can't bother you with these things. Gano gestured to the bartender behind him, and a glass of a mysterious, ever-changing liquor was delivered to him. Off to the side, Vladimir, who knew Garno well, frowned. Garno never drank while working. His request for a glass of wine now suggested he felt there was no room for negotiation on this deal. Though Richard didn't know Garno's habits, he could detect a hint of regret in Garno's expression as he looked at him. Is he regretting the loss of his magic essence? Master, my appetite isn't big, Richard said with a twinkle in his eyes. A small vein of, or will suffice. Garno raised his eyebrows slightly and said calmly, to be honest, while I can contribute a little from the applications from those chambers of commerce, they're my friends. And you, consultant? Ganner pointed at Richard. We've just met. I've never even seen you before. Ganno held the glass in front of him, swirling the wine inside, watching its color shift. If Richard's next words didn't change his mind, then there was no point in discussing the matter. Richard remained expressionless and said, since Master is friends with those wizards, they should be happy to see you profit. I got something from the salamanders a while ago, but I'm not very skilled, so I'm a bit confused. Master, would you be so kind as to take a look at it for me? Ganner offered a playful smile. Oh! What is it? The object Richard could produce at this moment was definitely not ordinary. Richard rummaged through his pockets, finally pulling out a lump of green frost. The moment he saw the frost, Ganner's expression changed instantly, and a drop of the wine he was shaking spilled. Death Silence Iceberg Sealing Technique. How could you? No, it's just similar. Ganno's expression changed 3 times in an instant, and finally, with a hint of joking, he said, Counselor, you're quite knowledgeable about sealing techniques. Your technique is quite similar to my teacher's. I almost thought my teacher had taken me in as a junior disciple. Richard smiled and said, I once had the good fortune to see the great wizard Qingxuang sealing technique in the insect nest world. After observing it for decades, I've gained some insights. Richard's words were lightly spoken, but as a student of the great wizard Qingxuang, Ganno felt a slight tremor in his heart. The Death Silence Iceberg Sealing Technique was his teacher's most proud creation, and as a student, he was well aware of its complexity. He couldn't achieve the current effect simply by observing the achievements of sealing techniques for decades. Garno once again examined the wizard before him. Although Richard wore the cloak of the hidden, the leaking life radiation suggested he was a second-level wizard, and quite young. To be so young, he could design the spell support vehicle, an alchemical weapon that Command had raved about. This wizard had a promising future. Invest? Garno thought. Richard unsealed the seal, and a piece of blue flesh instantly emerged into the air. Instantly, with a snap, the bartender's legs gave way, and he fell to his knees. The several white wizards present paid no attention to the alien slave's misbehavior. Their gazes were fixed on the piece of flesh in Richard's hand. Garno stared intently at the thumb-sized piece of flesh in Richard's hand. He could sense a pressure from the very essence of life within it. He was now a third-ring wizard, a third-level creature, and was about to suppress him at the life level. Could this piece of flesh and blood before him be the flesh and blood of the World Lord? No, the aura of the World Lord's flesh and blood wouldn't be that weak. In an instant, Garno made a decision. There's a red sun gold vein stone vein with a yield of 50,000 tons. It's located in a remote area, making it difficult to mine and transport. I don't think my friends would value this vein. What do you think, consultant? Richard smiled faintly, turning the tables. Since the consultant's friends don't value this vein, then things will be easier. Richard produced an enchanted quartz tube, stuffed the piece of flesh and blood into it, and handed it to Garno. I can't figure this out, master, so consider it a gift to you. Garno took the test tube, and a ball of cyan frost, seemingly alive, appeared in his hand. The frost touched the test tube and immediately spread across it. Soon, the test tube transformed into a block of ice. This was the authentic death iceberg sealing technique. Garno gestured to the back, and the bartender immediately handed over a glass of the same drink. He handed the glass to Richard. Counselor, I buy you a drink. Richard took the glass and, observing the ever-changing liquid, asked casually, why is the color of this wine constantly changing? Is there a meaning to it? This wine is called mood. Each color represents a flavor. The ever-changing colors, like a person's mood, are unpredictable. Garno clinked his glass with Richard's. Richard took the glass and gulped it down. Not bad, this wine is quite sweet. The resource development issue was resolved in this bar, where the logistics wizard used to slack off. Richard traded a small piece of mutated flame beast flesh for 50,000 tons of red sun gold vein stone. For Richard, this deal was a huge win-win. And for Ganner, it was equally a win-win. It was a win-win deal for both sides. The only casualties were the few wizarding guilds that had already submitted their applications. But for their vast empire, such a small loss was nothing. Leaving the bar, Vladimir looked at Richard with a hint of amazement and said, "Your trip was truly worthwhile. You managed to get something as good as that." Richard smiled slightly and said, "It was just some luck. Master, if you're free, why don't you accompany me to explore the Red Sun gold vein stone deposits?" "What? Are you still afraid that Ganner will trick you?" "Not at all. I just wanted to take a look ahead at the magic spirits I've buried underground." "You brat," Vladimir scolded with a smile. "Go find someone else to show off your wealth. I'm going to go capture slaves." With that, Vladimir pulled a magic carpet from his magic pocket. He sat on it and instantly transformed into a stream of light and flew off into the distance. "Ah, that old man." Richard smiled and shook his head. He then took out a map and began flying according to the marked location. 2 weeks later, Richard found the mineral vein in the western part of the Mauric Empire. It was an extinct volcano. In a cave at its foot, prospecting wizards had found the vein and made a rough estimate of its reserves. Richard landed on the ground, ready to enter the cave to see what this Red Sun gold vein stone was. The cave entrance was small, barely wide enough for a person. But looking at the cave, Richard didn't rush in. He summoned a breeze, sweeping away the volcanic ash from the ground. A piece of metal, covered in gold, lodged in a crevice hidden by the ash. Alarm! Something seems to have entered this cave. Richard didn't pull the metal piece out. Instead, he pulled a piece of metal from his pocket and, using dragon alchemy, crafted a similar piece, inserting it over the original. Having refined the skills of numerous salamander alchemy masters, Richard's dragon alchemy skills had become the pinnacle of the entire Red Sun world. The metal piece before him was merely a minor trick. He could easily devise 12 ways to break it. Retrieving his staff from his pocket, Richard stooped and entered the cave. The cave was low and covered in volcanic ash. Richard soon became covered in ash as he moved about. But Richard didn't mind. He bent down from time to decipher the little tricks left by the salamanders that had entered the cave. These tricks showed that the salamanders who had entered the cave were highly alert and well versed in dragon alchemy. Furthermore, Richard found a few drops of blackened blood beneath the volcanic ash. This indicated that the salamanders had been in the cave for some time and must have been wounded. The presence of wounded meant that these salamanders had engaged in a battle with the wizard and had taken refuge here, escaping the wizard's pursuit. This meant that none of their salamanders were particularly powerful. If they had been a level 3 salamander, these people would have been unable to escape. Without a level 3 salamander, Richard had no reason to fear. Advancing through the cave, Richard encountered many forked paths. But Richard discovered that the fire lizard only placed its gadgets along their path. This saved Richard a lot of effort. Soon, Richard arrived at a small cave. The cave walls were etched with golden patterns and emitted a faint warmth, presumably the so-called Red Sun gold vein stone. In the center sat 2 fire lizards, one young, the other middle-aged and injured. The injured fire lizard was severely wounded, its body covered in black lines. This was a form of necromancy that continuously devoured the life force of living creatures. The injured fire lizard's body temperature was already very low, a sign of imminent death for a fire lizard. But Richard paid no attention to him. After catching sight of the 2 fire lizards, his gaze remained fixed on the young fire lizard. The young fire lizard was fiddling with a piece of metal. The metal seemed to be alive, constantly flowing in its grip, changing into various shapes from time to time. It was no surprise that all the tricks he had encountered along the way were the work of this young fire lizard. Such masterful dragon alchemy. This is a talent. Richard walked boldly into the cave without concealing himself. The fire lizard lying on the ground saw Richard and immediately tried to get up, but his injuries were too severe to sustain him. He moved briefly before collapsing, his mouth opening and closing as if he were saying something to the young fire lizard. Richard glanced at him, then stepped over him, and came to the young fire lizard's side. "What's your name, fire lizard?" Chapter 261. The fire lizard looked at Richard, seemingly confused as to what he was saying. After a long pause, the fire lizard spoke blankly, "My name is Papa." "Aren't you a wizard? Why do you ask my name? I'm not like them." Richard looked at Papa, and the fire lizard's reaction gave him a strange feeling. His reaction didn't seem like that of a normal creature. As Papa spoke, his emotions remained unchanged, save for a hint of doubt. Furthermore, as he answered Richard's questions, the metal block in his hand continued to shift shape. This showed that he didn't care about Richard. But he also recognized Richard as a wizard. Needless to say, wizards have a terrible reputation among fire lizards. Negative terms like evil, cruel, and demonic often appear in droves when describing wizards. But this fire lizard showed no fear or disgust. This was something truly worth studying. You're strange. In the past, I might have stuffed you. But now, I want to make a deal with you. A deal? This time, Papa's recovery was much faster than before. I don't quite understand what this means. Logar never taught me what a deal is. Logar? Is that the fire lizard's name? Yes, can you save him? He's dying. Richard looked at the fire lizard behind him. The necromancy was constantly draining his life force, and his life was like a candle in the wind. I can save him, but you're making a deal with me. This is the price you pay. Pay a price, get a reward, that's a deal. Logar could still hear Richard's voice. He struggled to open and close his mouth, trying to tell Papa that wizards were all demons and shouldn't agree to this deal. But despite his best efforts, no sound came out. He was dying. His body was no longer strong enough to support his words. Oh, so that's a deal. Then I make a deal with you. Can you save Logar? Papa's answer made Richard smile. He pulled a soul contract from his pocket, slightly modified the terms, and handed it to Papa. Here's the contract. Just sign your name. Papa took the quill and contract from Richard and looked at Richard in a daze. Signing your name will save Logar? You're not kidding me, are you? Richard smiled. No, treating him is actually very simple. I wouldn't lie to you. Papa was silent for a long moment, then scribbled the word Papa on the contract with a quill. Wizard, you're so kind. If you'd been here, my mother wouldn't have died. As the signature was complete, the soul contract transformed into a ball of flame and vanished without a trace. Richard, delighted by this, immediately opened the rift in the secret realm and tossed Logar into it. World Mushroom healed his fire lizard. With that, Richard grabbed Papa, and together they entered the secret realm. Suddenly entering the secret realm, Papa's eyes widened. He had never seen such a bizarre sight in his life. That strange-looking tree was enormous. What were those flying around it? Insects? There are so many flowers on the ground. Is that the wizard statue over there? What's that thing standing on his shoulders? Papa looked at the plants and trees in the secret realm, feeling as if he had entered another world. And indeed, it was. The throne Logar was now bound by the mycelium of the world mushroom. The necromancy had been dispelled, and a constant flow of life force flowed through the mycelium, flowing into his body. In a moment, Logar's body recovered from his previous severe injury and returned to normal, even healthier. However, to prevent the fire lizard from suddenly doing anything out of the ordinary, the mycelium of the world mushroom did not release its force after healing him. Papa, go check on the Logar you mentioned. Papa walked over to Logar and examined him carefully. After examining him, he looked at Richard in astonishment. Amazing. He's really healed. Richard smiled, then called over a few holy tree elves and took Papa aside. He then approached the fire lizard that seemed ready to slay him with its gaze. It wore a blood-stained robe, but on its right chest, a shield emblem could still be seen. Richard recognized the emblem. It was the symbol of Morik's shield. Under Logar's murderous gaze, Richard calmly groped his body. Soon, beneath its scales, he found a folded piece of white paper. The paper was emblazoned with gold. Oh, and there's a surprise. Richard unfolded the paper, revealing several lines of cryptic writing. Logar stared at Richard with a fierce, animal-like gaze. You won't get anything from me. Richard glanced at the overly self-conscious salamander, and then a message appeared before his eyes. Ingredients: salamander's coated paper. Information to be extracted: salamander's mission. Refining cost: 1 spirit point. So you're an executor. Richard smiled, and immediately chose to refine. Soon, Richard learned the salamander's mission. Escrow Master Alchemist Calion. Richard read the contents of the paper in front of Logar. Although Logar concealed it well, Richard still saw a hint of shock. Haha, it seems to be true. Richard looked at Logar and said calmly, Listen, Salamander. You are nothing compared to that little fellow. I have a contract here, and you better sign it. It's good for both you and me. Of course, you can choose not to sign it, provided you can survive what I'm going to do next. Logar glared at Richard, the flames of anger threatening to burst from his eyes, and burn Richard to ash. Wizard, you better kill me immediately. Otherwise, when I escape, I will definitely. Logar's words were interrupted by a sharp pain. Tiny white fungi seemed to penetrate his body through the gaps between his scales, rubbing against Logar's nerves like brushes. It felt like countless steel needles repeatedly thrusting into his flesh, and the intense pain instantly rendered Logar speechless. Richard looked at him calmly. I'm not interested in your harsh words, and you can't do everything you say. With a gesture, The world mushroom controlled its mycelium and set Logar into its stem. In fact, even if Logar could survive these tortures, Richard still had a way to make him serve him. The world mushroom produces a type of zombie fungus that can erode a living being's nerves and even its brain. Once the erosion is complete, the original creature will naturally die, but its body will be transformed into something resembling a zombie or a spirit under the influence of the zombie fungus. Furthermore, the world mushroom can influence and control the bodies created by these zombie fungus. Although this effect takes a long time, and creatures with energy circulation can easily counter it, Logar was clearly powerless in the hands of the world mushroom. If Logar remained unwilling, this would be his fate. Richard walked over to Papa, who was cautiously communicating with the Holy Tree Spirit. Apparently, because their intelligence levels were on the same level, Papa and the Holy Tree Spirit communicated with surprisingly smooth results. Papa gestured to the Holy Tree Spirit, who then released a cloud of glowing magic dust, seemingly demonstrating his abilities. World Mushroom, examine this fire lizard's brain to see if there's anything wrong. Yes, Master. Strands of hyphae emerged from the ground, clinging to Papa's scales and burrowing through the gaps between them. Papa felt an itch on his back and reached out to scratch, but Richard stopped him. Richard said kindly, Papa, don't move. I examine you again. Oh! After a while, the mycelium emerged from the reptile's body. Master, this fire lizard has an abnormal growth in its brain organ. This growth is squeezing it, causing it to be somewhat underdeveloped. Richard nodded, understanding. No wonder this fire lizard is behaving so strangely. It turns out it has a brain tumor. Can this tumor be removed? Yes. However, his brain organ has been compressed by this growth for so long that it has become deformed. Removing it could cause mental problems. Will he die? No. Will it affect his talent? Possibly. Richard frowned. If it could affect his talent, then there was no need to remove the tumor. He had signed a contract with the reptile for his alchemical talent. Can this tumor continue to grow? It grows very slowly. Then there's no need to remove it, Richard said indifferently. The tumor is currently benign, so there's no need to change it. Richard's attitude toward these fire lizards was somewhat more favorable than that of other wizards. But deep down, these lizard-like, scaly creatures were still alien. Those who are not of my kind must be different at heart. While the saying may be a bit too absolute, it does often speak to a universal phenomenon. Two groups of different races and living environments inevitably have vastly different cultures and customs. Add to that the physical differences caused by different structures, and trusting a different race is a rarity. Papa, you stay here for the time being. If you need anything, just have the Holy Tree Spirit convey it to the world mushroom. With that, Richard pulled a piece of armor plating covered in gold patterns from his magic pocket and handed it to Papa. If you're bored, you can take a look at this. Papa's eyes widened at the sight of the armor plating. Wizard, is this for me? This thing is even better than Master Hayes' work. Papa racked his brains, finally finding an adjective. It's gotta look better. Richard smiled, dropped the armor plate, and left the secret realm. The paper contained more than just a mission, it also contained coordinates. The coordinates, presumably, corresponded to Master Callion's location. Richard wanted to try and see if he could sign a contract with Master Callion as well. With so many salamanders, there had to be a few soft bones. Chapter 262. The coordinate system of Morik's shield had long been deciphered by wizards. After arriving in the floating city, Richard spent some magic stones on the logistics wizard to obtain this information. Following the instructions in the intelligence, Richard spent nearly a month to find the corresponding location according to the coordinates in the Logar intelligence. The main reason for this was the nearly 2 weeks spent returning to the floating city. The coordinates corresponded to a group of extinct volcanoes. This volcano was once a mining area for fire lizards, primarily producing various fire metals and high-quality fire gems. But after the wizards entered this world, this mining area, which had been mined for countless years, was finally completely depleted. After discovering that there were no more minerals, the area was quickly abandoned. However, the complex mine tunnels left by years of mining provided a suitable hiding place for the fire lizards. A large number of fire lizards fled into the mine tunnels to avoid the wizards' enslavement. For this period of time, their strategy was very successful. At this time, the number of fire lizard slaves available for capture in the Red Sun world is innumerable, so wizards don't bother to delve into the mines, catching these fire lizards like mice. But as the number of free fire lizards in the Red Sun world dwindles, these fire lizards hiding in the mines will eventually come into the wizard's sight. Richard flew leisurely among the tranquil extinct volcanoes. His mental energy remained constantly channeled throughout this process. This was his third day in this extinct volcano, and during these 3 days, he had been searching for something. A mark left by the fire lizards. This extinct volcano is immense, and without any markings, finding a salamander is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Suddenly, Richard opened his eyes and plummeted to the ground, sending up a cloud of volcanic ash. A gentle breeze blew the ash away, revealing the entrance to a mine. Richard walked to the mine and summoned a breeze to blow away the thin layer of volcanic ash, revealing the dark gray rock beneath. The rock looked ordinary, but to Richard's zodiac eyes, a golden shield symbol appeared on it. Interesting. I almost got away with it. The symbol was made of a special pigment, invisible to the human eye and visible only through zodiac eyes. If it weren't for the faint energy emitted by this pigment, it would have caught the attention of Richard, a dedicated searcher. Other wizards would have missed this hidden marking. Entering the mine, the same markings continued to extend throughout. But at a fork in the road, Richard stopped. He bent down and swept the ground twice at the marked fork on the left. After clearing the dust, a familiar piece of metal appeared before Richard. It seems the salamanders are smarter this time. Ignoring the metal, Richard turned and headed for the right fork. Soon, he reached another fork. This time, Richard found a warning device on the unmarked side. This salamander is very cautious. Continuing along a passage without a boundary device, Richard soon came to another fork in the road. This time, all the forks were guarded. This time, Richard frowned. Cunning fellow. Guess I have to try them one by one. Richard took out a piece of metal and casually fashioned a shield to cover it. Then he began searching from left to right. The leftmost fork in the road led to a four-way path. Along the way, Richard discovered numerous simple alchemical devices, designed as traps that, if triggered, could detonate the entire mine. Underground, such traps would be fatal even to wizards. A third-level wizard would die if caught in one. But for Richard, these devices were too crude. While respecting the past over the present may seem simple to wizards, for salamanders, the skills of ancient alchemists were superior to those of today's masters. Richard had refined the skills of so many ancient masters, even if they were only fragments. Combined, they were enough to make him a formidable opponent among the current salamanders. If the left fork wasn't right, then try the middle one. There were only 3 forks in the road, so one of them had to be the real thing. The middle fork also contained traps, but these were more like warning signs, not very powerful. After walking a distance, the traps disappeared, replaced by traces of salamander life. Richard bent down and picked up a scale from the ground. The scale had a dull luster, clearly belonging to an elderly salamander, perfectly matching the characteristics of the salamander he was looking for. As he continued down the mine tunnel, the temperature around Richard continued to rise. As he arrived at an underground cave, a lava lake appeared before him. On the shore of the lava lake, several elderly salamanders gathered, sipping wine, seemingly at a party. On shore, Richard found a wealth of supplies. If the few old fire lizards were left alone, they wouldn't be able to consume them in 50 years. Looks like we've caught a big fish this time. On the shore, several old fire lizards hadn't noticed Richard's arrival. Or rather, they hadn't expected a wizard to slip past their layers of security and quietly approach them. They were all masters of alchemy in the Moric Empire. Who could surpass their alchemy skills? Carrion, you're raising a giant fire beast. An old fire lizard shouted, pointing at Carrion's wine glass, which could almost be a small barrel. Go to hell. Can't I just take my time? The fire lizard called Carrion had a dazed look, looking drunk. Suddenly, he stood up and stumbled to the edge of the lava pool. Calion, what are you doing? Don't fall in. No. Calion waved his hand. I'm just letting you off. When I come back, I drink you all down. Calion pulled little Calion out from under his leather skirt. But just as he was about to let him off, he caught sight of a dark figure standing next to his friends. The figure looked quite like one of those dark wizards. Dark wizard. Wizard. Calion was startled, his body trembling, and he slipped, about to fall into the pool of lava. But just as he was about to fall, someone caught him. It seems your friend's concerns about you are right, Master Calion. Calion pointed at the figure that had grabbed him, his fingers trembling. He hadn't seen it wrong. It was a dark wizard. A dark wizard silently approached them, and their alarms remained silent. Carrion, how did you respond? To the wizard? The old fire lizards only then noticed that a black-robed wizard was standing next to their old friend, who had just gone to drain the water. Where were their alarms? Why were they completely silent? Just as they were stunned, Richard pulled Carrion from the edge of the lava lake. Everyone, don't be nervous. I'm not like other wizards. And a violent surge of magical energy suddenly erupted from Richard. The old fire lizards froze upon noticing it. It's a second-ring wizard. And you better not do anything stupid, or I get a little brutal. The old fire lizards glanced at each other, each seeing shock and confusion in their eyes. What was this wizard up to? Richard pulled Killian over to a few old salamanders and slowly said, "Could you please introduce yourselves? According to the information I received from the executor at Morik's Shield, Master Killian is the only salamander here." Killian's face suddenly changed. He hadn't expected his information to be leaked in such a way. The other salamanders were filled with regret. Why had they chosen today to gather? Wouldn't it be better to have 2 days of fun? Ahem, I'm from nearby. An old salamander was about to speak when Richard's voice stopped him from speaking. You better not lie to me, because I'm too lazy to tell the difference. I treat valuable salamanders well, but if you're just wealthy locals or just friends of Master Killian, don't blame me for throwing you into this lava pool. Richard's words made the hearts of several old fire lizards tense. They were somewhat confused about Richard's purpose. After a moment's silence, one fire lizard slowly spoke. I am Cliff, the master alchemist and forge master of the Morik Empire. Hearing this introduction, Richard's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected such a surprise. Excellent, Master Cliff. Please stand with Master Kalyan. Seeing Richard's attitude, the remaining 2 old fire lizards also spoke up. I'm Patlin, also a master alchemist. I'm Talhi, just like them. After hearing the introduction, Richard nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. It seems Master Kalyan's friends are no ordinary people. As he spoke, Richard pulled 4 soul contracts from his pocket. I imagine you're all curious about what I intend to do. Why won't I, like other wizards, attack you or capture you alive as slaves upon sight? This contract is the answer. I hope you will consider it carefully. If you have any questions, please ask me. Several old salamanders took the contract, their expressions shifting from bewilderment to shock to confusion. Kalyan carefully examined the contract, then pulled a magnifying glass from his leather belt pocket and examined it inch by inch. Finally, Kalyan asked doubtfully, you want to hire us? Richard nodded, indeed. Why? Cliff, who was beside Kalyan, asked. Why would you hire us? Aren't the fire lizards your wizard's favorites, slaves besides their corpses? Richard shrugged. I'm a little different from them. They think you fire lizards are just a bunch of uncivilized natives, a bunch of aliens fit only for slavery. But they don't realize that fire lizards have brains too, and there's a lot of talent among them. Talent is a kind of wealth. Chapter 263. Richard's words weren't pleasant to the ears, but the meaning was clear to the veteran fire lizards. This wizard was a pragmatist, valuing ability over bloodline. But now the fire lizards faced a dilemma, whether they chose death or surrender. Regardless of Richard's stance, his fundamental obligation was to force them to surrender. If the soldiers who had fought against wizards were facing this question, they wouldn't hesitate at all. They often held an irreconcilable hatred for the wizards. But the fire lizards before Richard were different. They were considered important figures among the fire lizards, especially Kalyan. Morik's Shield even sent someone to retrieve him for evacuation. The more powerful one was, the more they valued their lives. They weren't soldiers, so their will wasn't as strong. Furthermore, the conditions Richard offered them weren't onerous. They simply had to submit their alchemical knowledge in written form to Richard and work for him as his personal artisans until their death. The latter part of the contract sounded harsh, but Richard had added a restriction. They only had to work for Richard 8 hours a day. If it weren't for the numerous restrictions on their freedom, such as the clause that prohibited them from leaving their workplace without Richard's permission, Kalyan and the others would have thought Richard was playing a trick on them. The terms were too lenient. This could almost be called cooperation. Richard smiled, not rushing them to make a decision. Soon, the fire lizard named Patlin asked, Wizard, this contract is very lenient, but how can I guarantee you will fulfill it? These fire lizards had never seen a soul contract. It's simple. Sign this contract and you know. Richard pulled a few quills from his pocket and held them out to the fire lizards. Sign the contract, or swim in this lava lake. Your fate is in your own hands. Richard's words carried no magic, but they pierced the fire lizards' ears like a spell, swirling in their minds. Though they were old, they didn't want to die. The taste of fine wine lingered on their tongues. If they died, they would never taste it again. Could the returning fire lizard king truly save the fire lizards? Could the fire lizard survive until then? Alchemy is so beautiful, but if they died, they would never again be able to delve into its mysteries. The fire lizards' minds were swirling with thoughts. Faced with survival, countless thoughts clung to their hearts like demons. Their expressions alternated between fierce and dejected. Finally, the first person to make a decision emerged. The fire lizard named Cliff grasped the quill and tremblingly signed his name on the contract. The moment he signed, the contract dissipated into a ball of flame and vanished into thin air. A subtle connection connected Richard and Cliff. Is this a soul oath? Cliff uttered a word in dragon language, and it struck the other fire lizards like a hammer. The soul oath was a method used by dragons in ancient times to enslave powerful fire lizards. The fact that Cliff could pronounce it proved that this contract was indeed binding. I sign it too. The old fire lizard named Talhi grabbed the quill and fiercely signed his name on the contract. Immediately, Patlin followed suit and signed the contract. Now, of the 4 fire lizards, only Calion remained unsigned. Suddenly, Calion seemed to have made a difficult decision. He pushed his quill aside and said firmly, "Wizard, I don't crave life that much. Please kill me." "Oh!" Richard was slightly startled. "I didn't expect you, Master Calion, to be such a fire lizard of unwavering integrity." Calion looked at Richard, his expression neither sad nor happy. The moment he made his decision, he felt his soul elevate. "I have no moral principles, but I'm just an ordinary fire lizard with a little alchemy. I should have died decades ago, but that kid from Harash pulled me out of my decadence and gave me a purpose, a meaning for life. Now my mission is over. Death is just an old friend." Calion's tone was lamentable, as if he were speaking his final words. But Richard's next words changed his expression. "Since you're unwilling to sign the contract, I have to resort to other means. Of all you're the most important." Richard's face was expressionless. A fire lizard that could summon the support of Morik's shield must be a talented one among the fire lizards, perhaps even knowing a great deal of Morik's shield's internal intelligence. Richard would never let such a fire lizard go. Since he was unwilling now, he had no choice but to resort to special means. Calion's expression suddenly changed upon hearing this, and before he could react, Richard appeared diagonally behind him. "Fire lizard, get some sleep." Bang. The metal staff swung heavily on the back of Calion's head, causing him to black out and instantly lose consciousness. The 3 fire lizards nearby saw this, and their scales trembled. If they hadn't signed, would this be their fate? Richard smiled at the 3 surrendered fire lizards and said, "Gentlemen, let's talk somewhere else." With that, Richard immediately opened a rift in the secret realm, a move that left the fire lizards dumbfounded. "What is this?" Richard stepped into the secret realm. You find out once you enter. Inside the secret realm, Papa was playing with the sacred tree spirit. Seeing Richard carrying a fire lizard in, he immediately ran to Richard's side in surprise. "Wizard, who is this?" Richard tossed the fire lizard to the ground. "Calion." "Is he Master Calion? I've heard Master Hay mention him before. He said his alchemy rivals that of ancient alchemists." "Oh, really?" Richard smiled, then turned and had the world mushroom bind and awaken Calion. Behind him, the other 3 fire lizards entered the secret realm one after another. Once they were all inside, Richard closed the secret realm rift. "Everyone, this is my secret realm. Your workplace for the next few days," Richard introduced the fire lizards. The fire lizards looked at this completely different landscape from the Red Sun world, their faces filled with shock. They weren't unworldly fire lizards like Peeping. They were all prominent figures among the fire lizards, acquainted with many ancient texts. So they knew that the place before them was already another world. "Is this a fragment of the world?" Talhi uttered a clumsy dragon word. Richard was slightly surprised. "Oh, you have information on this?" Talhi's mind flashed back to the fragment he had seen in the ancient text. Legend has it that in ancient times, gods and dragons would gather the fragments of the world to build a divine kingdom or a spaceship that could travel through the stars. Wizards had mastered this method. Were they about to become the second gods? Talhi's mind was a little confused by this speculation, but he was certain that his decision to sign the contract was the right one. The fire lizard could never defeat the wizard. Richard, unaware of Talhi's thoughts, introduced the fire lizards. "This fire lizard is Peeper. For the time being, you will be responsible for teaching him alchemy and working with him to study the armor plate." As he spoke, Richard patted Peeper. "Go get the plate I gave you." Papa immediately went to retrieve it. The fire lizards recognized it the moment they saw it. "You've obtained the holy armor." "Impossible. All the holy armor was destroyed when His Majesty Minar was trapped. Even the remnants were thrown into the sea of magma." Hearing this, Richard felt a pang of pain in his heart. These fire lizards are bastards. They destroyed such a good thing just to prevent the wizard from obtaining it. I obtained this before the War of the Three Kings began, Richard replied somewhat stiffly. Your task for now is to thoroughly understand this plate. Your future mission will be to craft this kind of armor plate. Impossible. The holy armor is a divine creation. How could we possibly understand it? The three fire lizards said in unison. Nothing is impossible, Richard said calmly. With that, Richard pulled a piece of metal from his magic pouch and began to work his dragon alchemy. The metal continued to deform and expand in Richard's hands, eventually transforming into a small armor plate. The intricate yet strangely beautiful golden patterns on the plate's surface confirmed its alchemical origin. This action stunned the fire lizards. They stared at Richard, dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. They couldn't believe that the wizard before them understood dragon alchemy even better than they did. You see, nothing is impossible. Richard tossed the armor plate to the fire lizards, and then walked over to Calion. Master Calion, I can still give you one chance. If you sign the contract, the terms remain unchanged. However, if you continue to insist, I will be forced to use some special means against you. Richard waved his hand, and the mycelium carried Calion into the stem. Under the stem, in a secret space undiscoverable to anyone, Loger's roar echoed endlessly through the space. Under the world mushroom's manipulations, Loger's sanity was nearly shattered. Sensations beyond the reach of even a fire lizard's senses assaulted his brain. If it weren't for his deep-seated hatred, Loger would have surrendered long ago. Outside this space, Calion stared at Loger in horror. Loger appeared perfectly healthy, even healthier than a normal fire lizard. But the roar, unfire lizard-like, echoing through the space sent a chill down Calion's spine. What kind of torture was this fire lizard enduring? In his ear, the world mushroom kindly briefed him on Loger's current situation. Salamander, if you don't submit to the great master, your fate will be no better than his. I have a way to keep you alive until your soul collapses. World Mushroom's calm voice shattered Carrion's defenses like a sledgehammer. He didn't fear death. Sometimes, living was more terrifying to him than dying. Carrion screamed in terror, I sign. I sign. Chapter 264. Wouldn't it have been done earlier? Richard smiled, as he handed the soul contract to Calion. He immediately signed his name, trembling. As the contract dissipated into flames and vanished into thin air, Calion's fear finally settled a little. At least, he wouldn't be tortured in that room for millennia. Now that we've signed the contract, we're all family. Master Calion, I've heard your alchemy skills are incredibly high, almost comparable to those of ancient masters. I wonder if that's true. Looking at Richard's smile, Calion didn't dare hide it, and spoke frankly. My skills are indeed among the best among modern alchemists. But if you compare me to those of the ancients, I'm definitely far inferior. Ha ha, master, there's no need to be so modest. I believe your wisdom is no less than that of the ancients. With that, Richard changed the subject and asked about the shield of Morik. Master Calion, you've worked for Morik's shield for a long time, so you must know something about their inner workings. Is there anything interesting you could share with me? Looking at Richard's smile, Calion felt the wizard was like a demon from hell. He was almost certain that if what he said didn't satisfy him, his future would be a disaster. The terms of the soul contract stipulated that Richard couldn't kill these fire lizards at will. But sometimes, living is more painful than death. My lord, I'm a logistics officer, so I don't know much about their mission. If you must say something interesting, Morik's shield had me and a few other old guys build a giant a few years ago. Although they only gave me the blueprints I needed to build the parts, I could still tell they were likely parts for a ship. Ship? Richard stroked his chin, lost in thought. The only place in the Red Sun world where ships could be used was probably the lava sea outside the continent. What were the fire lizards doing in the lava sea? Richard secretly noted this information, hoping to visit the lava sea when he had the chance. The lava sea is home to numerous giant fire beasts, which are also a resource. The semi-elemental living flesh Richard obtained from the dragon beast breeding base requires a large amount of semi-elemental flesh. After thinking about it, Richard pulled a few blueprints from his pocket and handed them to Calion. Master, your information is very interesting. I've taken note. This is what you need to build. I've given you a sample. I hope you study it carefully. If you masters have any questions, please note them down. I explain them later. With that, Richard opened the rift and left the secret realm. Calion took Richard's design and examined it. It contained a three-dimensional view of an armor plate. Is this a shield? Calion made his judgment based on his experience, and then joined the other fire lizards. Here's that thing, let me see it. The fire lizards handed the armor plate to Carrion. Seeing the intricate golden patterns on it, Carrion was struck by lightning. Is this what we're going to make? Callion's tone was uncertain. Although he had just been awakened, he hadn't seen many things clearly. Now that he saw the armor plate up close, Carrion finally understood what kind of incredible thing his group was planning. Isn't that the armor plate from the Holy Armor? Yes, that's what the wizard said. Callion looked at the armor plate, remembering what he had just seen, and a chill ran down his spine. If they couldn't meet the wizard's demands, their fate would probably be no better than that fire lizard's. He sighed and said helplessly, "Old friends, bring out all your best skills. If you don't complete this wizard's task, we all go to hell." Go to hell? Callion said dimly, yes, hell, and we go there alive. Richard, upon emerging, didn't yet know that he had become a demon in Callion's mind. Of course, even if he knew, Richard wouldn't explain. The fire lizards were working so hard, and he was certainly happy for it. After leaving the secret realm, Richard moved all the supplies from the lava lake into the secret realm. The world mushrooms might have fed a few fire lizards, but that was all they could do. After all, world mushroom originated from the insect nest world. While his creations could satisfy the needs of a few fire lizards, they certainly couldn't compare to the food native to the Red Sun world. Richard's experience as a laborer in his previous life taught him that a good meal could make life even better. And for the fire lizards in the secret realm, they were Richard's laborers. A happy fire lizard might not work harder, but it would certainly be much less likely to slack off. To achieve this, Richard only needed to invest a little time and throw his supplies into the secret realm. Richard was a man of efficiency, and why not achieve great things with little? After leaving the mines, Richard joined the slave-hunting army of the Red Sun world and began hunting fire lizards across the land. Technical talent was hard to come by, and Richard needed a large number of slaves to mine the Red Sun gold vein stone, and to help with the fire lizard alchemy workshop. Yes, Richard planned to organize a fire lizard alchemy workshop with Callion and the other fire lizards as the core, specializing in the production of dragon alchemical artifacts. Dragon alchemy was relatively unpopular among wizards, but that didn't mean it lacked a market. The supermetals produced by dragon alchemy definitely had a large market waiting to be developed in alchemical machinery. If he could develop this market, his future would be absolutely bright. With hope for the future, Richard began his life as a slave hunter in the Red Sun world. Boom! In the cave, a black fireball suddenly exploded, instantly blocking the salamander's escape route. The ferocious beast clad in steel pounced on the salamander the moment the flames died down, its drooling maw aimed at the salamander's neck, ready to slam shut. Bang! The steel beast was suddenly swung away by a black metal rod, and a black figure suddenly appeared beside the salamander. How many times have I told you not to bite your neck? Don't bite your neck. Where are the claws I gave you? Can't you just cut through his muscles? The black figure cursed at the armored beast and casually hammered a 2-inch-long nail into the salamander's chest. Ouch! The steel beast cried out pitifully twice, and seeing his condition, the black figure could only sigh. You stupid dog! I've taught you all this time, but you still bite my neck when you get anxious. A black figure bent down and snatched up the fire lizard from the ground. Ignoring its struggles, he stuffed it into a pocket no bigger than a human head. A few seconds later, a white-robed wizard approached the black-robed wizard. Master Richard, was the fire lizard taken care of? Richard nodded. Yes. The white-robed wizard gave Richard a respectful wizard salute. Thank you for your help, master. If it weren't for you, I would have been killed by this level 2 fire lizard. Richard waved his hand casually, saying, It's no big deal. But I suggest you travel with other first-ring wizards. It's too dangerous for a first-ring wizard to capture a fire lizard alone. The fire lizards that have survived these years are all powerful and cunning. Even wizards like us can fall into their traps if we're not careful. The white-robed wizard nodded. Master, you're right. When I return, I join the other members of the team in this slave hunt. Richard nodded, then put the armored hound in his pocket and flew out of the cave. Nearly 20 years had passed since Minar was sealed. During these 20 years, wizards had run rampant in the Red Sun world, and the number of fire lizards above level 1 in the Red Sun world had become increasingly rare. The remaining fire lizards were all experienced in battling wizards. The good old days of capturing a fire lizard slave with just a few steps in the Red Sun world were gone forever. Leaving the cave, Richard continued his flight with his newly captured fire lizards. 3 days later, he arrived at the Red Sun gold vein stone mine he had originally applied for. The once cramped cavern had now become a spacious mine tunnel. From time to time, a truckload of Red Sun gold vein stone was transported from the mine tunnel. 10 years ago, the portal between the Red Sun world and the Wizarding world had opened, allowing a large amount of supplies and equipment to be transported to the Red Sun world, and resource development naturally became a priority. Under Ganner's manipulation, Richard's application for this Red Sun gold vein stone vein was naturally approved. As Richard landed on the ground, a fire lizard spotted him and immediately came to greet him. "Master Richard, what brings you here?" "Heskin, nothing happened in the mine, did you?" This fire lizard was one of the fire lizard slaves Richard had captured over the years. However, unlike other fire lizards, he immediately displayed his talent as a lackey after being captured by Richard. Because the war in the Red Sun world had not yet concluded, and for the benefit of the wizards participating in the war, the portal was not yet open to the public. Wizards participating in the war were allowed to leave, but those not participating were not allowed to enter. In order to smoothly develop the mine, Richard came up with the idea of using fire lizards to manage them. So Heskin, who displayed a natural talent for servitude, became the mine's general manager. "No, the mine is doing great. Everyone's working very hard. Just look around the warehouse and you see." Heskin, beaming, led Richard to the warehouse. The fire lizards guarding the warehouse bowed respectfully upon seeing Richard. "Sir Richard." Richard nodded and entered the warehouse. Inside, numerous fire lizards were using machines to cut the Red Sun gold stone brought from the mine into neat blocks, and neatly stack them in boxes. The boxes filled with Red Sun gold stone were placed in the back half of the warehouse, which was already mostly filled. "Good, very good," Richard nodded with satisfaction. "Have the kitchen serve extra food tonight, with unlimited flame beast meat?" Heskin's face lit up at this, but then he asked with some concern, "Sir, isn't this a little too good to be true? It's not easy for you to obtain this meat, sir. I think giving them each a steak will suffice." Richard glanced at him and said calmly, "Heskin, just do as I say. You don't need to worry about the resources." Heskin said with some trepidation, "I'm sorry for being nosy." Leaving the warehouse, Richard casually tossed the fire lizard he caught on the way to Heskin. As usual, those who refuse to obey will be executed. "Yes, sir." Watching the cartloads of Red Sun gold vein stone leaving the mine, Richard's heart was filled with joy. These cartloads of Red Sun gold vein stone were full of demonic spirits. Suddenly, a strong spatial fluctuation swept through Richard's perception. A spatial rift opened in the sky, and a familiar figure burst forth with overwhelming force. "Wizard, I'm back." Chapter 265. Watching Morik, the Fire Lizard King, suddenly appear in the sky, Richard felt a flicker of excitement. Morik was finally back. If he hadn't returned, the war in the Red Sun world would have ended. "Heskin, go get all the miners down there." Quickly, Richard shouted to Heskin. Heskin's face was filled with astonishment upon hearing this order. Heskin trembled. "Sir, the news of His Majesty Morik's return must not be made known to the workers down there. They will riot." "Riot?" A cruel smile flashed across Richard's face. "Trust me, Heskin. They won't riot. Hurry and get them all out." Seeing Richard's determination, Heskin could only tremble as he rode the mine cart to tell the miners to come out. Being a mine supervisor wasn't without its price. The sole contract he had signed with Richard contained strict terms. If he disobeyed Richard's orders, Richard could shatter his soul with a single thought. "Oh, take this." Richard, as if remembering something, flashed to Heskin's side and pulled a scroll from his pocket. "This is a short-distance warp scroll. Tear it open, and you be transported to my side. There might be a few fanatics among those fire lizards down there. Be careful, don't get killed down there." Heskin accepted the scroll with tears of gratitude. His lackeyship had paid off. Lord Richard still cared about him. "Yes, sir. I be careful." In the sky, Morik, with his imposing and domineering aura, attracted the attention of all creatures in the Red Sun world. Wizards and fire lizards alike now fixed their gazes on the master of this world, who had vanished for 30 years. The mountains of the Minar Empire, the mines of the Morik Empire, the islands of the Lava Sea. In all the hidden regions of the fire lizards, countless fire lizards watched the returning Morik, tears streaming down their faces. After 30 years, their king had finally returned, but the next moment, an immensely vast and complex magic circle emerged from the void, and two spatial rifts appeared directly before Morik. The Great Wizard Qingxuang and the Great Wizard Hellfire descended upon the battlefield simultaneously. "Wizard, I want to see what tricks you have up your sleeve this time." Morik, upon seeing the Great Wizard Hellfire appear, suddenly glowed with a fiery light. He raised his hand and grasped, a spear of light appearing in his hand. Its terrifying power even overwhelmed the very space it was surviving, and tiny spatial rifts flickered around it. Compared to Minar, Morik's application of his strength was far more sophisticated. While Minar struggled with the same moves, Morik performed them with ease. Die! The spear of light hurled forth, its terrifying force instantly ripping the space ahead apart. But as the spear sank into the void, a flicker of surprise crossed the Hellfire Wizard's face. In 30 years, you've mastered even a fraction of the laws of space. Incredible, incredible. A hideous spatial rift suddenly appeared before the Hellfire Wizard, and beyond it lay the terrifying spear of light. But I'm not your teacher. Your superficial application of the rules doesn't deserve my praise. The Hellfire Wizard's expression remained unchanged. With a slight movement of the molten bone staff in his hand, the terrifying spear of light paused in the void. In that instant, the Hellfire Wizard calmly dodged the spear. The spear of light streaked across the sky like a meteor, finally landing on the world wall at the end of the world, transforming into a brilliant ball of light, as if rising again 3 days after Lynx's death. Having failed to land his strike, Morik knew he had no chance to strike again. In the blink of an eye as he struck, the massive magic circle around him activated. This massive magic circle had taken 2 great wizards 20 years to create, and its effects were naturally terrifying. The moment it activated, the space around Morik suddenly solidified, and his aura rapidly weakened. This magic circle actually isolated the world power bestowed upon Morik. Although it was only temporary, a world master without the blessing of world power was like a toothless mad dog before the wizard, barking fiercely but ultimately dying. Haha, I haven't forgotten you all these years. The Hellfire Great Wizard laughed strangely, then tore open a rift in space and pulled out a crystal ball. Something seemed sealed within the crystal ball, countless mysterious runes flickering within. The moment it appeared, the magic of the entire sky flowed toward it like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. A vaster magic circle rapidly expanded from the crystal ball, covering half the sky in an instant. But Morik's expression remained unchanged. His aura remained as fierce and domineering, his radiant light nearly eclipsing the sun in the sky. A scene from countless years ago flashed before his eyes. Back then, there were no free men. The entire Red Sun world consisted of only dragons and their slaves, and he had barely reached adulthood. The battle between the dragons triggered a volcanic eruption. Crimson lava, accompanied by a torrent of ash, spewed from the crater, instantly engulfing his family. His parents and wife all perished in this natural disaster, with the only survivor being an egg held in his wife's arms. It was also during this natural disaster that he gained something that would change his life and the future of the salamanders. His talent wasn't particularly strong. Before the disaster, he hadn't even awakened his dragon blood. But after the disaster, he found a unique fire elemental gem within the lava. The gem resembled a test tube, and when he opened it, a drop of crimson blood flowed from it, plunging deep into his body. This drop of blood transformed his body and his destiny. From then on, his power soared, advancing from level 1 to level 2 to level 3, his evolution accelerating at an ever-increasing pace. Eventually, he became the Salamander's first world master, thus beginning their rebellion against the dragons. But after he became the master of a level 5 world, the effect of that drop of blood seemed to fade. Until he spent 30 years in that pitch-black void, filled with terrifying creatures, tormented by the death of his brother and the tragedy of his salamander clan. During those 30 years, he constantly contemplated revenge against the wizard, and within this utter conviction, that drop of blood was revived. Only then did he realize that it wasn't that the blood had lost its effect, but that after overthrowing the dragon, he no longer had that unwavering conviction. Morik silently said, "My brother, return and help me." Then the great wizard of Hellfire's expression suddenly changed. Qingxuang, prepare the sealing spell. He watched as a golden shadow emerged from Morik, trapped in the center of the magic circle. Its features bore a striking resemblance to those of the fallen fire lizard king Lynxa. No, not identical. This golden figure was noticeably younger than Lynxa. "Brother, I'm here to help you." The golden figure, seemingly the deceased Lynxa, raised its arms and slammed down hard. The space around Morik, frozen by the magic circle, instantly shattered. Seeing this, the Hellfire Great Wizard's eyes shifted from shock to fervor. He shouted to Qingxuang, a true illusion of a world master. "Excellent, excellent. Qingxuang, help me hold him off for a moment." The Hellfire Great Wizard tore open rifts in space, continuously pulling out various objects. These objects looked bizarre, screaming crystal skulls, branches burning with black flames, bandaged mummies, and the shrunken claws of unknown creatures. These items seemed unrelated, yet at this moment, they were all taken out by the Hellfire Grand Wizard. The Hellfire Grand Wizard muttered something to himself, and finally pulled something from his pocket that Richard hadn't expected. A cursed insect covered in black veins. The Hellfire Grand Wizard was actually a cursed wizard. Morik had no idea what the Hellfire Grand Wizard was doing, but he sensed a hint of extreme danger in his actions. He raised his arm and swung his fist. A ball of light shone from the tip of his fist, illuminating the world like a sun. The Clear Frost Grand Wizard tried to stop him, but Lynx's phantom stopped him. "Wizard, your opponent is me." The Great Wizard Qingxuang replied coldly, "Is that so?" The next moment, a spatial rift opened beside the Great Wizard Hellfire, and another Great Wizard Qingxuang emerged from it, charging towards Morik. And Morik swung his fist again. Boom! A thunderous roar exploded in the sky, and the Great Wizard Qingxuang's clone exploded, just to block Morik's punch. And even so, he still couldn't block the blow. A blazing light pierced through the icy mist, instantly reaching the Great Wizard Hellfire. But the Great Wizard Hellfire didn't react at all, continuing to chant the ancient hymn. Suddenly Morik's face turned horrified, and he glanced around, as if searching for something. And the light he had sent out also abruptly dissipated before the Great Wizard Hellfire. Amidst the ancient chants of the Hellfire Great Wizard, a phantom scale materialized before him. The items he had just taken out were all placed on one side of the scale. And after the light faded, some of those items had vanished without a trace. "Great Nameless Lord, I offer you my sacrifice, hoping to seal this fire lizard." The Hellfire Great Wizard addressed the Nameless Lord with a plea, and the phantom scale gradually swung at his words. Finally, the empty side fell to the ground. His offering was insufficient. The Hellfire Great Wizard frowned. He slashed through space, taking out some more items with a strange aura, intending to continue the transaction. But Morik had no intention of accompanying him. Morik stared at the phantom scale in horror. He could sense the gaze of a terrifying, great being fixed upon him. His previous attack had been neutralized by that great being. A single word instantly appeared in Morik's mind. Run. As long as the mountains remain, there's no need to worry about running out of firewood. Morik tore through space, his body and Lynx's shadow instantly vanishing from the Red Sun world. The Infernal Wizard, anxious, immediately placed the strange objects on one side of the scale. "Great Nameless Lord, I offer my sacrifice to you. I hope you can leave a mark on that fire lizard that will allow me to track it down." The scale swung, and this time, it finally balanced. In the astral plane, Morik, fleeing the Red Sun world, tensed. Behind him, a scale mark gradually emerged. In the Red Sun world, a similar scale symbol appeared on the arm of the Infernal Wizard. "Fire Lizard, you can't escape." Chapter 266. The battle ended somewhat anticlimactically, but the outcome was clear. The Salamander's last hope, Morik the Salamander King, had been defeated. At the mine entrance, the miners summoned by Richard's men wore mournful expressions. They knew the Salamanders were completely hopeless. Richard, standing to the side, observed the scene and nodded imperceptibly. This was the effect he had hoped for. He knew that until now, the Salamanders still held onto unrealistic hopes, believing that the Salamander King could once again lead them in expelling the wizards. But now, that fantasy was shattered. After seeing Morik flee, a younger salamander suddenly pulled a knife from his belt and stabbed himself in the neck. "Herard, what are you doing?" The surrounding salamanders, witnessing this, immediately tried to stop the young salamander from his folly. But before they could make a move, they saw Healer's body frozen in place. A magical chain emerged from his feet, binding him immobile. The fire lizards looked at Richard, who silently withdrew his fingers and said calmly, "Suicide is truly foolish. When I accepted you, I told you to abandon those unrealistic fantasies and strive to live your present life well. Clearly, some of you haven't taken me to heart." The fire lizard stared at Richard in silence. Richard's reminder brought back the words he had said when he brought them to the mine. "Once you're here, work hard and abandon your unrealistic fantasies. Working for me is 10 times better than working for the fire lizard nobles." Back then, they ignored those words. Now, those whispers had become a storm. Richard moved his fingers, dispelling the spell from Harold, and the surrounding fire lizard seized the opportunity to snatch the knife from his hand. After his failed suicide attempt, Harold covered his face and wept bitterly. His cries quickly spread throughout the mine, and even Heskin, the wizard's loyal lackey, felt a pang of grief. Given the choice, who would choose to be a lackey? Richard observed this scene in silence. Such was the nature of war between races. "Heskin, you have half a day off today. The dinner will remain the same, and there will still be unlimited flame beast meat." Heskin was startled by the words, looking at Richard with a puzzled look before bowing his head and saying, "Yes, sir. You treat us better than our own kind." Richard smiled and said nothing more. These fire lizards aren't just miners. In the future, they also shoulder the responsibility of producing potions and organizing dragon knights. If he doesn't rally people's hearts now, how can he carry out his future plans? He took a box of red sun gold vein stone from the warehouse and headed into the secret realm. Thanks to Richard's development over the years, the secret realm has undergone a significant transformation. The center of the secret realm still holds the world mushroom, but beyond its cap, an invisible line divides the realm in two. To the east lies the territory of the Holy Tree Elves, who cultivate flowers and magical plants here. On the other side, several massive alchemical machines connected to conveyor belts occupy nearly half the space. Several fire lizard alchemy masters and hundreds of fire lizard alchemy apprentices work on the conveyor belts in 3 shifts. Over the years, the salamander alchemy workshop Richard had envisioned had taken shape. He had spent considerable magic essence in exchange for alchemical salamanders from other wizards. The alchemy workshop within the secret realm had gradually expanded from a few salamander alchemy masters to the current assembly line. However, the alchemy workshop could only currently produce relatively low-tech items, such as the pickaxes used by salamanders for mining and certain mechanical parts for their magic support vehicles. And Richard's planned armor plating hadn't even begun mass production. But he had been prepared for this. Such high-tech items wouldn't be able to be produced on an assembly line for quite some time. Richard, carrying boxes, strode to the other half of the alchemy workshop. This space served as the salamander's quarters and the materials warehouse. Richard tossed the red sun gold stone into the warehouse and turned to find a salamander alchemy master. Talhi, I've got the red sun gold stone. What do you want these for? Talhi was currently patrolling the work area. The cacophony of alchemical machinery forced Richard to use his mind to communicate with him. Talhi, upon seeing Richard, immediately bowed and told him to leave the work area. The salamander's usual rest area was protected by a soundproofing magic circle. Upon entering, Richard's ears were instantly deafened. Master Richard, you brought the things, haven't you? Talhi said loudly, his voice tingling. Due to his long hours in the work area, Talhi's voice had grown immense. At close range, his voice rivaled the sonic sorcery of some wizard apprentices. Keep your voice down, I can hear you, Richard said somewhat helplessly. He then pulled a small piece of red sun gold vein stone from his pocket and handed it to Talhi. What do you want this for? Could it be used to make alloys? In dragon alchemy, alloying is the most fundamental skill. While dragon alchemy can alter the properties of metals, this change has its limits. Furthermore, different materials have different limits in different aspects. Thus, making alloys has become the most fundamental skill in dragon alchemy. Your Excellency, you can try this idea. I haven't tried making alloys with this. Talhi lowered his voice, but it was still loud. Let's get down to business. Noticing Richard's anger, Talhi hurried to his bedside and pulled out a box filled with soft mycelium. Inside, however, was not some rare treasure, but an ordinary ink bottle. Sir, please take a look at this. I made it from the red sun gold stone you brought earlier. Richard took the ink bottle with some confusion and opened it. A strong burst of fire elemental energy instantly erupted from the ink bottle, nearly setting his eyebrows on fire. Richard looked at Talhi, only to see the clueless fire lizard chuckle awkwardly. Haha, the release of fire elemental energy. An accident, a pure accident. Richard used his magic to scoop a drop of liquid from the bottle. The liquid looked bright red, like blood, and exuded a scalding heat. What is this? Sir, this is ink. Ink? Richard, startled, pulled a quill from his pocket. He dipped it in ink, and then poured his magic into the pen. The magic flowed down the shaft, mixing with the ink, igniting a flame at the tip. Richard pulled a metal plate from his pocket and, holding a flaming quill, began to draw a rune on it. The quill gently slid across the metal, leaving a clear trail of flame wherever it passed. With Richard's final stroke, a flaming rune took shape on the metal plate. Richard infused the rune with magical power, and under its influence, the flame gradually grew stronger, eventually maintaining a dazzling intensity. At this intensity, the rune was operating at full capacity. But soon, the flame on the rune began to dim and eventually faded. Incredible! This is incredible! Richard examined the rune, his expression shifting from astonishment to horror. Talhi had actually concocted alchemical ink, something that only wizards could master. This fire lizard had managed to steal fire, a feat once accomplished by wizards. How did you do it? Richard suppressed his shock and asked calmly. Talhi scratched his chin, his face slightly embarrassed as he spoke. I'm not entirely sure, sir. You know, we tried to produce ink before. While it wasn't successful, We still had some leftover materials in the warehouse. I was drunk that day and had nothing better to do, so I took some and mixed it up according to the ink-making process. But doesn't making this ink require your alchemy array, sir? I was a bit drunk at the time, so I activated the alchemy array component you made earlier. I don't remember how I activated it, but it just happened. I don't remember much of what happened next, but when I woke up, this thing was ready. After hearing Talhi's words, Richard rubbed his furrowed brow. Talhi didn't seem to be lying. This thing must have been something he just messed up while drunk. This fire lizard was incredibly lucky. He managed to get away with it without incident and even finished it. Putting his distracting thoughts aside, Richard spoke to Talhi with conviction. Excellent. Your thing is very useful. I give you an unlimited supply of red sun gold stone. Don't worry about anything else now. Work out the formula and production process for this ink as soon as possible. Once you finished it, I give you 6 months off. Talhi was stunned by this, then immediately said happily yes, sir. He hadn't expected Richard to value something he concocted while drunk. Watching Talhi happily depart, Richard felt a flicker of uncertainty. The talents of the civilized races truly surpassed those of ordinary natives. Talhi couldn't see the power of this ink, but Richard, a wizard, certainly could. This bottle of ink not only meets the standards of high-grade alchemical ink, but also has the added feature of displaying the integrity of runes. Enchantments don't last forever. Every magical item has a potential number of uses. Rune integrity is one of the criteria for measuring the condition of a magical item. The alchemical ink used to draw runes will gradually wear away with the environment and time. While this wear is often imperceptible with ordinary alchemical ink, runes drawn with this ink can reflect subtle changes in the runes through the intensity of the flame. Inks with similar functions are widely used in the construction of various large alchemical machines, and the market is quite broad. But such a fine ink wasn't created by a wizard, but by a native slave whom the wizard despised. This is a sheer provocation. This is an alien monster trampling on the wizard's wisdom. If any other wizard had encountered this, Talhi would have been a corpse by now, and the remaining fire lizards would have been eliminated along with him. Wizards' attitude towards aliens has always been to rather kill the innocent than let them go. But the salamanders encountered Richard, a humble wizard. He didn't see this as a provocation. Knowledge doesn't suddenly appear because the explorer is a wizard, nor does it hide because the explorer is a salamander. Truth treats every creature equally. Chapter 267. After resolving Talhi's problem, Richard arrived beneath the canopy of the world mushroom. This area was the sanctuary of the Holy Tree Elves. Aside from the holy city built by the Holy Tree Elves, there were no other buildings in this area. Even the Holy Tree Elves' flower buds had been moved away. In a bird's nest in the center of the holy city, a black crow was snoring soundly. Elise's previous judgment had been somewhat miscalculated. He had predicted a dozen years, but he had already slept for nearly 30 years. Over these 30 years, the energy fluctuations within Elise's body had steadily increased. According to Richard's prediction, today, Elise's energy would reach the limit of a level 3 creature. If this node didn't awaken, Richard could only prepare for the worst. Elises might sleep until he became the lord of the world. Watching the black crow's energy fluctuation steadily increasing in intensity, Richard could only pray and wait. Since Elises was also a god, Richard could only wait. Buzz, a violent wave of energy emanated from Elise's body, instantly stirring a magical breeze within the secret realm. Instantly, Richard experienced a sudden hallucination. A terrifying, pitch-black beast roared toward the heavens, its voice nearly shattering the very air. It spread its wings, and from beneath its veil, countless black crows swarmed, swallowing the sky like night. Is this Ulises? Richard gazed at the terrifying beast in his hallucination, a flicker of shock passing through his heart. As expected, every world master is a terrifying creature. The hallucination gradually faded before Richard's eyes, and he felt his shoulders sink. Elise's hoarse voice suddenly rang in his ears. Gah, what a wonderful sleep. I feel much better. Really? Richard suppressed his excitement and said calmly, You slept for a full 30 years. I almost thought you were sleeping until your injuries healed. Gah, 30 years. Ulysses exclaimed in astonishment. Then the war is almost over. Almost. The last Salamander King has just been driven away. He likely won't return to the Red Sun world. Once we eliminate the remaining Salamander resistance in the Red Sun world, the war will be over. Gah, so fast? You wizards are quite efficient. Ulysses was surprised by the wizard's speed in dealing with the Salamander King, but before he could let up, the changes in the secret realm surprised him again. Gah, why are there so many salamanders in the secret realm? Are they yours? Ulysses looked at Richard, his face a mixture of embarrassment and shamelessness. "Ha, you're too polite. Just let old Mushroom preserve the brains. Why are you cultivating them?" Listening to Ulises' snarky words, Richard couldn't help but frown. "These aren't for you to eat. They're the employees I've recruited over the years, all skilled technicians." Ulises said somewhat disappointedly, "Huh, I thought you had a surprise for me." However, his disappointment didn't last long, because the next moment, World Mushroom transmitted a telepathic message to Ulises. Richard still remembered Ulises' words. Although he had been hunting slaves for years, he had collected the heads of the salamanders he had killed and given them to World Mushroom. These heads were more than enough for Ulises to devour. "Ha, quite righteous. Then I go and eat my fill." Richard nodded. "As you wish. Remember to come out afterward. I need your protection." "Ha, absolutely no problem." The defeat of Morik, the Fire Lizard King, was undoubtedly a devastating blow to the Fire Lizard's resistance. The Fire Lizard's greatest support in holding out until now was Morik, who hadn't returned yet. Now that Morik had escaped, the Fire Lizards had lost all hope of expelling the wizards. In the Yagelet Mountains of the Minar Empire, the remaining high-ranking officials of the Fire Lizard Empire gazed at the sky with pale faces. Although they had anticipated this possibility, upon seeing it, they realized their convictions were insufficient to accept it. Puff, a Fire Lizard general, slashed his own neck with his sword, the spurting blood staining the surrounding Fire Lizards red. Harash lowered his head expressionlessly, his voice flat. "Let's all go back. There's nothing to see anymore." With that, Harash walked into the cave behind him without looking back. Deep in the cave, Azuhin, expressionless, waited for his father in the conference room. Rumble. The stone door to the conference room opened, and Harash calmly walked into the room, then closed it behind him. The moment the door closed, Harash fell heavily to the ground like a puppet without support. He used his arms to push himself up, but his arms were shaking violently. The Fire Lizard was finished. Azuhin walked over and helped his father up. "How is Her Royal Highness?" Harash suddenly asked. Azuhin shook his head. "She's asleep and doesn't know what's happening outside." Azuhin helped Harash to the nearest chair. He could feel his father's body trembling. In the chair, Harash's eyes were empty, his face blank. Azuhin had never seen his father look like this. Azuhin sat down across from Harash, his heart equally filled with anxiety. The salamanders had lost all hope. All that remained was a lingering survival and a future of destruction. "Father, activate the Spark Project." "Activate it." Harash stood up again, and several salamander generals pushed open the door. Seeing Harash, one general shouted nervously, "Marshal, the salamanders down there are out of control. They're determined to fight the wizard to the death." The remaining rebels were the elite of the salamanders, the most stubborn free men. They would rather die than live as slaves to the wizards. Now that their hopes of expelling the wizards were completely shattered, the best outcome these already frantic Fire Lizards could envision was a glorious death on the battlefield. "Okay, I understand. Tell them to hold still. I personally lead them into battle later." "Ah!" The two Fire Lizard generals looked at Harash in astonishment. They hadn't expected such an answer. "Marshal, you." Harash looked at the two Fire Lizard generals before him and asked calmly, "Is there a problem?" One general spoke up, "Marshal, they can give up, but you must not. His Majesty Morik hasn't died yet. We still have hope." Puff, a torrent of blood gushed from the severed neck of the salamander general. Harash, clutching the general's head, looked expressionlessly at the other general. "Do you have any other questions?" The remaining general retreated in terror, his face shrouded in terror, his mouth opening and closing but unable to utter a single word. Harash had gone mad. He actually killed a salamander general over a disagreement. Harash, expressionless, walked over to him and said in a remarkably calm tone, "If there's no problem, follow the order." The salamander general nodded frantically, then fled from the meeting room. Azuhin approached Harash and whispered, "Father, have you made your decision?" Azuhin's eyes were calm, but Harash could see the pleading in them. Azuhin hoped he would change his mind. "Azuhin, you've grown up." Harash, just as he had when Azuhin was a child, patted Azuhin's head vigorously. "Your Excellency needs to stand on your own 2 feet and shoulder those responsibilities. I'm already an old man, and there are some responsibilities I can't bear, nor do I want to. Besides, the new world needs seeds, and an old man like me would be a hindrance." Halash spoke with a light heart, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. He looked at Azuhin with a relieved smile. But Azuhin lowered his head, tears streaming from his eyes. "Azuhin, your Excellency cannot cry, especially as a leader." Halash's voice suddenly became stern. just as he had scolded Azuhin in the past. Azuhin raised his head, his golden dragon eyes gleaming bloodshot, the sorrow within them as deep as the ocean. Harash's face was serious. Azuhin, the future of the salamanders is in your hands. I won't tolerate any tricks or means you use, even if you turn to the wizard and become the most shameful traitor. The salamander clan must continue. Now I want you to tell me, are you ready for this? Azuhin choked back a sob. Yes. Very good. Harash smiled with satisfaction. He patted Azuhin's shoulder, his voice filled with hope and blessing. The future of the salamanders is in your hands. Azuhin watched Harash stride out of the conference room, his steps as brisk as the time he was summoned by the Salamander King. That year, he had risen from a dragon warrior to a silver-horn noble, and even defeated the Lynxa Empire's brilliant general, Balashar, on the battlefield. Harash was like that day, with a brisk step and a smile on his face. Azuhin stood there, watching his father's figure gradually disappear at the end of the cave. He knew that this farewell would be forever. Then, he turned and left the conference room. The Red Sun World Expedition record. 3 days after the Salamander King Morik was expelled by the Great Wizard's clear frost and infernal fire, the Salamander rebels hidden in the Yajalat Mountains launched a decisive battle. In this battle, the Salamanders, led by Harash, the former marshal of the Morik Empire, killed a total of 1,572 wizards. All the Salamanders were killed in battle, with no survivors or enslaved. This battle marked the end of the Red Sun World Expedition, and the Red Sun World was incorporated into the empire of the Great Wizarding Civilization. At the edge of the Yajalat Mountains, an underground lava lake connected to a lava sea. Above the lava lake, a massive metal structure resembling a golden shuttle floated quietly. Then, several salamanders, dressed in spacesuits, emerged from the lava sea. One of them removed his bizarre attire, revealing a Morik shield uniform underneath. He quickly walked over to a fire lizard on the shore and whispered, "Master Azuhin, the New World Fleet has been commissioned." Azuhin nodded slightly. "I understand." He glanced back in the direction of the decisive battle, and said in a barely perceptible voice, "Father, farewell." A fire lizard nearby, not hearing Azuhin's voice, hurriedly asked, "Master, what did you say?" Azuhin shook his head, "Nothing. Tell the sparks to board the ship. We are heading to the New World." Chapter 268. A frail wizard was flying leisurely, not far above the lava sea. The lava sea is the collective name for the magma sea outside the main continent of the Red Sun World. It occupies 1/3 of the Red Sun World's area, home to countless powerful fire beasts and elemental creatures from the elemental territory. But despite its vastness, the resources it produces are pitifully few. Despite its vastness, the lava sea yields virtually nothing, aside from fire beasts and fire elemental gems. The fire beasts have limited uses. Aside from being experimental subjects, their greatest use is as food. But the market is too small, and the nearby fire beasts are more than sufficient. And fire elemental gems are abundant in the Red Sun World, and indeed in all worlds with balanced fire elements. If a great wizard so desires, a single fire elemental gem from the Red Sun World could collapse the entire wizard world's fire elemental gem market. But doing so would bring no benefit other than causing trouble for the great wizard. Therefore, many of the fire elemental gemstone veins on the main continent of the Red Sun World have been sealed by great wizards, and only a few are mined. Moreover, these veins mostly produce fuel-grade flame gems, which are primarily used as energy for alchemical machines. The production of fire elemental gems, which can be used as wand tips, is strictly limited. Slow and steady is the right path. Thus, the lava sea is a vast desert to wizards, and few wizards take the time to explore it. Splash! From the calm sea, a fire shark suddenly leaped out, its mouth wide open. Its enormous body, nearly 10 meters long, emanated energy waves that reached the standard of a level 3 creature. If this thing were on the main continent of the Red Sun World, even wizards would have to dispatch a team of white wizards, led by a third-ring wizard, to quickly deal with it. And its target, leaping out of the sea, was this wizard, whose energy fluctuations were no more than second ring. Gah, another blind man. A black crow soared from the wizard's shoulder, its claws suddenly growing larger, snatching the leaping flame shark. The captured flame shark struggled violently. Every twist and every struggle of such a massive third-ring arsonide carried immense force. But the black crow's claws seemed cast in copper and iron. No matter how hard it struggled, they remained motionless. The black crow's claws shrank continuously, and along with them, the flame shark within them shrank. The 10-meter-long flame shark gradually shrank to 5 meters, then slowly to 1 meter. Finally, The fire shark transformed into a palm-sized fish, which Black Crow swallowed whole. Burp! Black Crow burped, a fierce stream of elemental flames emanating from his mouth. After finishing, he looked at the wizard beside him and asked, "Gah, Richard, does the thing you're looking for even exist? I'm getting tired of eating these fire beasts lately." Richard glanced at Ulysses, and said with a hint of frustration, "Ulysses, how come you've woken up so impatient? I told you there must be an island on the lava sea. Those fire lizards will surely send someone there." "Gah, but we've been searching this sea for 3 years." Richard was helpless, and so was Ulysses. 3 years ago, after waking from a deep sleep and feasting on fire lizard brains, Richard summoned him to the lava sea to serve as a guardian. Their mission was to search for islands in the lava sea. To be honest, if it weren't for the sheer number of fire lizard brains, Ulysses would have been furious. The lava sea isn't just about the lava itself. The sea itself is equally as realistic. Searching aimlessly for an island in a vast expanse of ocean is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Ulysses is also particularly sensitive to environments with an imbalanced fire element. Because the lava sea is filled with lava, the concentration of fire is several times higher than on the mainland. These past 3 years have been incredibly agonizing for Ulysses. I estimate the fire lizards have been searching the sea for 10 years, and it took several fleets. We've only been searching for 3 years, so why rush? Richard remained calm. His search for islands in the lava sea brought back memories of his time as a wizard apprentice, when he traveled the high seas. Back then, he had just earned the qualifications to become a wizard, and Jorod had told him to relax. Looking back now, over 300 years had passed. Gah, those salamanders are real bastards. Why would they run off to the sea instead of staying on the continent? They ran off, but why did you have to find them? Elisa's tone was filled with sorrow. Life in the lava sea was truly torturous, even worse than in the underground lava sea. Back then, Richard would often return to the secret realm after discovering an unseen creature. He claimed to be exploring, but in reality, he might spend most of the day in the secret realm. And when exploring the lava sea, he kept his energy shield active. Now, Richard spent his days flying over the sea, occasionally returning to the secret realm for meditation, and he had no choice but to follow. Furthermore, to obtain the specimen, Ulysses hadn't allowed him to activate his energy shield, lest it scare away the fiery beasts in the lava sea. Life was so difficult. H.U. Seeing Richard ignore his complaints, Ulysses reluctantly returned to Richard's shoulder. A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes, and he scanned the surrounding sea, hoping to find some island and end this miserable exploration. Whether it was Ulysses' good luck or the salamander's bad luck, his casual glance had actually led him to spot something that seemed out of place in the lava sea. "Gah, Richard, fly over there. I see something strange." "Huh?" Richard was startled. "What strange thing?" "Gah, I can't really tell. It's pointed at both ends and bulging in the middle. It must be made of metal. But I'm sure it's not something a fire beast could produce." Richard turned and flew in Ulysses' direction mid-sentence. The thing Ulysses described was exactly what he and Calion had deduced about the long-distance vessel. After subduing Calion, Richard found several more salamander alchemists. Some of these masters were also involved in the outsourcing of Morik's shield. After combining the information from the salamander alchemists, Richard concluded that the salamanders must be exploring the lava sea. And they've likely found something. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been constantly building long-distance vessels for 7 or 8 years. Although this judgment was flawed in the beginning, it turned out to be correct. For this reason, Richard immediately launched a search after Ulysses awoke. He knew that if the salamanders had escaped to the sea, they would undoubtedly have brought with them many talented individuals. If he could subjugate them, these salamanders would greatly enhance his power. Those regarded as the seeds of fire by the Salamander Empire couldn't be a bunch of scumbags with connections. Across the lava sea, a massive, burning metal shuttle drifted quietly on the surface. Beside it, the fire beast skirted the shuttle as if it were a rock. Inside the shuttle, the salamander captain frowned, listening quietly to his subordinates' reports. "The hull is 18% damaged, and the isolation pods have been activated. But the ship's other components are severely damaged. According to the craftsman." The salamander who was reporting paused, and the captain looked up at him and asked, "What did he say?" "He said the power components might be beyond repair. Even if they were, we've been diverted from our course by the fire elemental storm, and the remaining fuel wouldn't be enough to sustain us back to the New World." The captain looked at the salamander reporting for a long moment without speaking. "I understand. Order the crew to repair the damage as quickly as possible, and have the craftsman repair the power components. As for the fuel issue, I handle it. The captain's calm demeanor reassured the salamander, who was reporting the situation. He saluted respectfully, and then left the captain's cabin to pass on the order. Bang! The door to the captain's cabin slammed shut. The captain gazed irritably at the boundless sea of molten lava outside the observation window. He had actually encountered a fire elemental storm. Although he had told the first mate that he would handle the fuel the ship needed was fire elemental gems. To obtain them, he had to dive into the lava sea to retrieve them. Countless powerful fire beasts roamed the lava sea. Even if he were a Silverhorn noble, encountering those monsters would guarantee his demise. But this was already the plan with the highest chance of survival. Alas, I shouldn't have coveted that fire whale. If I had returned earlier, even if I had encountered a fire elemental storm, I wouldn't have ended up in this hellish place. The captain sighed, walked to the table, pulled out a charcoal pencil, and began to write his suicide note. But before he could write a few words, a rapid knock on the door sounded. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Bang! Before the captain could open the door, the first mate, who had delivered the captain's orders, rushed into the room, his face filled with fear. What happened? Why are you so flustered? The captain asked in a dignified tone, his brow furrowed. The first mate looked at the captain in panic, and spoke an answer he had never expected. Wizard. My lord, there's a wizard coming. Richard easily found the entrance on the metal shuttle, and used dragon alchemy to easily open it. A fire lizard happened to pass by the entrance. Seeing Richard, its expression changed from surprise to terror. Wizard, have they reached the coast? How could they encounter a wizard? Richard's heart surged with joy upon seeing the fire lizard. Ulysses, you've done a great deed this time. Gah, hurry up. I don't want to stay in this awful place for another minute. Entering the cabin, Richard quickly encountered a group of fire lizards. They were armed, but their faces were filled with fear. After so many years of dealing with wizards, the fire lizards could still discern their strength. Richard's energy fluctuations had already reached the level of a second-level wizard. They were no more than a few spells in front of Richard. The power of wizards had long been a nightmare for the fire lizards. But to their surprise, the wizard didn't attack. Instead, he calmly spoke to them. Salamanders, I have no intention of killing you. Call your captain out. I want to speak with him. Chapter 269. Looking for me? The captain's face shifted as he listened to the first mate's message. What did this wizard want? The captain wasn't blinded by hatred. In that decisive battle, all the fire lizards thirsting for revenge and glory perished on the battlefield. Every fire lizard participating in the Spark Project was a man of reason over emotion. They shouldered the responsibility of carrying on the fire lizard clan, and there was no room for impulsiveness. But the captain pondered for a long time, still unable to guess what Richard was up to. When a wizard wanted slaves, they always beat them half to death, then imprisoned them, and threw them into a slave bag. If a wizard wanted information, they also beat the fire lizard half to death, and then tortured them with soul magic. If a wizard wanted wealth or a specimen, it was even simpler. There was no need to control the force of the beating. They could just kill them directly. The captain simply couldn't understand what Richard could do. Knock, knock. There was a sudden knock on the captain's door. Captain, I think we can talk. The captain's face froze. The wizard had silently arrived outside the cabin, unnoticed. The captain nodded to the first mate, who nervously approached the door, preparing to open it. The captain, on the other hand, drew his scimitar from his waist, ready to strike if anything went wrong. Squeak. Perhaps it was a lack of lubrication, or perhaps the first mate was too nervous and unconsciously exerted too much force. The door to the captain's cabin slid open with a sharp sound on its hinges. In his intense anxiety, the captain instinctively moved. The black gold scimitar in his hand suddenly ignited with golden flames. All the energy within it was drawn to the blade, pouring into it like a river flowing into the sea. The golden flame surged like a volcanic eruption. The wind fanned the flames. Ding! The half-broken scimitar carved a sharp line through the air, then pierced the metal wall of the captain's cabin, disappearing completely inside. The captain stared blankly at the scimitar in his hand. Where the blade pointed, a pitch-black crow's claw blocked its path. Captain, this welcome is rather impolite. The captain looked toward the doorway, only to see a wizard in black robes silently observing him. A black crow on his shoulder retracted its claws. A thought suddenly flashed through the captain's mind. Unbeatable. Wizard, what do you want with me? The captain asked stiffly. He knew he couldn't defeat this wizard, but as a salamander, he simply couldn't afford to play along. At least not yet. Let's discuss the fate of you and your crew, Richard replied calmly. Fate? Yes, your future is entirely up to you. Richard pulled a soul contract from his pocket and handed it to the captain. Sign this, and you will live. Don't, and you will die. The captain took the contract and glanced at its contents. The contract was written in salamander script, and the wording was reminiscent of the Silverhorn nobility. It was hard to imagine it was written by a wizard. The contract was simple. Simply put, once they signed it, they became indigenous employees of the Richard Chorode Wizarding Guild. As employees, they were required to abide by the rules of the guild. Any violation would be punished according to the regulations. The majority of this contract contained the Chamber of Commerce's regulations, which, in the captain's opinion, were quite lenient. Any salamander noble's rules for their servants would be 10 times more stringent, and their punishments 10 times more brutal. This contract even stipulated that a salamander only work 8 hours. This was ridiculous. Not even salamanders would impose such lenient rules on salamanders. If this was the case among their own kind, how could a wizard impose such rules on salamanders? The captain put the contract down and replied in a somewhat stiff voice, "Wizard, that's a good joke." "A joke?" Richard smiled and shook his head. "This is no joke. This is the contract you're signing. Let me add that signing this contract is equivalent to what you call a soul oath, and it's a very strong binding force." The captain looked at Richard coldly. "You mean you plan to hire us, and then have us work 8 hours a day, even though there are 24 hours a day, with 1 day off every 6 days? You will also provide us with food and shelter during this process, and if we perform well, we can even eat the flesh of the giant fire beast. And after a fire lizard has worked for a certain number of years, you will grant him freedom." The captain read the contents of the contract one by one, and by the end, he sneered with almost every sentence. It would be better to let him believe that the Fire Lizard King will return like lightning tomorrow, sweep through the wizards, march all the way to their homeland, and enslave the entire wizard clan than to let him believe that wizards can treat fire lizards so well. At least the latter one is more pleasant to think about. I repeat, this contract is real. "This is exactly what you're signing," Richard said impatiently. The captain's attitude didn't surprise Richard. In fact, a significant number of his salamanders shared the same attitude upon seeing the contract. Richard's terms were too good, almost like a joke. But some savvy individuals could see the hidden trap in this contract. Take the most alluring promise of freedom, for example. Richard's promise of freedom would indeed be fulfilled, but by then, Richard would have undoubtedly squeezed every last bit of the salamander surplus value out of it. At this age, the salamander was useless to Richard, so granting it freedom was a rather good option. This approach struck Richard as quite unkind. But there's always the danger of comparison. Compared to wizards, and even salamanders, Richard's method of squeezing out surplus value, and then throwing it away seemed surprisingly humane. After all, this meant at least allowing the salamander to live until it was no longer valuable. The captain stared at Richard for a long moment. The wizard before him didn't seem to be joking. "Is this contract genuine?" The captain held the contract before him again, examining the salamander script, word by word. He even scrutinized the patterns along the edges, fearing Richard might be hiding the text as decoration. Being from the Shield of Moric, he often interacted with wizards. Naturally, he's seen the soul contracts wizards used to enslave salamanders, and could tell if they were genuine. The contract before him was indeed genuine. "Why?" The captain put the contract down. "Wizard, why did you do this?" The captain, with his feudal aristocratic mindset, racked his brains to understand why Richard had offered such an offer. "Salamander, I've said enough," Richard replied calmly. "If you ask such foolish questions again, I feed you to my crows." Hearing this, Ulysses looked at the captain expectantly, his greedy eyes sending a chill down his spine. The crow had set its sights on him. The captain took a deep breath. Now he had to make a decision. Sign the contract, or become bird food for the crow. As a salamander, he shared an irreconcilable hatred for the wizard. But at the same time, his rational mind told him that hatred would solve nothing. The wizard would not die because of his hatred, and neither would his crew members. The salamander race was on the verge of extinction, and every free salamander was precious. They shouldered the responsibility of passing on the culture of the salamanders. Furthermore, this wizard had promised them freedom in the contract, and the conditions offered were quite favorable. Under this wizard's guidance, they might even live better than in the New World. Furthermore, once a soul contract was signed, it could not be altered. As long as they had signed the contract, the wizard would definitely honor its terms. Thinking of this, the captain steeled his heart and made a decision. "Give me a pen." Richard smiled and nodded. "Yes, you've made the right decision. The salamanders will be passed down under your decision." The captain grasped the pen and laboriously signed his name on the contract. He kept repeating to himself that this was for the sake of the salamander's legacy. But, intentionally or unintentionally, he overlooked one point. His ship wasn't the only remaining fire lizards, and even if they all died, it wouldn't hinder the fire lizard's legacy. The captain didn't want to admit that he was actually afraid of death. But that didn't stop him from making the right decision. Because Richard had already discovered their tracks, the New World. Discovery was only a matter of time. If the leaders of the New World couldn't make the right decision, extinction would surely await them. After writing his name, the contract transformed into a ball of flame and vanished into thin air. An invisible connection connected Richard and the captain. Richard smiled brightly and pulled a stack of soul contracts from his pocket. "Captain, I leave it to you now." The captain took the contracts. He no longer felt any burden, or rather, there was no turning back. "Yes, Sir Richard." An hour later, the captain returned to the cabin with several unused contracts. "Sir, there were 5 fire lizards who refused to sign the contracts. I've dealt with them." Richard nodded and put the contracts back into his pocket. "Very well, I go and repair your ship. You should have a chart, right? We sail back to your headquarters later." The captain stiffened, his voice a little strained. "Sir, I'm a little confused by what you mean. Don't understand?" Richard looked at the captain, his smile looking to him like a devil's. "Why do you think I've come to the depths of the lava sea?" The captain felt a chill run down his tail and into his intellect. "Yes, this is the depths of the lava sea. Why would a wizard come here?" The captain stiffly looked up at Richard. "Sir, are you here specifically to find us?" Richard smiled and nodded. "I've been searching these waters for you for 3 years. If you hadn't shown up, it might have taken me even longer. But none of this matters." "Yes, none of this matters. What matters is that the wizard knows they've fled to the depths of the lava sea." Richard patted the captain and said earnestly, "Captain, you should be thankful that I discovered you. If it were any other wizard, you wouldn't even be enslaved." The captain collapsed to the ground, mumbling tremblingly, "The fire's out." Chapter 270. Repairing the ship wasn't difficult for Richard. He didn't even have to do it himself. He rescued 2 salamander alchemists from the secret realm, and they fixed it. "Sir, it's done." Carlion and another female salamander alchemist named Selina addressed Richard respectfully. Selina was Richard's newest salamander alchemist of the past 20 years, and she had also participated in the construction of the long-distance vessel. "Yes, thank you both for your hard work." Richard nodded and opened the secret realm rift, allowing the 2 to return. Nearby, the captain and first mate watched in astonishment. They weren't shocked by Carlion and Selina's betrayal. After all, if he had done it himself, there was no reason other salamanders wouldn't do the same. "What is this? How can it hold living things?" Richard glanced at him. "This is a fragment of the secret realm. I mentioned it in the contract. If nothing unexpected happens, many of you will have to enter it." "Fragment of the secret realm?" The captain's mind flashed back to the terms of the contract. It did mention this thing, but at the time, he was preoccupied with other clauses and didn't pay attention. "Sail," Richard ordered. The captain nodded slightly and immediately called on the other crew members to start the ship. This long-distance vessel is powered by 4 alchemical engines mounted at the rear of the cabin. These engines aren't purely salamander creations. Their construction draws inspiration from many wizards' alchemical weapons. The alchemical engine's fuel is fire elemental gems, similar to many wizards' alchemical machinery. However, salamanders' technology is relatively primitive, their utilization of elements is crude, and their fuel requirements are relatively high. However, all technology begins with primitives. Building upon these prototypes, the salamanders might be able to develop new branches of alchemy. Powered by its engines, the shuttle-like ship began to sail across the sea. More accurately, it flew close to the surface. After the ship, several jets belched blue flames 4 or 5 meters long. This power minimized contact between the ship and the lava sea, allowing it to travel at an incredible speed. Richard looked around the ship and couldn't help but admit that the salamander's fusion of wizard alchemy and dragon alchemy was truly ingenious. Because wizard alchemy evolved from dragon alchemy, the 2 shared certain similarities. This reminded Richard of the bottle of alchemical ink Tal he had crafted. Why didn't I think of this before? Wizard alchemy evolved from dragon alchemy, so there must be some commonalities between the 2. Talhi must have used dragon alchemy techniques to activate the wizard alchemy array, which is likely the reason for the mutation of the alchemical ink. Thinking this through, Richard pulled a metal plate from his pocket, drew a very simple alchemy array on it, and then activated it using dragon alchemy techniques. 1 second, 2 seconds. 10 minutes passed quickly, and the alchemy array remained motionless. During this time, Richard tried almost every dragon alchemy technique he knew, but the alchemy array remained unactivated. Richard put the metal plate away and pondered for a moment. Perhaps the problem lies in the bloodline. The body and soul share a certain connection, a connection that creates a feedback loop. But this connection's effects extend beyond this. While studying the compression of spiritual information, Richard learned a great deal about psychics. According to the psychic school, the connection between soul and body is far closer than previously imagined. According to their joint research with the School of Evocation, the energy environments of most worlds in the astral plane are essentially the same. In other words, the energies within most worlds are identical. Both wizards and natives can utilize this energy without any hindrance. However, after absorbing this energy, living creatures transform it into different energies with different properties. The magic power of a wizard is not the same as the energy within a salamander. This research was widely publicized after its publication, serving to allay wizards' fears of exploring other worlds. After all, the prospect of exploring a world and being completely unable to utilize its energies is a bit too terrifying. Based on this research, the psychic school, after studying various natives, came to a conclusion: the body, or rather, the bloodline, influences the soul. The soul, in turn, will further influence the nature of the energy within a living being. This conclusion also explains the phenomenon of many wizards experiencing drastic changes in their personalities after merging with the blood of other creatures. Taking this thought to heart, Richard continued to wander around the cabin. The collision of different cultures creates products that can bring him much inspiration. 1 month later. New World. At the port, one long-distance ship after another returned to the New World, except for ship number 13. In the port office, Azuhin looked at the captains before him with a grim expression. You said that the 13th was blown off course by the fire elemental storm and might not be able to return. Although Azuhin's voice was calm, the captains could all hear the rage beneath it, like a volcanic eruption. The materials for long-distance ships are unavailable in the current New World, and most of the craftsmen who built them have died in the Old World. Right now, every long-distance ship destroyed is a dwindling one. They are the most precious treasure of the entire New World. Sir, that's indeed the case. I saw them with my own eyes sailing off course to avoid the eye of the fire elemental storm. Azuhin's fierce eyes swept across the captains' faces, and he finally said, Okay, I understand. You can return, and don't forget to maintain the ships. The captains nodded in agreement, as if they had been granted amnesty, and fled the office. After they left, Azuhin's expression finally broke. He was furious, his neck puffing out thicker than his head. He had never been a good-tempered fire lizard, but in the past, with Harash watching over him, that temper was largely unnecessary. But now, standing alone and shouldering the responsibility of the entire fire lizard legacy, the overwhelming pressure was almost suffocating him. You actually destroyed one. Azuhin was furious, ready to clear everything from the table, but stopped mid-sentence. In the New World, supplies were scarce, and many things, once destroyed, were gone forever. He looked at the cup and documents on the table. In the past, destroying these things wouldn't have cost much, even for fun. But now, he treated these things with extraordinary caution. Azuhin slumped weakly into his chair, his mind constantly shimmering with images of Harash, Myhan, and the fire lizards he considered his elders. In the past, the Shield of Morik had never worried about resources. His resources were even prioritized over those of the fire lizard army. Back then, he hadn't grasped the sheer difficulty of resource allocation. Now, thinking back, he wondered how his elders had managed to provide him with so many resources even as his army was steadily losing ground. Father, I miss you, Azuhin whispered weakly. Knock, 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 knock. There was a rapid knock on the office door. Come in. A fire lizard pushed open the door, a look of ecstasy on his face. Sir! Number 13 is back. Azuhin was stunned, then overjoyed. Number 13 was back. He rushed out of the office, like the wind, and immediately reached the docks. In the distant lava sea, a long-distance ship was rapidly approaching the dock. It's good that it's back. It's good that it's back. Azuhin watched the long-distance ship approaching the dock, his heart aching, tears almost streaming from his eyes. There were only a few long-distance ships, and each one was dear to his heart. Now that number 13 had returned, it was like his lost child had returned home. But Azuhin soon sensed something was amiss. According to the captain's descriptions, the long-distance ship should not be able to return. These captains were veterans who had been sailing since the exploration era and had a deep understanding of the ship's hull. Logically, such a mistake, especially one made by a group of people, should not have occurred. Secondly, the long-distance ship before him showed no signs of damage at all. Its structure was intact. Not even the exterior deck was missing. This didn't look like a long-distance ship that had weathered a fire elemental storm. But Azuhin didn't dwell on it. After all, this was deep in the lava sea. What could possibly go wrong? There was no way a fire behemoth could have lurked within the long-distance ship, intending to launch a surprise attack. Soon, long-distance ship number 13 entered the dock. After it came to a steady stop, the cabin door opened. Azuhin smiled as he gazed at the open cabin, already preparing for the praise and commendation he would offer. Amidst the terrifying fire elemental storm, a great captain, determined to protect the last remaining possession of the salamanders, had fought tooth and nail to escape, even returning intact. What a feat! In the past, if such a feat hadn't been kept secret, it would have been rehearsed at the theater the following morning and performed that evening. The captain would be the finale of the commendation ceremony at the Shield of Morik. Then, a black-robed wizard emerged. Richard smiled as he gazed at the island before him, then said to Azuhin on the dock, "This is your new world. It looks wonderful." The wizard's appearance was like a bomb, detonating the fire lizards on the shore. The combatants drew their scimitars, and the logistics personnel quickly retreated. Only Azuhin looked at Richard calmly. For he knew one thing the moment he laid eyes on Richard: the fire lizards were finished. "Don't be nervous, everyone. I'm here to discuss a partnership." Looking at the fire lizards at the dock, Richard smiled as he disembarked from the ship, followed closely by the captain and first mate. Cooperation? A wizard discussing cooperation with a fire lizard? Azuhin stared coldly at the wizard before him, his energy gathering in his heart. He wasn't planning any cooperation talks. He was simply trying to buy time by self-destructing. Free people will never be slaves. Don't get excited. Let's see what happens. Your old subordinates have all signed. The terms I offer you are quite good. Richard's tone was light. Although his energy vision had already told him that the fire lizard before him was planning to self-destruct, with Elises protecting him, he was not afraid. Richard handed the sole contract to the captain behind him, who then handed it to Azuhin. Azuhin looked coldly at the captain handing over the contract, and said in a glacial voice, "How does it feel to be a slave, Makar? Is life more important to you than honor and freedom?" Makar lowered his head, and calmly handed the contract to Azuhin. "Lord Azuhin, I am not a slave. I am merely an indigenous employee of the Richard Chorode Chamber of Commerce." Chapter 271. Azuhin scoffed. "Changing your name means you're no longer a slave? Then why don't you change your title to King of the Fire Lizards? That sounds more impressive." Makar's expression remained unchanged. Over the past 2 weeks, he had communicated with the fire lizards in the secret realm many times, and successfully reconciled with himself. Working for the fire lizards is still working, and working for the wizards is still working. They're both working, but working for the wizards is at least safer. Although wizards and fire lizards have a deep hatred, given the current situation, forgetting that hatred is the best option. The continuation of the race is paramount. Isn't the essence of the Spark Project to ensure the survival of the fire lizards? Lord Azuhin, please read this contract before making a decision. Makar handed the contract to Azuhin. A cold glint flashed in Azuhin's eyes, and the black gold scimitar instantly slashed at Makar's neck with lightning speed. The speed was so fast that even Richard didn't react. Dang! Half of the blade spun into the air, a crow's claw silently blocking the blade. Azuhin's pupils trembled. This sword technique was a combination of the skills of hundreds of martial masters, combined with the inherited techniques of the Royal Dragon Guards, to create a deadly martial art. And he himself had already reached the 3rd level of creatures. Even a 3rd-ring wizard had been slain by this sword technique. And this wizard, relying solely on his familiar, had blocked this fatal blow. Azuhin felt a tightness in his chest. A wizard who dared to come alone was indeed no weakling. Makar seemed to have anticipated this. He calmly repeated, "Lord Azuhin, please read this contract before making a decision." With that, he turned back to Richard and that black crow. Azuhin looked at the black crow. In its presence, he felt a pressure that was as intense as facing his father. No, even greater than facing his father. The black crow seemed like a messenger of death. To it, everyone present was nothing more than unharvested fire dragon grass. The black crow silently flew back to the wizard's shoulder. Azuhin watched as the wizard smiled at him and mouthed, "Take a look, Mr. Azuhin. Take a look." Azuhin felt the contract in his hand blazing with heat, like a block of still uncooled lava, searing his soul moment by moment. If he lowered his gaze to the contract, his prestige among the numerous fire lizards at the dock would surely plummet. The fire lizards and the wizard had such a deep hatred, and yet, you still had to consider the wizard's terms. That's too shaky a belief. How could someone with weak convictions be the leader of the salamanders, the leader of the New World? In the past, Azuhin didn't have to consider this issue, because he had someone above him who would take responsibility for his actions. But now, he has no one above him. But if he doesn't look, the salamanders might be doomed. If one wizard can find this place, then a second or third wizard might find it too. This wizard might even make demands, and who knows if the next wizard will even try to exterminate the entire salamander clan. He now bears the responsibility of the salamander's continued existence. Furthermore, they might not even live to see the next wizard arrive. Richard didn't urge him, knowing that the salamander before him was engaged in a fierce struggle. The outcome of this ideological struggle was bound to be the signing of a contract. During this time, he had learned from Makar about the conditions in the New World. It's fair to say that the environment there was dreadful. On this small island called the New World, there lived approximately 10,000 fire lizards, and nearly 200,000 fire lizard eggs were stored. These fire lizards were the fire of the fire lizards, preserving their writing, history, art, and various abilities and skills. The fire lizards had loaded everything that proved they were a distinct species onto the ship, and were transported to this new world. But these items couldn't solve the fire lizards' most pressing need: food. On this small island, the rich fire element and the occasional faint winds kept the fire lizards on high alert. This level of energy consumption couldn't be met simply by absorbing air from their cells. They needed food, and plenty of it. And the waters surrounding this island, seemingly due to the presence of giant dragons, were largely devoid of fire beasts. Although they had a considerable amount of food, after 3 years of consumption, it had finally dwindled to a critical level. Therefore, Azuhin ordered the expeditionary fleet to set out into the open seas for hunting. But Richard knew this was only a temporary solution. The expeditionary ships would be damaged, but their materials were scarce. If the ships were destroyed, their food supply would plummet. Although fire dragon grass could be grown on the island, the harvest was only mediocre. While the fire dragon grass could support so many fire lizards, what would happen if a natural disaster struck? Across the lava sea, faint winds and fire elemental storms, like summer showers, could strike at any time. Salamanders can withstand these natural disasters, but the fire dragon grass cannot. In fact, Markarth's quick reconciliation with him was partly due to this situation. Since the salamanders were already in a dead end, this wasn't surrender. He was saving his clan in a roundabout way. Azuhin ultimately chose to look at the contract, his mind reverberating with Harash's final words. No matter what methods you use, even if you join a wizard and become the most shameful traitor, the salamander clan must survive. Even if you become a traitor, the salamanders must survive. Father, did you anticipate this situation? Azuhin's actions resonated with the hearts of the salamanders on the dock. When he picked up the contract, many salamanders erupted in fury, but before they could even move, a dark figure struck them all unconscious. Azuhin looked at the seemingly motionless black crow. Others couldn't see clearly, but he saw it clearly. It was this black crow that instantly stunned the salamanders. Azuhin said nothing. He lowered his head and silently read the entire contract, word for word. The more he read, the more irritation grew on his face. By the time he had finished reading the contract, his neck had swelled up thicker than his head. Wizard, this joke isn't funny. Richard sighed helplessly. In a world where slavery was rampant, a black-hearted boss like him seemed so saintly. Marcus, go explain it to him. Never mind. I call those guys out too, and you can all go explain it to him together. With that, Richard opened a rift in the secret realm and handed over several salamander alchemy masters. After seeing these fire lizards, Azuhin instantly understood how the wizard had found them. Kal-Ion. Selina. Azuhin gritted his teeth at the two alchemists who had participated in the construction of the long-distance ship. He had never imagined that such alchemists would willingly serve as slaves to a wizard. Kal-Ion looked a little embarrassed, feeling guilty towards Azuhin. But the other alchemists were less polite. Azuhin, you don't have to be so. You've given up on us, and you won't let us find our own way out? Patlin glared at Azuhin with a mocking expression. He had always been resentful that the Shield of Morik had accepted only Kal-Ion and not him. Now that he saw Azuhin again, he naturally didn't look too kind. When did I give up on you? Azuhin argued. Do you think we didn't know you sent someone to pick up Kal-Ion? Another fire lizard alchemist asked. Of these master alchemists, with the exception of Kal-Ion and Selina, who were rescued by Morik's shield, none of the other salamander master alchemists received such treatment. They weren't on Morik's shield's list of those who needed to be saved. Azuhin was about to argue again, But Richard said impatiently, I'm not interested in hearing about what you've been saying. Now, tell me if his contract is real. Ulysses, perched on his shoulder, chimed in, yeah, that's right. Tell me now. I'm waiting to eat it. Several salamander master alchemists glanced at Ulysses in fear. It was already common knowledge among their fellow salamanders that Black Crow liked to eat salamander skulls. Azuin, Cow Lion said, the contract is real. Although we fear death, we won't abandon everything to become slaves. Lord Richard has treated us with great kindness. If you truly wish the salamanders to survive, then sign this contract. If you don't, Sulina, standing by, chimed in, if you don't sign, you die. No creature on your entire island can stand against Lord Ulysses. Callion's and Sulina's words struck Azuin's defenses like a hammer. If the contract is real, then signing it might be the best option. Suddenly, there was a commotion among the crowd. A gigantic, magnetic salamander hurriedly arrived at the dock. The moment he saw the salamander, Ulysses' eyes lit up. Huh, Richard, this salamander is quite good. It has remnants of the law within it. It must be the offspring of some world master. Richard searched through the information he had, and a name quickly came to mind. The princess of the Moric Empire, the daughter of Moric, the Fire Lizard King, brought back from the underworld, Acra, the Fire Lizard Princess. Acra's eyes fixed on Ulysses as she arrived at the dock. She felt Ulysses' fear more clearly than these mortals. She sensed the same majesty in this Black Crow as she had in her father. She approached Azuin, who frowned and whispered, Why are you here? Go back quickly. But Acra shook her head. Do you think going back now would make any difference? She took the contract from Azuin. After reading the contents, she suddenly slapped Azuin on the back of the head. The intense impact instantly blacked out Azuin's vision. Before he passed out, Azuin looked at Acra in shock. Acra looked at her husband, her lips moving slightly. Forgive me, Azuin, for our child. Richard watched the scene with interest, unsure of what the fire lizard was trying to say. Acra carefully placed Azuin on the ground and knelt on one knee before Richard, or rather Ulysses. Great One, I accept this contract. Your kindness to the salamander shines as brightly as the sun. Richard squinted at Ulysses. Did you do this on purpose? Ulysses' disguise was so elusive that even the Lord of the World couldn't see through it. How could this salamander princess possibly tell that Ulysses was the Lord of the World? Ulysses explained, Hurry up, do this. I don't want to stay in this awful place for another minute. Richard walked over to Acra and helped her up. Very well, Your Highness. You made the right decision. Chapter 272. Led by Princess Acra, the island's fire lizards signed the contract one after another. However, a small number of fire lizards preferred death to sign. Most of these fire lizards ended up in Ulysses' stomach, while a few became Richard's specimens. Under Richard's unwavering military might, the entire New World quickly became Richard's domain. This island wasn't small. If the fire lizards hadn't underestimated the lava sea's environment, this island could truly allow them to flourish. Your Highness Acra, you have traveled across the lava sea to come here. I imagine you must have brought many treasures with you. Richard walked around the island, while Ulysses, on his shoulder, activated an energy barrier and leisurely sucked the skull of a fire lizard. Watching this scene, Acra could only watch silently, despite her heartbroken anger. She understood her father's power better than any other fire lizard. Even though the Black Crow before her seemed seriously injured, if it wanted to, the fire lizards on the island had no chance of survival. I did bring some things, Acra said, her tone as calm as possible. The warehouse is over here. Please follow me. Richard gave her a faint smile. Thank you, Your Highness. In the center of the island stood a solitary peak, barely 100 or 200 meters high. Atop it lay a massive dragon's lair, within which lay the skeleton of a gigantic dragon. Years of erosion from the lava sea's faint winds and fire elemental storms had eroded the skeleton, leaving most of it crystallized. The entire skeleton was no longer even worth resurrecting by a necromancer. Below this dragon's lair, the salamanders had carved out a warehouse within the mountain to store the precious items they had brought from the mainland. Acra opened a stone door and led Richard into the storeroom. In the storeroom, the piles of treasure Richard had imagined were not there. Instead, there were piles of stone slabs, paintings, sculptures, and other works of art. These items might be rare treasures to wizards who studied the history of salamander culture, but to Richard, they were worthless. You only took these? Richard asked in disbelief. Acra said calmly, Sir Richard, these things may be worthless to you, but to us, they are priceless treasures. They are our history, our civilization. We fled here from the mainland, not to counterattack, but to preserve our race and our civilization. Most of the things you requested, sir, we consumed on the battlefield. Richard frowned. It was true that the salamanders were on the verge of extermination. It made no sense for them to leave any treasures unused. But Richard noticed that Akra used the word most. Most of it, that is, some we brought here. Akra nodded. Please follow me this way. This mountain vault has more than one level. At the end of the vault, there's a descending passage. After walking down for a long time, Richard arrived at a man-made lava lake. In the lake, 3 giant eggs, each as tall as a man, floated on the surface. Akra introduced them. Sir, these are volcanic turtle eggs. They are one of the most precious treasures we brought from the mainland. Volcanic turtles are the giant war beasts used by salamanders in war. They perform exceptionally well on the battlefield, and wizards have long desired to capture 2 alive for research. Unfortunately, even until the decisive battle, the wizards still hadn't obtained a single living volcano turtle. Many wizards had found dead volcano turtles, but these massive war beasts were only valuable if they were alive. A dead giant war beast, deprived of energy circulation, would instantly collapse, its internal organs reduced to a pulp under the pull of gravity. Not bad, not bad. Richard's eyes lit up as he gazed at the volcano turtle eggs. This thing was truly valuable. If it could be cultivated, it would surely fetch a high price. Even without cultivation, the eggs alone would fetch a good price. But why is this egg submerged in lava? To keep it alive? Akra nodded. Yes, sir. Volcano turtle eggs must be submerged in lava to remain alive. Once out of the lava, they will become inactive within 3 hours. Richard nodded, then asked, anything else? I remember your dragon spellcasters seem to have been modified by fire lizard warriors. Didn't you bring this technology with you? The dragon curse sacred casket is over here. Please follow me. After crossing the lava pool, the passage turned a corner and arrived at a brightly lit stone chamber. Several large, glowing gems were inlaid on the walls. In the center of the chamber, Richard saw a crystal coffin quietly placed. At first glance, Richard was certain it was a forerunner's creation. But before Richard could exult, he quickly noticed numerous tiny cracks on the crystal coffin. Upon closer inspection, these cracks were visible throughout the entire coffin. What's wrong with this thing? Is it broken? Akra explained, Sir, every time the holy coffin is used, cracks appear on it. Once used between 3,700 and 3,900 times, the holy coffin will shatter into crystal sand. This one is currently the least used of the remaining holy coffins. Richard approached the crystal coffin and gently touched it. Ingredients: broken crystal coffin. Information to be extracted: Dragon Spellcaster Transformation Technology. Refining cost: 250 mental energy points. Looking at the information from the miracle furnace, Richard breathed a sigh of relief. Not bad. Although this thing is broken, the technology within is still intact. I take this coffin with me. Akra bowed her head and said calmly, We have chosen to follow you, my lord. These things naturally belong to you. Richard stored the crystal coffin into the secret realm. Anything else? My lord, what remains are some materials. They're in another warehouse. Hearing the materials, Richard lost interest. There aren't any particularly scarce materials in the Red Sun world. As long as Richard is willing to spend the money, he can get whatever he wants. Never mind. Let's go up. Back on the surface, Richard made some arrangements for the entire New World Island. A large portion of the New World Island's personnel consisted of technicians, and Richard assigned those skilled in alchemy to the Salamander Alchemy Workshop within the secret realm. The remaining salamanders, the most powerful, were organized into a hunting fleet by Richard, specifically to hunt flame behemoths. These flame behemoths not only provided a meal for the salamanders, but also served as experimental material for Richard's experiments. Richard was now qualified to form the Dragon Beast Knights he had planned. As for the remaining technicians, those skilled in farming were assigned agricultural technical advisory positions by Richard. Upon returning to the mainland, they would be responsible for providing food for the miners. As for the useless technicians, such as painters, sculptors, teachers, writers, and ancient book researchers, Richard hadn't yet assigned them any specific positions. Their current duty was simply to survive. After the salamander eggs hatched, they would all become teachers. They would still be useful in passing on salamander civilization. However, the content they were to teach would certainly be modified to some degree by Richard. After arranging all the personnel, Richard set out for the main continent. 2 months later, Richard returned to the main continent. The war was now drawing to a close, and many wizards had already left the Red Sun world and returned to the wizarding world. However, Richard didn't rush back. He went to the floating city and found an acquaintance. The wizard Garno, who had helped him obtain the mineral vein. Advisor Richard, you're finally here. You're the only one missing. In the floating city, Garno saw Richard arrive and immediately greeted him warmly. Since Richard had presented him with such a fine specimen, his attitude towards him was naturally good. Sorry, I've been delayed lately, Richard said apologetically as he stepped forward to shake Garno's hand. I'm truly sorry for delaying the master's return to the wizarding world. Richard produced a bag of magic essence and thrust it into Garno's hand. Garno, weighing the bag, knew Richard likely had something to ask him. He casually accepted the bag and invited Richard to a seat. After settling into his seat, Garno smiled and asked, Advisor Richard, which piece of land have you taken a fancy to? The permanent land the command had promised Richard hadn't yet been fulfilled, and it was for this reason that Garno remained stranded in the Red Sun world. Richard smiled and said, It's such a pleasure to speak with you, Master. But before that, I'd like to ask you something. What is it? Richard produced a map of the Red Sun world and placed it before Garno. Master, can I choose to place my fiefdom in the ocean? Garno paused. Ocean? What do you want the ocean for? This lava sea is filled with nothing but giant flaming beasts. He stopped talking before his words were finished. Then, his eyes sharpened, and he spoke, You found an island in the ocean, didn't you, Counselor Richard? Richard didn't hold back and nodded decisively. Indeed. What does the master want to do? What? Garno frowned, gazing at the lava sea at the edge of the Red Sun world, his thoughts racing. Finally, he uttered one word, not enough. Not enough? Richard was stunned, then realized Garno was referring to insufficient funds. The money he offered wasn't enough to accomplish this task. Master, that island has no resources, Richard explained. If you don't believe me, I can take you there. No resources? Garno looked at Richard, somewhat surprised. What would you want with it if it has no resources? Richard smiled. I simply saw that the island, isolated and offshore, was perfect for an experimental site. Plus, the fire beasts in the lava sea would be of some use to me. There are more fire beasts to be found offshore. Richard's explanation made sense, but Garno clearly couldn't accept Richard's one-sided account. I have to go over there and see. Richard didn't object, and immediately marked the New World Island on the map. It's right here, Master. You can go wherever you want. Garno was stunned again when he saw the location Richard had marked. How did you find this place, so far away? Richard said casually, some salamander nobles knew about this place. After Minar was sealed, they used it as a refuge and fled all the way here. I just happened to get some information, and that's how I found it. Richard's explanation was simple, and Ganner knew he must have concealed a lot. But this was Richard's own spoils, so he couldn't argue with it. Ganna looked at the location on the map, hesitated for a moment, and then took out a soul contract. Richard, I won't go there, but you must sign this contract. If the teacher finds out about the resources on the island in the future, I have a reason to explain. Richard took the contract with a smile. I won't make things difficult for you, Master. Chapter 273. After signing the contract, Garno immediately processed the land-granting process for Richard. Deep within the lava sea, a considerable area was designated as Richard's fiefdom. The sheer size of this land made Richard himself feel a little guilty. Master, isn't this too large? Garno, who was working on marking his magic book, glanced up at Richard, then lowered his head, and continued writing furiously. Advisor Richard, you participated in too few wars, and your knowledge is too shallow. For both my mentor and my master, the most important use of these resource-free lands in the Red Sun world is as testing grounds. And they have more than one such testing ground. So, for them, your fiefdom can be as large as you want, as long as it doesn't get in their way and doesn't contain any resources. Land is the least valuable thing. Garno's voice was a little dull, but to Richard's ears it was like a thunderclap. Land? Worthless? Richard resisted this statement from the bottom of his heart, but he had to admit that it was true. For wizards, land isn't valuable. What's valuable is the right to obtain it. No matter how worthless the land in the Red Sun world is, it's unattainable for ordinary wizards without meritorious service in the war. Gano quickly completed all the paperwork. Richard took the deed from Garno, signed his name on it, and returned it to Garno. Very good, Consultant Richard. It's a pleasure to work with you. Gano took the deed, a flicker of relief crossing his face. Excuse me, I'm busy. I won't treat you to a drink. Richard nodded in understanding, and the two parted ways. In the floating city, The shops belonging to the Military Chamber of Commerce remained open. After all, shops in a floating city didn't need rent, so as long as the floating city stayed open, these shops would earn more money. In the 9-star Chamber of Commerce, the mechanic's clerk continued to greet customers with a smile. But upon noticing Richard, he immediately informed Bob in the inner room. Soon, Bob emerged from the inner room, his face rosy and red, a sign of good fortune. "Brother Richard, long time no see. You look so radiant. You must have struck it rich recently, right?" Richard stepped forward and hugged Bob, smiling. "Brother Bob, you're the one who's struck it rich. I heard your Chamber of Commerce acquired a Red Sun crystal iron mine. That's some good stuff." "Haha, just a small vein." When Bob heard Richard mention the vein, he tried hard to suppress the smugness on his face, but he couldn't help but show it. There was no other way. This Red Sun crystal iron ore was originally the preserve of all those old chambers of commerce, but as a result of the internal strife among them, this small vein of minerals became a boon to the 9-star Chamber of Commerce. Because of this incident, Bob's status within the Chamber of Commerce has risen significantly. Richard also heard that the lifespan of the Chamber of Commerce's president is short, and they might need to select a successor from within the Chamber of Commerce. Bob's achievement of such a significant feat at this time would surely catch the president's attention. After a few pleasantries, Richard got down to business. "Bob, your Chamber of Commerce should be involved in alchemical machinery, right?" Bob was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Indeed, alchemical machinery is one of the 9-star Chamber of Commerce's main businesses." "Why, Richard, you want to talk business with me?" When it came to business, neither of them both stopped talking about brotherly favors. Even brothers have to settle accounts, especially since they weren't just individuals, but the Chamber of Commerce behind them. "Take a look at these parts." Richard pulled a handful of alchemical parts from his pocket and handed them to Bob. Bob took them and carefully examined each one in front of his left monocle. "This part isn't alchemy, or rather, not wizard alchemy." Bob put the part down. "These things are made using the dragon alchemy you mentioned earlier, right?" Richard snapped his fingers. "Yes, that's dragon alchemy." Bob set the part aside and shook his head slightly. "I'm a little confused about this. I have to ask some of the old masters from the Chamber of Commerce to take a look. Do you have any samples?" "Take some more." Richard pulled a small box from his magic pocket. "These are all common parts for alchemical machinery. Take them home and try them out." Bob took the box, his expression relaxed again. "It seems you found something valuable in this Red Sun world, brother. I've learned a little about dragon alchemy, and it's a niche technique among alchemical wizards. It's remarkable that you've managed to make a business out of it." Richard simply smiled and didn't continue the conversation. Money-making ideas shouldn't be shared with others. After chatting with Bob for a few more words, Richard excused himself and left. Finally, Richard took several master-crafted salamander swords from Bob. Some wizards have already set their sights on salamander tombs, and a large number of buried swords have been unearthed, many of which are master-crafted. The ones he held were like this. Raw material, salamander scimitar. Refining skill, dragon alchemy, slightly impaired. Refining cost, 10 spirit points. Refining information, dragon alchemy tree pattern. Refining cost, 5 spirit points. Slightly impaired? Richard looked at the seemingly unassuming scimitar in his hand. He hadn't expected to find such a treasure at this time. Slightly impaired meant that the salamander craftsman who forged this scimitar had honed almost all of his skills. If refined, Richard would possess all of that craftsman's skills. Refine. The salamander scimitar vanished from Richard's hand for a moment, then reappeared. A ball of white light, representing skill, danced endlessly above the miracle forge. Richard devoured the white light, his eyes suddenly filled with countless hallucinations. In an instant, Richard felt as if he had become a salamander. He had been exposed to alchemy since childhood. As he grew up, his elders and teachers constantly taught him alchemy, and his alchemical skills rapidly improved. Soon, his elders were no longer able to teach him, and he began to explore alchemy on his own. Unknown years passed, and he had grown from a young boy to an octogenarian. His exploration of dragon alchemy had reached a transcendent level. But an invisible barrier stood in his way, and his alchemical skills began to stagnate. At the end of his life, he forged this scimitar, a manifestation of his life skills, and passed away with regret. "Wow, what a wonderful life," Richard said with a touch of emotion, as he awoke from his hallucination. Perhaps this fire lizard's life might seem incredibly dull to others, consisting of nothing but alchemy, but in the eyes of a wizard, this fire lizard is simply a wizard in fire lizard's guise. His thirst for knowledge in alchemy perfectly aligns with a wizard's pursuits. I've touched the alchemical barrier. It seems dragon alchemy isn't a forerunner's skill, or rather, it's a skill created by the forerunners for dragons. Richard was certain that if it were a forerunner skill, this fire lizard would never have been able to reach its limits. Even for wizards inferior to the forerunners, the vastness of wizard alchemy was beyond the reach of a fire lizard who hadn't yet become a world master. Perhaps this was part of the reason the wizard had given up dragon alchemy. Arriving at the mine, Richard released several agricultural experts from the secret realm and assigned them to Heskin. These are agricultural experts. All the farmland at the mine will be under their care, Richard said, pointing to the fire lizards around him. Several agricultural experts, looking at the familiar main continent, burst into tears. Heskin agreed repeatedly and immediately arranged for several agricultural experts to visit the farm. Looking at the weeping agricultural experts, Heskin felt no sympathy, but instead a look of mockery. Why are you crying? You cowards, who don't have the guts to die with Marshal Harash. You left us on the main continent while yourselves hid overseas. You idiots. Heskin had no fondness for the fire lizards involved in the Spark project. His limited knowledge didn't allow him to understand Richard's talk about preserving the spark, but he did understand a little bit. These cowardly wimps abandoned them and fled overseas to hide from the wizards. No matter how well reasoned their reasons, every fire lizard left on the mainland was enraged upon hearing this. Why are you the fire seed and I the abandoned pawn? The problem isn't the lack of wealth, but the inequality of it. Richard ignored Heskin's attitude. After telling him to work hard, he returned to the floating city. He was ready to return to the wizarding world. Now that he had his fiefdom, he could enter and exit the Red Sun world freely. But this only applied to him. If he used the portal to transport goods, he would have to pay a portal tax to the Grand Wizard. If he wanted to bring others in, he would have to pay additional visitor and research taxes, and apply to at least one academy. After all, the Red Sun world was the Grand Wizard's private property. It wasn't open to anyone without permission. He also maintained a long-distance teleportation array for transportation between the mines and the New World. Otherwise, Richard would have to take Ulysses with him across the vast sea of lava every time he went to the New World. Even if Richard didn't mind the trouble, Ulysses would have protested. In front of the portal, many wizards were queuing to leave the Red Sun world. They were beaming with joy, having gained a lot, but after them, many more wizards were buried in this foreign land. In this pioneering era, every wizard is a navigator. Countless wizards risked their lives to explore new lands in the vast sea of the astral plane, hoping to find gold and spice in the new land. Countless wizards became rich overnight, but 10 times as many were buried in foreign lands. Richard suddenly remembered a saying from his past life. This is the best of times, and the worst of times. Soon, it was Richard's turn. Gazing at the huge portal before him, Richard took a step forward. Then, his figure disappeared into the Red Sun world. Chapter 274. The wizarding world remained much the same. 60 years, or so wasn't particularly long for a wizard. After returning to the wizarding world, Richard immediately renewed his Wizard Tower rental contract. The Tower of Truth has a special policy for wizards participating in planar expeditions. If a wizard is away from the tower for an extended period due to a planar expedition, they can choose to have the rental fees for their living space refunded and the Wizard Tower sealed. If a wizard dies in battle, the Wizard Tower will be reclaimed by the Tower of Truth, and its contents will be distributed according to the wizard's will. If a wizard survives, they simply need to renew their contract to continue using the Wizard Tower. After renewing their contract, Richard returned to the Wizard Tower. Looking at the 2 new grave mounds in the Wizard Tower's backyard, Richard sighed. Alas, demi-human servants are good, but their lifespans are so short. Richard now understood the helplessness of the immortals. To him, the war in the Red Sun world felt like only a few years had passed. But for short-lived creatures, that's the better part of a lifetime. I have to replace my servants. Even without naming them, just looking at these graves is quite sad. Due to the death of his demi-human servants, Richard's Wizard Tower hadn't been maintained for decades. The front and back yards were overgrown with weeds, and the rooms were covered in dust. Richard had to clean up the mess himself. Just as he was weeding the front yard, a surprised voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Richard, you're back. Richard turned around and saw Ellie, her body ablaze, staring at him in surprise. Ellie was also aware of his participation in the planar war as a technical advisor. They had spent a long time together before his departure. Ellie even feared Richard wouldn't return and wanted a child, but Richard flatly refused. He was still young, only over 300 years old, and adding constraints to himself was simply asking for trouble. Yeah, just got back. Richard pointed to the cut weeds on the ground. Look, I'm tidying up the house. Why are you tidying up yourself? Oh right, your two little ones are dead. Stop for a moment, I go get my two little ones to clean up. Richard waved his hand. It's okay. I haven't done it myself since I became a wizard. It's quite unusual to do it once in a while. You better stop. Ellie walked over to Richard and, with a flick of her hand, burned the weeds to ashes. You just got back, so you probably don't know yet. Master Chorode successfully broke through the third ring these days, and the Academy is planning a banquet for him right now. Richard was delighted. Master broke through the third ring? What a coincidence. It had been over 100 years since Chorode broke through. Calculating the time, it was indeed time for him to come out. Richard put down his work. At the Academy, right? I'll be back soon. With that, Richard transformed into a stream of light and soared into the sky. However, he hadn't been flying for long before turning back again. Ellie, you're not going back? Richard asked doubtfully. Ellie rolled her eyes at him and said coquettishly, Idiot, it's not that I'm not going back, I've already come back. This kind of party takes months. Richard was taken aback for a moment, then understood. The wizarding world is vast, and wizards often immerse themselves in their studies and neglect the world. If the party wasn't scheduled for a specific day, many wizards probably wouldn't be able to attend. Let's go again now that I'm back. I haven't been back in so long, I'm not familiar with the way back. With that, Richard grabbed Ellie's slender waist and transformed into a stream of light before flying away again. Today, the Black Tower Wizarding Academy remained as peaceful as ever. However, in the past 2 months, the Academy suddenly issued a ban on all apprentices, prohibiting any student from using flight techniques to fly above 3 meters. At first, the apprentices didn't understand, but then, watching the streaks of light streaking across the sky day and night, they naturally understood the reason for the ban. Flying too high, encountering wizards would be troublesome. The apprentices had different opinions about these wizards, who had arrived, but soon a full-fledged apprentice told them the truth. The Black Tower Wizarding Academy would have another vice president. On the 272nd floor of the central Black Tower, Joe Lord was strolling among the guests, a beaming smile on his face. He didn't know many of these guests, but going through the motions was still necessary. Many of these guests were former students of the Academy, having left for various reasons. However, as long as they hadn't joined another academy, they were always welcome back. In addition to former students, a significant number of the guests were members of wizarding families. These families had partnerships with the Academy, and some held faculty positions there. Now that the Academy was adding a new vice president, they naturally wanted to show their support. Besides, Chorode was a master alchemist, so getting to know him would make it easier to ask for favors. After greeting the guests, Chorode, somewhat wearily, walked onto the terrace. Soon, his old friend Erix arrived, wine in hand. Why, you're tired already? My banquet lasted 3 whole months. Jollet glanced at his old friend and said sarcastically, Yeah, Vice Dean Erix is so amazing. He even managed a 3-month banquet with such relish. Erix scoffed, Screw you. I was dying to host one back then, too. I hated banquets back then. This is the last day, hang in there. Jollet couldn't help but smile as he recalled those days. Old friend, we've all changed. A hint of melancholy flashed in Erix's eyes, and he changed the subject. A friend of mine has returned from the interplanetary battlefield. The interplanetary expedition initiated by the great wizard Qing Shuang is almost over. Chorode was stunned. The war is almost over. Perfect timing. Seeing Jorode's lack of reaction, Erix reminded him, Have you forgotten that your student went on the expedition with the great wizard Qing Shuang? Alex's reminder suddenly dawned on Chorode. Yes, that's the war Richard participated in. So Richard should be back soon. Alex sighed. That's the best case scenario. But I heard him say that this war was pretty disastrous. Although they made a lot of money, more than half of the wizards who went there died. I know an old man who died there. Who? Chorode asked curiously. Theodore, an old man who was about to die. Hearing this, Chorode's expression changed slightly. He had also heard of the name Theodore. The circle of 3-ring wizards was not very large, and there were very few 3-ring wizards who could live to the age of old age. If such a veteran wizard died on the battlefield, then what about his students? A sudden commotion erupted in the hall. Chorode and Erix exchanged glances and immediately left the terrace. Normally, no one would cause trouble in such a situation, but if a few ill-tempered individuals were to arise, they could easily handle the situation on the spot. The combat power of a 3rd-ring wizard is considered top tier in this wizarding world, where where even great wizards are forbidden from engaging in combat. At the banquet, a black-robed wizard was surrounded by several white-robed wizards. Joro didn't see the black-robed wizard's face, but he recognized the wizards surrounding him. These wizards were all high-ranking members of the White Wizard Corps. In terms of status, they were rivaling Eric's. In terms of strength, they were all third-ring wizards. If a conflict arose between them, it would be difficult to handle. Joro's heart tightened. He hadn't expected such a scene to unfold just as the banquet was about to end. He exchanged a glance with Eric's, then quickly walked over to the wizards, about to activate the phase fruit. But when he caught sight of the surrounded black-robed wizard, he froze in his tracks. The black-robed wizard, upon seeing Joro appear, immediately squeezed out from among the three-ringed wizards and shouted, "Master, I'm back!" Joro smiled and patted the black-robed wizard's shoulder. "It's good to be back. It's good to be back." The black-robed wizard was none other than Richard, who had rushed back from the Tower of Truth. Behind Richard, several high-ranking members of the White Wizard Legion exchanged glances, and one congratulated Joro. "It looks like Master is about to have a double celebration." Joro was startled. The three-ringed wizard who had spoken was the commander of the Burning Sun Legion. But he had no recollection of ever interacting with this commander. Could it be Richard? Joro looked at Richard in confusion, only to see Richard smile faintly and say, "President, Commander Barfoot is planning to order a batch of magic support vehicles from us, and the number must be no less than 1,000. Ordering magic support vehicles? Joro lowered his head and tapped his head with his fingers. The darkness of the soul takes a toll on a wizard's mind. Having recently been promoted, Joro's memories were a bit hazy. After a moment's thought, Joro suddenly looked up in shock. 1,000 magic support vehicles. More than 1,000, a voice interrupted. Joro looked at the speaker, also a high-ranking member of the White Wizard Legion. "If your Chamber of Commerce has sufficient production capacity, our Icewind Legion will also order 1,000. Another 1,000. Joro's head felt a little dizzy. If he remembered correctly, the magic support vehicles were sold for 850 magic essence. The gross profit on this thing was about 400 magic essence. 1,000 vehicles, a gross profit of only 400,000 magic essences. And judging by the postures of the Legion leaders, it seemed they were all about to place orders. Joro felt his mind boiling. What had happened to this world? He had only been promoted to a third-ring wizard, yet it felt like the entire world had changed. Has magic essence depreciated? Alex, beside Joro, noticed his old friend's mental breakdown and quickly gave Richard a look. Richard, though somewhat puzzled by Eric's look, still led the legions elsewhere to discuss the order. Alex helped Joro to the terrace. After a long moment, Joro regained consciousness. He asked Eric, "Has magic essence depreciated?" Hearing this, Eric couldn't help but punch him. Depreciation bullshit. You've made a fortune, don't you know that? Looking at the situation, your student's work will probably be a dazzling display on the battlefield. Chapter 275. When Joro returned to the hall, Richard was still negotiating orders with several White Wizard Corps leaders. Facing the White Wizard Corps leaders, Richard calmly said, "If Master isn't in a hurry to use it, you might as well wait a few years. I'm currently upgrading the spell support vehicle structure. The upgraded spell support vehicle will have even better performance." "Oh! It seems the Master has reaped a great deal of rewards from this war," the Fiery Sun Corps' leader chuckled. The power of the spell support vehicle had spread among the White Wizard Corps with the end of the Red Sun World War. Any member of the White Wizard Corps could see the value of this mobile spellcasting weapon, which only cost a few hundred mana essences to use. Especially since this weapon had been battle-tested, its performance and reliability had been attested to by numerous wizards. Richard said modestly, "My harvest is decent, but nothing compared to those of the masters who truly fight on the battlefield." "Then we wait for your good news, Master." As the several legion leaders dispersed, Joro joined Richard. "Master Richard, you're a big shot now," Joro quipped. Richard shook his head. "Master, please stop mocking me. What kind of master am I? I'm just a 300-year-old wizard, lucky enough to be able to interact with these great men. In terms of true knowledge, I'm just a grand apprentice." Hearing his student's modesty, Joro waved his hand and said, "Excessive modesty is pride. The popularity of your work is a testament to your ability." And Richard spoke to Richard extensively, narrowing his eyes and saying, "I was wondering why I couldn't see through you before. When did you quietly reach the second ring? I didn't remember giving you the ceremony for the second ring promotion." "Really? Teacher, you must have misremembered it," Richard said, feigning innocence. "You've just been promoted, so it's normal to forget some things." Joro glared at him. "Yes, I'm getting old and confused. I didn't even know my own student had been promoted. No, it's normal to lose your memory after emerging from the darkness of the soul, Richard said with a forced smile. Master, you've been promoted to the third ring. You're still young and strong at this age. Jorod's anger subsided upon hearing this, and he stopped dwelling on the issue. How Richard advanced to the second ring was his business. As a teacher, he was overstepping his bounds by asking questions. The two of them reached the terrace. Did that old Vladimir tell you about resource development this time? Jorod asked sternly on the terrace. Richard nodded, pulled a contract from his magic pocket, and handed it to Jorod. Master Vladimir played a vital role this time. Without his connections, this vein of red sun gold veined stone would never have fallen into my hands. Jorod glanced at the contract and looked up, saying, 50,000 tons? The reserves are a bit low. So from what you're saying, this thing is selling well. Richard said nothing, simply pulling out the bottle of ink towel he had given him from his pocket. Teacher, take a look at this. I made it by accident. Jorod took the ink and used his magic to scoop up a drop. Good quality. High-grade alchemical ink. This stuff will definitely sell. Hearing Jorod's comments, Richard smiled slightly and said mysteriously, Teacher, take a closer look and try writing a rune with it. What else is so special about this thing? Jorod took out a quill, dipped it in ink, and was about to write. But as he channeled his magic power into the quill, a flame suddenly appeared at the tip. Interesting. Jorod, slightly surprised, drew a rune on the balcony railing. Seeing the flames grow stronger as his magic power was channeled, Jorod immediately understood another use for this ink. Great! Jorod looked at the flaming rune and said good 3 times in a row. As an alchemist, he was well aware of the benefits of ink that could display the wear and tear of a rune. Jorod smiled at Richard. You say you're not a master? The work of one wizard like you supports our entire guild. Richard scratched his head. But the recipe for this thing isn't fully understood yet, so we can't sell it just yet. Jorod said nonchalantly, then let's explore the formula. Right now, there are only 2 of us in the guild, and we don't need to pay anyone. Besides, I have my own alchemy workshop, so we're not short of magic essence for now. 1 spell support vehicle would be enough to make us a killing. Richard nodded and broached a new topic. Teacher, how much do you know about magic circles? I'm planning to customize a long-distance teleportation circle for the Red Sun world. Teleportation circle? Let me think about it. Jorod tapped his head and began searching his vast memories for information about teleportation circles. Oh, I remember. I have a friend in the guild who's quite skilled in this area. I go check on him in a couple of days to see if he's still alive. Alive? Richard explained in astonishment. Jorod stroked his beard, a flicker of reminiscence in his eyes. I haven't been in touch with that old fellow for some time. He's hundreds of years older than me, and he doesn't have the necessary ritual materials for the third ring. Calculating the days, he probably doesn't have much time left. Richard was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, Master Vladimir seems to be dying soon. Yes, indeed. Old Vladimir is also going to die. Jorod's joy suddenly faded. A trace of desolation settled on his face. All his old friends were going to die. For the immortal race, the death of a friend was even more deeply felt. Some wizards often spent considerable time wandering the graves of their friends, moving from one grave to another, reminiscing about their past, and ultimately dying on the way to the next. These somewhat insane wizards were called wanderers, or living undead. All those who knew of their past were dead, and they were left alone in the world. However, Jorod was clearly not such a wizard. He had once spoken to Richard about such wizards, calling them those with weak faith. A wizard should spend their entire lives pursuing the truth. Friends are merely companions. One cannot stand still just because a fellow wizard has died. Okay, then, I leave it to you, master. The banquet soon drew to a close. At its conclusion, the wizards who had attended the banquet gathered in the hall. The Grand Wizard of the Black Tower personally arrived, and announced that Jorod would become vice president of the Black Tower Wizarding Academy. Jorod beamed beside the Black Tower's Grand Wizard, and Richard took the opportunity to record the scene with his crystal ball. 3 days after the banquet, on the 56th floor of the central Black Tower. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door awoke Richard from his slumber. Who's there? A lazy female voice emanated from Richard's embrace. I don't know. I go check. Richard removed Ellie from his embrace, casually donned a wizard's robe, and approached the door. Opening the door, Richard was instantly perked up. Outside, Jorod was stroking his beard, looking at him with a smile. Teacher, what can I do for you? Jorod, with the air of a seasoned veteran, smiled and said, "It seems I've come at the wrong time. You just returned from the battlefield." Richard gave an awkward smile. "Go ahead." Jorod waved his hand. "As for the teleportation array you mentioned earlier, my old friend is still alive. If you have time these days, we can go find him." Richard immediately returned to his room and changed into his full set of clothes. "Master Jorod, what can I do for you?" Ellie yawned. Sunlight streamed through the window onto the bed, her naked, graceful figure looking even more alluring in the sunlight. "Yes, I have to go to a dying master for a favor. If I'm late, he might be gone." Richard ignored the scene. She changed her clothes, walked over to Ellie, and gave her a gentle kiss. "You go back first. I think you haven't lost the key to my wizard tower. Clean up the room. I've got an idea I need your help with lately." Richard emphasized the word idea, causing Ellie's pretty face to blush. She whispered coquettishly, "What are you thinking, you primitive person going through physical evolution?" Richard smiled mysteriously. "You find out later. My old friend, Jorod, didn't live in the Tower of Truth. In fact, quite a few wizards in the wizarding world didn't live there. After all, the annual rent of 10 mojos wasn't expensive, but it wasn't cheap either. After flying through the wilderness for nearly a month and changing course several times, Jorod finally found his old friend's residence. It was a black wizard tower standing in the wilderness. Surrounding the wizard tower was a small town with a considerable population. This wizard tower was outside the sphere of influence of any wizard academy, an independent human settlement outside of any wizard academy. This was the first time Richard had seen one. "It's nothing special. Wizards need help too," Qiaoluoda said calmly. "Those wizards who settle on the wizard continent usually build a small town around the wizard tower to select wizard apprentices. But these apprentices aren't as lucky as you. They have little chance of becoming wizards." The two landed in front of the wizard tower, and Qiaoluoda stepped forward and knocked on the door. Soon, a middle-aged wizard apprentice opened the door. The middle-aged apprentice saw Qiaoluoda and immediately said respectfully, "You are Master Qiaoluoda, right? I have been waiting for you for a long time." The two entered the wizard tower. On the first floor, an old wizard with gray hair and gold-rimmed glasses was flipping through a thick magic book. "Leo, long time no see." Jorod stepped forward and greeted him. The old wizard, who was reading, put down his book and said helplessly, "Jorod, you're still the same. Can't you wait a moment while I read?" Leo stood up and hugged Jorod. Then, he looked at Richard behind Jorod. "Is this your student? How come you always have such good luck recruiting students, you old bastard?" Leo punched Jorod and then got up from his chair again. Richard then saw that this wizard Leo had actually made a wheelchair. Behind the wheelchair, alchemical machinery filled with potions churned continuously, tubes and needles pumping the potions into Leo's body. It seemed to be a life support device. Wizard Leo's life force had decayed to the point of near extinction. Leo pulled 2 transparent crystals, each the size of a human head, from his magic pocket. Countless runes seemed to flow within the crystals. "These 2 are space beacons. With space beacons, any wizard who knows about teleportation arrays can create a teleportation array. As for me," Leo patted the wheelchair beneath him, "my old bones can't stand the tossing and turning of another world." Chapter 276. Looking at his old friend in the wheelchair, Jorod was silent for a moment, then sighed. Leo's condition was already at the end of his rope, his soul structure irreversibly collapsing. Furthermore, this collapse, through its connection to the physical body, had already been reflected in his physical body. Those alchemical machines weren't even healing Leo, they were numbing his senses, making him insensitive to the pain of his body's collapse. Jorod took the space beacon and handed him a bag of magic essence, then slowly spoke. "Old friend, how can I help you?" Leo pondered for a moment, then said calmly, "I don't need anything. I still have a student who's alive. If I die, he come and collect my body and inherit this wizard tower." Jorod nodded. "It's good to have someone collect my body. Remember to have your student give me the address of the grave." Leo picked up the magic book again and flipped to the page he had been reading. "I will. But don't pour wine on my gravestone. I hate alcohol." Jorod turned and left. "I remember that." Leaving the wizard tower, Jorod's mood was noticeably lower. He handed 2 space beacons to Richard and said in a low voice, "Space beacons are the most important part of the teleportation array. With them, setting up the array is a piece of cake. Are you listening?" Richard, stunned, suddenly realized, "Oh, I know. I've learned about the structure of the teleportation array." Richard examined the space beacon in his hand. At this moment, a message appeared before Richard's eyes. "Ingredients: Premium Ultra-Long Teleportation Array Space Beacon. Extractable Information. Ultra-Long Range Teleportation Array Space Beacon Blueprint. Extraction Cost, 50 Spirit Points. Extraction Skill, Space Beacon Crafting. Extraction Cost, 20 Spirit Points. Is this a truly exquisite piece? Richard glanced at the nearby wizard tower. He was surprised that Master Leo, nearing death, still possessed such exquisite alchemy skills. This is well worth the money. Richard tucked the beacon into his pocket. While doing so, he used his wizard robe to block Jorode's view while extracting the information and skills. After extracting the information, Richard couldn't help but smile. With this, I won't have to rely on others for teleportation arrays anymore. Jorode, standing nearby, noticed Richard's sudden smile and couldn't help but ask, "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing. I just thought of something happy." It took the better part of a month for the two of them to return to the Tower of Truth. On the residential floor, the two separated. Richard went to the Chamber of Commerce to purchase teleportation array installation services, while Xiao Luoda went to complete the paperwork for entering the Red Sun world. Teleportation array installation services were not difficult to find, and Richard quickly found a Chamber of Commerce that offered to install ultra-long distance teleportation arrays. In the shop, the mechanic placed a crystal ball in front of Richard and respectfully asked, "Master, what kind of installation service do you require?" The crystal ball revealed 3 options offered by the Chamber of Commerce. The first option required no further intervention from the customer. They simply provided their address and magic essence, and the Chamber of Commerce would construct the teleportation array to their specifications. This option was very worry-free, its only drawback being its high price. The teleportation array's spatial beacon was quite valuable, and Xiao Luoda, relying on his reputation, purchased a set of beacons at cost, which still cost him 2,000 magic essence. On the other hand, the Wizarding Guild required a set of space beacons for this ultra-long-range teleportation array, costing a staggering 5,000 magic essence. Looking at the Wizarding Guild's plan, Richard couldn't help but congratulate himself on his good fortune, having managed to purchase 2 beacons at cost. The second option involved the guild providing the space beacons, while the wizards themselves wouldn't set up the teleportation array. This option was slightly less expensive than the first, but the bulk of the expense still lay in the space beacons. Richard shifted his attention to the third option, the cheapest of all, requiring only 500 magic essence. This required the customer to provide the space beacon, which would then be deployed by the Wizarding Guild's personnel. Below this clause, the Wizarding Guild added a disclaimer. Since the space beacon was provided by the customer, the Wizarding Guild was not responsible for any teleportation accidents caused by it. The core component of the teleportation array was the space beacon, so this disclaimer from the Wizarding Guild was perfectly normal. "I choose option 3. The mechanic took the crystal ball away and bowed to Richard, saying, "Okay, please wait." Soon, a first-ring wizard approached Richard. "You're the master who purchased the installation service for teleportation array number 3, right?" "I'm Gawain, and I'm happy to serve you." Gawain still appeared human, but behind him, for mechanical tentacles were constantly wriggling around him. "Yes, is there any problem with option 3? Richard asked, puzzled. Gawain shook his head. "Of course not, but I must remind you that the space beacon for option 3 is not provided by our Chamber of Commerce. We are not responsible if any problems arise with the space beacon." Richard nodded and pulled 2 space beacons from his pocket. Upon seeing the beacons, the mechanical tentacles behind Gawain suddenly froze. "How are these 2 beacons?" Gawain took the beacons, fumbled with them for a moment, and said respectfully, "Master's skill is astounding. These 2 beacons are absolutely exquisite. I will draft a contract for you." Soon, the contract was signed. Richard handed the 500 magic essences to the Chamber of Commerce, and then took Gawain to the Qingshuang Wizard Academy. Here was a portal to the Red Sun world. The Red Sun world remained peaceful. Although the Fire Lizard King Minar was about to break the seal, the Great Wizard Qingshuang had already set up a massive magical array around him. Even if he broke the seal now, he wouldn't cause any trouble. Thanks to Richard's recruitment of agricultural experts, several farms had sprung up around the mine, cultivating the various fruits and vegetables the fire lizards consumed. The agricultural experts, who had returned to the mainland, had resigned themselves to their fate. Under their guidance, the grain yields had increased significantly, and the workers at the mine had become more accommodating. People always respect those with ability. Looking at the scenery of the Red Sun world, Xiao Luoda pinched his nose. Why are worlds with an imbalanced fire element always this weird? Richard smiled. This wasn't the first time he heard the same complaint. Richard brought Xiao Luoda and Gawain to the mine. Gawain looked at the mine before him and began to carefully survey the surroundings with his equipment. The placement of the teleportation array also has its own particularities. After several days of surveying, Gawain selected a location. According to him, there was a small ley line node beneath this spot, and deploying a teleportation array there would allow for zero-cost teleportation. It's just that this place is quite far from the mine, more than 10 kilometers away. Jolid frowned at the spot Gawain had chosen. Richard, did you capture another mineral vein? No. But I've secured a fiefdom in the Red Sun world. Fiefdom. Jolid and Gawain stared at Richard in surprise. A great wizard wouldn't just give out fiefdoms. A wizard must have made significant contributions in the war to be rewarded with one. Richard said casually, it's just luck. Let's set it up here. But despite Richard's words, neither Jolid nor Gawain took them seriously. Luck is a humble word used by the powerful. Jolid saw Richard's decision and didn't object. Gawain was also decisive. He immediately pulled various materials from his magic pocket and began setting up the teleportation array. Of course, Gawain didn't show anyone else this process. Richard and Jolid could only temporarily avoid it. When the two arrived at the mine supervisor, Heskin, immediately came to greet them. Sir Richard. Richard introduced him to Jorod. This is the mine supervisor, Heskin. He manages the mine quite well. Jorod nodded. Using natives to manage natives was a common management method used by wizards. Richard then explained the rules he had set for the mine. But the more Jorod listened, the deeper his frown deepened. After Richard finished, Jorod paused for a moment before saying, your management method is quite novel. What's the research behind it? 8-hour workday, team competition, bonuses for increased production, and even freedom. To Jorod, the rules Richard had set seemed more than benevolent. They were practically welfare. Even a wizard's alchemy workshop wouldn't have such relaxed work regulations. But they were also very organized, not at all like they were improvised. So Jorod didn't immediately question them. After all, his students' thinking had always been different from that of ordinary wizards, and some of his experiences might be wrong in Richard's case. These rules are meant to stimulate their productivity, Richard explained. I've observed that a pure slave salamander must be constantly supervised by an overseer, while working to prevent obvious slacking. That's a waste for us. Waste? Jorod asked, somewhat puzzled. Wasn't this phenomenon normal to him? Slaves were supposed to be whipped to work after all. Teacher, we don't have many slaves, Richard explained. Many wizards consider slaves expendable, but that's because they have the financial resources to treat them as expendable. But our financial resources aren't strong enough. It would be a shame to waste all the magic essence we earn on slave labor. So I've established these rules, giving them a small profit, so they can work harder for us. Compared to the benefits they bring us, our investment is just a drop in the bucket. The input-output ratio is quite astonishing. Seeing Jorod still bewildered, Richard didn't explain further. It was simply a waste of time to talk to a wizard whose mindset was still stuck in the slave-owning stage. He opted for a more direct explanation. He led Jorod to the warehouse. The warehouse, filled with red sun gold vein stone, instantly dispelled Jorod's concerns. As long as production was high, strange rules didn't matter. Jorod was a pragmatist. After 3 days in the mine, Gawain finally completed the deployment of the teleportation array. Looking at the circular teleportation array before him, covering over 300 square meters, and with a space beacon suspended in its center, Richard nodded in satisfaction. Very good, let's go to the other side. With that, Richard pulled out a map and marked a point on it. This is where we're going. Isn't this the lava sea? Gawain asked, puzzled. Richard smiled. You see once you get there. Chapter 277. A giant whale let out a mournful wail on the lava sea. This whale, already a level 3 creature, was now nearing the end of its life. A massive wound nearly tore through half its body, and flaming blood continuously flowed from the wound. Orders go down, closing the net. Beside the giant lizard, a level 3 fire lizard, armed with a massive scimitar and a massive javelin, commanded majestically. A nearby ship cast out an iron hook attached to a thick steel cable. The hook landed on the giant whale, instantly piercing its flesh. The tree pattern held the whale firmly in place. The giant whale tried to resist, but the level 3 fire lizard flashed and appeared above its head. The scimitar in its hand also changed its expression. According to the ancient ritual of the fire beast hunters, the fire lizard made a hashtag on its chest, and then hurled its javelin fiercely. Boom! The giant whale's dying struggle sent a wave through the lava sea, but this wave was of no use to the long-distance ship, now known as the beast hunting ship. The fire lizards on the ship cheered and shouted as they tightened the steel cable, dragging the whale's carcass back. This giant whale would provide food for the island's fire lizards for a long time. At the dock, Akira eagerly awaited the beast-hunting ship's return. With the loss of their agricultural expert, their plan to grow fire dragon grass had failed. Now, the entire island depended on the prey brought back by the long-distance ship for food. Soon, a cheer rose from the crowd. In the distance, a long-distance ship, towing a giant fire lizard, slowly approached the dock. As another ship appeared, the rest of the fleet began to gradually return. Akira couldn't help but feel a surge of joy as she watched the fleet return with its full load. This meat was enough for the island's fire lizards to eat for 6 months. The crew cast a steel cable ashore, and the fire lizards on the shore took it and worked together to pull the massive flaming beasts ashore. On the shore, many fire lizards had already set up frying pans and bonfires. Today was destined to be a night of revelry. Suddenly, a fire lizard froze in place, dropping the piece of meat in his hand. He seemed to have seen something. The fire lizards looked in his direction, and saw 3 black dots gradually approaching the new world. "Do what you need to do," Akira shouted to the fire lizards on the shore after spotting the 3 black dots. Then, a pair of dragon wings sprouted from her back, and she flew in front of the 3 black dots. "Lord Richard," Akira said respectfully. Jorod looked at Akira with some wariness. As a third-ring wizard, he could clearly sense that the fire lizard before him was incredibly powerful, even surpassing himself. How exactly did Richard manage to subjugate this group of natives? Richard nodded and introduced Jorod. "This is Princess Akira, the leader of New World Island. I've made some deals with the fire lizards there, and now they're all native employees of our Chamber of Commerce." Native employees. This was the first time Jorod had heard the term. "Princess Akira, I'm here to install a teleportation array," Richard explained. "With this array, you can return to the main continent freely." Akira was stunned, then bowed his head and said, "Your kindness." Landing on the island with Gawain, Richard left the fire lizards alone, allowing Gawain to scout a suitable location. He took Jorod on a tour of the island. "Richard, why did you bring your fiefdom to this godforsaken place?" Jorod asked in confusion. After touring the island, Jorod discovered that there were no resources or phenomena worth studying. He didn't quite understand Richard's reasoning. Richard pointed to the fiery behemoths on the shore. "Teacher, what do you think of them?" Jorod took a look. "They're semi-elemental creatures, and they're quite powerful." "You want to study them?" Richard shook his head, and pulled out a piece of living flesh sealed in an enchanted quartz tube from his pocket. "Teacher, take a look at this." Jorod took the tube and opened the seal. The next moment, a burst of fire elementalism emanated from the tube. Jorod frowned. Such a strong fire element. What's with this living flesh? He might not be familiar with other things, but after half a lifetime of studying synthetic beasts, he was definitely familiar with living flesh. The living flesh before him was unlike any he had ever seen. "I created this using the technology of these fire lizards. They used these giant fire beasts as raw materials to create this living flesh, and then used this living flesh to create their own synthetic beasts." Synthetic beasts? Impossible. Absolutely impossible, Kylewood said with agitation, repeatedly denying. How could these natives master the technology to synthesize beasts? If they did, you wouldn't be able to win this war. As a wizard, Kylewood couldn't tolerate the fact that something he had spent half his life researching could be mastered by the natives of some remote world. Don't get excited. This technology is a relic of the ancient fire lizards. Their civilization has degenerated. Richard didn't mention the lost ones. Although he trusted Jorod, some things didn't need to be shared. As he spoke, Richard pulled a sheaf of manuscript paper from his pocket. "This is their design for the synthetic beast." Jorod took it and examined it, his face turning grim. The synthetic beast on the blueprint was flawless, even a masterpiece. If it were the work of a wizard, Jorod would have praised the author generously. But now, to be told that it was designed by a group of natives, he found it unbearable. "Teacher, don't be so arrogant," Richard said calmly. "The astral plane is so vast, sorcery isn't some unbreakable secret. It's normal for the natives to possess some primitive sorcery." Jorod's expression was grim. To most wizards, the natives were a group of uncivilized, inferior creatures. They often treated them with a sense of superiority. Now, Jorod's sense of superiority was shattered. After a long moment of frustration, Jorod picked up another piece of living flesh. "This thing is excellent, full of life, making it a great material for a synthetic beast," Jorod commented seriously. "And it possesses some properties I haven't seen before." Jorod was an experienced wizard after all, so he quickly accepted this fact. It does possess some special properties, Richard continued. But my abilities are limited, and I can't fully utilize the potential of this living flesh. So you want me to help you research it, and hopefully produce some results, right? Jorod interrupted. Jorod placed the living flesh back into the enchanted quartz tube and extended his right hand toward Richard. Richard, puzzled, said, Teacher, what are you doing? The remaining blueprints, and enough flesh, Jorod said confidently. You don't think I can develop anything with just this little flesh, do you? Richard was stunned, then burst into laughter, and handed Jorod all the documents the old fire lizard had given him. Then I leave it to you, teacher. 3 days later, the teleportation array was completed. Jorod and Gawain returned to the wizarding world, while Richard began construction on New World Island. Richard's fiefdom wasn't chosen because he could secure a large fiefdom from his isolation. His original intention was to establish a living flesh factory on this island. New World Island wasn't just remote and inconspicuous. Its best feature was its location deep within the lava sea, making it easy to obtain the flame behemoth. The semi-elemental living flesh he obtained from Linksa required a vast quantity of it. If built on the main continent, such a large quantity would be difficult to supply. After all, the Salamander Empire was behind the original dragon beast breeding base. Constructing the factory naturally required the assistance of alchemy. The Salamander Alchemy Workshop in the Secret Realm ceased operations, and all Salamander artisans moved to New World Island to work on the factory. The factory required materials, and Richard returned to the main continent and obtained a large quantity from the logistics wizards. These materials were originally intended for building fortifications, but now that the war was over, these unused materials had no use. Richard spent a small sum of money, and the logistics wizard sold him a large quantity of materials. With the wizard's building materials, and the help of dragon alchemy, the factory shell took shape in less than a day. After all, none of these fire lizards were below level 1, and their physical fitness was superhuman. After the factory shell was completed, Richard began filling the interior with equipment. Although Richard possessed the technology, it needed to be transformed into a machine to be applied. Richard disassembled the technology and embodied it into a complete machine. He and a group of fire lizard master alchemists spent 5 years, with him as the chief designer and the others serving as assistants. After tremendous effort, they finally designed and manufactured the entire machine. After all, this technology was acquired from the fire lizards, and their dragon alchemy was perfectly suited to it. Furthermore, due to Richard's exceptional skills, the other fire lizard master alchemists, under his guidance, made rapid progress in their alchemical skills during this process. With the equipment complete, the factory was officially completed. The factory wasn't large, only about 1,000 square meters, and from the outside, it looked like a slightly larger, low-rise building. Unpainted, the exterior looked gray, giving the impression of a rushed construction effort. But only the fire lizards, who were building it, knew that this unassuming factory boasted a defense superior to even a wizard's war fortress. The factory's output was low. At full capacity, it could only produce 100 kilograms of living flesh and blood daily. But for Richard, it was more than enough to meet his needs. Richard instructed Akira, keep this factory running at a minimum level on weekdays. Your resources currently don't allow for full operation. Akira bowed slightly, and with a hint of gratitude, he said, Your kindness shines brightly like the sun. Richard waved his hand, and was about to leave when, as if struck by a thought, he turned to Akira and asked, I believe your husband manages this island. Where's Azuhin? Akira's expression darkened, but quickly returned to normal. After he learned I was the first to sign the contract, he locked himself away, and hasn't come out in days. Richard narrowed his eyes, suddenly opened a rift in the secret realm, and called out Ulysses. Take me to see him. Akira, somewhat panicked, said hurriedly, Sir, Azuhin simply had a momentary lapse of understanding. He eventually come to terms with reality. Please forgive him for a while. Richard waved his hand. Why are you so anxious? I'm not going to kill him. I'm going back to the mainland this time. I found something from the logistics wizard. It has some connection to him, and I want to give it to him personally. As he spoke, Richard pulled a tattered helmet from his pocket. Akira stared at the helmet, stunned. He recognized it. It belonged to Harash. Chapter 278. Deep within the lonely peak at the heart of the island, a dark, almost unknown chamber lay. Azuhin sat on the ground, his mind awash. This was the meditation method Harash had taught him, originally intended to counter the bestial backlash brought on by his awakened bloodline, but now it had become a tool for Azuhin to escape reality. His most trusted wife had knocked him unconscious, leading the entire island's fire lizards to surrender to a sorcerer with a deep vendetta against them. This was unbearable for any fire lizard. Although Akira later explained the reason, stating that the sorcerer had brought a terrifying being whose power rivaled that of the fire lizard king, Azuhin remained deeply pained. A glorious death was not unacceptable to him. If it weren't for the Spark Project and the egg Akira had laid for him, he would have died on the battlefield alongside his father. Rumble. The stone door of the meditation chamber swung open. Azuhin opened his eyes and stared at the door expressionlessly. Outside the stone gate, Akira looked at him with a complicated expression. Beside her, the wizard who had extinguished the fire lizard's last spark was watching him silently. "Your Highness Akira, please step aside for a moment. I have something to tell him." "Yes, my lord." Watching Akira meekly leave, Azuhin felt both heartbroken and furious. Akira was a princess of the Empire. When had she ever been so humble to anyone? This was the price of the contract. Richard looked at the fire lizard before him, its neck bulging and fangs bared, and tossed him the helmet. "Your father's helmet." Azuhin froze, then frantically caught the helmet. This was indeed his father's helmet. Looking at it, tears of blood streamed from Azuhin's eyes. His father had died honorably in battle, and he had failed him. "Azuhin, you should understand the current situation. Don't bury your head like a coward and pretend nothing happened." Richard looked at Azuhin quietly, his tone as calm as if he were asking what we have for dinner tonight. "Your wife bore humiliation for you, allowing your aura to remain pure. But she was mistaken. Your aura cannot remain pure forever. Although I haven't seen the specific plan for the Spark Project, I can fully imagine the convictions of the person who devised it." Azuhin suddenly raised his head, staring at Richard, and gritted his teeth. "You don't know." Richard remained calm. "No, I do. This is a plan to perpetuate salamander civilization. As its executors, you must discard all unnecessary considerations, and dedicate yourself to the ultimate goal of preserving civilization. Dignity, hatred, these are insignificant compared to the continuation of civilization. You shoulder the responsibility of hundreds of thousands of years of salamander history." With this, Richard changed the subject. "But in my opinion, the architects of this plan chose the wrong person to execute it. You've fallen far short of that. You're more suited to die in the final battle, reduced to ash by the magic along with your decayed glory. You lack the awareness and commitment required to carry out this plan." Richard's voice, though calm, was like thunder in Azuhin's ears. He was so angry that he wanted to kill Richard, but Elisa's just looked at him and made him feel like he was falling into an ice cellar, and he was frozen in place. Richard sneered at Azuhin. "Look, you're even so angry you want to kill the very people who help you keep salamander civilization going. Go out and see, you idiot. The salamanders thrive in my care. Akira's even about to order them to hatch." With that, Richard turned and left. Azuhin, helmet in hand, walked out of the chamber and reached the summit of the isolated peak. From the summit, he could take in the entire island. The once desolate New World Island had transformed dramatically in the past few years. The residential area, once a collection of wooden huts, was now filled with neatly arranged concrete buildings. Living in these structures, the salamanders didn't have to worry about faint winds or minor fire elemental storms. In the residential area stood a vast plaza, which hadn't existed when he entered the chamber, but now, many salamanders were training and practicing their martial arts. "A training ground?" Azuhin muttered. When he commanded the salamanders, food on the island was extremely scarce, and all unnecessary consumption was prohibited. Even he wouldn't engage in such exhausting physical activity as exercise. But now, the island had a training ground. Besides the training ground, there was a massive, open-air fire beast disposal area, something he had never seen before. The fire lizards dragged the fire beast, as big as a mountain, to the open-air disposal area. The fire lizards expertly separated the useful parts, and then dumped the unused parts onto a steel garbage truck. The truck had tracks underneath, and a young volcano tortoise pulled the truck along the tracks toward a modest bungalow. What he found most unbelievable was that the faces of the working fire lizards were all beaming with smiles. Azuhin turned to look around. Akira had unknowingly arrived beside him. "What are these? What's going on?" Akira said calmly. "After witnessing the damage the Fane had inflicted on us, Lord Richard obtained a large amount of building materials from the wizards, and then personally planned, designed, and oversaw the construction of the rebuilt residential area." Azuhin pointed to the fire beast processing base. "What about that?" "Lord Richard's fire lizard craftsman upgraded the sailing vessel, making it more suitable for hunting fire beasts. But fire beasts easily rot after being separated from the magma, so he built this separation base to process and store them." "That's not what I'm talking about," Azun interrupted brusquely. Why are those fire lizards smiling? Is dignity so worthless? Akra was silent for a long time, then slowly spoke. Azun, they are not slaves. They are working hard to make a living. Azun suddenly laughed, but his laughter was tinged with bitterness. That wizard was right. I'm certainly unworthy of leading the Spark project. Azun turned to Akra. That wizard must have left something for you. Akra nodded and pulled a soul contract from his waist pocket. Azun took the contract, examined it, and said with a wry smile, it's the same one, unchanged. With blood oozing from his fingertips, Azun signed his name on the contract. The contract was completed, and a faint smile appeared on Richard's face far away on the main continent. The last unstable factor among the salamanders had been eliminated. Back in the wizarding world, Richard's crystal ball suddenly received an unfamiliar message. Richard's lips curled slightly at the message's contents. He replied and flew towards the portal on the residential level. Soon, Richard arrived on the 12th floor, in front of a tavern called Volcano Eruption. A sign hung on the door announcing it was closed for the day, but Richard pushed it open and walked in. Inside, a tall wizard seemed to be waiting for someone. Beneath his black robe, a faint glow of fire shone through his rock-like skin. Richard greeted him cheerfully. Master Malphite, long time no see. The wizard who had sent the message was Malphite, the three-ringed wizard who had traveled with Richard to the dragon beast breeding base. Malphite set down the cup, which could almost be called a bucket, and pulled a crystal ball from the large pocket at his waist, placing it on the table in front of him. Master Richard, long time no see. You hadn't replied in so long, I thought you died in the Red Sun world. Malphite had sent Richard a message 3 years ago, but Richard was building the living flesh factory in the Red Sun world at the time, so the magical message never arrived. Haha, Master, you're joking. We have smooth sailing in the upcoming wars. We've weathered the storms, so how could I possibly drown in a small puddle? Richard walked over to Malphite and pocketed the crystal ball. The crystal ball contained the blueprints for the Tesla 9-type shield guard alchemical puppet that Malphite had promised him. I've always been curious about how you control that armor, Malphite suddenly asked. It wasn't a sealing technique, nor did it resemble witchcraft. I consider myself knowledgeable, but I haven't figured out the exact method you used to paralyze the armor. Master, do you want to know? Richard asked. Murphy nodded. How much magic essence? Richard smiled and shook his head. We don't need your magic essence. Murphy paused for a moment, then said in a low voice, no magic essence? My favor isn't worth a sorcery, and I don't like owing favors. Richard said calmly, a small favor. Just consider it a friendship with you, Master. Murphy was silent for a long time, then said, what sorcery? It's not sorcery, it's alchemy, Richard said with a smile, revealing the mystery. And it's the unpopular dragon alchemy. Murphy was stunned at the answer, then slapped his forehead in sudden realization. I was wondering why I couldn't tell it was sorcery, but it's alchemy. With a wave of his hand, Malphite sent a glass of wine flying into his hand. Richard, you're a brilliant man. This drink I treat you. Richard took the barrel-like cup. The amber-colored liquor within exuded a rich aroma, and within that, Richard could even detect a hint of potion. This wine was not ordinary. Richard raised the cup and gulped down the amber-colored liquid without a drop. Then Richard slammed the cup down on the table in front of Malphite and shouted, good wine. Malphite also raised the glass beside him high, drank it all, and slammed it down on the table in front of him with the same force. He laughed loudly, very good, Malphite. Fate made another friend today. Leaving the tavern, Richard felt a little dizzy. Malphite's wine wasn't just a simple brew. He mixed it with numerous potions, some of which could even affect the soul. Richard felt like his stomach was on fire, the burning sensation making him sweat profusely. Ulises, what's wrong with me? Richard asked, somewhat dazed. Ulises had been standing on his shoulder while they were drinking. It's nothing, you're drunk. That stone monster's wine is quite good, with lots of good stuff in it. Richard felt his vision blurry, and then his eyelids felt like they were weighed down by lead weights, drooping. Ulises, take me to the secret realm. With that, Richard fell asleep in the sky. Ulises grabbed Richard and couldn't help but sneer, you're already down after just one drink. You can't hold your liquor. Chapter 279. Murphy was a heavy drinker, and Richard slept for 7 days straight. On the 8th day, Richard awoke from his slumber. Instead of a hangover headache, he felt refreshed. Wow, that's a lot of alcohol, Richard exclaimed. Ulises flew over to him and laughed loudly, It's not the people who are heavy drinkers, but you're too weak. You're down after just one glass. You be a kid from now on. Richard's face flushed, and he glared at Ulysses. I said it was heavy drinkers. Ulysses said nothing, only laughing incessantly in the air with his hoarse voice. Richard temporarily ignored the bored lord of the world, and pulled 2 crystal balls from his pocket. After waking, Richard felt his mental and physical strength improve. Mental power, 120, physical fitness, 141, magic power, 24,000. Spiritual strength has actually increased by 4 points, and physical fitness has also increased by 3 points. Richard looked at the data with some surprise. He had spent over 60 years in the Red Sun world, and his mental strength had only increased by 6 points. Physical fitness, thanks to the effects of the lava sea and the physical strengthening glands, had increased by 26 points. And this one glass of wine alone had added 4 points of mental strength and 3 points of physical fitness. If this glass of wine were sold on the market, it would cost 700 or 800 magic essences. In fact, Richard still didn't have a good grasp of prices. At Malphite's tavern, this glass of wine cost 1,000 magic essences, and they only cost 1 glass per week, making it a priceless item. Among wizards, any item that directly improves physical fitness and mental strength is extremely valuable, especially physical fitness. This is because it requires no intelligence. Simply swallowing is enough. A strong body, even for a spiritually evolved wizard, represents a boost in strength. Putting the crystal ball back in his pocket, Richard pulled out the one containing the Tesla 9-type shield guard alchemical golem. This golem, with the name Tesla at the beginning, must be a product of the Tesla Chamber of Commerce, the wizarding world's greatest warmongerer. Tesla Chamber of Commerce products are often renowned for their high quality and consistent effectiveness, and they are the source of the pursuit of quality among alchemical wizards. How the Tesla Chamber of Commerce product blueprints ended up in Malphite's hands, Richard had no idea, nor did he bother to find out. At least, the blueprints were in his possession, and as long as he didn't run into a Tesla Chamber of Commerce technical wizard, he was safe. Besides, as an alchemist, he had some ability to create a disguise for the alchemical golem. Richard had been examining the blueprints for the Tesla 9-type shield guard golem for half a month, and during that time, he kept drawing upon them. The alchemical golem was indeed an advanced product of the alchemical golem. Its performance far surpassed that of a traditional golem, surpassing it by several times in both offense and defense. Of course, this increased performance came at a high price. After examining the blueprints, Richard estimated the cost of the materials for the alchemical golem. The materials alone would cost 5,000 magic essence. Furthermore, many of the golem's parts required a high level of alchemical skill to craft. The labor costs of employing such a skilled wizard were staggering. Richard estimated that the golem would have to sell for at least 10,000 magic essence to break even. However, this puppet's performance only reached that of a first-level wizard. While many first-level wizards could be instantly killed by it, some experienced veteran wizards were not incapable of defeating it. Only while wizard civilization is still expanding can this alchemical puppet army be used. If wizard civilization ceases to expand, these puppets will definitely be the first to be abandoned, Richard grumbled after estimating the price. The wizarding world is still expanding, with virgin worlds waiting for wizards to develop. This expensive alchemical puppet army is not inaccessible. After all, these puppet armies are indeed formidable. But if expansion ends, or if they encounter rival civilizations, these expensively counterfeited alchemical puppets will inevitably become extreme, either reverting to the cheap counterfeit equivalent of the alchemical golem, or ignoring cost in pursuit of sheer combat effectiveness. But despite all the complaints, the Tesla 9-type shield guard alchemical puppet is truly a truly exquisite piece of work. It's worthy of being a product that the Tesla Chamber of Commerce has iterated through 9 generations. Richard called over the fire lizard alchemists from across the secret realm and handed them the blueprints. This is a wizard's alchemical puppet, Richard explained. Although wizard alchemy differs significantly from dragon alchemy, the design principles are still worth learning from. Take these blueprints home and look at them to see if you can learn anything. Several fire lizards took the thick stack of manuscript paper Richard handed them and said respectfully, "Yes, sir." After leaving the secret realm, Richard suddenly remembered an agreement he had made with a wizard named Demir. He remembered that Demir had mastered a more efficient method of compressing elements. He arrived at the Clear Frost Legion's base, hoping to find the sorcerer, but the results were somewhat disappointing. "Master Richard, Demir is dead," he had said regretfully. Richard was a bit incredulous. "He's dead?" "Yes, he had some bad luck. He ran into a royal dragon warrior while slave hunting." Richard sighed. "Okay, do you have any relics?" He had frowned and said sternly, "Master Richard, the relics of a fallen sorcerer in the Legion must be distributed according to his will. This is one of the Legion's strictest rules. Anyone who violates this will be burned to death by the flames of his soul. Richard realized his slip of the tongue and apologized profusely. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I have a favor to ask. If anyone comes to claim his relics, please contact me. With that, Richard handed Iad a small bag of magic essence. Iad didn't accept the magic essence, but asked Richard for his contact information. This is just a piece of cake, master. There's no need to do this. After leaving the Frost Regiment's base, Richard returned to the Wizard Tower, where Ellie had been waiting for him for a long time. If you hadn't come back, I have thought you'd forgotten me, Ellie said bitterly. Richard smiled awkwardly. No one had expected that with such clear technology and a plethora of salamander alchemists, designing a device could take so long. Sorry, something went wrong. Ellie didn't continue to argue. She walked over to Richard and whispered in his ear, So what's your new idea? Ellie pressed herself close, her fiery body pressed against Richard's, making his blood boil. I obtained some rare fire artifacts in the Red Sun world, and would like your help in analyzing them. Several of these artifacts have very strange properties. Ellie's body stiffened, her eyes once again filled with resentment. That's all? Richard nodded affirmatively. That's all. What do you think it is? Ellie's face flushed instantly, and she punched Richard in the chest. You, where are your things? You've left me hanging for so long, no discount this time. Richard pulled several sealed fire artifacts from his pocket. Some of these were obtained from Bob, others from Salamander. Rare artifacts are extraordinary items that seem to defy common sense. For example, flames burning in water, stones that reproduce without absorbing energy or elements, magical conch shells that can play music without any skill. These are all considered rare artifacts. At first glance, these items often seem impossible, hence the term rare artifacts. Of course, these artifacts weren't truly deviant, but rather they possessed certain peculiarities that made them appear so. Each artifact held a secret, making them natural subjects for research. You're charging for research on these artifacts? You can't just use your connections to rip me off, Richard grumbled. But seeing Ellie's blushing face, Richard decided to ignore the issue for now. After all, many of the payments between them ultimately evolved into sexual gratuities. At worst, he just have to endure a little more. While Richard and Ellie were researching the fire artifacts, the fire lizard alchemists of the secret realm were enthusiastically studying the blueprints. The completion of the flesh factory not only provided Richard with an endless supply of semi-elemental living flesh, but also catapulted the skills of his salamander craftsmen. Several salamander master alchemists had reached a plateau in their alchemy, but under Richard's guidance, they broke through and reached new heights. This advancement in skill broadened their horizons. Coupled with the alchemical puppet blueprints Richard had given them, the fusion of these two distinct alchemical techniques reignited their previously exhausted wellsprings of inspiration. Amazing! The mechanical structure could be so ingenious. Calian exclaimed, observing the blueprints in his hand. Elsewhere, Sulina, whose skill level rivaled Calian's, spoke up, Indeed, I never imagined that mechanical creations could be more agile than living things. These blueprints even remind me of the intricate structures on the holy armor. However, compared to the holy armor's incomprehensible structures, the wizard's designs are cruder and more suitable for our level. Suddenly, a salamander alchemist, absorbed in studying the blueprints, looked up. He gazed at Sulina and Calian, his eyes gleaming as he exclaimed, Yes, holy armor. Many of these structures could be used on armor. With that, the salamander alchemist frantically ran to the rest area and, rummaging through a pile of ancient tomes, retrieved a leather scroll. He joined the other salamander alchemists and opened the ancient leather scroll. The scroll depicted an unfinished exoskeleton armor filled with illogical structures. Even so, the eyes of the numerous fire lizard master alchemists remained fixed on the armor on the scroll. This scroll opened up a new avenue for them. The fire lizard holding the scroll spoke enthusiastically, Everyone, in ancient times, we had a sacred title. Mechanics? Back then, we were responsible for maintaining sacred armor and various divine relics. But as our skills declined, we couldn't even understand the structure of our armor, and couldn't even make a single piece of armor. So we lost this sacred title. Now, our skills have improved, but we've lost the sacred armor and divine relics. We can no longer prove ourselves worthy of this sacred title. But now, we have an opportunity. The fire lizard master alchemists looked at him, and a somewhat crazy idea emerged in their minds. Perhaps we can forge a set of sacred armor ourselves. Chapter 280. It's well known that when more than 3 men gather together, an idea king will emerge. Sulina was the only female among this group of fire lizards, and they all possess considerable hands-on skills. So, a brilliant idea was born. There's something wrong with this design. Everything except the exterior needs to be revised. As one of the fire lizards with the highest alchemical skills, Calion was the first to offer his opinion. Sulina followed suit, offering her comments on the design. I once attempted to maintain the sacred armor. While I don't understand the internal structure, I can still discern some of the design's underlying principles. I go draw the structure I saw back then. As the only female among this group of fire lizard master alchemists, Sulina had long since forgotten about gender. She was virtually indistinguishable from the male fire lizard master alchemists, except for her own private room and toilet. Sulina quickly sketched the structure of the sacred armor she had seen before. Thanks to Richard's training, the fire lizards were incredibly accurate in their drawings. Looking at Sulina's drawing, a fire lizard master alchemist muttered, "Why does this look like the outer shell of an insect?" "No, it's not an insect shell." Padlin, who had been recruited along with Calion, suddenly spoke up. "How much do you know about anatomy?" Padlin asked. The masters around him looked at each other and shook their heads. Dragon alchemy didn't require the study of anatomy. Among the fire lizards, dissecting corpses fell under the purview of burial studies. Because salamanders bury their bodies in mummified form, this process involves removing the organs, wrapping them in spices, and placing them in metal containers. Padlin explained, "Before I learned alchemy, I studied mummification, so I'm quite familiar with salamanders' anatomy. This structure doesn't look like an insect shell to me, but more like a unique skeletal structure. And those structures we can't understand are probably the muscles of the holy armor." Padlin's eyes lit up as he spoke, and he spoke excitedly. "So the holy armor is a powerful body without a brain, and the salamanders who wear it are its brains. If we follow this line of thought, we have to use," the salamander alchemists around him said in unison, "a neural control system." Calion immediately ran towards the world mushroom in the center of the secret realm. In the holy city beneath the world mushroom's canopy, Ulysses was taking a leisurely nap. "Master Ulysses? Master Ulysses?" Calion's voice awoke Ulysses from his doze. He opened his eyes, and the sight of his emerald green eyes made him tremble. Ulysses's fondness for eating salamander skulls was well known to every salamander in the secret realm. "Huh, what's up, salamander?" Calion bowed his head and said humbly, "Master Ulysses, we need to contact Master Richard. We have a brilliant idea and need his decision." Ulysses glanced behind him, and saw the remaining salamander alchemists staring at him eagerly. Richard had once told him that these salamanders were technicians, and now that they were all gathered together, it seemed like something was truly urgent. Ulysses yawned. I get it." With that, Ulysses opened the rift in the secret realm and came to Richard's side. Richard was currently in his sage time, a time between bursts of lovemaking. Richard hadn't made any modifications to his body, so he experienced all the expected human reactions. Seeing Ulysses, Richard asked curiously, "Why did you come out?" Ulysses said lazily, I didn't want to come out either, but your fire lizard suddenly wanted to see you. Come back to the secret realm when you have time." With that, Ulysses opened the rift again and returned to the secret realm. Richard frowned. The fire lizards wanted to see him. Could something be wrong with the workshop in the secret realm? Richard was about to get up when he suddenly remembered that he and Ellie seemed to be doing some kind of healthy activity. "Hurry up!" Ellie's voice rang in his ear. Ellie sat up, a hint of spring still in her eyes. She lazily rested on Richard's shoulder, her warm breath gently tickling his ear. "Business matters now. I'm not a slut imbued with the blood of a succubus." In the secret realm, upon seeing Ulysses return, the fire lizards gathered to discuss how to vividly describe their idea. There was no doubt their idea was excellent. But just because it was excellent didn't mean they could pull it off. The intricate and delicate structure of the sacred armor stood before them like a mountain. Even though they had made up their minds, they still harbored doubts. Could they truly create their own sacred armor? Even a highly simplified version? A salamander master alchemist worriedly asked, "What if Lord Richard rejects our idea? Lord Richard prefers stability, and this kind of extremely unstable project is probably the least of his liking." "If he rejects it, we just build it ourselves," Sulina said. "We have plenty of spare time, and Lord Richard has given us access to materials. If he rejects this project, we just lose a lot of resources, not be completely unable to do it." Sulina's words ignited a fire in the hearts of many salamanders. Indeed, Richard's rejection of the project meant only a loss of resources, but their most precious and important wisdom could still be used. As long as they were willing to research, resources would only slow their progress, not hinder their ultimate goal. At that moment, All the salamanders made up their minds. If Richard disapproved of the project, they would research it on their own. Even if they might never achieve their ultimate goal in their lifetime, a bright future would be enough for them to die with a smile on their face. For a craftsman, nothing is more important than a perfectly crafted piece of work. Soon, a rift opened within the secret realm, and Richard, clad in black wizard robes, emerged. Richard saw all his salamander alchemists gathered together, and exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, you're all here. What went wrong at the workshop that brought you all together?" The salamander alchemists looked at each other, and finally, Carrion came forward to share their thoughts with Richard. "Well, Master Richard, the alchemy puppet blueprint you gave us has been very inspiring. So we've come up with an idea. We want to design our own set of holy armor. We need your technical and financial support." Richard frowned. Our own holy armor? The technology behind it is far more complex than you think. You can't make it. Callion quickly explained, No, we're not trying to recreate the holy armor. We're trying to make something similar to it." "Oh, I knew it. I can't even make holy armor," Richard said, suddenly realizing. After that, Richard inquired with interest, "You can't just talk about funding. You need to at least tell me your design, and what the final product will look like." Callion was stunned by this. He was so focused on seeking Richard's support that he had forgotten that their idea was still just an idea. But seeing Richard's gaze, Carrion didn't dare to directly admit that they had nothing yet. Richard was never fond of such high-risk, time-consuming projects. If Richard felt he'd been tricked this time, the project might actually be rejected. Callion glanced at his colleagues and noticed Selina holding the blueprint for the holy armor, winking at him intentionally or unintentionally. Callion remembered what Patlin had said earlier. He gritted his teeth and said to Richard, "Sir, we have a rough idea. Based on our previous understanding of the holy armor, we've tentatively decided to design this armor as an exoskeleton armor." After that, Callion repeated Patlin's previous rhetoric, adding his own interpretations to it, trying to make the pie more rounded and appealing. After Carrion finished speaking, he looked at Richard nervously. He wasn't sure if his vision would appeal to Richard. Richard was silent for a moment, then said, "Exoskeleton? Interesting. Your idea is great, I agree. What resources do you need?" Exoskeleton armor. Richard had almost forgotten the idea. Those crazy wizards in the wizarding world simply transformed their bodies into machines, and after seeing so much of that crazy wizardry, Richard had forgotten the wonderful thing about exoskeletons. And the holy armor also used an exoskeleton. This proved that the design was not wrong, at least not once the technology reached a certain level. Seeing Richard agree to the project, the salamander alchemist's face lit up with joy. Callion said excitedly, "Sir, we need neural control technology. This technology was once used to communicate with the volcano tortoises and transform them into dragon breath cannons. There are volcano tortoises on the New World Island now, so someone must have inherited this technology." Richard nodded. "Very good. You guys work on the design. I return to the Red Sun world as soon as possible." With that, Richard was about to leave the secret realm. But before entering the rift, he suddenly stopped and asked Talhi, who was celebrating the project approval among a group of salamander alchemists. "Talhi, what's the status of the research I asked you to do?" Talhi was celebrating with the others, but Richard's sudden question froze him in place. He stammered, Well, almost there, sir. I'm almost there." Richard's face turned slightly cold. Talhi's condition was clearly not right. While exoskeleton armor certainly holds a bright future, the future shouldn't be neglected for the sake of the present. The mine was overflowing with red sun gold veined stone, nearly forming a mountain. If he didn't figure out the technique for producing this special alchemical ink, he'd have to build another warehouse to store it. While building a warehouse wouldn't be particularly troublesome, it was an unnecessary move. He felt he needed to expedite the project. Richard ordered the salamander alchemists surrounding Talhi, put aside the exoskeleton armor project for now, and helped Talhi complete the ink project. The ink project is directly related to the availability of resources for your armor project. Hearing this, the salamander alchemists watching the joke suddenly lost their smiles. "Yes, sir." Before leaving the secret realm, Richard suddenly asked, "By the way, Callion, what's the name of your project?" Callion thought for a moment, consulted with the surrounding salamanders, and said to Richard, "Sir, our project is called Mechanic." Chapter 281. Time flies, and 30 years later. On the test bench, a golden flame burned quietly within a magic circle. This flame's energy structure is truly ingenious. Applying it to spells can elevate their energy by at least 1 or 200 levels. Ellie's pretty face beamed with joy as she gazed at the successfully simulated golden flame. Their research on the fire elemental artifacts went quite smoothly. In just 30 years, they had completely researched all the artifacts Richard had brought back. The secrets they held enabled Richard and Ellie to advance their knowledge of evocation significantly. With the added power of this knowledge, Richard's fireball spell successfully reached energy level 700. Including the staff's amplification, Richard's fireball spell now reached energy level 860. In addition, Richard had modified several evocation spells over the years. These spells weren't particularly powerful, primarily applying the findings from their research on the artifacts and addressing specific situations. Richard approached Ellie, looking at the flames on the test bench, and casually said, "This is the last of the wonders. Thank you for all the trouble you've been making." During the research process, Ellie was the primary investigator. Master Susanna, after all, was a student of the Great Wizard of the Black Tower, and her depth and breadth of knowledge were astounding. Even after Ellie became a wizard, she could only recite many of Susanna's research findings verbatim. She would have to devote considerable effort to enriching her knowledge to fully understand the mysteries within. This also gave Ellie's knowledge of evocation far beyond that of the average wizard. Of course, if Richard had a gift for synthesizing beasts and could inherit Jorad's legacy, his situation wouldn't have been much better than Ellie's. Unfortunately, like Anna, Richard didn't follow Jorad's path, so he had to grope his way forward. Ellie closed the magic circle, and the golden flames dissipated. Time flies. 30 years have already flown by in the blink of an eye, Ellie exclaimed. It feels like I've made more progress in these 30 years than I would have in 300 years of research on my own. Richard smiled. I've researched all of these amazing artifacts I brought with me in these 30 years. If there's not much progress, I'd be in big trouble. Ellie grimaced and put away the notes on the lab bench. My research is done, and it's time for me to leave. What? You're running away after studying the artifact? Ellie rolled her eyes at Richard, then leaned into his arms, saying coquettishly, Then I stay a while. Don't run away. Richard's face froze, and he said sheepishly, Forget it. Too much time together isn't good for a relationship. There's a saying back home, a short absence is better than a new marriage. Let's give each other enough personal space. Ellie glared at Richard and said coquettishly, Coward. With that, Ellie opened the window and flew out. Richard stood there, muttering quietly, a voice only he could hear, I'm a coward. Any other wizard would have run away screaming if they'd been subjected to your treatment. Over the years, Richard finally learned the bloodline Ellie had fused with. Ellie's fused bloodline was a unique creature acquired by the Great Wizard of the Black Tower during an astral journey from an alien being. The Great Wizard of the Black Tower called this creature a fire dragon demon. This creature is a hybrid of a dragon and some otherworldly creature, but this time the dragon's bloodline failed to gain the upper hand. Instead, it merged with the otherworldly bloodline, causing a mutation. The dragon bloodline's advantages were retained, while its greatest drawback, its corrosiveness, was completely eliminated. The Great Wizard of the Black Tower gave this creature specimen to Susanna. After studying it, Susanna discovered the remarkable abilities its bloodline possessed, so she fused it into her body. After experiencing no dangerous side effects, Susanna adopted it as her own wizard legacy. After taking Ellie as her apprentice, she passed the bloodline on to her once she became a wizard. In the insect hive world, Ellie had just fused the bloodline and hadn't fully integrated it, so its abilities weren't yet apparent. During Richard's years in the Red Sun world, Ellie finally fully integrated the bloodline. Her physique, strength, agility, and even her control over energy were greatly enhanced. If Richard hadn't become a second-level wizard, he wouldn't have been able to suppress her. What puzzled Richard the most was that Ellie seemed to possess some kind of adaptive ability. Because as time went on, Ellie was actually able to fight him back and forth, and recently even showed signs of suppressing him. For this reason, Richard had specifically asked Ellie for some fire dragon demon blood, intending to study it later when he had time. If fusing a single bloodline could grant him the same abilities as the adaptive form, then why was he still researching the adaptive form? After Ellie left, Richard cleaned up the lab. Over the years, with only 2 people in the lab, some layout changes were inevitable. Now it was time to restore it to its original state. But as Richard was doing so, a wave of magical energy caught his attention, and his communication crystal ball lit up. Who could possibly contact me at this time? Could it be Yad? He had asked Yad to notify him when someone came to claim Demir's inheritance. 30 years had passed, and there was still no news from Yad. Richard went to the next room and glanced at the message in the crystal ball. But the owner of the message surprised Richard. Bob? Why would he send a message? Richard had given Bob some part samples, hoping to start a business selling alchemical parts. But Bob hadn't replied, so he put the matter behind him. It was simply because his order book for the spell support vehicle was full. Over the past 30 years, Richard had also optimized the spell support vehicle structure, replacing all parts not involved in enchantment with products of dragon alchemy. The current spell support vehicle has evolved into the Richard II. This model offers superior stability and performance to the previous model, while maintaining the same price. 850 magic essences for one support vehicle, no cheating. Even with Richard's optimizations, the material cost of the spell support vehicle has been reduced by nearly 100 magic essences. Richard's actions naturally caused some dissatisfaction with Jorod. With improved performance, your price should also increase accordingly. Otherwise, how can we be worthy of the first legions that purchased the spell support vehicle? If you don't raise the price, how can we charge for the upgrades to the first batch of spell support vehicles? We are a guild, and your mentality is wrong. A great wizard wouldn't be short of this little money. Note: the above remarks were made by Jorod after he learned that Richard had reduced the material cost by nearly 100 magic essences. After the ordering was opened, orders from the White Wizard Legion poured in. Word of the spell support vehicle's effectiveness has spread among the White Wizard Corps. The ability to deliver a burst of spells at any moment's notice offers wizards immense peace of mind. So they strongly recommend that the Corps' leadership purchase it. For the White Wizard Corps, relying on the Grand Wizard, spending hundreds of thousands of magic essence on weapons is a pittance. If the weapons are effective enough, the Grand Wizard will not only not blame them, but will even appreciate their dedication. So they're willing to test the waters by purchasing a batch of spell support vehicles. So, driven by their enthusiasm, Richard Jorod's Chamber of Commerce has orders for spell support vehicles booked out to 1,000 years in the future. Black magic essences continue to pour towards Richard. To meet these orders, Jorod has recruited Anna, Chax, and several of his students to work at the Chamber of Commerce. Richard's Salamander Alchemy Workshop is also operating at full capacity. He currently has neither the energy nor the interest to pursue Bob's business. However, Bob's message didn't specify the specific situation. He simply said that the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce was holding an auction soon and hoped Richard would be kind enough to come and discuss some matters. So Richard didn't mind making the trip. After 30 years of research, it was nice to get out and let off some steam once in a while. Auctions were also a good place to be. Richard was now well-funded, so if he saw something he liked, he wouldn't mind buying it. Maybe he could even find a bargain. Finding bargains was one of his hobbies. Also, although Bob's 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce was a relatively new one, it was already quite formidable compared to Richard's. The ink that Talhi had accidentally created back then had already been cracked by a fire lizard craftsman 17 years earlier, thanks to Richard's investment. Although the solution wasn't entirely clear, it would at least allow for a stable production of ink. Richard Jorod's Chamber of Commerce hadn't yet opened its shop, and Richard had a considerable backlog of alchemical ink. Richard also wanted to take this opportunity to clear out his inventory. Pocketing the crystal ball, Richard returned to the laboratory and began to sort out the unfinished work. With some time left before the auction, cleaning up the laboratory was the most important priority. The 9-Star Chamber of Commerce wasn't located in the Tower of Truth, so Richard had no choice but to leave and enter the real wizarding world. Checking the map, Richard discovered that the 9-Star Chamber of Commerce's headquarters was located at the intersection of 2 bustling airways. A city called Paradise City. That's great. I don't even have to fly there myself. Richard checked the map and found a high-speed airship bound for Paradise City at an airship field outside the Tower of Truth. To Richard's surprise, the airship's pilot was a wizard. Even the attendants on board were high-level wizard apprentices. "Master, this is your first time riding an airship, isn't it?" the pilot said with a smile, noticing Richard's surprised expression. Indeed, Richard nodded. "I didn't expect the airship's pilot to be a wizard." The pilot smiled and said, "I can't compare to a powerful being like the Master, capable of fighting on interplanetary battlefields. A cowardly and incompetent person like me can only do this kind of work to earn a few magic stones." Richard asked curiously, "How much do you earn per trip?" "1 magic spirit per round trip." "How many round trips per year can you make?" 5 trips a year guaranteed income." Richard nodded and handed the driver a bag of magic stones. "Good job, stable. Here are 100 magic stones. See if you're missing anything." The driver took the bag, didn't even bother to scan it with his mental power, and casually dropped it into his magic pocket. "Master, you look like a prominent figure. How could you possibly be short of a few magic stones?" Richard glanced at his outfit with some surprise. "Do I look wealthy? Or do I look menacing?" "Master, you usually live in the Tower of Truth, surrounded by capable wizards, who dare to fight their way across the battlefields of the plains. So you don't seem that special. But that malevolent aura about you is too conspicuous to be seen outside. Richard frowned. A dark wizard with a unique aura wasn't a good thing. They usually infiltrated behind enemy lines, and tried their best to avoid any conspicuous aura. He communicated telepathically with Ulises on his shoulder. Ulises, do I have any special aura? That's what happens when you kill so many people. In our place, you could just find a priest to baptize you. You probably have to find one of those soul wizards here. The pilot handed over the room number and key. Even by express airship, it would take a month to get to Paradise City. He would definitely have to stay on the airship during this time. Richard took it and glanced at the room number. Room 225. Interesting. Chapter 282. Paradise City lies at the intersection of two air routes, offering a unique geographical advantage. The constant flow of airships brings the city abundant resources and immense wealth, but wealth breeds corruption. In Paradise City, no mortal laws exist. Paradise City is ruled by the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce, a wizarding guild whose shamans are bound only by the laws enacted by the Council of Truth. As a result, the mortal district of Paradise City has become a veritable city of sin. As long as you have money, and are immortal without supernatural powers, you can do whatever you want in Paradise City. Hallucinogens, the slave trade, a murder paradise, every depravity a mortal can imagine can be found in Paradise City. If that's not enough, you can even find wizards to serve you, provided you can afford the price. This kind of enjoyment is extremely dangerous. For mortals, the slightest force from a wizard can break bones. Even the slightest displeasure can scare a mortal to death with life radiation. Even so, many wealthy individuals who made their fortunes in trade would still spend lavishly, simply to experience the feeling of being superior to other wizards. On the airship, Richard sat in a room, quietly arranging the rune array before him. In the air, runes condensed with magical energy shifted position, forming a unique pattern of a ghostly sphere structure. As Richard moved a rune, the entire model suddenly became extremely unstable. The rune's position shifted constantly under the influence of the magic, further exacerbating the magic's influence. In a matter of milliseconds, the previously stable rune model suddenly transformed into a magical bomb poised to explode. Gah, you failed again. The rune golem froze in midair, a shadow enveloping the entire model before it shrank to the size of a jelly bean, and was devoured by Ulises in one gulp. Richard's expression remained unchanged. Experiments are bound to fail. Besides, I'm modifying the model of the Heart of Annihilation. You're well aware of how that works. Gah, honestly, I don't recommend continuing your research on this annihilation reaction. It's not only highly risky, but its upper limit is also quite limited. Ulises offered Richard a rare piece of advice. The fundamental principle of your spell is the annihilation of 2 elements, but controlling high concentrations of elements consumes a great deal of energy. If you don't compress the elements efficiently, the spell's power will be reduced. If you want greater power, you must seek more efficient compression methods. But compression has its limits. Once you reach a peak, further progress becomes difficult, and the benefits are minimal. Richard condensed another rune in his hand, as if he hadn't heard Ulises' suggestion. I've known this for a long time, but you can't deny that this spell is very useful in the mortal stage. I didn't hide the news from you 3 days ago. You should know my current situation. 3 days ago, Richard received several magical messages simultaneously. The senders were Jorid, Anna, Chax, and Ellie. These messages also mentioned the Academy War. The Black Tower Wizarding Academy is about to face an Academy War. Due to the devastating aftermath of the Wizarding World War during the Enlightenment, the current Wizarding World not only prohibits Grand Wizards from taking action within the Wizarding World, but also prohibits them from even using their original bodies. Under these circumstances, if 2 Grand Wizards harbor a grudge, there are only 2 ways for them to clash. One is a true one-on-one battle within the astral plane. The other, as mentioned in the messages Richard received, is a school war. A school war involves the Grand Wizard refraining from taking action, allowing his subordinates, the junior wizards, to fight each other. Each Wizarding Academy has a large number of faculty and staff members, and Grand Wizards recruit these individuals not only to facilitate dimensional expeditions, but also to prepare for Academy Wars. Once an Academy War begins, the Guardian of the Wizarding World will transfer both academies, along with all their wizards, into a truth-level magical armor known as the World Realm. At that time, the 2 academies will engage in a 50-year Academy War in a space resembling a secret realm. Any actions during the war will not violate the laws enacted by the Council of Truth. After the war, the 2 great wizards will not wage another Academy War for 1,000 years. There is no winner or loser in an academy war. Each side has its own criteria. The most common victory is the destruction of the opposing academy's core wizard tower. The core wizard tower is the utmost importance of an academy. It is not only the core of a wizarding academy, but also one of the foundations of a great wizard. The wizard tower is the great wizard's daily residence and a symbol of his or her presence in the wizarding world. Without this wizard tower, the Council of Truth will no longer recognize your status as a great wizard. Moreover, almost all great wizards maintain backup plans within their wizard towers to prevent themselves from encountering unexpected situations and perishing while on otherworldly expeditions or astral journeys. If the wizard tower is destroyed, these measures will undoubtedly be destroyed as well. Furthermore, due to the principle that great wizards are not allowed to intervene, the destruction of a core wizard tower requires the long-term repair work of other wizards. During this period, the great wizard cannot recruit students, cannot embark on otherworldly expeditions, and cannot even participate in any activities held by the Council of Truth. Furthermore, if the great wizard fails to reconcile with the victorious great wizard after the Academy War, then, after the wizard tower is rebuilt, the opposing team will likely declare war again after the 1,000-year cooldown period. Then the great wizard will be trapped in a cycle. I have to say, your Academy War is indeed a clever strategy, Ulysses commented. For a civilization, these World Lord-level warriors are the backbone of its strength. If a powerhouse of this caliber dies in internal strife, it's a loss for any civilization. Mere mortals like you, however, are not nearly as valuable. And I suspect that, although your Academy War isn't mandatory, any great wizard would choose it. This war is like a stepping stone. Losing the war is simply due to the failure of your subordinates, not the great wizard, and it saves both sides some face. Richard was silent for a moment, then spoke with resentment. No matter how much analysis is done, no matter how wise the decision is, no matter how good it is for wizarding civilization, it's useless. For me right now, it's the worst possible strategy. Ha, that's for the others, not you, Ulysses retorted. You're fighting a wizard this time. If you're a bit more lucky, with that furnace you have, your strength will definitely improve dramatically after this. Richard glanced at him, and said unhappily, you have to survive first. The world mirror can't reach the level of a world master. You're just a cheerleader in this war. Ulysses scratched his head, a little groaning. Ha, this is a combination of risk and opportunity. Go for it, I'm rooting for you. Paradise City has arrived. Passengers arriving at their destination, please disembark. Paradise City has arrived. Passengers arriving at their destination, please disembark. Hearing the airship's announcement, Richard dispersed the runes in front of him and gathered the scattered magic books around the room. He opened the window and flew out of the airship. Outside, thousands of airships were taking off and landing in the vast airship field. Passengers continued to emerge from the airship, converging like rivers flowing into the sea. Richard pulled out his crystal ball and sent a magical message. In less than half an hour, a spherical aircraft with an ornate exterior landed next to Richard's airship. The passengers passing by stared at the aircraft in amazement, but some wealthy, well-dressed individuals, upon seeing the symbols on the aircraft, immediately lowered their heads and bowed slightly, not daring to even glance at it. Sir, what are you doing? Fool. That's the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce's VIP aircraft. Who are you supposed to be looking at? The aircraft opened, and Bob, wearing a monocle, stepped out. Even the most obtuse person would have known to show respect after seeing Bob's wizard robes. Among the crowd, Richard, looking around, stood out. Ha ha, Richard, you're finally here. Bob saw Richard and immediately opened his arms. Richard smiled and greeted him, and the two embraced each other warmly. Bob, you're still as charming as ever. You look so happy. You must have gotten a promotion recently. Ha ha, lucky, lucky. Bob exchanged pleasantries with Richard as he ushered him into the aircraft. Then the aircraft's hatch closed, and it transformed into a stream of light, soaring towards the center of Paradise City. From beginning to end, Bob never spared a glance at the mortals on Earth, even though some of them were incredibly wealthy, rivaling nations, or even powerful enough to decide the fate of thousands with a single order. Someone in the crowd murmured, "Who is this important figure who deserves to be greeted personally by Vice President Bob?" Inside the aircraft, Richard and Bob chatted in a spacious room that was clearly disproportionate to the aircraft's size. Around them, the aircraft's metal shell seemed non-existent, offering a clear view of the exterior. Richard, I heard you've made a fortune recently. The Richard Choro Chamber of Commerce is about to become a Tesla in our circle. Bob sat across from Richard, a thick cigar in hand, a friendly smile on his face. Richard humbly replied, "No, that's flattering us. We were just lucky enough to have made a weapon that caught the eye of some bigwigs in the White Wizard Corps. The Tesla Chamber of Commerce is the leader in alchemical weapons, and ours isn't even a fraction of theirs." Bob pulled a box of cigars from his pocket and handed it to Richard. "You're too modest, brother. Here, try this. It's our chamber's premium offering, specially for our VIPs." Richard took it, opened it, and found a row of brown cigars inside. He held one to his nose and sniffed, frowning slightly. "It's mixed with Gastrodia lata stems. If I remember correctly, it's supposed to be hallucinogenic and stimulate the secretion of happy hormones in the brain." Bob nodded and praised, as expected of an alchemist who can design a magic support vehicle. "You're so familiar with the properties of these alchemical materials." Richard shoved the cigar back and stuffed the entire box into his pocket. "This stuff will affect my judgment. I enjoy it later." Bob smiled faintly. "Don't be so serious, brother. You're a wizard now. You should enjoy yourself more." Richard didn't respond, but calmly asked, "There'll be plenty of time to enjoy yourself later, Brother Bob. You didn't invite me here just for an auction. You didn't invite me here just to have some fun in Paradise City, did you?" Chapter 283. "Brother Richard, you still have the temperament of a battlefield." Bob took a drag on his cigar, slowly exhaling. Behind the smoke, Bob's eyes drifted a little. Richard's brow furrowed again. He waved his hand, and a puff of wind gathered the smoke in the room. "Bob, I think we should talk another time. The Azure Gastrodia stems are causing problems in your brain." Bob held the cigar he had handed Richard, and his was a specially spiked version. Richard sniffed the smoke. The Azure Gastrodia stems in Bob's cigar were at least 5 times the amount of the original, a quantity that would produce a strong hallucinogenic effect even for a wizard. Richard even began to doubt whether the 9-star Chamber of Commerce was holding an auction. After all, judging by Bob's condition, he must have been smoking this cigar for quite some time. "No, since you brought it up, Brother Richard, let's talk about it right here." Bob sat up straight, his eyes suddenly clear. Richard noticed this, and his frown deepened. He's really showing his resistance. Bob hadn't done this on the battlefields of the Red Sun world. What had Bob been through recently that made him need external means to relieve stress? "Brother Richard, you should have heard the news that the old president of our 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce is about to pass away." Richard nodded, his frown slightly relaxed. "I heard." Bob nodded, cutting off the end of his cigar with a wind blade. "That's good to hear. In fact, the old president's condition is even worse than the outside world is saying. It won't be long before he falls into eternal sleep." Richard nodded, but didn't respond. At this point, he had a vague idea of why Bob had been acting this way. Bob smiled at Richard. "Originally, this kind of thing wouldn't concern someone of my rank. After all, I've always been a mid-level executive in the Chamber of Commerce. When it comes to things like the president's change, someone like me just needs to wait for the transition and then obey the new president's leadership." A flicker of regret crossed Bob's face as he spoke. "But it just so happened that I developed a small Red Sun crystal iron mine around this time. When the old president learned of this, he immediately promoted me from mid-level to senior management, and even put me in charge of the Chamber of Commerce's development of otherworldly resources." Bob's tone was filled with disbelief at the end. Resource development is a lucrative job, after all. After all, it inevitably involves waste, but if properly utilized, this waste can generate considerable income. And this promotion also means that I'm considered one of the old president's potential successors. Richard stroked his chin. It seemed his idea was correct. The old guild master was nearing the end of his powers, and the candidates he had chosen were already vying for the throne. As the heir with the weakest foundation, Bob would likely face the most difficult battle. Unless something unexpected happened, he would be the first to be eliminated. Richard already regretted coming here. While Bob's friendship was valuable, the struggle for control of the Wizarding Guild was definitely more than worth it. The struggles among wizards weren't limited to shady schemes. A significant number of wizards favored the peculiarities of the Zuanwaman succession law. As long as all the competitors were eliminated, regardless of the will, the inheritance would undoubtedly fall to him. "Brother, I haven't even dared to meditate lately. I'm constantly on edge, terrified that I might never see the sun again. This is worse than being on the battlefield." Bob seemed to have not confided in anyone like this in ages. His emotions grew increasingly agitated, as if he wanted to pour out all the suffering he endured. "So, brother, what did you want me for?" Richard said in a somewhat stiff tone. "Our Chamber of Commerce doesn't offer security services." Richard felt a little annoyed that Bob had used the auction to drag him into this vortex of conflict. "No, brother," Bob said excitedly. Your Chamber of Commerce may not offer security services, but you can definitely save my life. I can save your life? Richard pointed at himself, his face filled with confusion. How could I not know I was so capable? Bob suddenly stood up and waved his hand, a curtain of light appearing in the air. A dense list of names appeared on the screen, all of which Richard was familiar with. How did you get this list? Richard stood up, looking at Bob in shock. This list contained the names of all the senior members of the White Wizard Corps who had purchased the magic support vehicle. Brother, your guild is more conspicuous than you think, Bob said in a low voice. Based on this list, if you're willing to help me out and protect me, no one will bother me. I'm just a smokescreen. The old guild leader must have his own candidate. He promoted me just to distract attention. As long as you're willing to protect me, brother, Bob said, pulling off the magic pouch from his waist and handing it to Richard. This is all yours. If you think it's not enough, I can still borrow money from the magic bank. Richard looked at the pouch Bob handed him, pondering whether he should do this favor. If his words were as effective as Bob promised, then he could definitely do it. With this friendship, he and the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce would definitely establish a good cooperative relationship. But Richard worried that if he protected Bob, it would send the wrong signal to the outside world, triggering a chain reaction. After all, judging by the intelligence Bob had shared, the Richard Choro Chamber of Commerce's every move was being closely watched. Time ticked by, sweat dripping from Bob's brow. He stared intently at Richard, hoping for an answer. I've made up my mind. Richard clapped his hands. You're doing me a favor. Boom! A loud roar interrupted what Richard was about to say. The aircraft he was in jolted violently, and the transparent walls around him returned to their original appearance. Cold metal. Bob shouted down at his feet. What's going on? There's been a car accident. Before Bob could finish his question, a second explosion erupted. This time, the entire aircraft's walls buckled and shattered, sending metal fragments ricocheting through the cabin like bullets. What the hell is going on? Bob! Richard shouted at Bob, holding up the magic barrier. Ulysses, on his shoulder, had already surveyed the surroundings. According to Ulysses, at least 5 second-level wizards were casting spells around the aircraft. And the attack they faced came from them. Aren't you a fucking smokescreen? How could someone attack you? Bob was also bewildered at this moment. He was indeed a smokescreen. The old president couldn't have suddenly promoted him just to pass on the position, right? He and the old president had never even met. How could such a thing happen? Boom! A third explosion rang out. The entire aircraft instantly shattered into pieces, and the wizard apprentice in the cockpit was torn apart by the aircraft's debris. Ulysses, move! Take down all these bastards. Richard was enraged. After all, he was a dark wizard who had fought in the plains of war. Even if he didn't have a strong temper, the situation would make even a clay figure angry. Gah, I've been waiting for you to say that. Ulysses, receiving the order, immediately flew off Richard's shoulder and rushed towards the attacking wizards, like a flash of lightning. Richard was now at the junction of the mortal and wizard areas. Paradise City's structure is nested. The center of Paradise City is the wizard zone, the next level is the transition zone, and then the vast mortal zone. The transition zone is a hodgepodge of people, both mortals and wizards alike, so the presence of a few wizards is not surprising. The attacking wizard saw Ulysses flying towards him, and a hint of disdain crossed his lips. He actually tried to stall for time by attacking with a familiar. This tactic would only affect the natives. The pitch-black crow's claws instantly tore through the magic barrier and ripped out his heart. God, the first one. The wizard looked at the black crow in disbelief. How could a familiar be so powerful? Had he encountered a master of synthesized beasts? The intelligence didn't mention that. Then, the wizard watched as the black crow, following the same pattern, ripped out the hearts of his 4 companions. After all, the strongest wizard among them was nearly reaching the 3rd ring. This is definitely a 3rd-level creature. The attacking wizard cried frantically in his heart. But it was too late now. For a wizard had already appeared before them, his body continuously emitting rune chains that glowed azure. Sealing technique. The attacking wizard wanted to resist, but Ulysses had already ripped his heart out, and the circulation of his magic power was already in disarray. Even for wizards, the heart is the starting point and end point for most wizards' magic power flow. Losing a heart would cause a temporary loss of control over their magic power. Watching the rune chains entangle him, the attacking wizard felt a piercing chill. This chill came not only from the tragic fate he had anticipated, but also from the chill wrought by the sealing technique itself. The rune chains on their bodies were constantly transforming into cyan frost. Soon, the seal was complete. Richard stood still, continuously drawing energy from the magic stone to replenish his own magic. Sealing spells consume a lot of energy. Casting 5 seals simultaneously, all targeting second-level wizards of similar strength, nearly drained Richard's magic power, along with his reserve energy. After establishing a magical recirculation, Richard grabbed one of the wizards and temporarily unsealed him. "Who sent you here?" Richard asked with murderous intent. The unsealed wizard glanced at Richard, his magic power surging within him. It was unclear whether he was rebuilding the magical recirculation or preparing to cast a spell. Clearly, he had no intention of cooperating with Richard. "Don't talk? It's easier if you don't talk." A dark red light flashed in Richard's vertical pupils, and the wizard he saw was instantly drawn into a nightmare. Bob had now joined Richard. Seeing the wizard Richard was interrogating, he said, "Brother, there's no need to interrogate these guys. They're a group of mercenaries doing shady work, and they've signed soul contracts before carrying out their missions. You won't get anything out of them." Richard turned to look at him. "Do you have any clues?" "Smoke bombs won't kill you in the street." Bob produced a crystal ball and handed it to Richard, smiling wryly. "This is a message from one of my insiders. I just received it." The crystal ball contained a message. "Sir, the old guild master is about to die, and he has designated you as the heir to the Chamber of Commerce." Chapter 284. "It seems your guess wasn't quite right." Richard returned the crystal ball to Bob with a sneer on his face. Bob's face was filled with a wry smile. "Brother, I swear on the Sea of Souls that everything I tell you is absolutely true. I've never even met the old president before. Who could have imagined that the old president would choose me as his successor?" Richard didn't continue to dwell on it. It was pointless to dwell on such things now. The heirs were already engaged in a fierce battle for the position of president. Although the laws enacted by the Council of Truth prohibited wizard combat outside of Academy Wars, this law was a matter of course. The wizarding world was vast, and the guardians of the wizarding world not only had to hunt down those crazy wizards and prevent them from slaughtering mortals, but also had to find time for research and improve their own combat effectiveness. As long as a small-scale wizarding battle like this didn't take place in front of them, it would be considered nothing. With so many wizards in the wizarding world, the death of a few wizards who don't fight would even be a good thing for wizard civilization. "Bob," Richard's voice was as cold as a December breeze, "I think we can collaborate more deeply. I recently squeezed out a batch of alchemical ink, and I heard the 9-Star Chamber of Commerce has many sales channels." Bob's face lit up when he heard Richard say this. "Don't worry, once this is done, the 9-Star Chamber of Commerce's sales channels will be fully open to the Richard Choro Chamber of Commerce. Any product from your Chamber of Commerce can be sold in the 9-Star Chamber of Commerce store, and there will be no distribution fees." Richard nodded, then with a single gesture, pulled the wizards to his side. "Brother, have your men take care of these wizards." He pointed to several rapidly approaching star aircraft. The aircraft approached the 2 men, and several black-robed wizards emerged. One of the 3-ringed wizards, a portly figure with a bristly mane, glanced at Richard and Bob and spoke with a hint of arrogance. "Vice President Bob, what's going on?" "What's going on?" Bob sneered. "Don't you see what's going on? We were attacked at our headquarters. Iman, you're truly qualified as the head of security." Iman feigned sudden enlightenment and shouted at the dark wizards around him. "What are you doing here? You let the vice president be attacked on our territory. You took all your magic essence for nothing." The dark wizards lowered their heads and remained silent, but everyone could see that Iman was just pretending. While Iman wasn't the one who carried out the attack, he certainly approved or participated in it. Otherwise, with the 9-Stars Chamber of Commerce's security, the top brass would have been assassinated long ago. Bob himself was probably the last to know that he had been designated as the Chamber's heir. These interest groups within the Chamber of Commerce have probably reached a temporary alliance. "Let's get rid of Bob first." Bob's face darkened as he watched the scene unfold. Iman didn't even bother to offer a proper punishment, clearly convinced he was doomed. Richard looked at Iman and telepathically addressed Ulysses. "How long will it take you to take down this idiot?" Ulysses glanced at Amen and confidently said, 10 seconds, maybe no more than 30. Richard's lips curled up slightly at this. Amen, standing across from him, suddenly felt a chill on his back, as if being stared at by something terrifying. "Then take him down," Ulysses said cheerfully. So fierce, that's not like you." Richard narrowed his eyes. "If you don't show some strength, this kind of thing will keep happening." I understand." Amen, looking at the unfamiliar wizard across from him, suddenly felt a chill down his spine and involuntarily took 2 steps back. Just as he took the first step back, a pitch-black crow's claw suddenly appeared over his heart. "How dare you? In front of so many people you dare?" Amen was horrified. He hadn't expected someone to dare attack him in front of so many people. He was, after all, a third-ring wizard. Attacking him in the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce's headquarters was courting death. But before he could finish his threat, Ulysses's figure appeared before him. Gah, so much nonsense. With that, a crow's claw tore through the hastily erected magical barrier of Iman and struck again at his heart. Seeing this, Iman's magical power surged within him, a massive influx of it flowing into his limbs and bones, causing his body to swell instantly. His already sturdy frame suddenly became like a small mountain. The crow's claw penetrated his body unimpeded, but due to the sudden expansion of his body, it only grasped a handful of fat. "Gah, too greasy, you fat pig." Ulysses pulled out his crow's claw and shouted a mocking cry. "Asshole." Iman's skin was blood red, his entire figure resembling a piece of blood jade. He swung a punch at Ulysses with such terrifying force that it created a vacuum in the air, rippling it like water waves. Bang! A loud noise echoed through the air. Iman stared at the scene in disbelief. His powerful punch was unexpectedly caught securely by Ulysses's claw. The pitch-black raven claw gripped his fist like an iron clamp. No matter how hard he pushed, the claw remained as firm as cast iron, unmoving. "Gah, bug, I've got you." Ulysses grinned strangely and extended his claw again. Faced with this unremarkable blow, Iman unleashed his full might. Spells with a power no less than 3,000 energy levels exploded in the air like fireworks, tearing through the space-warp scrolls one after another. His body remained frozen in place, motionless. The black raven's claw, like an unstoppable steamroller, crushed all his resistance. He watched helplessly as the raven's claws reached into his chest and ripped out his massive heart. As his heart was ripped out, Iman's face paled instantly. He watched the black raven fly to the black-robed wizard beside Bob, his lips trembling, but he couldn't utter a word. Only then did he notice the terrifying, menacing aura emanating from the black-robed wizard beside Bob. He was definitely one of the war wizards from the Tower of Truth who enjoyed dimensional expeditions. Iman suddenly remembered that before Bob led the Resource Development Department, his business seemed to involve participating in dimensional expeditions as a military merchant. Bob's face stiffened as he watched the scene unfold. Iman, as the head of the security department, was a true third-ring wizard and had participated in several dimensional wars in his early years. And such a powerful figure was actually taken down by the insignificant crow on Richard's shoulder. Has this world gone mad? He had always thought that Crow was Richard's familiar. "Your name is Amen, right?" Amen looked at the black-robed wizard and spoke calmly to him. "You might not know, but I was also on that aircraft just now. Bob invited me to attend the auction held by your 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce, and you treated me like this. It makes me very uncomfortable." Amen's face paled again upon hearing this. Although he knew Bob had dispatched a VIP aircraft to the airship field to pick someone up, who knew Bob would be able to bring back such a ruthless person, if he had known this, he would have ensured that Bob's aircraft would not even have a bumpy ride and would have made it to the auction site unimpeded. Richard held Amon's still beating heart and slowly approached him. "Minister Iman, I think there's something wrong with your handling of this matter. What do you think?" Richard's fingers exerted a slight pressure, causing Iman's enormous heart to deform slightly. Amen couldn't help but feel a phantom pain in his chest. "I understand, Master," Iman said repeatedly. He turned to the dark wizards, who had come with him, and said angrily, "You useless bunch. You actually allowed such a distinguished guest to be attacked. You are all expelled." With that, the wizards felt their sole contracts with the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce being terminated. The black-robed wizards exchanged bewilderment. A fire in the city gates has affected all the innocent. When the masters fight, it's the little people like them, who are following orders, who suffer. Iman turned to Richard, a forced smile on his face, and said, "Master, do you think this is the right approach?" Richard said nothing, simply tossing his heart toward Iman before returning to Bob. Iman carefully caught his heart and pressed it against the bloody hole in his chest. His complexion instantly brightened. He pulled out a crystal ball and sent a few messages. Soon, a new VIP aircraft arrived at Bob's side. Iman approached Richard, opened the hatch, and gestured for him to enter. "Master, please." Richard glanced at him. "I hope you won't be attacked again." Iman shook his head repeatedly, then smiled. No, I escort you from now on, and I guarantee you won't have even a bumpy ride." Richard nodded and gestured for Bob to come in. "President Bob, please." Bob was startled at the words, but seeing Richard's look, he immediately understood that Richard was trying to build his momentum. Bob adjusted his wizard robes and smiled at Richard. "Master, you're welcome." Bob strode into the aircraft, followed closely by Richard. Then the hatch closed tightly, and Eamon quickly flew to the aircraft he had arrived in. He produced a crystal ball, which could connect the pilots of the various aircraft. "Lead the way, so this distinguished guest doesn't have to suffer a bit of a bumpy ride. You won't have to do anything." "Yes." Eamon's story was quickly documented and placed on the desks of the various potential successors. A dark wizard from the Tower of Truth removed Eamon's heart with a single familiar, and did it with ease. Rosser frowned as he surveyed the information on the table. "Teacher, it seems your chosen smokescreen is about to backfire." Rosser pulled a crystal ball from his pocket and sent 2 messages. Soon, a black-robed wizard arrived at Rosser's office. "Sir, what do you want me to do?" Rosser pulled an ornate, exquisitely crafted guild badge from his pocket. A bloody fingerprint was imprinted on the back. "Take this to Ramaha and fetch that master." The black-robed wizard shuddered. Ramaha might be unknown to others, but as Rosser's trusted confidant, he knew it all. That place was ostensibly a first-ring wizard's territory, but it actually hid a third-ring mad wizard. Seeing his subordinate's lack of reaction, Rosser's tone grew a little more stern. "What? Do you have any questions?" The black-robed wizard shook his head repeatedly. "No problem. I go right away." Chapter 285. With Eamon paving the way, Richard's journey continued smoothly. Soon, the aircraft arrived at the Wizard District in the heart of Paradise City. The Wizard District, as the name suggests, is where wizards live. This vastly different mortal area is like the red dot at the center of a target. A small number of wizards living in this area are employees of the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce, while the vast majority are outsiders. These wizards often come to Paradise City for materials or specimens, and do not stay long. As a result, the Wizard District's population is highly mobile. But this is not necessarily a bad thing. High mobility brings nearly limitless possibilities. The 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce often uses trade opportunities to acquire the skills and contacts of these wizards. This brings us to the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce's most important service: Wizard Mutual Assistance. If a wizard encounters a problem, they can visit the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce, spend some magic essence, and inquire with the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce about any wizards who can solve the problem. If there is one, the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce will charge a commission to connect the 2 wizards. Just like when Richard collected alchemical machinery knowledge in the Red Sun world. This business is the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce's top priority. What wizards lack most is information exchange. Having such a platform, even if the fee is a bit high, is a great benefit to wizards. Countless wizards have been stuck on a single problem for their entire lives, unable to find someone who can solve it. For such an important business, the person in charge of the department is naturally not an outsider. Before the old guild leader's death, the department responsible for this business was always led by the old guild leader himself. Now that the old guild leader is about to fall into eternal sleep, the current acting head of this department is the old guild leader's student, Rosser. In fact, Rosser had already been working in this department as a deputy director during the time of the old guild master. Before Bob's appearance, almost all wizards believed Rosser was the successor to the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce. And Bob's continued existence is thanks to this man. Before the old guild master confirmed his successor, few people specifically plotted against him, because they were all busy dealing with Rosser. Otherwise, Bob's body, with its shallow foundation, would have likely been reduced to ash. The most striking feature of the Wizarding District is the white hexagonal tower in the center. The magnificent reliefs and geometric beauty of its exterior create a soothing feeling at first glance. "Is this the headquarters of the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce?" Richard asked, gazing at the white tower. Bob shook his head. "Of course not. Our headquarters are the 4 shorter towers surrounding this tower. This tower is our auction house, and where we sell rare items. The VIP accommodations are also inside this tower." The auction mentioned in Bob's message wasn't just an exaggerated illusion. The 9 Star Chamber of Commerce would indeed be holding a grand auction in 3 days. The grand prize at the auction would be the flesh of the mutant salamander Richard had sold to Bob in the Red Sun world. The aircraft landed on a large terrace at the top of the white tower. Richard exited the aircraft and entered the tower. The floor where the aircraft had landed was a hall. Entering the hall, several puppet attendants, barely visible signs of mechanical machinery, approached Richard. The mechanical attendants handed Richard a black metal badge, exquisitely crafted and slightly enchanted. Bob explained, "This is our Chamber of Commerce's VIP badge. It's primarily used for identification and access to VIP areas. The black badge is the highest level. With it, there's no place in the tower you can't go. Any staff member will do their best to accommodate your needs. Richard nodded. So where will I be staying these days? Bob smiled mysteriously. You find out when you activate the badge, brother. Richard's curiosity piqued, and he immediately used his mental power to examine the badge. The maker had left instructions for use inside the badge, and Richard followed them by injecting a little magic power. Soon, a wave of magical power of a unique frequency emanated from the badge, and a faint white light suddenly appeared beneath Richard's feet. Teleportation array? Richard glanced at the carpet covering the hall floor. He assumed it was for aesthetics, but he hadn't realized it also served to conceal the magic array. Soon, the scene around Richard grew blurry. When it cleared, he had arrived in an ornately decorated room. Ornate murals, exquisite tapestries, and ornate and delicate magic lamps illuminated the entire room. Approaching the window, a sea of clouds flowed beneath his feet, offering a panoramic view of the entire Paradise City. This view is quite nice. Leaving the window, Richard spotted a crystal ball on the living room table. He took it and glanced at its contents, his expression immediately becoming peculiar. These wizards are quite extravagant, Richard muttered. Besides the tower's layout, the crystal ball contained information solely about recreational activities. Some of these activities included standard entertainment options, as well as services that could be described as Slaanesh-like. What kind of wizard would choose a tentacle monster internal organ massage? And why does this high-current mental cleansing service look so much like electrocution? Even the service prop is a chair. Looking at the services offered by the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce, Richard felt that his understanding of wizards was still too superficial. These immortals, with their extremely long lifespans and imaginative imagination, pursued excitement and pleasure to the extreme. The passage of time can make any pleasure dull. Once delicious food becomes tasteless, and once enjoyable intercourse becomes bland and tasteless. In this process, some wizards choose a single source of information to pursue truth, finding happiness through constant exploration of the unknown. Others, however, begin to pursue even more extreme enjoyment. Putting the crystal ball down, Richard was about to take a look at the auction brochure Bob had given him to see what was on sale. But a message from his soul caused him to put the brochure down. Great Creator God, your people have accomplished a great work. The sacred armor is complete. Richard was stunned for a moment, then realized what the ball had said. These salamanders have actually finished their armor. Richard marveled, thinking that this was the difference between ideal work efficiency and efficiency. For the past 30 years, with Richard's support, the salamander artisans of the secret realm have embarked on the mechanic project to create the salamander's own sacred armor. The process of this project, while not entirely smooth, was at least fraught with difficulties. While neural control technology did have a long tradition in the New World Island, it was essentially a biological modification technique, completely different from the alchemy used by salamander artisans. The salamanders had to translate this technology into alchemical technology. Besides neural control, the armor design was also the subject of endless debate. Each of these salamanders' master alchemists wanted to include their most prized creations, but their skills were far from enough to balance them all. This resulted in an extremely bloated initial armor design, which Richard immediately sent back for a rework. Subsequently, the salamander's craftsmen made several refinements, but none were satisfactory. As a last resort, Richard traveled directly to New World Island and brought Makar to the secret realm, where he had this practical expert explain to the salamanders the distinctions between essential and auxiliary functions. With Makar's help, the design was finally finalized. However, after finalization, the salamanders encountered technical difficulties. Many things seem simple on paper, but once implemented, they inevitably present problems. Thankfully, the salamanders were numerous and highly skilled, and through collective brainstorming, these technical issues were overcome one by one. When Richard last entered the secret realm, the fire lizard artisans told him that the armor only needed one last solution. It had only been a month, and he hadn't expected the problem to be solved so quickly. Richard opened the rift in the secret realm and entered. Upon entering, Richard saw a mighty, steely behemoth standing not far from him. As a level 3 fire lizard, Makar stood a full 3 meters tall, and with this suit of armor on, he was a full head taller. His already sturdy frame, clad in the armor, resembled a wall of size. In his right hand, Makar held a golden chain sword, its 1 meter long serrated blade seemingly capable of shredding any defense. In his left hand, a thick metal shield was enough to make any rational creature abandon the idea of attack. Seeing Richard enter the secret realm, Makar immediately moved toward Richard. Aided by the anti-gravity enchantment, Makar, weighing several tons, walked on the soft ground without even leaving footprints. Yes, this armor utilizes more than just dragon alchemy. Richard has also replaced some functions that dragon alchemy cannot perform with wizard alchemy. Sir. Makar knelt on one knee. The fire lizard artisans quickly gathered around Richard, their faces filled with fatigue and excitement. To complete this suit of armor as quickly as possible, they had worked almost non-stop for days. Carrion approached Richard and said excitedly, "Sir, we're done." Richard nodded and gave a slight greeting to the tired fire lizard artisans. "Everyone, thank you for your hard work these days. To reward your efforts, all employees of the alchemy workshop will be given a 3-month holiday." Upon hearing Richard's reward, the salamander master alchemists were unimpressed, but the salamander workers in the workshop were overjoyed. "Thank you, sir. Your Excellency, you are the embodiment of kindness." "Sir, I don't need a holiday at all." Before he could finish his sentence, he was tackled to the ground by a group of salamanders and given a severe beating. Richard paid no attention to the salamanders' behavior. The reason he had shut down the alchemy workshop was simple. The alchemy parts produced by the salamanders were enough for Richard to use for a long time. Continuing operations would serve no purpose other than occupying warehouse space. "Can someone tell me the data on this armor?" Richard asked the salamander master alchemist beside him. Sulina squeezed over to Richard, holding a sheet of paper. "Sir, here's the data sheet from our testing." Richard took the data sheet and took a quick breath. Because this suit of armor is Unit 01, no expense has been spared in many areas, resulting in exceptional performance across the board. The armor's protective properties are exceptional. Spells below 4,000 energy levels won't cause structural damage to the armor itself, and the large shield he wields can withstand elemental attacks up to 6,000 energy levels. In terms of attack, with the armor's power, Makar's average punch can deal 2,000 energy level blunt force damage. His chained word combines both magic breaking and cutting damage. The only drawbacks of the entire armor are its lack of range damage and its limited offensive capabilities. But that's Richard's fault, as he's the one who handles the offensive weapons. Besides attack and defense, the armor also offers excellent flexibility. In armor, Makar's speed was even faster than when naked. The armor also had the ability to conceal his presence. Once fully armed, standard mental detection was completely ineffective. This armor, as a protective armor, had no drawbacks other than its high price. Richard folded the data sheet and put it in his pocket, then asked Sulina, "What is the name of this armor?" Sulina looked up at Richard, her eyes sparkling. "My lord, it's called the Mechanic." Chapter 286. Mechanic. "Okay, then it's the Mechanic Type 1 individual armor." Richard patted the armor and continued, "How long can it last in combat?" Callion replied, "If not in combat mode, the theoretical endurance of this armor is currently about a year. But if combat mode is activated, that time will drop rapidly. According to our estimates, if Makar fights at full power, the armor's energy and the energy within its body will be depleted in half an hour." Half an hour. Richard touched the armor, a smile playing on his face. Half an hour is plenty. After that, Richard said to the group of artisans who had crafted the armor, "Have you left your names on it? If you haven't, do so now. I'm going to take it out of the secret realm next." Hearing this, the fire lizard artisans around Richard all smiled. A salamander master alchemist laughed heartily. "Sir, you don't need to worry about that. This is a prototype. How could we not leave a name?" Richard was stunned for a moment, then joined in the laughter. Indeed, he didn't need to worry about such things at all. The armor project itself was the brainchild of these salamanders. This was their work demonstrating their abilities. "All right, I take him out for a stroll. You rest in the secret realm first. I take you back to the Red Sun world in 2 days." Richard waved his hand, motioning for Makar to follow him out of the secret realm. Makar was a little nervous. Up to now, none of the salamanders Richard had ever entered the wizarding world. Their understanding of the wizarding world was limited to intelligence gathered during the war and their own imaginations. What kind of world could give birth to such terrifying creatures as wizards? Exiting the secret realm, Makar felt a sudden suffocation. It wasn't that the air in the wizarding world was poisonous to Makar. In fact, Makar's full-body helmet was equipped with an air purification system, ensuring that every breath he took was completely harmless. This suffocating feeling came from the energy concentration in the air. The 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce's tower was not the Tower of Truth. Although the energy concentration within its rooms was higher than outside due to the numerous magic arrays deployed, this increased concentration was still quite meager, whether compared to the Red Sun world or Richard's fragment of the secret realm. Makar's body cells instinctively craved more energy, but the energy concentration in the air couldn't satisfy this craving, which was the source of his suffocating feeling. "Sir, is this the world you're in?" Makar, suppressing the feeling of suffocation, addressed Richard respectfully. "This environment is a bit too barren. It's hard to imagine that such a barren world could give birth to such terrifying creatures as wizards." Richard noticed something strange about Makar, and pulled a potion from his pocket, handing it to him. "Drink this, then unlock your armor." Makar's situation is very common. The low-energy environment of the wizarding world is like hell for alien creatures. The stronger the alien creature, the more intense its reaction to the low-energy environment of the wizarding world. To combat this condition, which wizards call hypomagic syndrome, many wizarding guilds have developed potions to alleviate it. Makar opened his helmet and poured the entire potion, bottle included, into his mouth. He then closed his helmet and, following Richard's command, activated the sealed mode. After activating the sealed mode, a slight metallic grinding sound emanated from within the armor. Although the armor's appearance remained unchanged, the entire suit was now completely sealed. In this state, Makar could no longer absorb energy from the outside world. Similarly, the energy emanating from Makar's body would be trapped within the armor. "How do you feel?" Richard asked. Makar's deep voice echoed from within the armor. "My lord, I'm feeling much better now." Richard nodded. This sealed mode was a feature Richard had designed and required the salamander craftsman to install. The original idea was to prevent wizards from entering low-energy worlds on expeditions, which would make it difficult for the salamanders within the armor to adapt and thus reduce their combat effectiveness. But after receiving news of the Academy War, Richard had a new idea for this feature. Aside from the prohibition on the use of strategic-level magical armor, and the prohibition on great wizards employing slave armies and synthetic beast armies during the Academy War, the small-scale use of alien slaves is entirely permitted. Richard had brought Makar with him, this time, to see how effective this armor would be against wizards. If the effect was significant, Richard would consider, regardless of expense, creating a salamander combat squad before the Academy War began as a safeguard for his safety during the war. After all, Ulysses couldn't enter the world mirror. Without Ulysses as a bodyguard, Richard, a second-level wizard, would be far from safe on the battlefield. Richard instructed Makar, "As long as it's much better. Pay attention to the various conditions of your armor over the next few days. These data will directly influence subsequent improvements to the armor upon your return. Also, you'll likely be fighting several battles in the coming days, so be prepared." Makar's heart tightened, and he knelt on one knee saying, "Yes, sir. I will do my best." Richard nodded, told Makar he could move freely, and then found the laboratory in the room, closed the door, and began to refine his spell model. After closing the door, Ulysses suddenly spoke. "Ha, are you really planning to use him against your own kind? You wizards don't treat these natives very kindly. If your actions were discovered, it would cause a lot of trouble." Richard concentrated on condensing the runes, his head still unmoved as he spoke calmly. "Without a soul contract, my actions would be considered treason, and the law enforcement wizards of the Ministry of Justice would consider me a mad wizard. But if there is a soul contract, then my actions would be like an alchemist using his experimental creations in combat. I have a soul contract with Makar, so there's no need to worry about that." Richard paused, then continued, "I have to say that you've been paying more and more attention to my affairs lately, which makes me very happy." Ulysses was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Ha, you have great potential, and I have high hopes for you. If you can successfully develop, your future will be limitless. I look forward to the day when I can stand on your shoulders as a servant of the Creator Richard." Richard smiled and said nothing more. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Richard, wearing a mask, appeared at the auction site along with Ulysses and Makar in a flash of white light. Bob and Eamon had been waiting for a long time. "Master, you're here." Seeing Richard arrive, Eamon immediately approached Richard and greeted him respectfully. Richard shook Eamon's hand and said with a smile, "Minister Eamon, there's no need for this. I'm just a guest. How could I trouble a person of your stature to come and greet me personally?" Eamon looked at Richard's smiling face and thought, "You're just being so rude now. You weren't even so polite when you ripped my heart out that day." Bob also approached Richard and, seeing the mask on Richard's face, which clearly had hidden functions, he felt a slight sense of relief. After escorting Richard to the White Tower, Eamon inquired with Bob about Richard's identity. He discovered that Richard was one of the presidents of the recently renowned Richard Jorod, a prominent figure in the Wizarding Guild. Upon learning this, Eamon immediately decided to support Bob as president and immediately suppressed the rumor that the black-robed wizard was Richard. The only thing released was that Bob had hired a powerful dark wizard from the Tower of Truth. If this news wasn't suppressed, the wizards vying for Bob's position would likely seek help from other wizarding guilds. If this happened, the Nine Stars Guild wouldn't benefit, regardless of who ultimately became guild master. The other wizarding guilds would undoubtedly demand far more than Richard. As the head of security for the Nine Stars Guild, while Iman didn't care who the president was, he did care about the strength of the guild. The stronger the guild, the greater the benefits for him, the head of security. The attendees of this auction were all VIPs of the Nine Stars Guild. Seeing that the Nine-Star Chamber of Commerce had sent 2 minister-level figures to greet a wizard, they couldn't help but feel a little curious. Who is this masked wizard? Is Iman frightened? A third-ring wizard said disdainfully to someone nearby. After being beaten once, he's become so servile. His companion glanced at him and said calmly, not frightened, but he's making a statement. Making a statement? Yes, the president of the Nine-Star Merchants Guild is about to change. I heard he's designated a newcomer as his successor, and Iman is supporting this newcomer. The third-ring wizard explained in astonishment, newcomer. Is Abaro senile? No, he's not senile, but he's unwilling to face reality, someone nearby said calmly. He thinks that by letting a newcomer take over the chairmanship, he can delay the internal strife within the Nine-Star Merchants Guild. It can prevent the loss of talent within the Nine-Star Merchants Guild. But none of his subordinates want this. His idea is bound to be wishful thinking. Delay the internal strife? The third-ring wizard was puzzled. Why can't I see that this is delaying the internal strife? The newcomers can't control these veterans. The internal strife will definitely not stop. The other person sighed. That's why I say he's unwilling to see reality. He thinks that appointing a puppet minister, sidelined by several other ministers, will delay the internal strife. But if you can see the truth, how can he not see it? He just doesn't want to see it. He's dying, so he's escaping reality, wanting to sleep forever in a beautiful lie. The three-ringed wizard looked at his friend, somewhat surprised, and asked, how do you know so much? Are you involved in this? The other person glanced at him, and said calmly, onlookers see more clearly. You, Abaro, and I have known each other for so many years. It only takes a little thought to figure out what he's thinking. The three-ringed wizard was stunned for a moment, then said angrily, are you accusing me of not using my brain? Ahem, don't waste time. The auction is about to begin. Hurry and get in. Chapter 287. The auction hall was a vast circular hall, illuminated by a massive crystal magic stone lamp. On one side of the hall sat the auctioneer's table, while the remaining half was filled with ornately decorated chairs. Richard entered the hall, but did not take a seat. Iman led the way for him, quickly bringing him to a private room. The window afforded a panoramic view of the entire auction hall. Master, as a VIP of the Nine-Star Chamber of Commerce, you naturally do not need to compete with the bidders below. This is your private room. If you are satisfied with it, you can reserve this room for future Nine-Star Chamber of Commerce auctions. With that, Iman gave Richard an apologetic smile and left the room. He had come merely to express his concern. Security was naturally paramount for Nine-Star Chamber of Commerce auctions. He had to inspect numerous areas to avoid any mishaps. Richard and Bob sat down in the private room. Compared to Richard's composure, Bob seemed a bit restless. Brother Bob, what are you panicking about? Richard asked, looking down at the auction book. Bob took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Brother, you're not in my position. I've been unusually calm these past 2 days. It's quite unusual. Those old bastards vying for the chairmanship must be plotting something. I feel like I have a knife hanging over my head right now. Richard closed the auction book and said calmly, there's nothing to be afraid of, Brother Bob. This battle is ultimately a test of your fighting prowess. Believe me, unless they bring in a great wizard or the guardian of the wizarding world to support them, they'll never be able to defeat you. You should actually be more arrogant now. You're confident enough, so why would you be afraid of a bunch of losers? Listening to Richard's slightly arrogant remarks, Bob gave a wry smile and didn't argue. After all, he was a businessman at heart, lacking the ruthlessness Richard had forged on the battlefield as a dark wizard. Brother, what do you think of these auction items? Bob changed the subject. Honestly, looking at your auction brochure, I just feel like I need to catch up on my natural history classes when I get home. Richard, holding up the auction brochure, spoke humorously. Most of the items in this brochure were completely unfamiliar to Richard. The sheer variety of bizarre and strange things from other worlds left him dazzled. Haha, not to mention you, even those veteran alchemists, who have lived for thousands of years, would encounter unfamiliar items at an auction of this magnitude. Bob smiled, pulling a new auction brochure from his pocket and handing it to Richard. Richard took a look and discovered that it contained detailed appraisal reports for many of the items. These appraisal reports were infinitely superior to the simplistic descriptions in the brochure. "This is our internal information. You can take a look, brother." Richard flipped through the brochure for a moment, and suddenly noticed a page with an item he had never seen before. "Why isn't this item in the brochure you distribute publicly?" Richard pointed to the brochure. The page featured an irregular polyhedron covered in strange patterns. The identification result marked on it was an unknown power source, capable of outputting the energy of a standard magic stone per minute, for an unknown duration. "Oh, you're talking about this," Bob explained, noting the page Richard had opened. "This is a temporary item. A third-level wizard acquired it at a high price during a trade with an astral creature. He couldn't figure it out, and recently ran up a mountain of debt, so he had no choice but to auction it off." Richard nodded. "I see." But just as he was about to turn the page, Elisa's voice rang in his ear. "Huh, wait, don't turn the page yet. Why does this thing look so familiar to me?" "Familiar?" Richard was slightly taken aback. Elisa's civilization, the gods, was incredibly far from the wizarding world. Aside from some high-end materials, he had never seen anything from the wizarding world that Elisa's had ever seen. "Huh, this thing looks so much like the Star Wrathful Soul Power Reactor from the Weird World." Hearing that Ulysses had actually thought of something similar, Richard felt a flicker of disbelief. "The wizarding world is so far away from your godly civilization. Even if we were exchanging creatures from the celestial realm, it's unlikely that something from your side would appear." Ulysses stared at the image in the manual for a long time, finally speaking uncertainly, I'm not sure. The distance between the two civilizations is truly vast. We see what the real thing looks like later. If it's really the Star Wrathful Soul Power Reactor, it'd be of great use to you. This power reactor is renowned for its usefulness in our area. Many tools similar to your magical equipment rely on it for power. However, the Star Wraith power reactors I've seen aren't this small. The smallest I've seen are as big as you, capable of housing 360 Wraith powers, with enough power to propel a standard airship. Dong, dong, dong. A pleasant chime suddenly rang out. Richard closed the auction brochure and cast his gaze towards the auction table below. A white-bearded old man in white wizard robes emerged from the backstage and slowly approached the auction table. "This is our chief auctioneer, Master Brown. He is a dual-school wizard specializing in both soul and alchemy. In alchemy, he excels in natural history. He can discern all sorts of strange and bizarre objects. And in soul science, his major is..." "Charm," Richard interrupted. "From the first glance, this wizard struck me as very approachable, a force that makes one want to make friends. To be honest, this kind of wizard is quite annoying. He can affect our perception." Richard frowned and looked at Bob. "How could such a wizard become your chief auctioneer? Hasn't anyone complained about his magic?" Bob smiled sheepishly. "Well, there are indeed some. But Master Brown always commands the highest prices at auction, so let's forget about those complaints. Besides, Master Brown is very measured. He only releases mental suggestion, far from manipulating minds." On the auction table, Brown first exchanged a few pleasantries with a few regular customers, warming up the atmosphere. Then he promptly presented the first item for auction. An exquisitely crafted silver staff. "This is today's #1 treasure, an elemental amplification staff crafted by Master Kroll. The staff shaft is made of a low-purity mithril alloy, and the head is inlaid with a pure elemental crystal ball 10 centimeters in diameter. This staff amplifies 4 elemental spells by 1,000 magic points, making it a rare and exquisite staff. The starting bid is 5,000 magic essences. A master has offered 5,500 magic essences. Master number 35 has bid 5,500 magic essences. This auction is truly a top-tier event, a long-planned initiative of the 9-Star Chamber of Commerce. The opening hors d'oeuvres would be enough to be the grand finale of many smaller auctions." After Brown explained the staff's details, wizards in the hall immediately began bidding. Soon, the price of this staff, with 1,000-level amplification for all attributes, rose to 10,000 magic essences. In the room, Richard was also very envious of the piece. This was undoubtedly a fine staff. If he could win it, he would not only obtain the staff itself, but also the craftsmanship behind its craftsmanship. Even without the necessary skills, a staff capable of increasing the power of 4-element spells by 1,000 levels would be a much-needed item for Richard, who was about to participate in the Academy War. After the price reached 10,000 magic crystals, the bidding among the wizards in the hall slowed down. Not long after, the price of the staff stabilized at 11,000 magic crystals. 10,000 magic crystals. Any other masters willing to bid? This staff can increase the power of 4-element spells by 1,000 levels, making it a top-tier staff. 12,000 magic crystals. VIP number 12 bids 12,000 magic crystals. Brown nodded slightly toward the VIP room on the second floor of the auction hall, and the wizards in the room followed his direction, casting their glances. By the window of the VIP room, a masked wizard in a black robe held up a sign. 12,000 mojo, 2,000 mojo for you. Are there any other masters who would like to bid? If not, then this exquisite staff of Master Akroll will belong to VIP number 12. A silence fell in the room. Brown brought down his hammer and smiled at Richard, saying, "Congratulations to VIP number 12 on winning this exquisite staff of Master Akroll." Bob, sitting next to Richard, asked, somewhat puzzled, "Brother, aren't you an alchemist? Don't alchemists hate using staffs made by other wizards?" For an alchemist, crafting a staff is a fundamental skill. An alchemist who can't even make a staff would be laughed at if it were known to others. Alchemy requires learning by analogy. I haven't delved deeply into magical armor crafting, but looking at the works of masters will help me improve. Richard made up a pretext to brush it off and returned to his chair. According to the order in the auction brochure, the following items were of little use to him. The lots came up one after another, but compared to the excitement surrounding the first staff, these items were somewhat lackluster. Even so, none of them fetched less than 7,000 magic essences. As the lots were sold one by one, it soon reached lot 39, which Richard was interested in. Treasure number 39, a rare artifact crafted by an alien creature. This treasure comes from a VIP guest of our Chamber of Commerce, who cut in line at the last minute and wasn't mentioned in the previous auction brochure. I apologize for this. Brown bowed slightly to the many customers and began to introduce the treasure that had cut in line. This treasure belongs to a three-ringed wizard, and its origins are somewhat mysterious. Our distinguished guest, while studying an ancient ritual, accidentally communicated with a distant alien being. During this communication, he spent no less than 5,000 magic essences to obtain this treasure from that alien being. If he weren't currently deeply in debt, I believe he would never have put this treasure up for auction. When Brown introduced lot number 39, he didn't directly describe its properties, but instead focused on the story behind it. This was a clear signal to those in the know. Without a compelling story behind this item, it wouldn't be a selling point. At a regular auction, someone might bid on an alien artifact that lost 1 magic stone per minute, hoping to snag a bargain. But this was the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce's top-tier auction, filled with countless treasures. No one would waste their money on something with unknown uses. As Brown expected, after he explained the item's properties and price, no wizard raised a bid. Wizards have limited funds, and at an auction with a starting price of 5,000 magic essence, no one would go back and take advantage. After a brief silence, Brown cast his gaze towards the VIP boxes on the upper floor. At this moment, only these VIPs might bid. Are there any VIPs willing to bid on this treasure? Even a third-ringed wizard can't fathom it. It must hold a profound secret. But as his gaze swept through the VIP rooms, he was met with silence. The VIPs may have deep pockets, but they're not fools. Who would spend 5,000 magic essences on such an item? You know, even the appraisers from the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce could only give such a crude appraisal, without even a single selling point. They probably just use it as a decoration. 5,000 magic essences for a decoration. No one but a great wizard could afford such extravagance. Silence fell again. Well, it seems none of you masters appreciate this treasure. Then I regretfully announce. Just as Brown was about to announce the item's unsold price, a sign suddenly caught his eye. Brown's face lit up, and his voice was a little louder than usual. VIP number 12 bids 5,500 magic essences. Chapter 288. Richard stood by the window, silently holding up his bid. Just seconds ago, Elises had confirmed that the auction item was the Star Wrathful Soul Power reactor he had seen before. Wow, I didn't expect those ghost craftsmen to come up with something new these days. Elises exclaimed in amazement as he looked at the Star Wrathful Soul Power reactor on the auction block. Richard glanced sideways at him and casually asked, "Why? Isn't it normal for craftsmen to improve things?" "Wow, no, you don't know how old-fashioned the creatures who created this thing are," Elises explained. The Star Wrathful Soul Power reactor was made by the ghost craftsmen of the Weird World. These ghost craftsmen are naturally regular creatures with near-eternal lifespans, so their thinking is extremely rigid. I've been dealing with them for 3 or 4 epochs, and I've never seen them create anything new. Eternal life? Richard exclaimed in surprise. Is there such an unreasonable race in this world? It's almost eternal, Ulysses corrected. The lives of these goblin artisans are bound to the great weird world. As long as the great weird world survives, they won't die. Compared to us creatures, the lifespan of a great world is practically eternal. Secondly, this near-eternal life doesn't come without a price. The number of goblin artisans is fixed. Only when one goblin artisan chooses to die will a new goblin artisan be born in the great weird world. Furthermore, these goblin artisans cannot leave the great weird world for their entire lives. The wall of the world is, for them, the insurmountable wall of size. Combined with their eternal lifespan, this could almost be considered imprisonment. It's just that their prison is a bit larger. Richard sighed after hearing this, thinking that nothing in this world comes for free. Every gift of fate has a price secretly set. VIP number 12 bids 5,500 mojo. Are there any masters who would like to bid? Brown scanned the room. None of the wizards in the hall moved. Okay, then for this treasure. VIP number 30 bids 6,000 mojo. Just as Brown's hammer was about to fall, someone in the VIP room suddenly made another bid. Richard looked towards VIP number 30, across from him on the left. He saw a wizard, also wearing a mask, holding a sign by the window. Who's this guy? Richard frowned slightly and glanced sideways at Bob. Bob shook his head. I don't know. VIP number 30 doesn't have a fixed VIP. Rosser has the complete list of wizards participating in the auction. I only have a partial list. Richard rubbed his brows, puzzled as to why the wizard across from him was arguing with him. Could it be that he too had figured out the origins of this item? But regardless, since he was determined to fight, he would fight to the end. Richard picked up his sign and raised it again. Brown, on the auction table, then said, VIP number 12 bids 6,500 mojo. The wizard in room 30 looked at Richard. Although he was masked, Richard could clearly sense the wizard's deep malice towards him. Richard felt a certain disgust at the look. The wizard looked at him, as if he were a lamb to be slaughtered. Bob, check on the wizard in room 30. I have a feeling he's an accomplice hired by one of your rivals. Bob was stunned by this, then immediately stood up and left the room. I check it out. In room 30, Rosser leaned back in his chair and spoke calmly. Master Leviu, why bother fighting with him? Once you've dealt with him, this thing will still be yours. Leviu, standing by the window, glanced back at Rosser. I want this thing very much, so I don't want to take any risks. What? You can't afford it? Leviu's voice was hoarse, like a demon from hell. As he spoke, streams of black energy emanated from his mouth, like a vengeful spirit, swirling around the room, emitting faint screams. Not really, it's just unnecessary. Rosser stood from his chair and bowed slightly to Leviu. If Master wants it, I can have the backstage staff suppress the item, and then give it to you after you've made your move. Please don't bid like this again. Leviu looked at Rosser with the expression he give to a dead man. He hated being rejected. But now, he had signed a sole contract with this guy and couldn't make a move on him. This made him uncomfortable. He stared at Rosser for a long moment, then said coldly, Then do as you wish. But remember, I only owe you this one favor. Rosser stood up straight and said politely, Master, rest assured. I remember this. With that, Rosser quickly left the room. The moment he closed the door, his expression suddenly darkened. He leaned against the door, trying to calm himself. His heart was beating like a drum in his chest. Sharing a room with a mad wizard of the third ring, Rosser was far less relaxed than he appeared. He casually touched the lining beneath his wizard's robes and found it drenched with cold sweat. Soon, a black-robed wizard approached Rosser and said, Sir, Bob's men have begun investigating Master Leviu's identity. Rosser stood up straight, his expression regaining composure. Give him some false information. Yes. The black-robed wizard responded and hurried away. Rosser adjusted his robes and the lining underneath, heading down the hallway. Before leaving, he glanced back at VIP room 30. He whispered, Madman, when you're done, Paradise City will be your burial place. After Richard's second bid, Leviu didn't bid again. So, Richard naturally took possession of the power reactor. Richard looked at room 30 with some surprise, muttering to himself, just a quick bid? Was it really a spur of the moment? Richard drew the curtains and returned to his chair. Whatever happened next at the auction had nothing to do with him. Lots were sold one after another. After the Star Wrathful power reactor, Brown auctioned off hundreds more. These items ranged from specimens of otherworldly creatures to a unique mineral no longer mined. Richard even saw a fragment of a secret realm being auctioned. Although that fragment was much larger than Richard's original acquisition, covering a full 3 square kilometers. Its quality was inferior to the fragment Richard had obtained that year. Even so, the price of this secret realm fragment reached 30,000 magic essences. This price instantly made Richard understand why the wizards had been so surprised when they obtained the secret realm fragment. The Black Tower Grand Wizard's offer was truly extraordinary. As the auction progressed, it quickly reached its end. The mutant fire lizard flesh that Richard sold to Bob was the grand finale, and its appearance instantly set the entire auction hall ablaze. Over 2/3 of the third ring wizards at the auction were drawn to this piece of flesh. A piece of flesh with life radiation exceeding level 3, yet less than level 4. For those third ring wizards, this was even more alluring than a fragment of the rules, for it contained the terrifying secret of achieving a breakthrough to the Grand Wizard level. In the wizarding world, the knowledge required to achieve a breakthrough to the Grand Wizard level was strictly confidential. To obtain this knowledge, third ring wizards had to be selected by the Tower of Truth and then sign a non-public contract with the Tower of Truth. While there are other ways to acquire this knowledge, they're no less challenging than this one. Furthermore, this is merely knowledge. Whether a wizard can achieve the Grand Wizard status after acquiring it remains uncertain. Such harsh conditions naturally leave a large number of third ring wizards stuck at the level of third level creatures, slowly watching their lives fade away. So, when faced with something that could allow them to glimpse the secrets of becoming a Grand Wizard, their rational minds naturally boil over. Ricardo observed these third ring wizards bidding frantically, and quietly left the VIP room. Shortly after he left, a wizard informed Liviu in room 30 of this news. Run away? Fine, I get it. Liviu waved his hand irritably, his eyes fixed on the piece of blue flesh on the auction block. If the 3 ring wizards present weren't capable of instantly killing him, he would have already charged onto the auction block and bid 0 for it. Ordinary 3 ring wizards would be eliminated by the Tower of Truth, but the mad wizard didn't even stand a chance. Watching the ever-increasing bids, Liviu angrily closed the curtains and left the room. Once this matter is resolved, I need the kid named Rosser to give me the information about the wizard who bought this piece of flesh. After leaving the auction, Richard didn't return to his room in the White Tower, but instead wandered around the wizarding area. Due to his closed mode, Makar, a level 3 creature, looked like a golem as he walked beside Richard, ignoring the other wizards. It's perfectly normal for an alchemist to be accompanied by a golem. The wizarding area wasn't large, so Richard quickly explored it. After finishing the wizarding area, Richard immediately headed for the transition zone. It looked as if he was going to explore the entire Paradise City. Thousands of meters above Richard's head, a powerful magical pet, an eagle, was watching Richard's every move. Rosser, sharing his view with the pet, murmured, heading towards the transition zone. Truly Bob's trump card, audacious and skilled. He knew full well that Richard was fishing. After entering the transition zone, Richard suddenly looked up and gestured toward the sky. Rosser recognized the gesture. It was a common battle signal among the White Wizard Legion, meaning to attack. Haha, you're so confident in your own strength. Rosser smiled a mocking smile and ordered his companions to transmit Richard's coordinates to Liviu. I really hope you can still be so arrogant when you see a crazy third-level wizard. In the transition zone, Richard lowered his head, lowered his right hand, and began to flip through the map. As someone who used his familiar as a reconnaissance aircraft during his apprenticeship, Richard had spotted Rosser's tactics the moment he left the White Tower. I hope it's quick. Richard glanced at the map in his hand, then, without looking up, quickly walked towards a marked point. This location was the blank area Richard had asked Iman to prepare. No wizards from the 9 Stars Guild existed in this area, so if anyone wanted to take action, this would be the perfect spot. Soon, Richard arrived at the designated area. He looked around with a bit of boredom, muttering to himself, these guys are so slow. I'm still waiting to get back to settle the balance on that thing. But he didn't notice that a figure silently emerged from the shadows behind him. Chapter 289. Liviu felt the world must be mad. As a third ring mad wizard, Liviu had been labeled a mad wizard by the Ministry of Justice since the first ring. But with extraordinary vigilance and incredible luck, Liviu advanced all the way from the first ring to the third ring. In the process, he killed black wizards, white wizards, war wizards from the Tower of Truth, and law enforcement wizards from the Ministry of Justice. These wizards' methods were diverse, and their strange and bizarre spells were hard to defend against. But Liviu managed to survive, and those wizards became the nourishment that nurtured his further advancement. Liviu believed that he was a master in fighting wizards. But today, his belief was shaken. Bang! A huge metal square shield blocked the shadow. The pitch-black Eclipse energy arrows were as weak as water guns before the shield. Liviu looked at the steel giant standing in front of him, a flicker of disdain flashing through his heart. It was just a guardian golem. He's seen it many times before, and there were many ways to defeat it. The next moment, Liviu's body suddenly melted into a mass of shadow, then transformed into 5 identical clones. These 5 clones had identical features, body shapes, and even the exact same magical energy emanating from their bodies. And this was Liviu's discovery, the simplest and most practical way to deal with the guardian golems. After all, the alchemy golem wasn't human. It lacked true thinking ability. When multiple targets with identical characteristics appeared simultaneously, its rudimentary thinking modules would become confused, triggering a self-diagnosis. This method works on almost all alchemical golems. No matter how advanced their mind modules are, chaos is inevitable. At most, the self-checking time varies. The 5 Livius sneered simultaneously, unleashing 5 different spells simultaneously. Spatial Anchor, Human Immobilization, Shadow Chains, Soul Shock, and then Finger of Death. A pitch-black light streaked across space, and a hint of a smile played on the lips of each of the 5 Livius. Spatial Anchor restricted Richard's ability to use the Spatial Warp Scroll. Human Immobilization allowed for temporary control of all humanoid creatures. Shadow Chains completely restricted Richard's ability to dodge, and Soul Shock disrupted Richard's ability to resist with spells. Finally, the Finger of Death, with its potential for instant death, concluded the process. Even an elite law enforcement wizard from the Ministry of Justice would be doomed by this process. But as the combined Livius prepared to gather the spoils and flee, he noticed that Richard, who should have been dead, was looking at him with a half-smile. This process is excellent. Efficient and quick. I've learned it. Over his shoulder, a black crow with emerald eyes glared at him mockingly. Finger of Death, a forbidden spell of the School of Necromancy, possesses some of the characteristics of a curse spell. As long as the spell hits, all creatures below level 4 have a chance of instant death. And the probability doesn't change depending on the target's strength. To increase the chance of instant death, a large number of the target race must be slaughtered. Although wizards and mortals don't resemble the same species, they are indeed of the same kind. And as a mad wizard, Livius had slain countless mortals. Unfortunately, this spell has no effect on creatures above level 3, and it lacks a target-finding effect. Ulises shifted slightly, rendering the Finger of Death useless. Livius' heart sank, thinking he met a tough opponent this time. He never seen a wizard so resilient as to fall for his tricks. But soon, he encountered yet another unforeseen event. Markle, I leave this guy to you. Don't worry about the noise, just go for it. With that, before Liviu could strike again, Richard and Ulises vanished from the scene. Livius' pupil shrank, and he froze for a moment. His spatial anchor hadn't yet failed. Could this wizard have created a spatial spell that could bypass it? Has the world gone mad? But before Liviu could even consider, a buzzing golden chains word slashed down at him. Liviu didn't dodge, and a thick magical barrier immediately blocked him. Automatic golem? That doesn't seem like it. Could it be a cursed golem? No, that technology has been classified as mad wizard technology. Liviu looked at Makar, his mind flashing through all the golems he had seen. If he could only find the technology behind this golem, he would have a corresponding plan to deal with it. But within a few seconds, Liviu's pupil shrank as he pondered, and his body once again transformed into a shadow. The next moment, the chainsaw sword slashed through him. Liviu's figure flashed, appearing in a shadow not far away. What the hell? It's so powerful in breaking magic. Liviu frowned. The weapon of this guard golem had such a strong magic breaking effect, it seemed specially designed for it. In just 3 seconds, his magical barrier, capable of resisting 4,000 level elemental damage, was shattered. Makar silently observed the black-robed wizard across from him, the roar of his chains word pausing for a moment. Chains words consume a lot of energy. To conserve it, Richard, along with the fire lizard craftsman, modified the chains word slightly, adding a switch similar to a trigger. If the switch isn't pressed, the chains word won't work. No, you're not a golem. Through the completely enclosed metal helmet, Liviu keenly sensed something unusual. This golem was too intelligent, too agile. Makar didn't respond, silently adjusting the chainsword's mode and then activating his armor's combat mode. The next moment, Liviu's hair stood on end, and he immediately cast a shadow on his body again. But this time, his shadow trick failed. How could the Forerunner's weapons not have a countermeasure to a technique like shadow transformation? From within the shadows, Richard chuckled mockingly at Liviu, whose body had been slashed in half by Makar's sword. While spatial anchors are useful, they're not enough for Ulises, who has mastered the rules. To restrain Ulysses, a rule-level spatial anchor is necessary. Wow, these salamanders have come up with something quite impressive. Ulysses, watching Makar chasing Liviu, couldn't help but admire him. It was a wise decision, indeed, a brilliant one, to take in these salamanders. Richard chuckled with a hint of pride. The salamanders don't have inherent intellectual limitations. Truth is open to all creatures. Recruiting the fire lizard's talents was undoubtedly the best decision he made in the Red Sun world. If he had designed this armor alone, it would probably take him thousands of years to complete. And a level 3 creature like Makar would certainly not submit to him and become a slave in the conventional sense. A single correct decision brought him unimaginable wealth. In the material world, Liviu frantically dodged the chainsword's serrated blade. He stared at Makar in horror. The Iron Giant seemed to know what he was about to do, always arriving one step ahead of him. And the chainsword, with its occasional humming sound, was like a weapon designed specifically for wizards. Whether he transformed into a shadow, an elemental form, or used a magical barrier to resist, all these methods were useless against the chainsword. Across from him, Makar strode effortlessly, toying with Liviu like a cat and mouse. He was currently testing as much data as possible on the armor. If he'd taken it seriously, Liviu would be dead by now. Before becoming Richard's subordinate, Makar was a member of the Moric Shield's executive division. This organization, battling dark wizards in the Salamander Empire's rear, saw its executive division battle wizards just as often as the salamanders on the front lines. As the elite of the executive division, countless wizards had fallen at Makar's hands, many of them third-ringed wizards. These third-ringed dark wizards, constantly active in interplanetary expeditions, possess far more combat experience than Liviu, a stalking rat. Compared to these truly ruthless individuals, Liviu's abilities were nothing to behold. In reality, a mad wizard like Liviu had no real advantages other than being good at dealing with wizards. Once a wizard could withstand their three-pronged attack, any war wizard in the Tower of Truth could easily kill them. How could a wizard, driven around the world by law enforcement wizards and meticulously calculating every magic stone, compare to the combat effectiveness of a wizard who constantly participated in interdimensional wars and had a wealthy family? Boom! As Liviu dodged, he crashed into a room. Inside, an ordinary person without magic power trembled as he watched him. Liviu's face lit up, and an idea suddenly came to mind. Rumble. Makar's blade approached Liviu again, but this time, it stopped abruptly in midair. In front of the blade, an ordinary person looked at Makar with a pale face. That fellow of his own race blocking the sword is truly a despicable wizard. Liviu grabbed the ordinary person, laughing wildly and staring at Makar. Ha ha, I knew it. You can't attack ordinary people. You absolutely can't attack ordinary people. As Liviu spoke, a dozen necrotic energy arrows suddenly appeared around him, each one aimed at Makar's joints. As a mad wizard, he knew perfectly well. No matter what the creature facing him was, as long as it was humanoid, its joints would be a weak point. If he could destroy the joints, then he could. Bang! Liviu's eyes suddenly flashed blood red. A steel fist flew past the hostage and smashed his head. While his theory was sound, against a 4,000 level elemental defense, a 3,000 level necrotic energy arrow would at most cause a little rust on his armor. Makar caught the now pant-sweating hostage with one hand. His right hand reached for his waist, and a handful of 10-centimeter metal spikes appeared in his hand. He swung it vigorously, and a dozen spikes pierced Liviu's body like bullets. By this point, Liviu was already unconscious and had no time to react. These were forbidden magic spikes. Once pierced, they would completely block the wizard's energy flow back into the body. Richard then appeared beside Liviu and cast a sealing spell, rendering him completely harmless. Richard took out a crystal ball, tapped it a few times, and said briskly, "It's solved. It just made a lot of noise, so the other guys probably won't dare to attack. Come and deal with this guy." With that, Richard began to examine the armor. Not bad, not bad. As expected of an elite member of the Moric Shield. Now fully equipped, killing a third-level wizard is as easy as killing a chicken. Hearing Richard's praise, Makar felt an inexplicable strangeness in his heart. He was actually praised by a wizard for his efficiency in killing wizards. Decades ago, even a madman couldn't have imagined such a scene. Soon, several spherical aircraft approached Richard, and Iman was the first to emerge. He surveyed the surroundings and jokingly said, "Master, you've made quite a commotion." The battle between Makar and Liviu had destroyed half a street, even exceeding Iman's designated area. Otherwise, Liviu wouldn't have been able to capture the hostages. Iman had evacuated all nearby residents before going fishing. Richard patted Makar and said, somewhat complacently, it was mainly a test run. He then pointed to Liviu, not far away, and said calmly, he's over there. See how we deal with him. Iman gestured, and several black-robed wizards arrived at Liviu's side, ready to finish the job. But before they could make a move, a streak of light streaked across the sky, crashing heavily down beside Liviu. Richard narrowed his eyes. This streak of light belonged to a wizard of considerable power. Coming here at this hour, could it be? The suddenly appearing wizard straightened his robes, and pulled a scroll from his waist pocket. After opening the scroll, all the wizards present bowed their heads slightly. He then shouted, I am the law enforcement wizard Kelod. Which of you sealed Derek the Butcher? Chapter 290. In movies, the police always arrive last. Faced with the questioning of the suddenly appearing law enforcement wizard, Richard silently stepped forward. I sealed it. Kelod looked at Richard, examining him carefully. No, you're a second-ring wizard. You couldn't have done this. Kelod suddenly shook his head, then shouted again at the wizards present, who sealed him. Derek the Butcher is a red mad wizard designated by the Ministry of Justice. Fighting him doesn't violate the law of truth. The Ministry of Justice issued a bounty on him 100 years ago. Now that you've sealed him, you fulfilled the bounty. As he spoke, Kelod pulled another scroll from his pocket. It read, because Derek the Butcher has risen to the third ring and has repeatedly attacked law enforcement wizards, the Ministry of Justice is issuing a notice to all wizards effective today. Anyone who seals and kills Derek the Butcher will receive the Wizarding World's second-class Medal of Honor. The date the bounty was issued was recorded in the lower right corner of the scroll, and it was also stamped with the Ministry of Justice's unique magical seal. This was indeed a bounty issued by the Ministry of Justice. Kyrod took the scroll and scanned the wizards present, only to find that no one had stepped forward. Strange. Is there anyone who doesn't want a badge of honor? Kyrod wondered. The badge of honor awarded by the Ministry of Justice wasn't simply an accolade. It could also influence the selection process for promotion to Grand Wizard of the Tower of Truth. A wizard who could seal a third-ring mad wizard wouldn't have missed out on such a reward. Ahem, sir, I did seal it, Richard said somewhat awkwardly. But I was only responsible for the seal. Defeating him was my work. As Richard spoke, he tapped his armor, and Makar released the sealed mode. The aura of the level 3 creature instantly entered the perception of the wizards present. Iman, standing by, was shocked. He hadn't expected that this thing following Richard, which he had treated as a protective golem, actually contained a level 3 creature. Oh! A level 2 wizard enslaving a level 3 creature. Kelod didn't show any surprise when he noticed Makar. While the sealed mode was powerful, these law enforcement wizards were considered guardians of the wizarding world, and had some ability to detect an alien creature. But he hadn't expected that this level 3 creature before him was actually Richard's slave. Since you sealed it, please leave your name and address. A wizard from the Ministry of Justice will deliver the medal to you later. With this, Kelod handed Richard the bounty scroll and a quill. Richard examined the bounty scroll and entered his name and address. Kyrod took the scroll and put it in his pocket. Very well, then I won't bother you anymore. With that, Kyrod was about to fly away from Paradise City with Liviu. Watching Kyrod leave, Iman couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, he's gone. It was such bad luck today. There were actually law enforcement wizards nearby. Listening to Iman's complaints, Richard asked curiously, what's going on? Are the law enforcement wizards at odds with your Chamber of Commerce? Iman nodded and sighed, Master, as you know, our Chamber of Commerce has a wizard mutual aid service. This service is designed to benefit wizards who are facing difficulties, so they don't get stuck on a single problem. But some mad wizards have also seized this opportunity, frequently using our platform for communication. So, these law enforcement wizards keep coming to us, demanding our cooperation. Richard rubbed his chin, still puzzled. But it can't be called hostility. Cooperating with law enforcement wizards is an obligation mandated by the Council of Truth. Iman waved his hand, signaling Richard to stop. The two boarded the aircraft, and after the hatch closed, Iman spoke, we will naturally abide by the Council's regulations. But Master, you must understand that these fugitive mad wizards only have nicknames and some wizarding characteristics. These things are easy to conceal. So, we often collaborate with mad wizards without knowing it. Although this collaboration is unintentional, it can still be considered as providing cooperation to mad wizards. If the law enforcement wizards take it seriously, we will inevitably pay a fine. Hearing this, Richard had already guessed what Iman was going to say next. So, to avoid paying fines, you're secretly bribing people causing more and more law enforcement wizards to try their luck here? Iman nodded repeatedly. That's right. Ever since we did this once, these law enforcement wizards have been coming to us every other day whenever they see a mad wizard coming our way. Some even deliberately drive mad wizards our way. Our Chamber of Commerce is being taken advantage of. Listening to Iman's complaints, Richard didn't respond. Instead, a strange smile appeared on his face. All right, Minister Iman, Richard said calmly. You can't just talk about getting beaten without eating meat. If my guess is correct, you've obtained a lot of research data from these mad wizards. Iman paused, complaining, then shook his head repeatedly. Master, you can't slander our Chamber of Commerce. Uninformed cooperation carries a fine, but knowingly failing to report and still cooperating is a life-threatening situation. Richard looked at Iman and smiled faintly. When did I say you were intentionally collaborating with the mad wizards? The mad wizard has so few magic stones on him, so he must be rewarding you with knowledge. Minister Iman, you have a very broad perspective. Iman realized he had spoken out of turn. His face froze, and he waved his hands repeatedly saying, Master, just treat what I just said as bullshit. Richard laughed heartily, and then changed the subject. The news of Leviu's capture spread like wildfire. Regardless, a mad wizard with 3 rings attacking wizards within Paradise City would be a major scandal for the 9 Stars Merchant Guild. But at this moment, the entire Paradise City was silent. The wizards all knew that the 9 Stars Merchant Guild was about to change its president. Such an incident at this critical juncture was likely to be a case of which candidate for heir had orchestrated this. While the wizards outside watched the excitement, changes were quietly taking place within the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce. 3 days after Leviu's arrest, the head of the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce's Human Resources Department publicly expressed support for all of the old president's arrangements. On the same day, the head of the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce's Alchemy and Machinery Department was murdered. When the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce's security wizards arrived at the scene, the head of the Alchemy and Machinery Department was already dead. His entire body had been hacked in two, and a significant portion of his body looked as if it had been struck by a sledgehammer. At the scene, security wizards discovered numerous metal fragments. Some wizards speculated that the head of the Alchemy Machinery Department had been killed by a saw-like weapon. On the 5th day, the head of the Slave Trade Department declared his support for the old president's arrangements and expressed his hope for a smoother transition. On the 7th day, the last wavering head, the Sales Department, made a decision declaring his obedience to the old president's orders. At this point, all the heads of the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce, with the exception of the Wizard Mutual Aid Department, sided with Bob. 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce, top of the White Tower. A flash of white light appeared, and several wizards appeared in the hall atop the White Tower. They were all dressed in formal wizard robes, their lining meticulously detailed. The old president was about to fall into eternal sleep, and before he did, he wished to see his old friends, who had fought alongside him for over 1,000 years. Bob adjusted his wizard robes, his face thick with grief. Across from him, a wizard with a somewhat crazed demeanor stared at him intently with red eyes. Rosser, long time no see. Bob ignored the glare Rosser gave him, seemingly devouring him, and greeted him calmly. Yes, long time no see. Rosser's voice was forced through his teeth, tinged with a venomous venom that could drag anyone down. In just 2 weeks, he went from being the guaranteed next president to a hopeless wretch. Bob, along with Richard, used both carrot and stick to convince all the other presidents except him. Now, even if his teacher, Abaro, were to change his appointment at short notice, he wouldn't have been able to secure the presidency. With such a huge disparity, it's no wonder he harbored such deep resentment. A white-robed wizard walked out of a small door at the edge of the hall. Behind this small door lay the residence of Abaro, the old president of the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce. Please come in, the white-robed wizard said softly. The crowd entered through the small door in an orderly manner. Behind the door was a small room that stood out from the hall outside. The furniture in the room was scaled down, and in the center, a short old wizard with green skin, pointy ears, and a short stature lay on a bed. This was Abaro, the president of the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce. Oh, you're all here. Abaro sat up from the bed upon noticing several ministers entering the room. President. Teacher. Green Bean. Abaro. The ministers greeted Abaro by their respective names. Among them, Rosser looked at Abaro with tears in his eyes. He was the one who least wanted Abaro's death. Whether as a student or for his own benefit, he didn't want Avalor to die. Why is one person missing? Why didn't the mechanical head come? Avalor counted the people, and noticed the absence of the Minister of the Alchemical Machinery Department. "Mr. President, Minister Akeem was attacked by a mad wizard a few days ago and died instantly." Bob carefully announced Akeem's death. As the mastermind behind the incident, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. "Dead?" It seems the mechanical head's brain is indeed rusted. Avalor's face remained expressionless. He shifted his gaze to Bob, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "To be honest, this result does surprise me a bit. The mechanical head is dead, but you're still alive. It seems you pacified the entire Chamber of Commerce, little Bob." Bob bowed his head and said humbly, "The President has given me such a heavy responsibility, so I naturally do my best." Abelo sighed, "Alas, Rosser. You lost." After that, Abelo fumbled under his pillow, finally pulling out a black scroll and handing it to Bob. Bob took the scroll with a trembling hand. He recognized it. It was the 9-star Chamber of Commerce scroll, the source of its legitimacy. Receiving this scroll meant that Abelo had now handed over the 9-star Chamber of Commerce to him. "Boy, this is what you deserve. The 9-star Chamber of Commerce will be yours from now on." Abelo looked at Bob, his voice weak. The light in his eyes was rapidly fading, and his entire body was withering at a visible rate. "Teacher." Rosser rushed to Abelo's side, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Rosser, don't be sad. Death is an inevitable part of the cycle of life." Abelo's eyes were gentle, his voice calm. He stroked Rosser's head, just as he had when Rosser was a child. "But before I die, I have a piece of advice for you. Resign your position as minister and find research in a wizard tower. With my shares, the Chamber of Commerce's dividends will cover your expenses. You've lost, so make room for someone else." "My inheritance? Please don't. Cut it off. For me." Abelo's body completely withered, instantly transforming into a pool of black dust. Rosser stared at the dust on the bed, his eyes glazed over, and he burst into tears. The ministers around him also shed tears. Abelo had been friends with them for over 1,000 years. After a long while, Rosser stopped crying. He collected the dust in a bottle and whispered to Bob, "You win, President Bob." Chapter 291. After President Abaro's eternal death, the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce officially ushered in the Bob era. And the agreement he and Richard had made had finally come to fruition. In Bob's office, or rather, the President's office, Bob sat behind his desk, a cigar in hand, smiling broadly at Richard. "Rest assured, Richard, all 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce sales channels will stock your ink. And we will absolutely not charge you any distribution fees. As long as I remain president, all future products from your Chamber of Commerce will enjoy this treatment." To Bob's left, Richard sat on a sofa, fiddling with a patterned metal polyhedron. Beside him, a massive steel figure stood motionless, like a statue. Richard sat up straight and smiled at Bob, saying, "Very good, Brother Bob, you're a man of the contract. But I have one more thing I need your help with." "What is it?" Richard pulled a parchment scroll from his pocket and handed it to Bob. Bob opened it and looked up in surprise. So many alchemical materials. From what I can tell, gathering them all would require at least 100,000 magic essences. "Brother, you got the right list, didn't you?" Richard sighed softly. "Even if I have a lot of magic essence, I have to spend it. Our academy is going to have a school war soon. If we don't prepare well, all the magic essence will be useless if we die." When he heard about the school war, Bob immediately understood Richard's lavish spending. Bob said solemnly, "Take care, brother. I get you everything you need as soon as possible. If you don't have enough money, I can give it to you later." Bob's words warmed Richard's heart. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I definitely have enough money." After a few more pleasantries, Richard excused himself and left. Bob had just become president, and there were many aspects of the Chamber of Commerce he needed to familiarize himself with. Richard couldn't be of much help with these matters. Sending Makar back to the secret realm, Richard boarded the express airship again and returned to the Tower of Truth. After returning to the Tower of Truth, Richard hung an experimental sign on the Wizard Tower door and plunged into the laboratory. Incredible, truly incredible. Looking at the Star Wrathful Soul Power Reactor on the test bench, Richard sighed heartily. Because this power reactor had truly astonished Richard. The Star Wrathful Soul Power Reactor could produce the energy of a standard magic stone per minute, a seemingly ordinary function. But what if this function was followed by the phrase "almost forever"? According to Ulises, as far as he could remember, no Star Wrathful Power Reactor had ever experienced any issues with its self-operation, except for damage caused by external impact. In the civilization of the gods, this type of power reactor could practically function as a perpetual motion machine. Secondly, the outer shell. Since the Star Wrathful power reactor almost only malfunctioned under external interference, the Goblin craftsman who crafted it put considerable effort into its design. Elise's tests showed that the outer shell of the power reactor in Richard's hand could withstand elemental attacks of nearly 10,000 energy levels, and physical attacks of 5,000 energy levels. And according to Elises, this outer shell was considered average. If it were the work of a master, the outer shell's defensive capabilities could be increased several times. After testing the data, Richard removed his gloves and touched the Star Wrathful Soul Power Furnace with his bare hands. Then, the Miracle Furnace responded with information. Raw materials: Small Star Wrathful Soul Power Furnace. Refinable information: Star Wrathful Soul Power Furnace Blueprint. Refining cost: 230 spiritual power. Refining skills: Ghostcrafter Forging incomplete. Refining cost: 130 spiritual power. Refining rules: Strange rules. Refining cost: 20 soul power. Sure enough, there are indeed rules involved here. Looking at the information from the Miracle Furnace, Richard was not surprised. According to Elises, for many years, the Star Wrathful Soul Power Furnace had only been produced in the Strange Master realm. Moreover, in the years since its appearance, not even a replica has been available on the market. This clearly demonstrates that the technology required to create the power furnace is extremely difficult, and the materials required are extremely rare, making it impossible for ordinary people, even some world masters, to replicate it. The idea of special rules being incorporated is a reasonable assumption. The Weird World is a rare world within the god civilization, one without deities. They maintain a cooperative relationship with the god civilization. Those ancient ghost craftsmen are as old as the heavens, and the older ones have even witnessed the civilizations of the previous season of the world community. Making enemies of them is truly unwise. According to their agreement with the god civilization, no deity can enter the Weird World in its true form, incarnation, or in any other form. Unable to enter the Weird World, deities cannot understand its rules, and imitation is naturally out of the question. But this wasn't a particularly bad thing for Richard. A wizard's thirst for knowledge is like a human's thirst for air. No matter the knowledge, wizards absorb it all. And wizards are most adept at learning the abilities of others, and then adapting them to their own power systems. He could adapt the technology of the Forerunners, let alone a power reactor that hadn't been updated in who knows how many years. Since it can't be refined yet, let's install it in the armor. It's useless to keep it in his possession. It would be better to put it directly into the individual armor to improve combat effectiveness. Richard opened the secret rift. On the other side, Makar, wearing a leather skirt and holding a chainsaw sword, fought imaginary enemies in his mind. The Mechanic Eye individual armor undoubtedly boosted his strength tremendously, but this increase in strength gave him a sense of security. So, when he took off the armor, he immediately felt a sense of insecurity. This feeling filled Makar with anxiety and shame. To overcome this feeling, Makar decided to begin training. These trainings naturally included training in combat techniques. Watching Makar intently training, Richard made no effort to interrupt him. Instead, he quietly made his way to the workshop area and handed the Star Wrathful Soul Power Reactor to several salamander alchemists. This thing is a power device. It can output the energy of a magic stone every minute, and its defensive capabilities are extremely strong. Find a place on your armor to mount it, and then add some energy storage devices. Watching the power reactor radiating energy, the salamander alchemists were curious. Carrion tapped the power reactor and casually asked, "Sir, how strong is this thing's defensive capabilities?" "If it's over 4,000, I just leave it exposed." "Indeed, it's capable of defense even stronger than armor." Several salamander alchemists were stunned, then their eyes sparkled as they gazed at the power reactor in Callion's hands. "Sir, can we research this?" one asked. Richard glanced at him. "If we could, do you think I wouldn't? Don't overthink it. Hurry and install it. In a couple of days, I take you to the Red Sun world. After your vacation, there's a big job waiting for you." "Sir, what big job?" Callion asked. Richard said calmly, "I've already ordered the materials for 3 sets of armor. They should arrive by the time your vacation is over. Enjoy your vacation now. Akra already hatched salamander eggs a few years ago. You might even have a romantic encounter when you return." At this, cheers erupted from the workshop area. Dragons are inherently lustful, and as a race imbued with dragon blood, the salamander's prowess is constantly improving as their bloodline awakens. After so many years in the secret realm, these elderly and frail salamander alchemy masters are still fine, but the young salamanders, in their prime, are finding it extremely difficult. Looking at the cheering salamanders, Richard stroked his chin and thought to himself, looks like a batch of female salamanders will be arriving in the secret realm. 2 months later, the first batch of materials Richard ordered arrived. The salamander craftsmen, returning from their vacation, immediately plunged into production. To expedite the forging of armor parts, the entire salamander alchemy workshop was rebuilt. A massive furnace flowed with molten gold, and massive mechanical forging hammers roared day and night. To expedite the fire lizards' progress and stimulate their enthusiasm, Richard provided them with everything they needed. From refined meat to barbecued flame beasts, Richard even ordered a batch of invigorating cigars from the 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce. These cigars were highly praised by the fire lizards, some even infusing their cigars with a magical plant native to the Red Sun world, enhancing the flavor. Richard also promised them a year's vacation upon completion of this forging. With this dual stimulus of material and spiritual support, the workshop's efficiency increased dramatically. In just 6 months, the first set of mechanic armor was forged. At Richard's request, the armor was coated with an alchemical coating. The original golden hue transformed into a night black hue. Richard's change left all the fire lizard artisans somewhat bewildered. What's wrong with golden armor? It simply has to be golden to be magnificent and imposing. After the first set of armor was forged, the speed of forging the second set increased significantly. This time, the fire lizard artisans completed the armor in just 5 months. And the time for the third set was slashed to just 3 months. After becoming familiar with the forging process, the fire lizard artisans became increasingly adept at forging the armor parts. Richard could already imagine the scene of the workshop mass-producing armor once the armor structure was simplified. How are you 3 feeling? In the secret realm, the 3 fire lizards Richard had brought from New World Island were getting used to their armor. Beside them, Makar was explaining the various functions of the armor. I never thought I'd be able to wear the holy armor one day, a salamander said excitedly. The 3 of them were Silverhorn nobles, so they were naturally familiar with the holy armor. The selection process for the Holy Guard was extremely strict, and once selected, no new members would be recruited unless a Holy Guard died. So, most of these Silverhorn nobles could only watch the Holy Guard wreak havoc on the battlefield. Although Richard's armor was a knockoff of the holy armor, it was enough to satisfy their inner fantasies. What Silverhorn noble hasn't dreamed of becoming a member of the Holy Guard? Feels good, sir, one fire lizard said, stretching his body. This armor hasn't affected my flexibility much, and it's actually increased my strength. In this armor, I feel like I can fight 5 of my bare-armored selves. I feel the same. The last fire lizard interjected. This feeling is amazing. Sir, what enemy shall I face next? Richard gazed at the 4 fire lizards with satisfaction, and said with a smile, don't worry, this time's enemy will satisfy you. The 3 new fire lizards were slightly stunned, but only Makar had a hint of an enigmatic smile on his face. Your enemy this time is your old nemesis, the Dark Wizard. Chapter 292. Dark Wizards? Several fire lizards looked surprised and uncertain. One fire lizard laughed awkwardly. Haha, sir, that's a good joke. I'm not kidding, Richard said seriously. You will indeed be going to kill dark wizards next. The ones who invaded the Red Sun world are only 2 academies from the Wizarding world, while there are thousands of such academies in the Wizarding world. My academy is currently in conflict with another academy, and a school war will soon begin. Then you will join me in fighting the dark wizards from the other academy. Richard's words stunned the 3 fire lizards. They could hardly imagine that the wizards, who conquered the Red Sun world, were only a small fraction of the Wizarding world's wizards. Thousands of academies. That number filled the 3 fire lizards with fear. While they knew the Wizarding world was powerful, they had never imagined it could be so formidable. The conquest of the Red Sun world was merely a tentacle of the Wizarding world's behemoth. But they quickly accepted this fact. After becoming Richard's subordinates, their receptiveness was much stronger than before. A fire lizard said confidently, don't worry, sir. We may not be good at other things, but when it comes to killing dark wizards, we're definitely experienced. A flicker of excitement crossed the faces of the 3 fire lizards. In the past, they were either elite executors of the Moric Shield or veteran commanders on the front lines. They absolutely loved killing wizards. Richard nodded. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Very well, then you and Makar will adjust your armor and familiarize yourself with combat in the secret realm. I'll let you know when I need you. Yes. After leaving the secret realm, Richard took out his crystal ball, sent a message, and then left the wizard tower. Soon, Richard appeared before a black wizard tower emitting a fiery aura. Richard stepped forward and knocked on the door. Soon, a demi-human maid with flames on her body opened the door. Sir Richard, Master Ellie is waiting for you in the living room. This black tower, emitting a fiery aura, is Ellie's wizard tower. Because Ellie has fused the blood of the fire dragon demon, she prefers environments rich in fire. To this end, she specially modified her wizard tower, replacing it with volcanic stone bricks from a world with a predominantly fire element. This stone normally releases trace amounts of fire, making it the preferred building material for many wizards with fire-infused bloodlines. Enter the wizard tower. In the living room, Ellie, completely naked, lay on the sofa, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and casually flipping through a thick magic book. Seeing Richard enter, Ellie put down the book and adjusted her glasses, a charming blush on her fair face. It's rare that you come to see me. What's going on? Did you miss me? Richard sat down across from Ellie naturally, and the demi-human maid poured him some freshly brewed magic tea. Seriously, how much do you know about this Academy War? Ellie rolled her eyes at Richard and sat up straight. My teacher told me that the cause of this Academy War was that the Dean and another great wizard came across something valuable while traveling through the astral realm. Both great wizards wanted it, so a fight ensued. Our Dean outmaneuvered us and snatched it away. The other great wizard, enraged, launched a house war. Since the two great wizards don't harbor deep hatred, the intensity of the war shouldn't be particularly high. Richard breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It's said that war is a continuation of politics. The two sides in the house war are the continuation of the wills of the two great wizards. As long as the two great wizards don't harbor deep hatred, the intensity of the war won't rise. But if the two great wizards harbor a vengeance against each other, the house war will become a bloody meat grinder. The house across the way is also new, right? It's 500 years older than ours, so it's basically the same period. Richard nodded. That's not bad. The difference in our combat capabilities isn't that great. The one initiating the war will definitely be the attacking force, so our numerical disadvantage on defense won't be a big deal. But Ellie shook her head. You guessed wrong. The Great Wizard of Meteor has had bad luck, having not drawn a world coordinate in recent years. This has resulted in their academy having far more surviving wizards than ours. According to current intelligence, the number of wizards at Meteor Academy should be around twice ours. Twice? Richard exclaimed. Only if they were dark wizards. This number disparity would have essentially declared a battle to defend the core wizard tower against the White Wizard Academy. But even for dark wizards, this number difference would be enough to put them in a difficult position. Alas, my teacher is having a headache over this, Ellie sighed. Although many of the opposing wizards have never seen combat, their numerical advantage more than makes up for it. The Academy is currently intensively deploying various defensive measures. We just hope the enemy isn't taking it too seriously. Otherwise, this battle will be incredibly difficult for us. Richard frowned slightly. How long until the war begins? Over a year left. The World Guardians are activating the World Mirror. Once it's fully revived, the war will begin. Okay, I get it. Richard stood up and asked, do you want to upgrade your staff? I recently had an epiphany, and my alchemy skills have improved significantly. Ellie's eyes lit up. Of course. With that, Ellie casually gestured, and a fire elemental spirit, carrying a metal staff, arrived at Richard's side. Richard took the staff and turned to leave the wizard tower. Ingredients: mithril staff. Refining information: 4-element combined amplification rune array. Refining cost: 120 spiritual power. Refining skills: staff crafting incomplete. Refining cost: 50 spiritual power. Looking at the information from the miracle furnace, Richard couldn't help but sigh. His 12,000 mana essences were truly worth it. This mithril staff. The staff was the exquisite staff Richard had purchased at the auction, boasting a 4-elemental magic amplification power of 1,000 levels. This staff truly gave Richard quite a surprise. Not to mention the preciousness of the staff's 4-elemental combined amplification rune array, the craftsmanship alone was worth the 12,000 magic essence he had spent. At a cost of 50 mental energy, he couldn't believe how proficient this master was in staff crafting. Richard first chose the refining technique. After expending 50 mental energy, he began to experience intermittent hallucinations. In the hallucination, he was an alchemist, a gifted one indeed. He mastered everything his mentor taught him, and even profound knowledge seemed no different to him than simple arithmetic problems. Soon, he crafted his first staff. Looking at the staff, Richard could even sense the joy within his hallucination. So, at that moment, he set a goal: to create the perfect staff. He then began to learn new knowledge, constantly improving it. To achieve the perfect staff, he began to experiment endlessly, from the material to the crafting technique. He created staffs of various styles, and during this time, He was revered as a master. Then, the hallucination abruptly ended. This mithril staff was merely a byproduct of the master's quest for the perfect staff. Richard awoke from his hallucination and spoke slowly, a seeker on the path of truth, a master worthy of respect. Even if it was only a hallucination, he could sense the wizard's pursuit of the perfect staff. Putting the staff aside, Richard meditated deeply for 8 hours, replenishing his lost mental energy. He then refined the 4 elements combined amplification rune array. After refining it, Richard felt as if his head had been struck by a sledgehammer. His vision went black, and his limbs felt unresponsive. The 120 points of mental energy had nearly drained his soul. Richard lay down, his instinct telling him it was time for some sleep, and he didn't resist it. His eyes slowly closed, and soon he fell into a deep sleep. 3 days later, Richard rose from the laboratory floor and began to digest the knowledge he had gained from refining. The rune array on the mithril staff was arguably the finest rune array Richard had ever seen. The ingenious combination of runes, the geometrically beautiful arrangement of runes, made Richard, the alchemist, feel like he was back in his apprentice days. Compared to this staff, his own work was merely the crude work of an apprentice. Furthermore, the core rune of this rune array was a rare one. The staff could simultaneously amplify 4 elemental spells by 1,000 levels, all thanks to this core rune. Digesting this rune array took a full 3 months. After 3 months, Richard closed several notebooks, each as thick as a dictionary, filled with notes, and paused his digestion. Simply because this rune array encompassed a vast breadth of knowledge, even if Richard had used all his life's knowledge, he could only grasp a fraction of its mysteries. To digest the remaining content, Richard needed to supplement his knowledge. Besides this, if he continued to digest it, the staff upgrade Richard had promised would be impossible. After absorbing the skills of staff crafting and digesting some of the knowledge about the 4 elements combined amplification rune array, Richard made rapid progress in staff crafting. Thanks to his upgrade, Ellie's staff's amplification of fire spells reached a full 500 energy level. This statistic was several times higher than before. After learning this statistic, Ellie immediately demanded sexual compensation. But Richard stopped her. To be honest, in such a situation, he was the one who suffered the loss. Shortly after the staff upgrade, Richard received a notice from the Academy. Due to the Old Man Meteor's humiliation, the Meteor Wizard Academy shamelessly launched an Academy war against our Black Tower Wizard Academy. This war will begin in a month. Wizards of the Black Tower Wizard Academy, hold your magical armor and defend our academy. After the war, my treasure house will be open to you. Great Wizard of the Black Tower. Chapter 293. Upon hearing the news, the Black Tower Wizard Academy community in the Tower of Truth erupted in excitement. Streams of light shot up into the sky. Some rode brooms, some rode flying carpets, some spread their wings, and some trotted on all fours. Numerous wizards, each displaying their own unique abilities, headed straight for the portal. Richard roughly counted tens of thousands of streams of light rising from the community alone. If we include the Academy's faculty and the wizards, who had been recalled from their travels, a rough estimate suggests that the Black Tower Wizard Academy could deploy 50,000 wizards for this war. While this number may not sound comparable to the number of wizards involved in the Planar War, they were dark wizards, and they didn't operate in groups like white wizards. 50,000 wizards was already a formidable force. Richard joined the stream of light, following them as they flew towards the Black Tower Wizard Academy. After becoming a second-ring wizard, Richard's flying speed greatly improved. Within just 2 weeks, he arrived at the Black Tower Wizard Academy. In the Black Tower, wizards and faculty members, who had been recalled in recent years, were soaring through the air. And above them, an enormous mirror reflected the vast expanse of land. Richard searched among the wizards, but couldn't find his teacher, Jorod. He only saw several of his senior brothers and sisters gathered together. "Sister, where's the teacher?" Richard asked quietly, approaching Anna. Anna couldn't help but smile at the sight of her long-lost junior brother. "You're finally here." The teacher is now a third-ring wizard and a member of the Command Center. The Command Center members are now in the central Black Tower, discussing matters concerning the war with the Dean. Richard looked at Anna. He hadn't seen her since he left for the Red Sun world. Nearly 100 years had passed, and Anna had changed considerably. Anna's mechanical arms had become more refined, their once rugged exterior now covered in a layer of flexible metal. Beyond her arms, this silver-gray, flexible metal skin covered most of Anna's body, with only her cheeks still covered in her original flesh. Richard curiously touched Anna's metal skin, and couldn't help but ask, "Sister Anna, your skin is quite special." Anna smiled, a bit complacent. Hee, not bad, isn't it?" This flexible metal skin is the product of my recent research, and it offers considerable defense against elemental attacks. Richard asked curiously, how much can it defend? Anna said with a hint of pride, 1,000 energy levels. 1,000 energy levels. Richard rubbed his chin, his mind still scrambling for a moment. His brain had become accustomed to dragon alchemy, armor plating that often defended against thousands of energy levels of elements. Suddenly, hearing the word 1,000 energy levels gave him a feeling of imperfection. Only 1,000 energy levels. What could it possibly block? Anna noticed something strange about Richard, but assumed it was her junior fellow apprentice, who was overwhelmed by her research. To be fair, Anna was 10 years older than Richard, and only over 300 years old. To be able to create such an astonishing work at such a young age required a combination of talent, hard work, and luck. Because of this work, she had been noticed by the president of the Golden Gear Society, and became an Inner Circle member of the organization. After becoming an Inner Circle member, the Golden Gear Society's knowledge of alchemical machinery would be fully accessible to her. This knowledge is a treasure trove for any wizard. Furthermore, the president promised that if Anna could continue to produce such outstanding works, he would hire her to serve as the powerful vice president of his academy after she reached the second circle. This was undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity for a first circle wizard. But unfortunately, the man standing across from her was quite unreasonable. Amazing, amazing. Richard praised somewhat reluctantly. This kind of flexible metal dragon alchemy can also be created. To achieve the effect Anna achieved, it doesn't seem difficult. After designing the mechanic I individual armor, the alchemical skills of his group of fire lizards have advanced by leaps and bounds. The skills of the two leaders, Carrion and Selina, are almost catching up with his. What are you two talking about? How about taking me and my junior sister with you? A male voice came from behind Richard. Without even turning, Richard spun around, opening his arms and embracing the wizard behind him. Brother Chax, you gained weight again. Chax remained the same, only rounder than before. However, Richard could sense that this fat wasn't simple. It must be the product of some kind of alchemical sorcery. Chax untied his arms, patted his stomach, and said seriously, you know what? This is energy storage. It can save lives in a critical moment. Beside Chax, their junior sister, Yelena, was riding a flying dragon, grinning at them. Yelena, your dragon is quite good. Richard touched Yelena's dragon. It had reached the peak of a level 1 creature, with a bump already forming near its neck. It was just one step away from becoming a level 2 creature. But seeing how docile he looked, it seemed as if he'd been raised by Yelena since childhood. Brother, you're too kind. It's just luck. The flying dragon didn't dare act rashly in Richard's hands. Although it was just one step away from becoming a level 2 creature, the Richard who handled it was a true level 2 wizard. What do you usually feed it? Brother, I have some high-level monster meat. If you need it, I sell it to you at cost. Yelena's eyes lit up at this. Really? Brother, you mustn't regret it. Anna walked over to Yelena and patted the little girl's head. Little girl, your brother is a wealthy man, earning tens of thousands of magic essences. How could he regret giving you such a small amount of money? Nearby, Chucks also laughed. That's right. We all live under Richard's command now. Isn't that right, President Richard? At Chuck's teasing, Richard smiled and punched him. Screw you, what's with the president or not? This is the academy. There's no president, only apprentices. After a bit of playfulness, Richard exchanged greetings with several other Jorode students, getting to know each other. These people had been Jorode students for a long time, so Richard wasn't familiar with them. But they were fellow apprentices after all, so if he could help on the battlefield, he would. A few days later, wizards from all over continued to flock to the Black Tower Wizard Academy. Above the academy, the shadows of wizards filled the sky like a dark cloud. By the way, junior sister, where are all our apprentices? Richard suddenly realized that, aside from the wizards, there seemed to be no living person in the entire Black Tower Wizard Academy. Logically, there should still be tens of thousands of wizard apprentices in the academy. Well, they've all entered the Dean's secret realm, Yelena replied. Wizard apprentices are basically useless in the academy war. Those with mediocre talents have been sent to the secret realm by the Dean. They are allowed to grow into advanced wizard apprentices in the secret realm and then be sent out directly. As for those wizard apprentices who have become full apprentices, they are now in the central Black Tower. As long as the Black Tower is not destroyed, after the war, they can go to the Tower of Truth to advance to wizard status. Richard raised his eyebrows slightly. That's a good offer. They don't even have to take the exam. Yelena smiled. They're indeed lucky. But they also participated in the Academy War, so this is their reward. A few days later, a ripple suddenly appeared on the giant mirror in the sky. A black-robed guardian of the wizarding world flew out. The wizard's face remained human, but his skin resembled the bark of an old tree. Beneath his black robe, countless root-like things could be vaguely seen wriggling. At the same time, a wizard also flew out from the central black tower. Richard took a closer look and saw that it was none other than Vice Dean Erix. Erix flew to the black-robed wizard's side and respectfully performed a wizard salute. Master Guardian. The black-robed wizard looked at Erix and asked gently, Erix, is your academy ready? If so, the war will begin in 6 hours. Erix bowed his head and said, we are ready. The black-robed wizard nodded, and a wooden arm emerged from beneath his robe. Countless root-like roots spread from his hand, gradually transforming into a staff. The staff resembled the roots of an old tree. At its tip, countless tiny roots twisted together, forming a root ball. The black-robed wizard swung his staff, and magic surged from him like a torrent. In the sky, a massive pentagram-shaped magic circle emerged from the mirror, radiating a beam of light that enveloped the entire academy. And within the mirror, a black tower-like wizard academy gradually emerged from the once vast expanse of earth. Lichen gazed at the world mirror in the sky, a flash of shock passing through his heart. In the wizarding world, magical equipment is categorized only by quality, not by rank. After all, many magical equipment have different effects and utilize different technologies, making it difficult to define a standard. In transactions, prices are still based on performance. But among alchemists, while magical equipment doesn't have a specific rank system, there is a commonly accepted classification. That is, magical equipment is divided into ordinary-level magical equipment, rule-level magical equipment, and truth-level magical equipment. The difference between these three lies in their forgers, and a so-called truth-grade magical suit refers to one meticulously crafted by a truth wizard. The world mirror before me is one of the few truth-grade magical suits in the wizarding world. It is rumored that the truth wizard incorporated the core of a vast world into its forging, leaving the mirrored world within it with a near-infinite space. Rumor has it that this mirror, in addition to providing a battlefield for Academy Wars, also seals some of the truth wizard's enemies. These enemies are so formidable that even the truth wizard finds it difficult to destroy them, forcing them to be sealed within the world mirror, imprisoned for eternity. As time passes, the Black Tower Wizard Academy within the world mirror becomes increasingly clear. The Black Tower Wizard Academy in the wizarding world, however, becomes increasingly dim. The Black Tower Wizard Academy in the wizarding world resembles a painting diluted with water, its colors fading, and its appearance becoming increasingly transparent. Through these gradually transparent buildings, Richard sees that the Black Tower Wizard Academy's location is being replaced by a vast expanse of land. Switch with the mirror world. Richard wondered. 6 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and the former location of the Black Tower Wizard Academy had vanished. And at the former location of the central Black Tower, a third-ring wizard from the command center was floating in the air with a number of wizard apprentices. The world realm could replace the academy, but not the wizards. The world guardian waved his staff again, and the beam of light emitted by the world mirror suddenly emitted a suction force. This suction made Richard feel like he was in a whirlpool in the ocean. Even if he exerted all his strength, it would be like an ant trying to shake a tree in the face of this mighty force. Richard did not resist, allowing the suction to draw him into the world mirror. A minute later, the wizards in the sky vanished. The world guardian waved his staff, and the mirror in the sky began to slowly fade. And within the mirror, the wizards, drawn in by gravity, plummeted to the ground like meteors. Chapter 294. Mirror World. The wizards who suddenly entered the mirror world streaked across the sky like meteors, plummeting to the ground. The rules of the mirror world and the wizarding world were largely the same, but the energy concentration in the air was dozens of times higher. In this world, wizards were immersed in a low-density magical solution, their cells constantly absorbing energy and converting it into their magic power. Even without magic stones, they didn't have to worry about running out of magic power. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of loud explosions, the wizards who entered the mirror world fell to the ground. Wow, the energy concentration is really high, Richard said casually, taking in the surroundings. Of course, I heard this place is modeled after the wizarding world of the past. Back then, the wizarding world was much more powerful than the current one. Chucks, who was beside Richard, replied casually. The former wizarding world. Richard rubbed his chin, a bit puzzled. Wouldn't this place be filled with treasures? How could the council use such a place as a battlefield? Anna, who had also landed beside Richard, chimed in. I can see you don't understand the world mirror very well. The world within the world mirror is a complete illusion. Everything within it vanishes once we leave it. Even the energy we perceive now is an illusion. Even if we transform this energy into magic power, it will disappear upon leaving the mirror world. Richard's face paled slightly. If that's the case, then our cells absorb this energy to function. Wouldn't they starve to death upon leaving the secret realm? Anna shook her head and explained, that won't happen. The illusions created by the world mirror are illusions of reality. The ingenuity of illusions of reality lies in their ability to shift back and forth between reality and illusion. Energy is real within the mirror world, but becomes false outside it. Once absorbed and transformed into your body, it becomes real, but if you simply collect it and let it flow through the return flow of magic, it becomes false. Real illusions are a major topic of research in the Cursed School, and the final conclusion remains unanswered. But what is certain is that the energy we have completely transformed will not disappear once we leave the mirror world. Richard was confused, but he finally understood the last sentence. His cells wouldn't suddenly starve to death upon leaving the mirror world. That's all I need, Richard said nonchalantly. Besides this, what other special features does this world have, senior sister? Nothing else. There are rumors of some strange creatures in this world, but they haven't been confirmed. Richard nodded, then cast his gaze into the air. At this moment, the last of the wizards had entered the mirror world, and the Academy War had officially begun. Buzz! Richard's communication crystal ball suddenly emitted a wave of energy. He glanced at the message, then at Anna and Shax. At this moment, their communication crystal balls had also received the message. Teachers? Anna asked. Richard nodded, and several other students of Chorode followed suit. Without further discussion, they turned and flew towards the central Black Tower. On the 99th floor of the Black Tower, Chorode sat in his laboratory, flipping through a magic book as usual. Seeing several wizards, who had received the message enter through the main door, he put down his magic book, and a smile crossed his face. Yes, everyone's here. Anna asked first, Teacher, what do you want to talk to us about? Jolid waved his hand. Sit down first, I explained. The others sat down, and Jolid returned to his chair, his tone becoming somewhat serious. You should all be aware of the situation in this Academy War. The Meteorite Wizard Academy on the other side has twice as many men as us, although many of them are student soldiers who have never seen combat. But the fireballs fired by the veteran wizards are just as deadly as those fired by the student soldiers. The command center's initial strategy is defensive, so I've selected several defensive areas for you. The wizards present exchanged glances, a flicker of surprise in their eyes. Is this the power of the Vice Dean? Just assign them defense zones directly. Jolid saw that his students had misunderstood his intentions, and immediately coughed. Ahem, don't overthink it. I assigned you defense zones because I'm aware of your abilities. These aren't easy to defend, and you still face the wizards of Meteor Academy. It's just that these areas are perfect for you to utilize your strengths, and that's the only way I can help you. In a matter of this magnitude, even Susanna wouldn't overly favor her students. All they could do was encourage their students to maximize their strengths on the battlefield. Whether they survived depended on their luck. Jolid pulled out a crystal ball and tapped it a few times. Soon, their defense zone information appeared on their crystal balls. You all received the message, right? Report immediately. The wizards of Meteor Academy are attacking us soon. Several wizards nodded and headed to their respective defense zones, leaving Richard alone. Teacher, where's my defense zone? Richard asked, perplexed, looking at the crystal ball. Jolid gave Richard a deep look. Come with me. Your mission is different from theirs. Jolid left the laboratory and flew all the way to the top of the Black Tower. Richard followed him, reaching the 300th floor. This level was the highest a wizard could reach. Above that lay the Grand Wizard's residence. On the 300th floor, Jolid landed and opened a large door. Behind the door sat several wizards, some familiar to Richard, some unfamiliar. But judging by the energy fluctuations of these wizards, they were all at least third-ring wizards. This seems to be the headquarters, Richard thought to himself. In addition to several third-ring wizards, there were also several second-ring wizards like him. These wizards, like Richard, were filled with doubts about the upcoming mission. Jolid led Richard into the room and closed the door behind him. As the wooden door closed, a powerful aura instantly enveloped the entire room. Richard's experience suggested this was a magical barrier, preventing any outsiders from observing. In the room, there was a large round table. Jolid sat down at it, while Richard stood behind him, quietly awaiting what would happen next. Soon, the door opened again, revealing Susanna, followed by another second-ring wizard. Susanna entered the room, glanced at the number of second-ring wizards, and said, "Everyone's here. Let's begin." Susanna took her seat. Alex, who was at the far end of the room, spoke. "Everyone, we've summoned you here to give you a difficult task. You should already know that our strategy is defensive, adapting to ever-changing circumstances. But beyond defense, we also need some elite wizards to harass Meteor Academy and tie down some of their forces. These are the Dark Wizards, who will participate in this Academy war." Several second-ring wizards remained silent, awaiting Alex's next words. Alex continued, "And you, the elite wizards we've chosen. You are all exceptionally skilled, and all second-ring. The deans of our 2 academies don't harbor any deep hatred, so we, the third-ring wizards, won't take them too seriously. As long as you don't invade Meteor Academy's core wizard tower, with your combat power, your chances of safety are very high." After Alex finished speaking, a second-ring wizard raised a question. "Deputy Dean, what's the reward? This job is quite dangerous, so don't be stingy." Eric's glanced at the wizard who asked the question. He was an old wizard, about the same age as Chorode. Because he hadn't yet reached the 3rd ring, he already exuded a sense of decay. "Anka, you're still so impatient." Eric's continued, "If you can complete this mission, the Dean's treasury will be open to you. You can take 3 items from it." Hearing this, the breaths of several second-ring wizards paused. Although the Black Tower Grand Wizard had only been a Grand Wizard for a few thousand years, even the poorest Grand Wizard's treasury was enough for these lesser wizards to choose from. Eric's gave a foxy smile. "Well, are you satisfied with this reward?" Several second-ring wizards nodded. "If you're satisfied, then do your job well. Come, sign this." Eric's took out a stack of contracts and handed them to the second-ring wizards. One second-ring wizard, receiving the contracts, said somewhat disgruntledly, "Deputy Dean, what do you mean by this?" "What do you mean?" Eric sneered. "Without signing the contract, how can I guarantee you won't cheat? Several masters at Meteorite Academy are very knowledgeable about the crystal ball, so you only need to look at it once a day at special times. The rest of the time, it's best to keep it in your magic pocket. If you leave the crystal ball exposed for too long, you'll be caught." After hearing Eric's explanation, the second-ring wizards stopped talking and took out their quills to sign the contracts. As the contracts turned into flames and vanished into thin air, Eric's nodded in satisfaction. He stood up and gave a wizard salute to the wizards. "The next battle will depend on your performance." Leaving the command center, Kyle Wood handed Richard a pouch of synthetic beasts. "This is something I made from your living flesh and blood. Its performance is definitely better than you expected." As he spoke, a hint of surprise crossed Kyle Wood's face. Although this kind of living flesh and blood isn't universal, the synthetic beasts made from it have an unexpectedly long lifespan. "I'm giving you these, with an estimated lifespan of 80 years. Richard took the pouch and scanned it with his mental power, knowing what was inside. 5 dragon beasts optimized by Kyle Wood. "The natives still have their merits, sir," Richard quipped with a smile. Jolyo didn't seem annoyed, but said with a hint of admiration, "This thing is indeed good. I was a little too arrogant before, losing the humility of a seeker of knowledge." The two exchanged a few more pleasantries, before finally parting ways outside the central Black Tower. Before leaving, Jorod patted Richard on the shoulder and warned, "Richard, you are my most outstanding student. Although I am very confident in your abilities, I still have to say one thing. Be careful and don't be greedy." Richard smiled and said, "Don't worry, teacher. I survived the planar wars, so how can I die this time?" Jorod said sternly, "Don't be arrogant. Think carefully about everything. You've earned so much magic essence. If you die, it will all be gone." Richard nodded and turned to leave. Jorod watched Richard slowly disappear, sighed, and returned to the command center. Chapter 295. The Black Tower Wizard Academy was located in a rolling hilly area. But seemingly due to the season, the hills were covered only with withered grass and dry shrubs, with very little greenery. The trees between the hills were also mostly golden. Looking at this terrain, Richard immediately decided to release a dragon beast. At this time, flying in the sky would be a sitting duck. Most wizards never touched the ground, and this terrain was ideal for aerial exploration. Flying in the sky would easily lead to a direct collision with wizards from the Meteor Academy. Opening his synthetic beast pocket, Richard immediately released the majestic dragon beast. The dragon beast resembled a horse, but with a ferocious and imposing dragon head. It was a very imposing figure, standing 2 meters tall at the shoulder. Its muscles were extremely well developed, especially its powerful back and 4 pillar-like legs. Its skin was covered in black scales that didn't reflect the sunlight, revealing a deep darkness. After being released, the dragon beast didn't feel the joy of new freedom. On the contrary, its golden dragon eyes immediately turned to Richard the moment they opened. Creating a dragon beast requires the blood of a fire lizard. Normally, the dragon beast belongs to the person whose blood it was created from. But Richard was clearly not a fire lizard. So Jorod thoughtfully transformed the dragon beast. Jorod implanted a control tumor in the dragon beast's brain, which would interfere with its judgment, causing it to mistake Richard for its master. Jorod also added a neural connection port on the dragon beast's back. If Richard were willing to undergo self-transformation, or even install a biomagic armor on his tail vertebrae, he wouldn't even need to cultivate emotions. He could achieve human-horse unity through a direct neural connection. The dragon beast looked at Richard and gave a tentative bark. Roar! Richard walked over, patted its head, and pulled a large piece of flame giant beast jerky from his pocket. The dragon beast's eyes lit up at the sight of the jerky, and its bark became even more cheerful. Richard fed it the jerky, and the dragon beast devoured the piece, the size of an adult's arm, in just a few bites. Richard patted the dragon beast's head, and the dragon beast didn't resist. This showed that the dragon beast had acknowledged him. Richard took out another piece of meat, the same size, and fed it to the dragon beast. Then, with a small leap, he leaped onto its back. Jorod had thoughtfully prepared a saddle and reins for Richard, but Richard didn't need them. He patted the dragon beast's neck and uttered a syllable that might have sounded harsh to ordinary people. Crack! At this syllable, the dragon beast, which was chewing the jerky, suddenly raised its head. Its muscles began to move, smoothly like flowing water. Thick, pillar-like legs flexed, and 4 hooves, each the size of a large bowl, left deep footprints on the ground. Roar! The dragon beast responded, then surged forward like a landslide. Richard, perched on the dragon beast's back, nodded in satisfaction. The syllable he had just uttered came from the dragon language, a syllable Richard had not originally known, but some of his salamanders had fought against the dragon knights. From them, Richard learned that the dragon knights had their own unique language, used to control their dragon beasts. Richard had them imitate that language, and then he found a dragon language dictionary in the wizarding world. As Richard had expected, the dragon knight's language was entirely derived from the ancient dragon language. Through his battles with the dictionary and the fire lizards, Richard quickly developed a language for controlling dragon beasts. Unfortunately, the dragon beasts weren't optimized yet, and Richard hadn't experimented with them yet. Now, it seems his language might be useful. Richard pulled another spell scroll from his pocket and tore it open. The spell recorded on this scroll was called Existence Fade. A curse spell, this spell reduces the user's presence. It can even allow the user to blend into a group of 10, and no matter how others count, only 10 people will be visible. Compared to optical invisibility, this spell has the advantage of being able to deceive even mental detection. While this spell sounds suitable for concealment, it's actually a brutal combat spell within the curse school. Because it completely vanishes the subject's existence, the subject ultimately enters a strange state. They remain alive, but unable to interact with anything in the world. He could not draw energy or eat. Darkness filled his vision, silence filled his ears, and he felt nothing when he reached out. His mental power extended, but all he received was emptiness. This was a loneliness comparable to the darkness of the soul. Once trapped in this state, a wizard faced only 2 options, suicide or living until the caster's death. Once the caster died, the spell's effects would disappear. However, the one in Richard's hand was a lightweight form of existence fading. The power stored in this scroll could cause a wizard's apprentice to vanish completely, but for Richard, a second-level wizard, it could only allow him to evade a wizard's casual mental detection. On the other side of the battlefield, opposite the Black Tower Wizard Academy, the Meteoric Star Wizard Academy was carrying out their plan. In the center of the Meteoric Star Wizard Academy, a crimson tower emanated a fiery aura. This was the Meteoric Star Wizard Academy's core wizard tower. On the tower's 150th floor, all the 3-ring wizards of the Meteoric Star Wizard Academy gathered. Before them, a flat map projected from a crystal ball displayed countless points of light spreading outwards around the academy. "What is this?" asked a Shaper wizard, fully transformed into an elemental form. At the edge of the map, a gentle-looking wizard wearing a monocle responded. "This is the map. The points of light on it represent our patrols. We don't know where the Black Tower Wizard Academy is, so we're relying on this method to find them for now." He was Crispin Stevens, one of the vice presidents of the Meteoric Star Wizard Academy, and a student of the Great Wizard of Meteor. "So what are we doing here?" a wizard with lightning in his eyes asked. "Just sitting here doing nothing?" Crispin adjusted his glasses and said calmly, "We need to decide our stance and what our ultimate goal is. This war with the Black Tower Wizarding Academy was completely unexpected. The wizards at the Black Tower Wizarding Academy only need to defend themselves, but we have much more to consider. How far should we go in this war? Should we seize their commercial district, residential area, or experimental area, or simply leave them with only their core wizard tower? What does the dean say? An old wizard asked. Crispin spread his hands and said helplessly, the dean told us to destroy the core tower of the Black Tower Wizard Academy. But that was clearly a rant. Destroying the core tower won't do the dean any good, it will only give him one more enemy. I tried to contact him before the war, but couldn't. Just leave the core tower, the old wizard said again. He was Zeke Huerta, Vice Dean of the Meteoric Star Wizard Academy, and a capable lieutenant to the Grand Wizard of Meteoric Star. The dean wants to save face, after all. Leaving the core tower will save him some face, and we, the pawns, won't be too upset. After saying that, Zeke glanced at all the wizards present. What do you all think? The fireman wizard who had asked the question was the first to respond, yes. The remaining wizards nodded after a moment's reflection. I don't mind. That's all. Call me when the fight begins. I agree. Seeing the wizards agree, Crispin clapped his hands and said, since that's the case, our tentative goal is to capture all areas of the Black Tower Wizarding Academy except the core wizard tower. He then joked, I hope the orders they receive are to defend the core wizard tower. That would save both of us trouble. Richard stood in the woods, a slight sneer on his face, as he watched the wizards fly overhead. Richard didn't even sense any mental energy as these wizards flew overhead. They were clearly student soldiers who had never seen combat. Any wizard who had been on the battlefield would maintain a high level of mental energy during reconnaissance, and would focus a considerable amount of their energy on the ground. Bloody lessons taught wizards that if you don't scout the ground, you better have sufficient means to protect yourself. The natives won't let you off easy just because you're a novice. Richard pulled a staff from his pocket, but it wasn't the mithril staff he'd taken, but his own adamantium staff. Richard then pulled out the Nomi crystal from his pocket and replaced the adamantium staff's head. After the replacement, the adamantium staff's increase in spell power dropped dramatically. But at this moment, pursuing power was useless. A fireball of 500 energy, or 1000 energy could kill the wizards above. Using the Nomi crystal head would reduce the impact of spells. After replacing the head, Richard headed slowly towards the direction the wizards were coming from. The Meteoric Wizard Academy didn't know where the Black Tower Wizard Academy was, and the Black Tower Wizard Academy naturally didn't know where the Meteoric Wizard Academy was. Originally, Richard had planned to conduct a reconnaissance, but that was no longer necessary. Just as Richard was heading towards the Meteoric Wizard Academy, several other second-level wizards spotted the wizards scouting the sky. They don't even scout the ground? Anka shook his head as he watched the wizards fly overhead. As a veteran wizard with many battles under his belt, he felt a rare pity at the sight of these novice wizards acting so recklessly. They were so inexperienced that he felt like he was bullying children. Forget it, let's not kill these rookies for now. The attack hasn't even begun, and it would be bad to provoke a strong opponent. With that, Anka suddenly vanished, leaving behind only a trail of faint footprints that spread out. Across the battlefield, elite wizards dispatched by the Black Tower Wizard Academy watched the wizards flying overhead, some sneering, some sighing, some disdainful. But some were unlucky enough to have gone in the opposite direction of the Meteoric Wizard Academy, and hadn't encountered any wizards yet. However, they all had one thing in common: they chose not to fight. All the wizards tacitly chose to lie low, following the trail of these rookie wizards towards the Meteoric Wizard Academy. Their mission was to harass behind enemy lines, and deplete the Meteoric Wizard Academy's strength. At this point, the war had not yet begun. Any wizard who showed up would be courting death. And so, the first day of the war passed peacefully. Chapter 296. 7 days before the war began, the entire mirror world was peaceful. Neither side showed any intention of fighting. But any wizard who participated in the Academy War knew that this was only the calm before the storm. The longer the calm, the more powerful the attack would be. Black Tower Wizard Academy. A team of wizards patrolled the city walls. After receiving news of the war, the Black Tower Wizard Academy underwent renovations. On the outskirts of the academy, a series of black spires surrounded the academy. Atop each spires was a massive crystal spire, serving as both a defensive and offensive measure. Tall walls connected the spires, engraved with runes and magic circles, creating a formidable barrier. Behind these walls, whether in the experimental area, the commercial district, or the residential area, were similar defensive towers. These towers were as sturdy as those in the city walls, crowned with crystal spires. And they had something else going for them. Hideous, terrifying gargoyles dotted the towers, their eyes bloodshot, as if ready to break free of their petrification and descend upon the mortal realm. After the transformation, the entire Black Tower Wizarding Academy had become a fortress of impenetrable steel. Patrolling wizards crisscrossed from one spire to another. The mirror world was now in late autumn. The cold wind from the north, mingled with a peculiar energy, felt like a knife scraping against the flesh, chilling even wizards. Wow, the old wizarding world was truly terrifying. A patrolling wizard, wrapped tightly in his robes in the chill wind, puffed out white air as he spoke. Yes, I've almost forgotten what cold feels like, another patrol wizard chimed in. It's only late autumn now. When winter arrives, this wind will be like a spell. The wizarding world's energy has become thinner, but this isn't actually a bad thing for humans. The power of a world's natural phenomena is directly related to the energy concentration of its environment. During the Enlightenment, even wizards dared not venture out of the wizard tower when the winter winds blew. The terrifying ice storms affected all beings below the rank of Grand Wizard, even undead creatures whose souls were extinguished by the ice storms. But after the energy surge receded, while ordinary humans' physical strength declined due to the fading energy, the natural environment was no longer a threat to wizards. Under the wizard's protection, ordinary humans began to multiply rapidly. Even in the wilderness, where no wizards offered protection, human kingdoms abounded like stars. The wizard who had initially complained sighed, "We live in a wonderful era." Suddenly, the sighing wizard sensed something amiss. Without thinking, a magical barrier instantly erupted from him. Ziz! A sharp, corrosive sound reached the wizard's ears. A dark green energy arrow now pierced his energy barrier. Behind him, a group of black-robed wizards had somehow reached the city wall and had already eliminated all of his teammates. Enemy attack! The patrolling wizard was about to sound the alarm, but before he could, a black-robed wizard appeared beside him like a ghost. A powerful arm instantly pierced his magical barrier and smashed his head into pieces. But just as the black-robed wizard withdrew his hand and wiped the brains from it, a violent surge of magical energy erupted from the wizard whose head he had smashed. A beam of light emanated from his body and instantly merged into the crystal spire of the city wall's spire. The next moment, a magical alarm sounded, and a unique energy wave instantly spread throughout the academy. The entire city wall suddenly lit up, and teams of wizards emerged from the towers, rapidly approaching the spire where the alarm had sounded. The black-robed wizard sighed and gestured to his team behind him. Operation failed. Prepare for a strong attack. Yes! The team members pulled out 1-meter-long metal stakes from their pockets and drove them fiercely into the ground. The runes on the stakes began to flicker, but by then, the rescue wizards had already found them. Boom! A fireball as big as the sun exploded around the team, the immense force causing several wizards to vomit blood. Even several stakes on the ground were knocked down. The black-robed wizard, observing this, attempted to help the man up, but was paralyzed by the spell cast by the supporting wizards. The runes on the metal stakes quickly charged, and over 50 stakes were driven into the wall. However, due to the aftereffects of the spell, over 20 remained planted. After charging, these remaining 20 or so stakes developed a subtle connection, vibrating slightly at the same rate. Then, a loud cracking sound reached the ears of every wizard present. The towering wall constructed by the Black Tower Wizard Academy was shattered, and a massive crack spread, eventually splitting the wall. The 20-odd piles also resonated, turning into a pile of metal powder. The supporting wizard, seeing the situation was dire, fired another beam. The crystal tower that received the beam suddenly turned blood red, and a shrill cry instantly echoed throughout the academy. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Outside the city walls, the prepared wizards of Meteor Academy began pouring into the Black Tower Wizard Academy through the breach in the wall. The war had begun. The Black Tower Wizard Academy had armed itself like a spiky tortoise, but Meteor Academy had not. As the initiator of the war, Meteor Academy had also undergone renovations, but they were still far behind the Black Tower. A large number of wizard patrols replaced the towering city walls. They, along with their keenly perceptive synthetic beasts, protected the Academy's safety. In the hills outside Meteor Academy, a team of wizards, carrying lanterns, patrolled along a predetermined route. Really? You said those wizards at the Black Tower Wizarding Academy have decided to use the tortoiseshell tactic. What's the point of us still patrolling? A patrolling wizard complained. This wizard's robes were brand new, and he didn't have a fierce aura. There was a hint of immaturity between his brows, making it clear he had never been on the battlefield. That's right, the patrols are so strict. Could it be that those cowardly Black Tower wizards are sending someone to surprise us? Another patrolling wizard chimed in. He was just as immature as the complainer, though he was a bit older. Seeing his teammates complain, another wizard said, "It's so cold out here. Patrolling outside with no benefits is such a waste of suffering." "That's right," a wizard echoed. Seeing signs of disarray in the group, the patrol leader suddenly turned, and a cold voice instantly reached the ears of the complaining members. "Stop complaining. You've already complained enough along the way. If I hear you complain again, you all be whipped when you return." The leader was the only wizard in the group who had served in battle. Compared to his fellow members, he was as silent as a stone. Hearing the leader's reprimand, the members fell silent. They knew this leader was a man of his word. If they complained again, he would surely whip them. A wizard's whipping was unlike any other. It punished the soul, and each blow was equivalent to adjusting a spell model. They didn't want to experience that horrible feeling. The patrol passed a dead forest, covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves, making it feel like walking on a mat. Suddenly, the leader stopped. He extended his lantern forward, its soft light instantly dispelling the darkness. The patrol's lanterns were all magical lanterns. Besides providing illumination, they also served as a crude defense against sneak attacks from shadow spells. The reason shadow spells are so concealed is that shadows are commonplace. But if shadows are dispelled, the spell becomes as invisible as a black dot on a white page. The team members looked toward the spot illuminated by the captain's lantern. In the area illuminated by the bright light, 2 deep depressions were visible in the fallen leaves. The depressions resembled footprints, but the patrolling wizards could confirm that all large creatures surrounding the academy had been eliminated. This was to prevent anyone from infiltrating the academy through transfiguration. So where did this depression come from? The patrol leader's face was grim. His mental power suddenly expanded to its limit, trying to find another similar depression. But he found nothing. Am I being too suspicious? The patrol leader thought to himself. He retracted his lantern and was about to continue forward. But the synthetic beast he was leading suddenly collapsed to the ground. What's going on? A magical barrier suddenly erupted from the captain's body, and his staff was poised to strike. A strong sense of danger washed over him. As a wizard who had experienced war, his intuition had always been accurate. But this time, even his intuition was useless. The faint smell of blood entered the captain's nostrils, and a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. He turned back with some trembling. Behind him, a massive steel giant stood, holding the wizard who had just been complaining about the patrol. And all his team members were now lying on the ground with their skulls sunken. Someone's neck was broken, and blood oozed from the broken neck. It was the same bloody smell he had smelled earlier. Enemy attack. The patrol leader immediately sounded the alarm. But before he could act, he saw the iron giant approaching him with silent steps. Then, a steel fist filled his entire field of vision. Bang! After dispatching the patrol, the iron giant began to clean up the battlefield. Thanks to his carefulness, the battle left virtually no trace. Simply clearing away the fallen leaves stained with blood and brain matter, the iron giant piled the bodies into a heap, then said respectfully to the forest, "Sir, the cleanup is complete." In the forest, a black-robed wizard emerged from the fallen leaves, a hint of excitement on his face. This man was Richard, who had infiltrated the Meteoric Wizard Academy. It was already the 30th day since the war began. Under the Meteoric Wizard Academy's attack, the Black Tower Wizard Academy had already lost several defensive turrets. A breach had been opened in the Academy's impenetrable defenses. Furthermore, the Meteoric Wizard Academy was continuously sending reinforcements, attempting to widen the breach. To this end, Command ordered all wizards, who had infiltrated the Meteoric Wizard Academy's rear, to begin their operations. It was imperative to draw some of the Meteoric Wizard Academy's forces to the rear, thereby relieving some of the pressure on the front lines. Richard patted the Iron Giant and praised him. Excellent technique, quick and efficient. Then he approached the pile of corpses and confiscated all the wizard's magical armor and magic pockets. Richard then burned their bodies on the spot. Richard pointed at the corpse, and a stream of incandescent flames erupted from his fingertips, burning the body to ash. In the process, the fallen leaves beneath the corpse remained unignited, leaving only a few charred marks. Richard waved his hand, and a gentle breeze blew the charred leaves deep into the forest. Gazing at the brightly lit tower a few kilometers away, Richard raised his hand and whispered, "Let's move on." Chapter 297. The patrol vanished without a trace? Crispin frowned slightly, as he looked at the message in the crystal ball. The powerful magical beasts surrounding the academy were eliminated on their first day in this world, and they had even dispatched third-level wizards to patrol the area to ensure that no creatures escaped. But if it weren't magical beasts, then there was only one explanation for the patrol's disappearance. Crispin looked across at Zeke. They were both powerful vice presidents of the Academy, and before he became vice president, Meteorite Wizard Academy had only one vice president. This old wizard, Zeke, had fought on the battlefields with his teacher even before he became a great wizard, and he possessed extensive combat experience. He felt it would be best for the two of them to discuss this matter. Master Zeke, what are your thoughts on the patrol's disappearance? Crispin asked. Zeke raised his head, his eyes calm. Someone sneaking in. What do you think? Should we pull wizards from the front? Crispin shook his head. Now is the perfect time to break through the Black Tower Academy's defenses. As the attackers, we must seize every opportunity. To deal with these rats, I think adjusting the Academy's defenses will be enough. Zeke nodded. I agree. You have to bear with me while I adjust them. The setting sun was setting, and the sunset glow was blood red. Richard stood 3 kilometers outside the Meteoric Wizard Academy, watching the sudden change in the patrol formation. He couldn't help but shake his head in a daze. Richard could tell that the Meteoric Academy's command had taken action, and the one doing it was a veteran wizard. The old wizard reorganized the patrol teams from small squads to squadrons, tripling the size of each patrol team. Each patrol team was assigned 2 second-ring wizards as captain and deputy captain, dramatically increasing their combat effectiveness. Secondly, the patrol team's patrol areas were significantly reduced, now confined to the academy. Richard also noticed that some wizards began wearing identification badges, which Richard suspected were alchemical artifacts. Richard suspected the purpose of the identification badges was to prevent team members from being quietly replaced. However, their number of badges seemed limited, with only a few teams equipped. This presents a problem. Richard stroked his chin, looking at the Meteoric Wizard Academy, feeling troubled. There was no other way. Their mission was to draw wizards from the front lines back to the rear, thereby reducing the pressure on the front lines. But the Meteoric Wizard Academy clearly had no intention of sending anyone back. You can attack all you want, but if I shrink the patrol area and increase the patrol team's numbers, you be a coward. No matter how many attacks you make, it's useless. I wait until the fighting on the front stabilizes, and then I deal with you later. It seems they won't send more troops unless they're hurt. Richard untied a synthetic beast pouch from his waist and released the contents. 3 fire lizards awoke from their slumber and half knelt before Richard, saying, Sir. Because the secret rift in the world mirror couldn't be opened, Richard had to place these level 3 fire lizards into the synthetic beast pouch before bringing them into the world mirror. Richard untied another pouch and took out the components of the mechanic type 1 individual armor, handing them to the 3 fire lizards, letting them don them themselves. After over a year of training, the fire lizards had become quite adept at donning their armor. With mutual assistance, the 3 of them had donned and adjusted their armor in nearly half an hour. Makar, who had arrived earlier, now joined Richard. Richard's witch hunting team was now fully staffed. The 3 fire lizards, who emerged later, looked at the tower in the distance, a flicker of shock in their eyes. The core wizard tower of the Meteoric Wizard Academy, while not as tall as the Great Wizard of the Black Tower, was still 700 or 800 meters tall. Such a towering structure was a new sight for the fire lizards. The shock was no less than their first encounter with a floating city. Sir, is this the Wizard Academy you spoke of? A fire lizard asked. Such a vast city, such magnificent building, is it really just an academy? The fire lizard's name was Hirain. Before joining the Shield of Morik, he was a renowned noble architect in the Morik Empire. As an architect, he was well aware of the tower's terrifying power. Such a tower, seemingly constructed of stone, was simply inconceivable. If stone were the material, the weight of a tower this tall would have been enough to crush the stone. This tower must have employed a host of technologies unknown to him. Oh yes, I forgot to tell you, Richard said, pointing to the tower in the distance. In the wizarding world, the academy is the equivalent of your capital. And that tower you see is the residence of another great wizard. Hirain gazed at the tower, feeling a surge of gratitude. He was thankful to have seen such a magnificent structure, and thankful that Richard had been the first to discover the New World Island. The more the fire lizards learned about the wizarding world, the more despair they felt. The gap between civilizations was so vast that even their hatred wavered. When the disparity in hatred becomes too great, a person's mindset often changes. The hatred of an ant means nothing to a giant. The other 2 fire lizards were also astounded by the tower's magnificence, but they were not architects and did not possess the same profound understanding as Hirain. Sir, what should we do next? One fire lizard asked. This fire lizard's name was Kava. Before joining the Shield of Morik, he was the Morik Empire's most accomplished hunter of fire beasts. "Do your old job, hunt," Richard said slowly, gazing at the meteoric wizard academy in the distance. Although with his current strength, he could easily unleash unchecked destruction within the meteoric academy, doing so would only attract the pursuit of those third-ring wizards. The witch hunting team, while formidable, consisted of only 4 fire lizards. According to the intelligence Richard had gathered, there were at least dozens of third-ring wizards within the meteoric wizard academy. If the meteoric wizard academy targeted him and dispatched multiple third-ring wizards to hunt him, even with a witch-hunting squad, he would be doomed. After all, the mechanic eye individual armor wasn't the sacred armor left by the Forerunners, allowing a salamander to easily kill a third-ring wizard. In a sufficiently wide area, facing an experienced third-ring wizard, a single salamander wearing mechanic eye individual armor would still be defeated, though it would only take a little more effort. So Richard had to exercise restraint and strike a balance. This balance allowed the Meteoric Wizard Academy to divert wizards from the front lines without forcing them to dispatch third-ring wizards to hunt him. "Sir, the prey is hiding in its den. If you want to hunt them, you must have bait." Kava glanced at the academy. The moment he saw the patrols, he instinctively sensed that this group was formidable. "Bait?" Richard chuckled. "Isn't the bait right in front of you? I am the biggest bait. I hope to reel in a big fish." "You're the bait?" the only female fire lizard in the witch hunting team asked. "How can you be the bait? We all depend on you for survival now, sir. You must not be harmed. We think of something else about the bait later." The female fire lizard's name was Ms. Han. Before joining the Shield of Morik, she was a renowned noble physician in the Morik Empire. Richard had some impression of her. Back on New World Island, she had been one of the first fire lizards to sign a contract. Richard waved his hand. "Don't worry, I know my limits." After adjusting the patrol range and patrol personnel composition, the news of the patrol's disappearance vanished from Crispin's crystal ball. While Meteoric Wizard Academy wasn't built like a fortress, it did have numerous defensive measures. Magical prism towers, resembling streetlights, covered the entire outer ring of the academy. These towers were powered directly by the core Wizard Tower's magic pool, each attack reaching a power level of 2000. Furthermore, the tower's attack ranges overlapped, so a single unlucky move could draw the attack of 2 or even 3 towers. If the patrol spotted a suspicious target, these towers would activate their alarm signals. At that point, unless the intruder was a third-level wizard, they would likely be killed on the spot. At night, the patrol continued its routine. Led by 2 second-ring wizards, who had participated in the planar expedition, the entire patrol remained silent, each wizard channeling their mental energy, constantly alert to their surroundings and observing no suspicious areas. For wizards who had truly experienced war, the battlefield was no place for laziness. Any laxity would only lead to death. Under their guidance, the novice wizards, who had never been on the battlefield, had no choice but to take the boring and unprofitable task of patrol seriously. Suddenly, the second-ring wizard at the front of the team stopped. A brilliant beam of light shot out from his lantern, dispelling a shadow 50 meters away. Seeing him do this, the patrol members also shone their lanterns in that area. As the illuminated area grew, a unique shadow flashed before everyone's eyes. The shadow, illuminated by the light, did not disappear immediately, but paused for a moment. This moment might have deceived the novice wizards in the group, but it certainly wouldn't have been hidden from the 2 war-hardened second-ring wizards. "Someone sneaking in!" the second-ring wizard shouted, and a red light shot out from his palm, instantly entering the core wizard tower. The patrol members waved their staffs, and a chaotic stream of spells instantly enveloped the area surrounding the shadow. The light prism towers around them had awakened, and the colorless crystals on their spires suddenly turned a vibrant red. Then, a figure emerged from the shadows. Judging by the fluctuations of magic, it looked like a second-ring wizard. After appearing, the wizard flashed and appeared in the shadows farther away, then fled out of the academy without looking back. So fast that he vanished from the patrol wizard's sight in the blink of an eye. "Captain, are we going to catch this rat?" a novice wizard asked eagerly. After becoming wizards, these novice wizards had rarely experienced combat. Now that they could, they were all eager to test their years of research on the enemy wizards. But both captains shook their heads. "Capturing them is not our responsibility." With that, a 5-man squad of dark wizards arrived from the depths of the academy. Each of these dark wizards was a second-ring wizard, and a crimson alchemical emblem stood out prominently on their chests. They approached the patrol team. The patrol leader spoke a few words to the team's leader, then led the team back on their route. The second-ring team, on the other hand, sped towards the direction the figure had left, quickly disappearing into the darkness. Chapter 298. 5 black-robed wizards moved silently within the dense forest. They seemed shrouded in a shadow, making it impossible to discern their exact appearance or form. A wizard familiar with shadow magic would have recognized this as the Shadow Veil, a spell within the Shadow spell. This spell, a lower-level variant of the Shadow Veil, prevents frequent mental detection. The Shadow Veil deceives the wizard's mind, mistaking the wizard who casts it for a shadow. Suddenly, the leading black-robed wizard stopped in his tracks, and a magical barrier erupted from his body. The wizards following him activated their own magical barriers almost simultaneously. But after their activation, there was no movement in the forest. "What's going on, Captain?" a wizard asked via telepathic message. Without even turning back, the captain replied, "The rat's magical traces disappeared here. Be careful, he's probably watching us from the shadows somewhere." The leading black-robed wizard looked like a normal human, but above his eyes, he had a pair of extra eyes. These eyes had no whites, but were completely black, resembling 2 black gemstones. They could see the traces of energy left by biological transformations, and in his eyes, the faint blue trace of magic they had been chasing had suddenly vanished. This was terribly wrong. Before this point, the magical trace hadn't even shown any signs of weakening. Unless, this was the wizard's destination. A flash of panic crossed the captain's heart, and he gestured to his teammates, ready to abandon the operation. But at that moment, a faint sound, like the grinding of gears, reached his ears. The captain remembered that there were no alchemists among his team. Boom! Without hesitation, the captain swung his staff, and a fireball as bright as the sun instantly blasted towards the direction of the sound. The fireball exploded, and the scattered flames dispelled the darkness from the forest. At the same moment, the captain's heart sank. For steel giants, over 3 meters tall, stood beside them, less than 10 meters away. These giants were coated in black alchemical paint, effectively absorbing the scattered light from the forest. Not content with this, their creators also shielded them from psychic detection. None of the members of their team were rookies. During the chase, their psychic powers were constantly deployed within a 50-meter radius, preparing for traps and ambushes. But they had somewhat forgotten that they were not fighting natives this time, but a group of dark wizards like themselves. Bang! The iron giants attacked almost simultaneously. Their massive, 3-meter-tall stature didn't hinder their speed or agility. Instead, it made their movements even more imposing. When a 3-meter-tall iron giant charged at a speed of 100 meters per 2 seconds, any creature standing in their way would tremble inwardly. The iron giants dispersed the wizard squad almost instantly, their massive chainsaw swords slicing through the wizard's magical barriers like butter. Pussy! A wizard was cut in half by the blade, blood spurting out instantly. "Kava, don't be so brutal," one iron giant said to another in a language the wizard couldn't understand. "My lord, you need these wizards' bodies." The giant, shaken of blood from his blade, replied awkwardly, "I didn't expect it to be so easy." The captain gazed at the scene in the forest in horror and retreated without hesitation. The 4 iron giants dispatched his team members almost instantly, seemingly with no more difficulty than slaughtering a chicken. This was definitely not something a second-ring wizard could accomplish. The Black Tower Wizard Academy has dispatched a third-ring wizard. This matter must be reported to the higher-ups. The captain swung his staff, instantly appearing in a distant shadow. He also possessed the ability to teleport. But before he could cast Shadow Teleport again, a fist-sized black fireball exploded from nowhere beside him. While the fireball didn't break his magic barrier, it disrupted the Shadow Teleport he was about to use. "Damn it!" the captain cursed, immediately pulling a crystal ball from his pocket. Since he couldn't return, the information must at least be relayed. He was also a wizard who had fought in battle, so he had some awareness. But as soon as he pulled out his crystal ball, he saw ripples forming in his magic barrier. This rained down on his magic barrier like raindrops, then suddenly vanished, and a fierce sense of danger washed over him. If he didn't dodge, only death awaited him. But at this moment, dodging or not made no difference. Even if he dodged this punch, those iron giants would still kill him. The captain tapped the crystal ball several times rapidly, determined to deliver the message before dying. The next moment, a fist, shimmering with runes, pierced his magic barrier and, with undiminished force, struck the captain through. The captain's hand drooped limply, a message already sent from the crystal ball. The iron giant arrived at this moment and, with a single blow, severed the captain's head. A beam of light shot out from the captain's body, then vanished into the void. I was wondering why he was so brave. So he has a life box. Richard pulled his arm free, shaking the blood off his hand. That punch was the mountain-breaking fist he had long since mastered. While he hadn't practiced it daily, during breaks from his experiments, Richard would find a target to hone his skills. After several decades, he had achieved some success. Richard picked up the crystal ball from the ground, examined it, and sighed with resignation. What a shame, he still sent it out. Don't let this cause any misunderstandings. Because the two deans had no deep hatred, the three-ring wizards on both sides were tacitly stationed in the core wizard tower. But if this tacit understanding were broken, things would be disastrous. The Black Tower Wizarding Academy was outnumbered. If the Meteor Academy mobilized all its forces, they would be forced to defend the central Black Tower. Putting the crystal ball in his pocket, Richard looted the bodies of several wizards in the forest. These wizards were all second-level wizards, and their loot was quite rich. However, this location was not very suitable, so Richard could only thoroughly search the magic pockets and magical equipment of 5 wizards, then set fire to the bodies and hurriedly left. While these wizards' bodies were still useful, as a fellow wizard, Richard felt it was best to leave some room for error. Shortly after Richard left, 2 streaks of light arrived at the battlefield. To dare to act so undisguisedly at this time, it was obvious that these 2 individuals were third-ring wizards from the Meteoric Wizard Academy. Crispin surveyed the battlefield with a gloomy expression. Beside him, Vice Dean Zeke was doing the same. But beyond Crispin's gloom, his expression was filled with confusion. After surveying the entire battlefield, the 2 men arrived at the spot where Richard had cremated the body. Zeke bent down, gathered some ashes, and rubbed them in his hands. He said jokingly, burning the body, "This wizard is quite particular." But Crispin, standing beside him, wasn't in the mood. "Master, what are your thoughts on the battlefield?" he asked grimly. "What do I think?" Zeke tossed the ashes in his hand. "I don't have any opinion. The guy we were chasing was probably frightened silly. I didn't see any signs of a third-ring wizard taking action on this battlefield. The 4 steel giants attacking them, I'm more inclined to believe, were some kind of intelligent golems or some kind of alien alchemical puppets. These puppets are specialized for hunting wizards. This is evident from the mental detection shields these puppets possess, and the alchemical swords that can quickly break through magical barriers. The Academy War didn't start suddenly, so it's not uncommon for alchemical wizards to specialize golems." Crispin's expression brightened slightly upon hearing this. "Master, that's what you see." "I'm relieved." Zeke waved his hand. "Now's not the time to be reassured. This wizard shouldn't be underestimated. And other patrols have reported signs of his infiltration in recent days. The Black Tower Wizarding Academy should have sent a group of elite wizards to our side at the outset of the war to serve as dark wizards in the Academy War. If these dark wizards aren't dealt with, we won't have peace. Most of the wizards we've left behind are student soldiers who have never seen combat. These wizards lack experience, and will struggle to effectively defend against these elite wizards." Crispin lowered his head and asked, "Master, what are you going to do?" Zeke sighed, "Send back some troops. The Academy War will last for 50 years. There's no rush." Crispin sighed as well. "Let's do it this way. I draw up a list." The area surrounding Meteoric Wizard Academy wasn't like the Black Tower Wizard Academy, with its vast expanse of hills. Beyond Meteoric Wizard Academy, the mountains also occupied a considerable portion of the area. In a cave within this mountain range, Richard unearthed all the loot he collected over the past few days. 15 staffs, 27 magic pouches, 12 magic rings, 7 magic necklaces, 2 magic belts. Yeah, not bad. Sure enough, robbing people is the quickest way to make money. Richard counted the spoils of the past few days. While many of the staffs and magical armor were junk, there were still quite a few fine items among them. Ingredients: Aurora Ring. Refinable information: High Energy Aurora Spell Model. Refinable cost: 5 spirit points. Ingredients: Power Ring. Refinable information: Rune Fist Spell Model. Refinable cost: 5 spirit points. Ingredients: Armor Belt. Refinable information: Magic Armor Spell Model. Refinable cost: 10 spirit points. Looking at the 3 fine magical armor items in hand, Richard sighed again, thinking, it's better to rob people for money. In addition to these 3 fine magical armor items, Richard also found many magic stones and magic essences in the wizard's magic pockets, as well as their research notebooks. Most of the notebooks he found were filled with experimental records. While they weren't particularly useful, Richard didn't mind them. Experimental records were also knowledge. They might even help him eliminate a possibility that day. Besides these useless experimental records, Richard also found a cipher notebook. Ingredients: Cipher notes from an unknown wizard. Information to be extracted: Part of the principles of the Great Disintegration. Refining cost, 4 mental power. Looking at the information from the miracle furnace, Richard rubbed his eyes, and after confirming that he had read correctly, he was immediately overjoyed. Great Disintegration, the most powerful destructive spell in alchemical sorcery. A Great Disintegration cannon equipped with the Great Disintegration has always been a powerful weapon for wizards in offensive situations. Richard muttered to himself as he looked at the cipher notebook, I never expected to get my hands on this. I've really struck it rich this time. Chapter 299. Distilling the information from the coded note, Richard quickly grasped some details about the Great Disintegration. This note recorded the principles of the Great Disintegration and a portion of the spell model. Judging from the note's owner's notes, he had obtained this information by accident. He was merely a knowledge transfer. The principles of the Great Disintegration are simple, but unfortunately, the most important spell model is missing. The Great Disintegration is based on the 4 elements theory. In the wizard's worldview, the 4 fundamental elements of earth, wind, water, and fire constitute all things in the world. The fundamental principle of the Great Disintegration is to, through some means, disrupt the connection between the 4 elements, reducing the wizard to their original pure elements. This principle is simple, but its practical application is incredibly complex. According to the notes, the Great Disintegration even requires the participation of rules, which is precisely the missing part of the model. Without this crucial core, this complex spell model is useless. No, it's not completely useless, Richard muttered to himself as he examined the coded notes. Although the spell model in the notes was missing the most important part, the remaining portion still held profound research value. If he could fully understand this part of the model, his knowledge of runes would be greatly enhanced. Furthermore, perhaps, he would come across the core model of the Great Disintegration someday. Focusing on this fantasy, Richard pocketed the notes, and then refined the remaining 3 pieces of exquisite magical armor one by one. After completing the refinement, Richard took out a notebook and began to record his thoughts. High energy aurora, this kind of spell is new to me. Richard gazed with some amazement at the magic ring inlaid with a fluorescent emerald. This spell is a form of energy-shaping spell. When released, it unleashes a stream of high-energy particles that damage the enemy. Richard briefly tested it, and found that a single burst of high-energy aurora could deal approximately 300 energy levels of elemental damage. And because this spell has a very limited range, even magic shields below 500 energy levels can't stop it. But it also has a significant drawback. Its power decays significantly. Once the range exceeds 3 meters, its energy level drops sharply to 100 energy levels. However, what most attracted Richard to it wasn't its penetrating properties, but the principle behind it. Namely, the confinement of high-energy particles. In this spell model, Richard saw hope in confining the blue flame he had obtained. Besides this high-energy aurora spell, the rune fist also gave Richard some ideas. This spell grants the user a layer of runes on their fists, amplifying their power when attacking. Although this amplification is only a mere 100 energy levels, as a support spell, its simple model and wide application range make it well suited for use in common magical equipment. Besides high-energy aurora and rune fist, Richard had no other ideas for the remaining magic armor spell models, so he could only keep them as a knowledge reserve for now. After sorting the remaining spoils into categories, Richard checked his pocket watch and pulled out his communication crystal ball from his pocket. The elite wizards had scheduled a contact time with the Black Tower Wizarding Academy at 11:30 p.m., with a communication time of 15 minutes. Every 7 days, this time would be reset to prevent discovery by the Wizards of Meteorite Academy. Opening the crystal ball, several messages from headquarters immediately appeared. Richard read through them one by one, his brow furrowing. At headquarters' request, these elite wizards on the periphery had begun harassing Meteorite Academy. However, this harassment was insufficient, and the wizards on the front line showed no sign of retreating. So, headquarters now required them to infiltrate Meteorite Academy and sabotage it, forcing the wizards there to retreat. Is the situation on the front line so bleak? Richard couldn't help but grumble. In truth, Richard had overestimated the Black Tower Wizard Academy's defenses and underestimated its disadvantage despite having twice the number of men. Even with the advantage of terrain, the Black Tower Wizard Academy could only manage a draw against the attacking wizards. Of course, Richard couldn't be blamed. After becoming a wizard, he had fought very few wizards. The few times he fought, they were all in the arena, barehanded combat. Wizard battles fall into 2 categories, one that ends in a moment, signifying a vast disparity in strength. The other, a protracted battle, signifying equal strength. But if a wizard faced two wizards simultaneously, the situation would change. What ends in a moment still ends in a moment, because one wizard takes seconds, and two wizards take seconds too. But if three wizards were of equal strength, in a 1 versus 2 situation, the outnumbered opponent would quickly retreat. When quality isn't enough to win quickly, the advantage of numbers becomes apparent. 15 minutes passed, and no new orders came from the academy. Richard put the crystal ball in his pocket and began to think about his next move. To be honest, infiltrating Meteor Academy wasn't an easy task. With Richard's current abilities, sneaking in quietly amidst the scrutiny of so many patrols was simply impossible. Looks like I need help. Richard packed up his magic pouch and informed the witch-hunting team guarding the cave entrance, "I go find someone. You stay hidden." "Yes, sir." Naturally, Richard wasn't the only wizard to have received news of the infiltration. Dozens of elite wizards had been dispatched by the Black Tower Academy, all of whom were now hiding in the wilderness outside Meteor Academy. Richard couldn't infiltrate on his own, so he had to seek help from other wizards. After an hour of traveling through the mountains, Richard soon found a plain-looking, dead tree in the forest, its trunk covered in vines. Richard approached the tree and left a mark with his magic. The mark lingered on the dead tree for a moment, then vanished without a trace, as if swallowed by something. Seeing the mark vanish, Richard knew he had found the right place. He stepped aside and waited quietly. Soon, a black-robed wizard appeared before the shadows where Richard lay. "Richard, what do you want from me?" Richard emerged from the shadows and gave the black-robed wizard a wizard salute. "Master Anka, I need your help." Richard's ability to contact Anka wasn't a surprise. In fact, after the wizards on the outpost discovered the location of the Meteor Academy, they spontaneously began to contact each other. The Wizarding Academy they were about to face was far too weak for its individual strength compared to this behemoth. Anka raised an eyebrow. "Help? You mean infiltration and sabotage?" Richard nodded. "You're quite lucky then. A few old friends and I are planning to infiltrate together. 100 mojos, I take one with you," Anka said casually. Wizards practiced equal exchange. Although they belonged to the same academy, the proper procedures still had to be followed. Richard didn't bargain and simply pulled 100 mojos from his pocket and handed them to Anka. Anka took the mojos and asked briskly, "Do you have your golem with you? We'd be moving in 2 hours." "Not yet." "I go get it." "Okay, come back soon." "I wait here." Richard immediately returned, even faster than he had come. More than half an hour later, Richard returned to the cave where he had been counting his spoils. 4 armored salamanders suddenly appeared at the entrance, seeing Richard's return. The Mechanic Eye individual armor possesses static cloaking capabilities. When the armor is stationary, it activates optical cloaking. This cloaking function, combined with the closed mode and mental shielding, can evade nearly 99% of wizard detection. Richard approached them and instructed them, "Markle, follow me. Hirain, Kawa, and Ms. Han, the 3 of you stand by outside the academy. If anything happens to us, I notify you to come and help." The 4 salamanders knelt on one knee and said in unison, "Yes, sir." With Markle in tow, Richard returned to the dead tree. Upon seeing Richard's appearance, several figures immediately emerged from the shadows. These were the wizards who planned to infiltrate with Anka. "This golem is quite good. Have you specialized it?" asked a necromancer with soulfire in his eyes. "Yes," Richard replied briefly. With Richard's arrival, the infiltration team was complete. In addition to Richard and Anka, the infiltration team also included 4 second-level wizards. These wizards were highly skilled in infiltration, mastering shadow spells, mimicry, and invisibility. Compared to them, Richard's shadow infiltration and shadow movement skills were like those of an apprentice. But while Richard lacked infiltration skills, he had money. Let alone 100 mojo. Even 500 or 1,000 mojo would be given away without blinking. His age and personal strength were at the bottom of the group, but his financial resources were unmatched by all of them combined. Furthermore, Richard wasn't completely useless to the team. "Presence fading? You're using this as a stealth tool?" Several wizards watched as Richard pulled out a magic scroll and tore it open, their presence immediately becoming incredibly weak. They were all veteran wizards, so they naturally recognized the spell. Richard nodded. "This spell is very useful, but you have to find the right balance." Several wizards nodded thoughtfully, and soon someone praised, "That's a good idea. Does anyone have any recommendations for cursed wizards? I'd like to order some later." Wizards of the cursed school are hard to find in the wizarding community. Besides their small number, they also tend to hide their identities. For example, Ellie publicly claimed to be an evocation wizard, and she usually wore evocation robes. Only on formal occasions did she wear the robes of her dual school. The cursed wizard's power was too terrifying. Unless they were familiar with the wizard, they wouldn't reveal their identity. Richard nodded. Yes, Master. If you still have this desire after the war, Master Chorode can contact me. Several wizards spent some magic essence to purchase several scrolls of existence fading from Richard. Then, they discussed their targets for destruction after infiltration. After determining their targets, the team immediately began their infiltration. Richard followed Anka silently. Anka was a veteran wizard with considerable experience in infiltration. His invisibility spells not only rendered him invisible optically, but even blocked mental detection. Adding to this the existence fading, Richard's current state made him difficult for even a great wizard to detect without their knowledge. The Meteor Academy patrol passed by the infiltrating team, but found no trace of him. Even the largest, Makar, was unaware. Although these wizard patrols were led by 2 second-ring wizards, there were still differences among these wizards. The second-ring wizards dispatched by the Black Tower Wizarding Academy on missions were all formidable. Currently, almost all of the elite wizards from the Meteoric Academy were deployed to the front lines. While the remaining second-ring wizards weren't weak, they still fell short of the true elites. Amidst the layers of cover provided by the 5 elites, the leading second-ring wizards weren't much stronger than their fellow wizards. Soon, the team passed through the patrols and entered the Meteoric Academy. Chapter 300. The design of Meteoric Wizard Academy differs from that of Black Tower Wizard Academy. The Black Tower Wizard Academy's layout resembles a pie-shaped statistical chart, with one lobe representing the commercial area and another the experimental area. Meteoric Wizard Academy's layout, on the other hand, is more like a target, with rings nested within rings. At the outermost edge of Meteoric Wizard Academy lies the residential ring, where the numerous wizard apprentices live. Inside are the teaching and laboratory rings for lectures, and further inwards, the commercial ring. Finally, at the very center of the academy lies Meteoric Wizard Academy's core wizard tower. This ring-shaped structure is no less advantageous than a fan-shaped structure, but in war, it is easier to renovate. A neatly arranged building is easier to renovate than a cluttered one. However, Meteoric Wizard Academy is the attacking force, so they cannot currently utilize this advantage. After avoiding the outermost patrol, Richard and his team encountered no further danger. The only undead wizard in the team even removed his disguise, and moved openly within the academy. When encountering wizards from Meteor Academy, some young wizards even performed a wizard salute. This is one of the advantages of necromancers. Most wizards are faceblind when they see one. Even the necromancers themselves often can't tell one from the other. Their destination was a communication tower on the teaching ring. Magic communication wasn't something as metaphysical as curse sorcery. When a magical message is transmitted from one crystal ball to another, magical energy is inevitably lost. The greater the distance between the 2 crystal balls, the greater this loss. When the distance between 2 crystal balls reaches a point where even a completely depleted magical message cannot reach them, a relay station naturally appears. As magical messages pass through a relay station, their magical messages are recharged, allowing them to travel even further. Furthermore, at relay stations operated by some wizard guilds, the magical messages are altered in frequency or form, furthering their transmission distance. And Richard's group's target, the communication tower, is a similar object. This mirror world is not densely populated with relay stations. All wizards' communication crystal balls rely on the Academy's relay station for long-distance transmission. For expatriate wizards like Richard, their communication crystal balls have become information receivers. Beyond their own communication, relying on crystal balls to communicate with the Academy is a pipe dream. Traveling through the Academy unimpeded, the team soon arrived at the communication tower. Before the Academy War, nearly every wizard had obtained the plans for the Falling Star Wizard Academy. This made finding their target incredibly easy. Be careful, there might be a 3rd-level wizard in charge here. Anka telepathically communicated with the team. Everyone nodded, and one wizard began to pull something out of his pocket. The wizard was named Bell, a dual-school wizard of evocation and alchemy. And what he was pulling out was his masterpiece. Bell's Roar. Bell's Roar was a time bomb, its exact structure unknown to Richard. But according to Bell, his creation had a full 10,000 damage levels within its core range, and it cost only 2,000 magic essences. If it weren't for the extremely long time it took to detonate, and the fact that even the natives could prevent it before it detonated, this bomb would definitely be considered a strategic-level magical device. Bell pulled out 3 Bell's Roar bombs at once. Each bomb was about the size of a human head and spherical in shape. Their outer shells were a dense layer of black metal. As an alchemist, Richard could tell at a glance that this dense black metal was a magic-repelling metal. This was probably a preventative measure he had taken to prevent the bombs from being discovered in advance. After taking out the bombs, Bell pulled out a bottle of alchemical potion from his pocket and poured it onto the bombs. The alchemical potion quickly became viscous upon contact with air. "Richard, give me one of your scrolls." Although Bell didn't specify, Richard immediately pulled out a scroll of existence dissipation from his pocket. Bell used the scroll on the 3 bombs and grinned at the crowd. "Hey, let's wait and see the fireworks." As soon as he finished speaking, a shrill alarm blared through the academy. Everyone's heart tightened. Had they been discovered? But before they could act, they saw the surrounding wizards scurrying towards the other side of the academy, showing no sign of converging on them. "Huh, it looks like one of the unlucky ones has been discovered." Anka smiled at the retreating wizard. Having someone to distract the wizards from Meteor Academy was undoubtedly a good thing. Not wasting precious time, everyone immediately prepared to enter the communications tower and deploy the 3 bells roars. 3 bells roars were worth 6,000 magic essences, after all. Simply listening to them would be a complete waste. Infiltration is always easy the first time. If we fail to lure the wizards back from the front lines the first time, the second attempt won't be so easy. Under the communications tower stood a thick wooden door, the tower's only entrance. Atop the wooden door was a red copper beast head, and as expected, it had been animated. Opening the door would require the beast head to verify your identity. Richard stepped forward, an alchemical array appearing on his palm. "I can only block this beast head for 30 seconds. Any longer, and the tower spirit system it's connected to will inevitably detect a problem." "Don't worry, 30 seconds is plenty," Bell said with a smile. "We're not slow mortals." With that, Richard flew in front of the beast head and temporarily put it to sleep with the alchemical array. Richard had previously been familiar with these metal animal heads. They were an ancient technology, widely used in wizard tower bells during the Enlightenment. These metal animal heads often contained the souls of wild beasts. The consciousness and memories of these souls were reshaped by the wizards, then connected to the tower spirit, acting as a kind of access control system. The Black Tower Wizard Academy also had these types of heads. When Richard first arrived at the Black Tower Wizard Academy, a similar metal animal head was already on the entrance to the dormitory building. After shielding the animal head, the communication tower door opened to the team. Bell and the 2 wizards entered, each holding a bell's roar. Anka and the necromancer remained outside to shield Richard. 15 seconds later, 3 wizards hurried out of the communication tower. Bell telepathically called to several wizards, "Move quickly. There are 2 third-level wizards inside, and we were almost discovered." The group immediately retreated outside the academy without hesitation. Most of the wizards' attention was now drawn to the unfortunate individual who had been discovered, so now was the time to retreat. With great speed, they soon reached the outer ring of the patrol. Watching the oncoming patrol, the team remained unfazed. They stopped and waited quietly for the patrol to pass them. Their concealment had already been proven upon their arrival. These patrols were completely undetectable. The synthetic beasts held by the patrols suddenly screamed. The patrol wizards, upon seeing the synthetic beasts' actions, immediately sounded the alarm. The entire process took less than a second. "We've been discovered." The wizards and the team instantly brandished their staffs, preparing to force their way out, but before them, a figure moved even faster. "Mother Gonlin, you were fine when you came in, but now you can't leave?" A black-robed wizard emerged from the shadows. With a wave of his staff, the shadows on the ground seemed to come alive, crawling up along the ankles of the patrolling wizards. One wizard, entangled by a shadow, suddenly cried out in pain, "Ah! These shadows are eating my flesh!" Anka recognized the wizard who cast the spell, a look of gloom on his face. "Damn it! How did we run into this disaster?" The necromancer nearby also recognized the wizard, his soul fire surging. "Retreat immediately, forget about hiding. This is the unlucky Kying. With him around, all our luck will be ruined." With that, the necromancer, unconcerned with the rest of the team, immediately pulled a bone staff from his sleeve. With a wave of the staff, a burst of death energy materialized into a pitch-black arm, grabbing the wizard standing in his way. In less than 5 seconds, a first-level wizard was reduced to a pitch-black, mummified corpse. Unlucky Kaon? Richard looked around at the wizards, all perplexed. The idea of lowering someone's luck sounded like a rumor. As soon as the necromancer made his move, everyone sensed a terrifying surge of magical energy rapidly approaching them. "Fuck. A third-level wizard has emerged." Richard's face paled. Although he hated to admit it, they were indeed unlucky right now. The first group discovered had drawn away most of the wizards in the academy. leaving only the third-level wizards to reach Richard in time. If Richard and his group hadn't been discovered, this whole thing would have been meaningless. But now that they've been discovered, their advantage had instantly turned into a disadvantage. "Macker, go!" Richard shouted, then retreated with all his might towards the academy. Upon Richard's command, Makar immediately spearheaded the way. His chainsword roared sharply, instantly severing the 3 first-level wizards blocking his path. Richard didn't finish off the attackers. After passing through them, he immediately flew deeper into the dense forest. Richard didn't even dare to use shadow teleportation, because according to wizard research, there's a certain chance of being trapped in the shadows. Although the probability was extremely small, at this moment, Richard didn't intend to test whether the title Unlucky Kaon was truly worthy of his name. The team members scattered, retreating in a direction that avoided Kaon. Kaon was startled at the sudden appearance of this group, then scratched his head in embarrassment. He shouted to the fleeing crowd, "Sorry for getting you into trouble." With a wave of his staff, he sent several sun-like fireballs blasting away the wizards blocking his path. Then, in a flash, he vanished into the dense forest. A dozen seconds later, a third-ring wizard arrived. Looking at the corpses scattered on the ground, and the groaning patrolman, the third-ring wizard was enraged. "Damn rat!" He cursed and then chased into the forest. The direction he was chasing was exactly the direction Kaon had disappeared.